in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night with a 113-104 win over the Lakers. For the Suns, Jared Butler had 35 to go along with 9 assists, and rookie Kaman Malawach flashed some serious potential last night. The Suns will open up the 2025-26 season a week from today at home against the Kings, and it'll be without Jalen Green as he re-aggravated his hamstring early this week. Sam Levitt did practice for the Sun Devils yesterday and took first-team reps as he continues to be monitored with a foot injury ahead of their Big 12 matchup with Texas Tech. And Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the Packers, and here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on his offense he saw on Sunday.
I think there was some confidence built. I think at the end of the day, we're an outcome-based offense, and we didn't score enough points, so that's what we're going to focus on and where we can improve to get over the hump. But was definitely pleased with some of the things that took place on the field and kind of the momentum we were able to build.
Question marks still remain on who will be under center on Sunday, but for now, we'll have to wait and see. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Show the world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up Is it Wednesday, Tim?
It is.
Ha! Scared me for a minute there.
Back in the day, they would say, hump day.
Well, listen, I said happy Wednesday, and I thought, wait a minute. Oh, please don't be Tuesday. It's been a week already, I'll tell you that. We're going to call this a Jared Butler Wednesday is what we're going to do.
Did you see Jared Butler last night? People out there in their cars already?
Jared Butler, folks. The Phoenix Suns have the best Jay Butler in the NBA. It's not Jimmy Butler. It's Jared Butler. Put up 35, 9 assists, 7 rebounds last night.
And the fact it was the final preseason game and no starters played, no regular rotation guys played, had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
This guy's going to be an all-star in the All-Star game in 2026. He was unstoppable.
He was unstoppable, right?
Now, that was fun, though, last night.
Yeah.
And all kidding aside, that was a heck of a performance by him last night.
Really was.
I mean,
it's like it reminded me of those NFL preseason games at the end of this preseason schedule where you give one running back like 30 carries and like you're like, wow, that kid is good. That's what I felt with Jared Butler last night.
And then the kid gets released the following Tuesday. Signed to somebody else's practice squad. Yeah. No, listen, he had the ultimate green light. I mean, for a while there, he was literally the only. There was about 2-3 minutes left in the first quarter, and he had basically 12. Not basically, he had 12 of the Suns' 14 points, and they, all 12 came consecutively too after Jordan Goodwin opened up the game with a bucket.
Now,
he had 35, by the way, in case you didn't watch last night.
Right, 35 points. That's quite a night for a young man, right? How old is Jared Butler? 25. He's been around a couple of teams, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
25.
He put up some numbers on a terrible Sixers team late in the year. So cosmetically, you look at him, you're like, all right, this guy. Then you kind of do a deeper dive, and you're like, okay, the Sixers were tanking. They had nobody. They lost those games. But listen, he knocked down 5 threes, and him and Jordan Goodwin were the 1-2 punch. Combining for what? 59 points?
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Butler was going tit for tat with Luka when he was in there.
How about it? Well, Luka looked pretty good, too.
Yes, he did.
Fortunately, the preseason's over. The real stuff not that far away, folks. Bailey, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, as we just mentioned, the Suns beat the Lakers 113-104 at Mortgage Matchup Arena in the final preseason game. As Sammy told you in the update before we started, Jalen Green re-aggravated his hamstring in China, Tim. He's going to be updated in 10 days, which means he's going to miss the season opener, which is strange because this is a guy that hasn't missed a game in 2 seasons.
Well, that's the thing. On the surface, I had Bradley Beal flashbacks when Beal was set to make his big debut, and he goes down with a back injury to kick off that era. But then again, you're right. It's not like Bradley Beal in the sense that Beal missed a lot of games with the Wizards.
Right.
Green never missed games with the Rockets.
So it's something obviously in the water in Phoenix, right? Who knows? Man, Kalman Malawach, by the way, made a 3-point shot in last night's game. That's a good sign.
He did. He had 17 points. I'm going to talk about him a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll get into that. So there you go. End of preseason basketball. That's all very good. Dodgers in complete control of the NLCS. They beat the Brewers again 5-1. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, first playoff complete game in 8 years. And once again, they're just continuing this string of filthy pitching.
We gave the numbers yesterday. They were 6-1 in the playoffs with a 1.65 ERA, and then he goes out there and throws a complete game, 3-hit, 1-run gem, a masterpiece. Verlander was the last guy to do it in 2017.
Yeah. So they're up now 2-0. They're going home, and now the Brewers have to deal with Tyler Glass now, who all he's done is gone 7 2/3 of scoreless baseball this postseason.
And Yamamoto, we've said a complete game.
Yeah.
You don't see complete games anymore.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs.
And this is after the start the previous day by Blake Snell, who went face the minimum through 8 innings.
Yeah, that bullpen's getting a nice couple days off.
How about it? So the Brewers have held the Dodgers to 7 runs in 2 games, which isn't bad, and they haven't been in either of these games, basically.
A lot of Miller Lite being canned in Milwaukee over the last couple of days. A lot of Miller Lite.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're a bar owner in Phoenix this weekend, stock up on the Miller Lite.
That's
okay,
good, yeah.
Just trust me on this one.
Yeah,
Trust me on this one.
Okay, I think we will. So the Mariners and the Blue Jays are playing tonight in Seattle. That's going to be a wild scene in Seattle as we're getting closer to, I guess, the world. This would be the World Series of my liking. Dodgers, Mariners. Think it works for me because I got a clear team I can root for in the Mariners, and then you got a big dog in the Dodgers that you can root against. That's all I need.
Well, yeah, there's certainly that underdog component. One of the reasons why I wondered about the ratings, it's very obviously heavy West Coast, right? Mm-hmm. Will the teams will the cities east of the Mississippi buy into this particular World Series?
That's a pretty good question. We're not there quite yet. That's a very, very fair question. I don't know. I had a guy yesterday reach out to me. Hey, Bickley, why do you hate on the Brewers and why do you hate on Aaron Rodgers? What do you got against Milwaukee? I'm from Chicago. You know that.
Need you say more? I know.
You can't like teams from Milwaukee if you're from Chicago. All right, anyways. Arizona State, Sam Levitt practiced with the first team, showed more movement in the pocket. Full dose of first-team reps, Tim. That has got to be a good sign. I don't think ASU would give Sam Levitt a full dose of first-team reps if he didn't have a real good shot of playing this weekend.
First injury report comes out later today. We'll see what he's designated at. But, yeah, he was running around in the pocket. They didn't let Sam talk to the media yesterday. They put Sims out there again. But I'm not sure there's anything to read into with that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, did you know that the Texas Tech quarterback, Baron Morton, is also on the injured list?
I did know that, but I also know the backup came in, quarterbacked them against Utah, and they kicked the crap out of them in Utah.
That's a good point.
The same team that just kicked the crap out of ASU.
Yeah, that's a really
clearly
good point.
the backup actually has a little juice as well.
All right, here's an odd fact. Did you know, first of all, that the NHL season's ongoing? Were we aware of that? We were aware of that. We don't have a hockey team now, so it's sometimes these things can kind of slip through the cracks a little bit. The New York Rangers became the first team to be shut out in 3 straight home games to start a season.
Is that right?
3 straight home games. 180-minute drought at Madison Square Garden. It is the second longest drought to start a season at home, trailing only, now wait for this, trailing only the Pittsburgh Pirates, who apparently were a hockey team in 1928.
Skeens out
Nobody
there playing
knew that.
goalie.
I had no idea the Pittsburgh Pirates were a hockey team.
We're a hockey team.
Did you know the Colorado Rockies were also a hockey team?
I think I knew that. I think I did. When were they a hockey team?
It was the 70s, I want to say.
Something like that.
Get on it, Sammy.
Yeah, there you go, Sammy. Get on it, Sammy. You're the curator of useless statistics.
And by the way, speaking of hockey, you mentioned about it creeping up. I think when we had a hockey team, the NHL season crept up on a lot of people in the Valley.
That is very, very
Maybe not
accurate.
us fine media folk.
That Rockies hockey team was a hockey team from 1976 to 1982.
Hey.
Wow.
There you go.
I don't know who wrote this, but I saw on social media yesterday a hockey reporter said that the NHL is going to inevitably expand to 36 teams and that Phoenix is a given.
He just kind of said it was a given. He just kind of went, wait,
what? Really?
What?
So, well, listen, we are going to get hockey back at some point in time.
It's going to take a dude.
It's going to take a dude.
I mean,
but
or a woman.
But
I mean, somebody.
Your boy Matt Ishbia, low key, is I'm being told, very, very interested. Why not?
He's a dude.
If you have the money.
He's a dude. He's definitely a dude. All right, that is your splash. Some of the things we are going to be covering today. On the other side, we'll get you updated on the 2 big quarterbacks and their injury status heading into the weekend. Tim rings in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt.
You're not going to do it for 1 game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you are going. You need the right team. You need a really good plan. This is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried that you're not going to have enough money in retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, don't fumble the ball. Set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a game plan that's going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products, which means they can offer you a multitude of different options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated to act in your best interests at all times. It is more than numbers at Trajan Wealth. It all begins with relationships, and I'm talking about great customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your individual needs, because at Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them at 480-990-3300 or find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you that Twin Peaks is the place to be all month long. Baseball playoffs, football going strong, hockey and basketball starting up, plus the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Is Sam Levitt trending towards playing Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring filling in for Vinny. Sammy Sobolka here. Bailey filling in for Jared Carlin once again. So don't tune into YouTube looking for Jared's shirt. You're not going to find it, but you can find us. Right?
Yes, you can.
What are you wearing today, Sammy? What are you sporting?
I've got my TPC Sawgrass shirt on from when I was working back at the PGA.
Okay.
It was in our backyard, and we got a nice discount, so I brought home some good things. For not only
Have you played Sawgrass?
Yeah.
How'd you do on the 17th? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
So my story about Sawgrass, real quick, is I was playing, and you get a caddy. Your group gets a caddy, and he was my age, and I was playing with a bunch of older people, and they loved the caddy. And on 16, it's a par 5 with kind of like an island green as well. Drove the green in 2, made one of my 4 eagles all time, rolled a 15-footer, went to 17, and then I hit 2 balls in the water. And
wow.
My round just spiraled after that.
Wow.
It's a lot more intimidating when you're standing on the tee box. I'll say that.
Well, what's even more impressive, you've got 3 career eagles.
4.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've still got a big donut there. I've had a couple of good looks, but I haven't cashed one in just yet.
I've had an eagle in a scramble.
Wow, well, there you go. That didn't quite count.
It's about 0.5 there, Tim. Half an eagle.
All right, so we've got some good news on the injury front from Tempe. Arizona State, Kenny Dillingham, Sam Levitt got out there yesterday. He grinded through practice. He showed decent mobility. Here's what Kenny Dillingham had to say about that.
I thought he moved around pretty good today. He moved in the pocket a little bit today. You know, last week he never left the pocket, so we didn't really know. Today he moved around in the pocket, which was a positive, so he looked more like himself. So I think we'll have a conversation, and then by tomorrow, when the injury report's out, we'll disclose the honest truth.
Yeah, disclosing the honest truth.
Disclose the honest truth? Well, I mean,
what he got to, he obviously does not like the idea that people brought up those he got injured playing pickup basketball rumors that started to float out of thin air shortly after he was announced out for that game.
Or did they float out of thin air?
Well, that But I think it's in response to that is what I think. Look, it's.
But then stop being cloak and dagger with it, and then these rumors won't happen. He re-injured it in a practice on however it happened.
And you have to. I think he has to be a little understanding because it came out of nowhere, right? He went from practicing to probable to doubtful to out.
Off a bye week.
Off a bye week.
And in the game that he had previously just played, it was maybe the most athletic I'd seen Sam Levitt.
That's it. So the idea that Sam Levitt's been dealing with an ankle injury and grinding through it the last couple of games, it doesn't really jive with what we've seen, right? You know what I mean? It's water under the bridge. The big deal is whether or not this young man can play this football game on Saturday against a really good football team, a football team that has spent $28 million on its roster. Right?
They have actually served notice to the college football world. I mean, I know we'll focus on ASU here, but Texas Tech, I mean, the numbers are startling. Their offense is putting up nearly 50 a game. Their defense is giving up just over 12 points a game. You know, they're obviously undefeated. They're obviously 7th in the country. This is a juggernaut that they're building down there in Lubbock.
In Lubbock.
All
right, before we move
on. Buddy Holly.
All right, there you go. Before we move on to Kyler Murray, big shout out to all our great listeners in Queen Creek. Good morning, Queen Creek. How y'all doing? All right, back onto the Arizona Cardinals now. This is also interesting because this is the game before the bye week. And part of me says it would be really, really smart for Kyler Murray to sit this one out for a couple of different reasons. Get healthy during the bye week. Come back against the Cowboys where you have a great history. Get healthy and give this team another week of Jacoby Brissett to see what this looks like.
Well, I think there's a Jacoby Brissett component to this discussion, right? If Brissett went out there and was just dreadful in Indianapolis, you'd be more prone to put a less than 100% Kyler Murray out there on the field against the Packers. But if Kyler's foot is still an issue and it affects mobility, I mean, that's a big part of Kyler's game.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can't be, quote, Kyler Murray in terms of being able to extend plays or make plays out of the pocket with his legs or just flat out quarterback design runs, then, he's just not the complete quarterback that he can be when he's at his very best.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, we're going to get into a little bit later on something Drew Petzing said that raised my eyebrows a little bit. He basically said that had Kyler Murray played Sunday against the Colts, the game would have looked just about the same in his opinion, which to me is patently absurd. Absolutely absurd. Because everything about that game that we watched was exactly the opposite. How different this all looks.
The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command.
Okay.
George Orwell,
1984.
Animal Farm. I mean, come on. We all saw the game. Now, that doesn't mean it's a referendum on the future of the quarterback position, 100% guaranteed. Kyler Murray's got to go, play Brissett the rest of the season, find a new guy in the offseason. It doesn't mean all that, but don't sit there and tell me that this would have looked the same because we have a lot more than the last 5 games of the season.
Right. And so we're going to get into what this is all about in a little bit, but here's what Drew Petzing had to say about that.
Absolutely. And then there's going to be tweaks and changes. It's not, that like, hey, Jacoby did this, Kyler might do that. But I think from a overall standpoint, I think their skill sets are similar.
So, and again, I think this is like you just played that famous quote from 1984. What we saw, the reason why that game was so powerful is it was visually so much different than what we've seen, right? And the fact that Jacoby Brissett was under center 17 times in a game, running play action, and Kyler Murray has only done that 16 times all year. Clearly, this was different. It also raises the question, Tim, rather uncomfortable question. If this offense is designed better for Jacoby Brissett, why didn't they design this specifically for Kyler Murray?
Right. And whatever they have designed for Kyler Murray just hasn't been working from a point and production standpoint in these 5 games. I mean, Jonathan Gannon with Kyler Murray with Jonathan Gannon, however you want to say it. I mean, they're under 500. They're 13-17. And Jonathan Gannon was on record on Monday saying we did different things. We did different things schematically. In other words, you had him under center more. You had him in play action more. And the numbers, by the way, out of play action were fantastic. Brissett was 13 for 20 for 171 yards. Yep. And the McBride touchdown was on play action.
Yep.
And I think, could Kyler Murray make some of those throws that Brissett made? Of course he could. But we just have, and this is what I said yesterday and what I said Sunday after the game. it's undeniable that we just haven't seen enough of those throws downfield from Kyler Murray. When you have 7 pass plays or more, 7 pass plays of 20 yards or more in one game, and you had 6 the whole season, 5 games combined. Leading up to that, I mean, give me a break. Don't tell me it would have looked the same.
Yeah, it wouldn't have. All right, so the other big factor, Marvin Harrison Jr., his status for Sunday.
It's hard, and I'll be honest. And this is, being in this sport, you hate seeing anyone on your roster get hurt. It's an unfortunate reality of the sport, but you never want to see it. Knowing what the game meant to him obviously carries a little bit extra weight on my end, but I wouldn't say that I have a drastically different response, just because I always feel bad when those guys go down.
All right, so you hope that he's cleared for Sunday. They're going to need him. The Packers are an interesting team. They should be better than they are. They're 3-1-1. They haven't been the same since one of their defensive players said, we can go undefeated. And then they promptly gave up 40 points to the Cowboys. So this is a game that I think is winnable and better be winnable for the Arizona Cardinals.
They're a little schizo, the Packers. I kind of talked about this yesterday, right? Every time you think they're going to be just firmly placed in the upper echelon of the NFL, they have a clunker, and maybe they'll have a clunker on Sunday.
All right, tune into Arizona Sports tonight right after Sparky's Den. Kellen and Mitch will preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers, plus ASU as they take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. All right, coming up on the other side, the Dodgers are at it again. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. We're back right after this.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is our reward in the Valley. It's the time to get outside, time to enjoy your backyard, and a great time to call Turf Monsters, the one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. They are the leading installer of award-winning artificial turf in the Valley, which means they can give you that beautiful green, sparkling lawn without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bill, and it can help you make your game days better with that lush, low-maintenance lawn for the kids, for the dog, for watching football outside, or you can keep your short game sharp with a customized putting green. They're so good at these that Turf Monsters was hired to create the putting course at Dobson Ranch. That should tell you something. They can bring the golf course to you, and their range is incredible. Barbecue pits, fire pits, pergolas, pavers, all the way to pickleball courts. Go check out samples of their work online. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there at turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. And 1 week from today, the Phoenix Suns will tip off their 2025-26 season at Matchup Mortgage Center against the Sacramento Kings. But last night, they finished up preseason play with a win against the Lakers, a 113-104 win, and rookies Kamon Malawach and Rasheer Fleming showed some serious signs of growth and potential. And here was head coach Jordan Knott on Malawach.
The character and the spirit of him specifically, that I'm not sure he has a bad day. He may have a bad moment, but he's not going to have a bad day. And he came out and he showed some things today. So now he's set the new standard.
Good news for ASU fans. Sam Levitt took first-team reps in practice yesterday ahead of ASU's biggest game of the season. The quarterback is monitoring a foot injury, but will hopefully be ready to go Saturday afternoon against Texas Tech. And the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday, and we're still waiting for an update on Kyler Murray and his status with his foot injury, as the Cards will look to avoid losing their 5th straight. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first day of practice this week for the Cardinals has arrived. We'll react to the latest from the Cards headquarters starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and Napster.
All right, so the Los Angeles Dodgers are not a perfect baseball team. In fact, they've got a very, very erratic, unreliable bullpen. But good news for Dodgers fans, don't think you need one. Who says you need a bullpen to win a World Series, huh, Tim? My goodness. Last night, Yoshinobu Yamamoto tossed a complete game and becoming the first Japanese player to ever do so in a postseason game. First one since Justin Verlander twirled a complete game. I believe it was against the Yankees back in 08-07. It's been a while since we've actually had a complete game in the postseason. And this comes on the heels of Blake Snell, who went 8 innings the night before, facing the minimum. Incredible pitching display from the Dodgers.
And in the 2-3-2 format, no team that dropped the first 2 games at home in the LCSs has ever come back and won the series. Mm-hmm. So his history says the Brewers are cooked. The strength of the Dodgers says the Brewers are cooked. That series may not even get back to Milwaukee. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers, they're just, I mean, I know pitching is the headline, but they're relentless offensively. I mean, even, Yamamoto actually gave up a home run to lead off the game to Churio.
Yeah.
But again, though, like, okay, you put yourself in the Brewers the clubhouse dugout and put yourself in the stands, right? Mm-hmm. You desperately need to win game 2. Your leadoff hitter gets a home run, right? Place is going nuts. You feel really good. Like, okay, that's a great sign. Tonight's our night. And the Dodgers just come right back. Peralta hangs in the top of the second. Peralta hangs a curveball to Hernandez. He deposits it out there in the left field. And I'm sure everybody in the stands and everybody in that dugout was like, damn it.
Right.
Oh, God. And then they pile another run on that inning.
Yeah,
and
then it was over.
And they never look back.
Yeah. So, listen, 2 more wins, and these are the cold, hard facts, folks. 2 more wins, and the Dodgers advance to the World Series for the 3rd time in 6 years. They will be positioned to become baseball's first repeat champion in 25 years. It's been that long since Major League Baseball has had a repeat champion.
25 years.
25 years.
Yankees, right?
Yeah.
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 Wow.
A streak that was undone, or that reign was undone by the Diamondbacks in 2001. But, this is, as we illuminated yesterday, this is kind of a Diamondbacks fan, their worst fear. This is a team now that is not only spending a lot of money, now they're spending it and winning at the same time while they're cultivating a great farm system.
I mean, and again, like I hate to say it, but sometimes you do get what you pay for.
Yeah.
And you give a guy like Yamamoto $325 million, you expect him to deliver like this on the biggest of stages, and he did exactly that. And then again, the offense is just relentless. Max Muncy now has the most home runs in Dodger postseason history. Those stats are always a little skewed to me because there's way more postseason games for the current athlete as opposed to, Steve Garvey didn't get an opportunity to play, 35 postseason games in a span of 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So, but still though, like they spend the money, and the money right now is delivering in the form of players.
Well, and in the form of the starting pitching as well, because the Brewers' big advantage is in the bullpen, and yet the starting pitching from Los Angeles has changed the entire calculus of the series. I also had a laugh. Pat Murphy, Murphy's the Brewers manager, the other night he said, yeah, you know what? Freddie Freeman has been a Milwaukee killer for years. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought he was a Diamondbacks killer.
He's a lot. He's just a killer.
He's just a killer.
Yeah. He's a serial killer is what he is when it comes to baseball teams, right?
Yes. Well, and it's weird because when you look at the Dodgers, you'd think like Ohtani, Betts, Freeman would be the ones to kill you offensively. And right now, Ohtani's hitting 147 in the postseason, and Freeman's hitting 242. It's the likes of Teoscar Hernandez, Kike Hernandez, Max Muncy, where when those guys are beating you, you're in some trouble because it's only a matter of time when Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman.
And that's why they're the best. It's a little bit like a football team. I've talked about this before. You could have a great 1 through 5 in terms of skill and talent on your football team. How good you are is determined by how good player number 5 through 40 is on your roster.
Yeah.
And that's what separates the great teams from the teams that you think, well, they should be good. They got these guys, but the great teams, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and they are strong 1 through 9.
What's interesting about this series is even though it looks hopeless for Milwaukee now, the Dodgers did not want to go to Roki Sasaki last night because he nearly blew Game 1. And one point about Game 1 we didn't get to was the Bryce Terang controversy, if you will. Bryce Terang, with the bases loaded, ducked out of a pitch that was going to hit him. And afterwards, everybody was like, dude, you gotta take one for the team there. And it brings up a fascinating thing that as a hitter, can you do that? Or do you just reflexively get out of the way?
I think you got to know going in that if it's near me, I got to take one.
Yeah.
Because if you don't process that before you step in there,
you're not doing it on the real
yes,
in real time.
Instincts say step out of the way.
Right. Yeah.
Man, that would be just it's so hard because that ball's coming upwards of 90 miles an hour at your kneecaps. The knee-jerk instinct is to just get out of the way.
Yeah.
And I'm sure as soon as he got out of the way, he probably should have wore that.
Hey,
real time is tough.
Hey,
yes.
Buttermaker made Rudy Stein take one for the team, for the Bears. I mean, Sammy's going, what are you talking about, Tim?
Explain to him, Tim. Explain to him. You going to give him the cultural reference?
Oh, you want to give it to
Sure, go ahead.
Bad News Bears, Sammy.
Okay.
1976, Walter Matthau.
Yeah.
Tatum O'Neal.
So again, this is this is all spinning towards if the Dodgers go back to back here, and with this pitching staff firing at the level they are currently firing, I think this kind of sheds new light on what the Diamondbacks are up against in this division. Now, one of the coolest things about Mike Hazen is how defiant he has been over the years when it comes to the money that the Dodgers spend. He will very explicitly say, I don't care about that. There are enough good baseball players out there that I can find a way to compete. It's easier to say that when the Dodgers aren't cashing that chip every year. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But now that they've got this thing at a level where that albatross is off their back.
Hazen can point to 2023 when he was almost vindicated in terms of his thoughts on payroll and what he can do and what kind of baseball team you can build. But yeah, Bick, you're right. I mean, when the years start stacking up, and not only the Diamondbacks' inability to compete with the Dodgers, but pretty much anybody else's. I mean, if they win again this year,
especially the way the short order that they're making of these teams, it never looked like Philly really got into that series. It doesn't look like Milwaukee's getting into this series.
And the way they've set it up is the amount of money that they've spent in the last couple years. it's going to continue, and they're going to be set up for next year as well, and the following year after that, because these pitchers are young. Shohei's not going anywhere. He's probably only going to get better. The MLB has a Dodger problem.
Yeah, listen. So, and this is what I'm getting at here, because the Milwaukee Brewers, small market Milwaukee Brewers, led Major League Baseball in regular season victories, right? So by all statistical accounts, they were the best team in Major League Baseball. We're getting into the postseason, and the Dodgers are making them look like the JV because they have a $415 million payroll.
And they're turning it up a notch. I mean, these guys are good, right?
Yeah.
This series isn't going to go back to Milwaukee. I'd be shocked if it did. In fact, by the way, when you look at the Mariners being up 2-0, this is the first time in 55 years both LCSs, the home teams, fall down 0-2.
That's right.
So, I mean, it's been 1970 was the last time it happened. 6 years before the Bad News Bears was released, Sammy, to put that in perspective.
Well, and as somebody pointed out, the Dodgers win because they have a $162 million first baseman in Freddie Freeman. They've got a $182 million pitcher in Blake Snell. They've got a $365 million outfielder in Mookie Betts. You mentioned Yamamoto. Then you've got Shohei and all his deferred money.
And also, they're not even really paying him yet.
Well, listen, right, that's right. That's it. They're not even really paying him yet.
We got cash on hand right now.
Yes.
Who else can we get this next offseason?
Crazy. Okay, Yamamoto, $325 million is his contract. Ohtani is a $700 million player. Tyler Glasnow has $136 million. It goes on and on and on. I said a couple of weeks ago that the beauty of sports is it's the one thing left in this universe, in the age of billionaires, where you can't buy what you want. The Dodgers are proving that wrong.
They are proving that wrong. And that's why a salary cap is probably, I mean.
Yes, definitely. Finish your thought.
Well, I was going to say, and if it happens, the Dodgers would be the chief reason why.
Yeah. Yes, this is something that I think Major League Baseball needs to address, right? We're going to talk about Texas Tech and ASU and what they did and how it spurred rules changes. It's about time Major League Baseball put some guardrails on this thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, Bick, when we were younger men, the Yankees were the team that always tried to do that. But you know what? Ironically, it didn't always work for them. In fact, it didn't work for them a lot. Until they had some homegrown talent, Derek Jeter and Bertie Williams and these guys, and they went on that epic run in the 90s, in the 2000s. But for a long time, but they were making the wrong hires, the wrong signings.
Yep.
So you credit the Dodgers baseball people for spending the money wisely,
That's the problem.
But spending the money nonetheless.
They have money and they're smart. That doesn't always happen. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll tour around the NFL, some hash marks. Stick around. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jacoby Brissett is. It's not like you're looking at Jacoby Brissett because you want to see if he's the long-term answer. You're looking at Jacoby Brissett to see, how does this offense look with a capable quarterback running it? And that's what you're looking at. It's not like, I need another look at Jacoby. It's like, I need another look with somebody that's not Kyler
That's
Murray.
Exactly it. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself by restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue. And I am telling you from personal experience, this stuff works, folks. QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus, currently in treatment for a bad case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, I am markedly better. And this is what QC Kinetics are doing for people. Their regenerative treatments are all organic, which means there's no drugs, no steroids, no downtime, no surgery. You walk into the office, you get your treatment, you walk back out the door. And remember, great athletes like Peyton Manning, Kobe Bryant, they used to fly to Europe all the time during their off seasons to get these advanced regenerative treatments because they weren't available in America. They're now they're here, they're in our backyard, and QC Kinetics, again, the nation's leader. If you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, give them a call, get a free consultation, bring them your x-rays and your MRIs. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders. Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Tim Ring, Sammy Sabalka, Jared Carlin will be back tomorrow for those who miss seeing his furry face and his kaleidoscope outfits. Yeah, all that stuff. Sammy came up with an interesting idea. He tasked us with coming up with 3 things we believe about the NFL season in 2025 and 3 things we do not believe about the NFL season in 2025. Sammy, you want to kick us off?
Sure. I'm going to start with something that I don't believe. And I don't believe the overseas games are working at all. The Jags have been there 14 times. They're going there again this weekend against the Rams. It's not something a majority of those people, nonetheless fans, really care about over there. They care more about their football as opposed to the football. Mm-hmm. And I get it's all about money, but at some point, fans have to care about it, and I don't believe that they do.
Well, maybe stop sending the Jaguars so much.
Yeah,
they'd care a little more.
No doubt.
How much of it, though, Sammy, is to get that extra TV window in on a Sunday morning?
But if you're the NFL,
remember, because it's 9 a.m. On the East Coast. It's not that. I mean, we have to get up at 6 to watch it.
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, so they're kind of sneaking in a TV window and trying to globalize the game.
Some people like it. I don't like waking up on Sunday morning and thinking, "Oh, I've already missed a quarter or a half of a football game." I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I'm kind of agreeing with you. I'm not really a fan of this.
Well, and on Sunday mornings, you kind of, Dan, you talked about it yesterday, you prep your day to sitting down at 10 or 11 to start your football watching.
Yeah.
If a game's already halfway over, whether it's a good one or not, the majority of them are not good football games.
Right, but that's ethnocentric to Phoenix and the West Coast.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in New York, Boston, or Philly, that game kicks off at 9. It's quite nice. Chicago kicks off at 8. It's quite nice.
Right. It's quite nice there.
All right.
What else you got, Sammy?
Something I believe in. The Kansas City Chiefs are still in the best spot to win the Super Bowl. Rashee Rice is coming back this week. The Super Bowl. Rashee Rice is coming back this week. There's no real class in the conference. The Bills have just lost 2 in a row. Steve Spagnuolo, Andy Reid, and Mahomes. It seems that they get better as the season goes on as well. So I still think at 3-3, they're in the best position to win the Super Bowl.
Got it.
All
Tim,
right.
You want to give us one?
I
thought you wanted to go through your whole list.
I can go through my whole list.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you go through all 6? We got rapid fire.
I'll go
these
quick
things.
then. Okay, yeah. I think the Eagles are still too good to not figure this situation out. I think they can still contend in the NFC, and I think if healthy, Puka Nacua can win the receiving triple crown. The last person to do it, Cooper Kupp, is quarterback Matthew Stafford. 2 other things I'm not of the belief in. I'm not in the belief that the Colts and the Jaguars are real. They're 5-1 and 4-2. I don't think a playoff win is coming for either of those teams. And I don't believe Jaden Daniels is right now or moving forward going to be the number 1 quarterback in his quarterback class with Drake May and Caleb Williams.
Oh, I love that take. All right, I'll go next, Tim. We'll have you bet third if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Here's what I believe. I believe the Patriots are going to win the division and unseat the Buffalo Bills.
I like that.
I've been saying that all along, and having beaten them in Buffalo, they've got a leg up to do it. I believe Baker Mayfield is legit and is going to win the MVP.
Okay.
And I believe that Aaron Rodgers' time in New York will be eclipsed by a very, very good season in Pittsburgh. They're going to win that division, probably going away. And we'll see what that does in the postseason. What I don't believe, and I no longer believe that 2025 is going to be the year of the kicker, as I once predicted.
Okay.
In fact, there have been more kicking mistakes than impact field goals or kicking. Kickers landing the ball short of the landing zone, kicks getting blocked and housed for touchdowns. It's exactly the opposite of what I predicted. I don't believe, I'm kind of with you on a couple things. I do not believe the Colts are legit. I don't think they're going to win that division. And I think that Jacksonville is going to regret drafting Travis Hunter as high as they did, hoping he'd be a two-way player.
Something we haven't talked about really at all is Travis Hunter's inability to play both sides. All right, Tim.
All right, here we go. Some of this stuff is in line with what you guys are saying. Some of it actually flies in the face. Number one, what I do believe, the Bills will rep the AFC in the Super Bowl. I do believe the Rams will emerge victorious and win the NFC West division. I do believe Miami will clean house at some point midseason after the season, Mike McDaniel and general manager Chris Greer. I don't believe the 49ers can now finish with double-digit wins thanks to the rash of injuries, especially on the defensive side. Sammy, I also don't believe Mahomes and the Chiefs are finished in terms of I do believe the Bills are going to be representing the AFC, but keep an eye on the Chiefs. And the last one is, this one hits home to me. I don't believe Caleb Williams is all the way there yet when it comes to being a complete NFL quarterback. I think there is work
Bears
to
slander,
do.
Tim.
Bears.
Bears. So Caleb Williams, did you notice that Troy Aikman is getting destroyed by a lot of Bears fans because they thought Troy was biased against Caleb Williams in that game?
Yes, and
Did you hear any of that?
I've read all the aftermath, and then I've seen some of the quotes, and Troy Aikman is hard on Caleb Williams. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But a lot of that stuff is also deserved. I mean, Caleb's got some accuracy issues when it comes to managing a football game. Can be a brilliant player at times, but there's a lot of passes that need to be put in different spots.
What a wild division that is. The Bears now have won 3 consecutive games. The Packers, who are playing the Cardinals this year, have been really up and down.
And they have a tie.
And they've got a tie, right? Then you've got the Lions, who at times look like no one can handle them, except the Chiefs just did. And then you've got the Vikings, who probably have the best coach in the sport. That's a mouthful, I know, but
top 5 for sure. But their quarterback right now is Carson Wentz.
Yeah, the quarterback issue in Minnesota over the course of a 17-game season is going to be an issue, obviously. I mentioned this yesterday. The Bears have the Panthers coming up on Sunday. Now, I know the Panthers are not as bad as maybe we thought they would be, but the Bears have an excellent chance to win that football game, Bick, and all of a sudden now you're 4-2. Look at us now, baby.
Bears.
How you like me now?
Bears. All right, so what do you want to say about Travis Hunter, Sammy?
Well, I think because we spend a lot of time preseason kind of talking about this Shohei Ohtani hitting and pitching phenomenon and how it compares to Travis Hunter trying to play both sides of the field. And as much as we and national media have talked about the possibility of it, I don't think the coverage of it not happening has been as good as it should be. Because, to be honest, like, you don't really, aside from a couple plays here and there, you don't really notice that he's out there that much.
No, and this was the danger in drafting that kid as high as you did, because to allocate a draft pick that high, he's got to be excellent on both sides of the ball. Because you would not draft a corner unless it's Deion Sanders at that, was he 2 overall?
He was 2 overall.
Okay, you wouldn't draft a cornerback solely. You wouldn't draft a wide receiver solely at number 2 unless he's absolutely sensational. And the idea that Travis Hunter was going to come into the NFL and do both at a high level, it doesn't happen. The league is too good.
We had, I think it was Matt Miller on one of our shows I was filling in right before the draft, and I point blank asked him, and it's exactly what you were saying. If Travis Hunter was just a corner, would he be the number 2 pick in the draft? If he was just a wide receiver, would he be the number 2 pick in the draft?
Yeah, and the answers are hell and no.
And if the answer is hell and no, why are they picking him number 2 in the draft? And unless you think you got a unicorn that's going to be a potential Pro Bowl player on both sides of the ball.
And how many unicorns are there in the NFL? The league is just too good. It's too much work. Can you imagine having to learn the offense and then get over to the?
Yes, it's not only game day work, but also you're right, the mental prep of being in the meetings all.
Yeah.
Well, somebody actually broke this story. I didn't realize this. Apparently, when he was at Colorado, all his work pregame, game week, preparation, meetings, practice was done on the defensive side.
Yeah.
Basically, they just threw him in there on offense and told him run this route.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't get away with that.
That's not going to work in the NFL.
All right, on the other side, the Arizona Cardinals, huge game this weekend with one question. Why the kid gloves with Kyler Murray? We'll discuss on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. Talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Told you about my plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 a.m. A live person answered the phone by 8 a.m. the same day. They were at my house. That is how Parker & Sons rolls. Reason number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All are trust certified, which means they pass drug tests and background checks. Look, you don't let anybody into your house. That's your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let in your front door. At Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. and I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina, or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night with a 113-104 win over the Lakers. For the Suns, Jared Butler had 38 points to go along with 9 assists, and rookie Kaman Malawach flashed some serious potential last night with 17 points. The Suns will open up their season a week from today at home against the Kings, and it'll be without Jalen Green as he re-aggravated his hamstring and will miss the opener. Sam Levitt did practice for the Devils yesterday and took first-team reps as he continues to be monitored with a foot injury ahead of their Big 12 matchup with Texas Tech. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Packers, and here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on what he saw on Sunday.
I think there was some confidence built. I think at the end of the day, we're an outcome-based offense, and we didn't score enough points, so that's what we're going to focus on and where we can improve to get over the hump. But I was definitely pleased with some of the things that took place on the field and kind of the momentum we were able to build.
Question marks still remain on who will be under center on Sunday, but for now, we'll have to wait and find out. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What challenges do the Green Bay Packers present to the Arizona Cardinals? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
It wasn't that long ago in Cardinals history when Colt McCoy came in and subbed for Kyler Murray and kind of showed exactly how Cliff Kingsbury's offense was supposed to look, and we kind of saw that this weekend in Indianapolis with Jacoby Brissett and Drew Petzing's offense, an offense that was a revelation, that featured chunk plays for all the wide receivers, that seemed to lift everybody, and why wouldn't it? Michael Wilson had a 30-yard reception. Trey McBride had a 26-yard reception and 11 targets. Zay Jones at a 24-yard game. Elijah Higgins a 24-yard gain. Marvin Harrison Jr. 21 yards. Bam Knight 20 yards. That's a lot of chunky production from the Arizona Cardinals in that game. And it made people really kind of go, wow, look at what a really poised quarterback can do for this offense. Not only standing in the pocket under pressure and delivering, but the poise he showed pre-snap and the calm he brought pre-snap. So we all saw that. And we all thought that this is something worthy of celebrating. I was a little taken aback. I'm not going to say that Jonathan Gannon was dismissive, but it didn't seem that he gushed about his quarterback the way Jacoby Brissett deserved, especially after the way Jacoby Brissett hung in there. The toughness he showed for the football team, nearly leading them to a victory. It was sort of like, well, that's what we expected from Jacoby.
I also think, and they would never admit this, but extensive, effusive praise for Jacoby Brissett, they may feel that Kyler Murray would feel that they were, in a way, slighting betraying him. Or if we say Jacoby Brissett did this, this, and this well, we're actually saying Kyler doesn't do it well.
Yeah.
And it's almost like, I don't want to say coddling, because it's not like a Torey Lovello, Cattell Marte thing here. It's more like, we got to make sure Kyler stays engaged and knows that we have the ultimate confidence in him because he's still our starting quarterback. So let's not pile on the praise for Brissett because it may hurt Kyler's feelings in a weird way, right?
It got even crazier yesterday when Drew Petzing met with the media and was asked about how different the game looked with Jacoby Brissett. He didn't think it did.
Just to clarify, because people have been wondering about this, it's not like there's a separate playbook for a Jacoby Brissett.
No, not at all. Not at all. And honestly, I don't think that game looks drastically different if one of the others in the game.
Okay, that to me...
Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When Petzing says that,
okay,
is he talking about how he called the game or how the game was played? Because I actually believe, if he says that game... Because
okay, let's listen again.
Just to clarify, because people have been wondering about this, it's not like there's a separate playbook for a Jacoby Brissett.
No, not at all. Not at all. And honestly, I don't think that game looks drastically different if one of the others in the game.
Okay, all right, then I'll buy that. I misinterpreted it the first time I heard it and read about it, but maybe you're right. Maybe he's saying that I'm going to be calling the same plays, but then the corollary of that is
it is
the outcomes.
Yes, it is
look much different,
and that is what you and I really got into yesterday. Like it's like, and again, the game plan or the play calls. Jonathan Gannon said scheme was a little different. I think he's talking about play action and putting Brissett under center. But when Petzing says the game wouldn't have looked any different, if he's talking about outcome, I don't buy it. If he's talking about the game plan and the play calling, I actually do buy it. And that in and of itself is somewhat of an indictment of Kyler Murray when you saw the production that Jacoby Brissett was able to get from a downfield vertical passing game. So either way, it's not great for Kyler Murray.
Yeah. So again, this is why I think this has got to be dangerous ground in that locker room, because the locker room has had issues with this before. The red carpet treatment of Kyler Murray, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that at one point in time, Kelvin Beachum even came out and said the kid needs to grow up, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah, he did.
All right. So the question is Kyler Murray's feelings really going to be hurt that badly by acknowledging that, hey, you might have to fight for your job?
This is a big boy business, and Drew Petzing says we're an outcome-oriented offense. I'm like, okay, well, every offense I would think would be at some point. I mean, where you're going with this, Vic, is exactly right. There just seems to be, through verbiage and attitude and sentimentality out of the coaching staff, to downplay the Brissett performance. And all I can think of, it's because they just want to make sure Kyler's properly managed here, and they don't lose him or they don't upset him. It just reeks of that to me.
But I think that's where I say I think you're risking damaging the rest of the team by obsessing over making sure Kyler feels like he's the guy. And again, I understand their strategy from day one that the best way to try to get the best out of Kyler Murray was to win his trust. It was to show that we have got your back. We believe in you. But when a backup comes out and puts that kind of game on the field and everyone can see the difference, to just flippantly say, nope, Kyler Murray's our starter, I don't understand it. I don't. Now,
they're also trying to maybe downplay a quarterback controversy.
Clearly. Absolutely.
And they don't want that exploding right now. And now, is that about trying to minimize drama, which every NFL team wants to do? Is there a component where they're trying to make sure Kyler Murray is okay with all this?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's part of the case as well.
So if you're asking me, all right, is the fact that Kyler Murray, that it's his job regardless because this has to be the make or break year for Kyler Murray, I buy that to an extent. I get that to an extent. You've invested a lot of money in this kid. This kid has got a lot of potential. But the question becomes, is if this offense is better suited for Jacoby Brissett, why aren't you calling plays that better highlight what Kyler Murray can do well? If the game would not have been called any differently, yet it looked dramatically different than anything we've seen from Kyler Murray, then why aren't you calling a different kind of game for Kyler Murray?
Why is there not a game plan that's more suited for his skills? I've been harping on this ever since Kyler came into the league.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they've run him enough. And I remember talking to Kingsbury on one of our shows here. Like, he was supposed to be the ultimate dual threat quarterback. That's what's set him apart. That's why you drafted him number one. It's not because he stood in the pocket and stood tall and delivered the football down the field. It's because this guy could make plays with his feet that other quarterbacks couldn't make.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cardinals, there's always been a reluctance to run him. And when you talk to people over the years, it's like, I don't think Kyler Murray doesn't like doing that. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to be under center. He doesn't want to be in play action. He wants to see the field out of shotgun, and he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want a running game, his own running ability to be a part of the arsenal, as much as I always thought that it should be.
Well, yeah, clearly. And the idea, though, and I've always been a huge believer that in the NFL, you have got to have your quarterback operating out of play action. It's really the only way you can keep a defense totally honest. And by not having that as a part of your game, I think that really, it's not a great thing, man. It's not. So this is really going to be an interesting situation this weekend because we don't know if Kyler's going to play. If he's healthy, he is going to be back in the lineup. And yet there's a bye week right after this game against the Packers. So it would just seem to me that maybe this is all lip service, coach speak, with the idea that Kyler probably isn't going to be 100% this weekend, but we're probably going to need him out of the bye week against the Cowboys. So I don't know. It's really an interesting thing.
If I had a crystal ball and Kyler Murray could be out there against the Packers on Sunday, at this point, they haven't even practiced yet this week, I don't know.
Right.
But I could see Jacoby Brissett against the Packers. Kyler comes back against the Cowboys. But where it gets real interesting, Dan, eventually Jonathan Gannon has to start winning games. If this offense continues to tank post-Cowboy game, and he knows he's got someone over there on the bench in Brissett that can maybe spark this offense, would he ever give Kyler the hook in the back half of the season and put Brissett in to try to win a football game? Then it's game on in terms of quarterback drama and the future of Kyler Murray here in Arizona.
Well, listen, what I've been saying for the longest time was I thought the beauty of signing Jacoby Brissett was actually giving somebody who was going to push Kyler Murray. That it wasn't going to be just, hey, I'm here to mentor you. I'm here to hold your clipboard. I'm here to jump in if you get hurt, but this is your job. Because I think that would maybe help grow Kyler Murray, to give him real fear for his job.
Maybe, and maybe it will. Maybe we'll see a different Kyler Murray next time he's out there on the field after what happened Sunday in Indy.
Yeah. So going under center is what really made that offense click on Sunday against the Colts, and that has to be something that's part of their game plan going forward. All right, on the other side, good news out of Tempe yesterday. Sam Levitt practiced full bore with the first team. What does that mean for this weekend's game? We'll discuss next. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and get another 100%. Week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a huge fan of Sonic, huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. The Smasher lineup is incredible. The garlic butter bacon cheeseburger for me, about as good as a burger gets wherever you're at. I'm also a big fan of the experience at Sonic. You pull into a canopied parking spot. You've got this great menu right outside your driver's side window. You place your order. You don't have to move a muscle. You're suddenly being served curbside by an iconic car hop. You get done, you're on the road. That's exactly the way I love it. You know who else is a huge fan of Sonic? My buddy, Reba McEntire, her nickname, literally, this is a fact, is Tater Tot because she adores the tater tots at Sonic. In fact, Sonic even has a special holiday meal in Reba McEntire's honor. Lots of people love Sonic for lots of different reasons, but again, it's the diversity of that menu where there's guaranteed to be something for everybody, iconic classics, new favorites, and a drink menu that features 10,000 different combinations. Live free, eat Sonic.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. At Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
Connor's in for the touchdown. All the way into the pool and gone. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, one lucky listener is going to get the hookup right now, the home field contest. You can win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers, plus another 2 tickets to see ASU take on Texas Tech. How cool is that? 2 big-time football games this weekend, and we're going to hook you up with tickets to go to both. Give me a caller number, Tim Ring.
6.
Caller number 6 at 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. You are going to win those tickets. You're going to see ASU play the Texas Tech Red Raiders and then the Cardinals and the Packers. Good luck to all of you. Segment, big shout out to our great listeners in Avondale. Good morning, Avondale on the west side.
Detroit. Rock City.
Yeah, there you go. Some Kiss for you.
Yeah, let me know if you need a lead singer for the band.
For Whiskey's Quicker?
Yeah, I'll jump in.
I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that. All right, so big game this weekend for Arizona State football. Huge game for Arizona State football. You win this game, there's a chance you can win out, right? And I think it's a good chance. And I think possibly 9-3 gets you in. Possibly.
To the a 3-loss team out of the Big 12 into the playoffs? I mean, if they
might be
win
able
the
to
Big
win
12.
That's my point.
Yes, okay.
That's my point. But you've got to beat Texas Tech.
A 9-3, that means you'd probably have to beat Texas Tech twice, assuming they also get to the Big 12
You'd have to
championship.
get to the Big 12 championship game and win again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you'd have to get there, but there's other moving pieces. Other teams in the conference. You know how deep this conference is.
In terms of
quality teams.
Yes, they beat up on each other.
Somebody mentioned the other day how dramatically the Big 12 has changed. It used to be that Oklahoma beat everybody until they played Texas, right? And that was the Big 12. That's all it was. It was two teams at the top, and they play in the Red River Shootout, Red River rivalry, and then there you go. There's your Big 12.
I mean, if they, I can say this. I'm pretty sure. I haven't run the numbers, but if they win out ASU, they'll be in the playoffs, right? If they win the rest of their games, and that would qualify for the Big 12 title game and win that, and they go in. So they need to win out.
Well, yes, they need to win out, but they also need to get Sam Levitt on the football field. That I think is non-negotiable, right? But how is Sam Levitt going to look, and can he operate compromised? I know he's tough enough to do it.
Toughness isn't the issue. I mean, grit and leadership. I mean, that's he brings everything to the table that you want out of a quarterback. Mm-hmm. I mean, put it this way: they have no chance to win that game if he's not out there. I am so confident in saying that.
Yeah,
I've seen enough of the backup quarterback to know what his limitations are when it comes to throwing the football. Mm-hmm. I've seen enough of Texas Tech to know just how deadly they are on both sides of the football. That they may be a national title contender, which you just don't think of Texas Tech in those terms.
You don't.
Like they'll eventually become Texas Tech at some point. I don't think that's happening. They're a little bit like the Dodgers of the college football season.
They're very much like the Dodgers of the college football season. Kenny Dillingham.
One game doesn't define you, so it's not like we were expecting to get just destroyed, right? So there really isn't that. Up to that point, we've dominated the run. And we've been physical. Like, that's been a strength of our team. It's holy cow, we're, other than third and short, right, we've been a physical team. So it's more during where did that last 2 weeks go that allowed us to play like that? Because the reality is you are how you play. And you're only as good as your last game. So what defines us right now is our last game. Is that who we are? No. But it's what we are today. It's not who we have to be. Like, we got to fix that. So I think in terms of the leaders, they understand the mission. It's like an unsaid thing. When everybody knows what happened and how to fix it, right, there's really nothing to be said. I think I could call, my sister, and she would know we need to tackle and stop the run, right?
Right. That's exactly right. You need to tackle and stop the run. The other thing that's a bit of adversity for ASU is Ben Coleman gone for the season, dealing with offensive line injuries. Here's what Kenny Dillingham had to say about those.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun not having been out there. I mean, he's a leader of our team. He's been here since day one with us. He's been one of our best offensive players on our team this year. And so that's unfortunate, but I think the guys, stepped up. And I think that's what it takes. It takes guys stepping up and preparing at a level better than they prepared before. Your preparation throughout a season should get harder, not easier as it goes along, because your body should feel worse, which means you should have to do more to feel ready enough to play. So I think getting the young guys to understand that it's not just the same thing every week, it's the same thing and a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. And hopefully our young guys respond to that.
I'd feel a little better if Sam Levitt was 100%, obviously, but also I can't get past, I know we didn't play in the game, but the defensive performance against Utah was just dreadful. I mean, they had 7 meaningful drives before the kneel down drive, and they scored 6 touchdowns. And it's almost like with 2 weeks to prepare. Brian Ward's been outstanding as a defensive coordinator, but it was like they had no answer for the Dampier quarterback run game, and really the entire. What are they?
I agree.
The Utes ran for what, like 276 yards in the game.
It was the quarterback rushing yards that killed him.
He averaged 12 yards a carry, and he ran it for 3 touchdowns. I'm looking at the schedule right now, Bick, and I do agree with you. If they beat Texas Tech, first of all, that'll tell you something about the football team.
Yes.
Where they are at mentally and physically, and what their potential is. So if you can win that game, 10-2 is on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Just like last year. They were what were they? They were 6-2, and it was like they had these last 4 games all somewhat losable, if you will.
Uh-huh.
And they ran the table. If they can win this game on Saturday, if they can find somewhere deep down to get it done on both sides of the ball, because it's going to take a full team effort against this Red Raider team, 10-2 is certainly on the table.
Yeah, because you look at the schedule going out, you get through this game, I think you've got a much clearer path. So I think it's still there for them, and they should take a lot of solace in that, like you said. But I do agree with you about ASU's defense. Now, this is a unit that, for all the optimism about the returning starters on offense, they had even more returning starters on defense. And this is a defense that I thought was fantastic in the second half against Baylor, in the second half against TCU. I just don't think there was a lot of belief on that field in Salt Lake City for a lot of reasons.
This unit allowed about 78 rushing yards a game prior to the Utah game. I said 276. It was actually 279. But it was almost like they were not only beat physically, they were almost beat schematically. It's like, what did they see on film? I mean, unless Brian Ward did a great job preparing his team and the players just didn't make plays.
Yep.
But it looked like they just were completely ill-prepared to handle the quarterback run in that game. And Utah bludgeoned them for 4 quarters of football. And now you've got a very talented Red Raider team coming in here. So I got to be honest, I don't have a great feeling about this.
Uh-huh.
But you never say never, and I still believe in what Kenny Dillingham and his coaching staff can do. It's going to take yeoman's work to win this football game.
But this is the kind of element that Kenny Dillingham's really good at.
One of my Rush Hour reboot questions exactly.
All right, we're going to get to that. Coming up next on the other side, Sammy Sobolka gets your reset with the Rush Hour reboot. Stick around. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is such a pivotal part of the season now, and it already was going to be. But now you're still talking about college student athletes. If you go out there and Levitt can't play and you lose to Texas Tech and you had your heart set on going back to the college football playoff and avenging that Texas loss last year and winning the whole thing, do you start to waver at all as a team, even if a couple guys start to waver at all?
If they lose to Texas Tech, are they done in terms of winning?
You would need, you mean in terms of winning the Big 12?
The conference, yes.
You would have to win out and get help.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about amazing deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That is where General Manager John Nissen and his entire team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, they're now available 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. How about America's favorite truck, the F-150 with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine? They're ready to roll with 3.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end November 3rd, 2025. When you stop into Earnhardt Ford, just tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road, they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for, or you can shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away?
Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com. Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all four Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And 1 week from today, the Phoenix Suns will tip off their 2025-26 season at Matchup Mortgage Center against the Sacramento Kings. But last night, they finished up preseason play with a win against the Lakers 113-104. And rookies Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming showed some serious signs of potential and growth. And here was head coach Jordan Knott on Malawach.
The character and the spirit of him specifically, that I'm not sure he has a bad day. He may have a bad moment, but he's not going to have a bad day. And he came out and he showed some things today. So now he's set the new standard.
Good news for ASU fans. Sam Levitt took first-team reps in practice yesterday ahead of ASU's biggest game of the season. The quarterback is monitoring a foot injury, but will hopefully be ready to go Saturday afternoon against Texas Tech. And the Arizona Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday, and we're still waiting for an update on Kyler Murray and his status with his foot injury, as the Cards will look to avoid losing their fifth straight. And this report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The race for NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship is on, live from Talladega Motor Speedway this Saturday at 12:30, only on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:31. That means it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot every single day at 7:30. And if you're watching us on YouTube, we thank you. If you're wondering how you can get there, just go to YouTube, type in Arizona Sports, and you'll be able to see us every single morning starting at 6 o'clock. But I want to start with the Phoenix Suns. So their preseason wrapped last night, and the NBA season has honestly crept up on everyone. It starts in less than a week. But you know who won't be starting the season? Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Sadly, he re-aggravated his hamstring over in China. A, how much does it suck he won't be able to start the season for the Suns? And B, what does it mean for the Phoenix Suns?
Those are two very, very good questions. I think that it's I think some people are going to go, really? This is a guy that hasn't been hurt in 2 years, and now he comes to Phoenix, and we're dealing with this again, right?
Yeah.
So I think people will say that. It's just going to delay what is going to be a pivotal piece of this basketball team. If Jalen Green ascends this year, that might change the outlook for the entire team.
Mm-hmm.
But ascends means he has to be consistently excellent. Then there's the fact that is this hamstring thing an issue?
Right. Is this a 2-week thing? A 3-week thing?
I don't know.
And however maybe he only misses one game, but however many games he misses, Sammy, the Suns will be that much behind in terms of trying to figure this thing out and making it work. Remember, you either got Booker or Green playing out of position. It looks like it's going to be Green kind of handling those point guard duties. So however long he's out, it's going to take that much longer for this thing to get acclimated and for us to really get a good look at how it looks. Plus, they need his 25 points a game.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they open at home, then they go for 3 on the road.
Man, Jared Butler. Cannot be stopped.
Butler. All right, so did you guys see anything last night from Malawach that, A, intrigued you enough to say he should have probably some more minutes to start the season, or is it still a project?
I think they're going to slow roll him, right? There were 2 things that I loved. I loved the way he rolls to the rim.
Mm-hmm.
He had a really nice alley-oop dunk so he could take the elevator to the top floor. I like that. And then hitting that 3-point shot in the second half was pretty big.
Yeah.
Didn't look too bad doing it.
You know what, though? You know what my favorite play was? I mean, he had a couple of rim-running monster throwdowns.
Yeah.
And, we saw the three-pointer. But for me, the most impressive play was just a little play in the first half. They just dumped it into him. He turned around, and he hit a jump hook over somebody. Like, to me, I was like, okay. I mean, I know he can dunk.
Yeah.
I know he can run the floor. I know he's athletic. But what's going to make or break him in the NBA is
something like that.
Can you throw the basketball into him in the post in a critical situation, and can he get you a bucket? And for an 18-year-old kid who's just kind of finding his way in the game, just a little jump hook, I was like, okay.
Nice little feathery touch.
Malawach.
Listen.
I see you.
Listen, people in Milwaukee have been trying to get Giannis to develop a little jump hook because there's going to come a time when his athleticism is going to start to break down a little bit. And then what's he going to be? He's got to be a guy who can throw that ball into the blocks.
It's going to be real interesting to see how they use him, the Suns, because you're right. They're going to slow play him, but you also want to give him a taste, but you also want to win games. If Mark Williams is out, it makes it a little easier in terms of finding time for him. But when you got Williams and you have Nick Richards and you have Oso Ighodaro, how do you make sure that Malawach just doesn't spend 6 straight games on the bench?
Right.
You got to give him some run in some critical situations.
No, I agree. All right, so Kenny Dillingham said yesterday that one game doesn't define who they are.
One game doesn't define us, but if it continues, it does. And like I told them, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing expecting a different result. So there's going to be a different level of intensity. There's going to be a change in terms of how we practice, so that doesn't happen again, because it's happened once in, a year and a half. It's not what defines us unless we allow it to define us.
So ASU, they're 8.5-point underdogs in their own stadium on Saturday against Texas Tech. Do you kind of think Kenny is relishing in this underdog opportunity at home, ideally with Sam Levitt?
Yeah, yes, I do think so. I think that these are the kind of challenges that Kenny Dillingham has conquered that got us to this place, that got us to the Big 12 championship game last year, that got us to the college football playoff. So I think the underdog spirit of the moment, I think being underdogs at home is something he is certainly going to use as fuel. And he's already appealed to the crowd to make this place hostile. Now, don't throw tortillas.
No. Just make it bump.
Exactly. Make it bump. Listen to the young buck. Make it bump.
Yeah. No, I think he'd rather be playing San Diego State on Saturday, to be honest, because this team needs to win, and they need to get some confidence back, and they need to get their quarterback healthy. It's funny, during the break, I kind of said to myself, now, how often has Sam Levitt lost in the regular season? Not that much, right? Jeff Sims lost at Cincinnati, and Sims obviously lost at Utah. Sam Levitt not only hasn't lost that much, it's been a couple times, but he's never lost at home in a Sun Devil uniform.
Ooh, I like that stat.
Okay?
Love that stat.
He's unbeaten at Sun Devil Stadium as a quarterback of Arizona State.
I like it.
So you get him back out there, and he can beat Sam Levitt. You got a shot to beat Texas Tech.
Yeah, and we'll have more on ASU today and as it leads up to game day. The Cardinals, though, A win on Sunday, they get to 3-4, heading into the bye with some positive momentum. A loss, and it's 5 straight, and it's 2-5. So how much pressure is on this Packers-Cardinals game?
That's a must-win. I mean, of course, I've kind of said that the last few weeks.
No,
but this is it now. You can't go 2-5 big.
No, you can't have a 5-game losing streak going into the bye week. I mean,
also true.
Yeah, let's keep in mind this football team was 2-0 at one point in time.
Yeah.
And instead of taking advantage of 2 victories to start the season that kind of got a little weird at the end of those games.
A little wonky. A little too close for comfort.
Now they've been coughing up these games at the end. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to have to change for that football team.
Yeah, and we'll get into it more with Tyler Drake on the other side. But if we get a report today or tomorrow that Kyler is indeed healthy and ready to go, who being under center will give the Cards the best chance to win the game on Sunday? If Kyler's healthy.
Hey, listen, Again, I'm gonna be the voice in the wilderness on this one. There's no way I take the ball out of Jacoby Brissett's hands at this point in time. No way. Not after the way you saw in the fourth quarter of that game in Indianapolis, a different offense. You saw wide receivers who were thoroughly engaged because they were getting the ball. Did you see how exhilarated Michael Wilson looked after that great catch he made? Like finally, they're throwing me the football.
And it was a huge play.
It was a huge play.
I mean, listen, Brissett couldn't get the 1 or 2 more plays he needed. But lest we forget, he did drive them 78 yards in 10 plays.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, Kyler Murray has engineered some fourth quarter game-winning drives. He did it a few times last year alone.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we've seen the Cardinals play this year, does Kyler Murray drive them down to the 9-yard line, 10 plays, 78 yards, making the throws that Brissett made?
There's no way.
I don't know.
There's no way the Kyler Murray I have seen this season stands in there against that Colts rush the way Jacoby Brissett did. No way.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So again, I understand what the Cardinals need to do and what they're looking for. This is a must-win game, man.
They're 1-13 without Kyler Murray though in their last 14. That's where I go back to. Is like although Kyler has had his struggles, I think they might have a better chance to pull off.
Sammy, you might be exactly right. Listen, there's no. You look at you look at their career bodies of work. Kyler Murray's a better quarterback than Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
But I think when we talk about what Brissett was able to do, we're talking about the prototypical size and arm strength of a quarterback and the ability to stand in the pocket. So, at least for one game in Indy, the offense did look better with that guy. Now maybe Brissett could be out there Sunday.
Yeah.
It might not look anything like that.
Yeah, and like I said yesterday during the blast, it's possible Jacoby Brissett's like a fire extinguisher, good for one use.
Yeah,
right.
It is very true.
But all I know is the difference was profound.
And you could see it.
You could see it.
And you can't deny that.
No,
you just can't.
More on the Cardinals coming up with Tyler Drake. After the break. But
Thank you.
That's the reboot.
You've been rebooted with Sammy Sabalka. On the other side, as Sammy said, Tyler Drake, who covers the Cardinals for Arizona Sports, he'll give you his thoughts and the latest from our football team. That's coming up on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals. And officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, not that long ago, my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs and owns Walt's TV and Appliance, came out to my home, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, a soundbar so good it doubles as my in-home stereo, put them both on a wall downstairs, installed it beautifully, got the television slanted just perfectly, got the soundbar set up, and just like that, I had magic. They had taken my fandom to the very next level. They gave me a great price, and Waltz can do all of that for you. Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957. They'll give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, major name brands, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Go check out their selection of outdoor televisions as well. Incredible how much they've increased in quality over the years. And you're not going to pay a premium at Waltz. They also offer unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. They'll give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy that worry-free installation done done by a pro. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. The Phoenix Suns preseason is over, and we've got less than a week until regular season basketball is underway. So what did we learn, and what do we know ahead of that? We'll cover it at 7 o'clock tonight here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, every game is big in the NFL. This one is really big. Our great pleasure to welcome in our own Tyler Drake, covers the Cardinals for Arizona Sports. Good morning, Tyler. How are you?
What's up, guys? How we doing today?
We're doing good. Let's cut right to the chase. Let's talk about this quarterback position and what Jacoby Brissett gave the team and how that factors into what we might see this weekend.
Yeah. I think the big thing was we saw a lot more under center looks. We saw a lot more play action looks, and that was a lot of the success this last week. Trey McBride feasted on that. I think he had like 64 of his 70-something yards coming out of play action, also had the touchdown. And I think that's where I start, just Jacoby's pocket presence. I mean, they really utilized his 6'4" frame, and they moved the ball more than they have consistently, I'd say, over the first 5 weeks. So something really, surprising for me, just given what this offense has looked like. The run game wasn't absolutely crushing it like maybe it could have earlier in the year. But overall, I thought, hey, it was a great game plan switch up. I know Drew Petzing said it wasn't going to look drastically different between Jacoby or Kyler, but I'd have to disagree with that just because of the play action, the under center. Kyler hasn't had as many drop backs under center all year compared to what Jacoby did this past week.
That's right.
So something definitely was tweaked there, and you saw the success. So it's going to be very interesting this week because, honestly, today we have a closed walkthrough. So we will not have any practice reports for you until the injury report comes out. So just to get that out of the way right now. So we won't see any quarterbacks thrown it today. We'll just have to go off what the injury report says.
You know, Tyler, Gannon comes out on Monday and says that, yeah, we did some schematically different things. We changed the scheme up a bit once we went to a different quarterback. And then Petsy the very next day says, no, we would look the same. And then Vic and I were trying to figure out, hope Petsy wasn't talking about the results would have been the same no matter who was quarterbacking. And then Dan and I got into, whether or not this team is trying to protect Kyler Murray with their words and their actions in the aftermath of Sunday's game. How do you read that, and why the coach is saying one thing, the OC is saying a different thing, and perhaps a Kyler Murray element is involved in all of this?
Yeah, I definitely think they don't want to go openly bash their guy, even if they do feel a certain kind of way. And I do think they still think he is the starting quarterback. He just has to get healthy, and we'll have to see what that looks like. But you can't take away from the results that Jacoby Brissett had with this offense. 400 total yards, 320 passing yards. That's a season high for both of those marks. I think they had the most offensive points scored in 27. So you can't take away what happened and what was on the tape. So it's going to be very interesting. But yeah, you obviously don't want to bash your guy Kyler. Like, if he's healthy, he is definitely a better quarterback in totality than Jacoby Brissett, in my opinion. But given what you need out of this offense, Jacoby really ran that unit well. So it'll be very interesting to see. But yeah, you can't openly go and say, yeah, we're making the quarterback controversy. I think that's more so for all of the people around the team to discuss, not necessarily the team themselves. So I think very much keeping it even keel, not going too far one way or the other, kind of seeing how Kyler shakes back. But I'll be honest, I'd love to see Jacoby get another start just to see if this was a one-off or if there really was something there.
Exactly, especially now, Tyler, that the running game, that running backs room has been decimated, and they're really struggling to recapture that power-based running identity. How do the Cardinals kind of ramp up their rushing game? Can they?
Yeah, honestly, I would like to see a little bit more of Bam Knight. I think he was a little bit extra pop this last game that they had been missing. So seeing him get a little more run, I know Amari DeMarcado, that was a lot because of what he was going through with his ankle injury. So that'll be something to watch. But I did like seeing a little bit more of Bam Knight. I would like to see, I'd like him to run it, cram it vertical. That was always the talk of the town the past 2 years. So would like to get back to that. It's just, who do you have that can really do it? So that's why I'm saying, hey, Michael Carter, yes, he's a shifty dude, but he's more of that. He'll break you out in the open field, where Bam, I think, could actually have a little more power there. So would like to see that. But again, it comes down to the offensive line. Will Hernandez, this is his first full game back. So seeing how he can kind of get back into the mix and really get into that game shape is going to be huge moving forward too.
Yeah, Tyler, so much focus on the offense and the quarterback situation. Where are you at with Nick Rawls' defense right now? I mean, in the offseason, they poured a lot of resources into refortifying that defense in free agency and, of course, the draft. And Nick Rawls, from where I sit, has always been a great guy when it comes to game prep and game planning his defense. But yet, despite all that, statistically, they're a bottom 10 defense, and they can't get people off the field in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's been the big thing, is because through three quarters, they're one of the best teams in the league. I mean, it's crazy to see kind of the switch that gets flipped there. And honestly, it sounds like the Packers have a similar situation. They're letting teams back in games late too as well. So it'll be really interesting to see kind of the war of attrition on that side of the ball this week. But yeah, it is something where it's, how is it looking so good through three quarters and it kind of falls off in the back end? And I don't know if that's more just because they're trying to keep everything in front of them and they're giving up these kind of chunk yards here and there, but not getting blown out over the top. It's just, some things have to change. I mean, last week it was more so about Jonathan Taylor getting on his horse and ripping it apart in the run game. So it's been a little bit of different things happening every fourth quarter, it seems like, or every second half for this defense. And it's only one or two plays. I think if they can just do that, and it's I feel like a broken record, it's every week it seems like it's one or two plays over this losing streak that could really go the other way for the Cardinals' favor, but it just isn't happening right now. And defensively, like I said, looking good out of the gates, but falling apart at the back end.
Tyler, we know what's been reported, but you're out there every day, boots on the ground. What are you hearing in regards to Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, and what in the world is going on with Ojulari? I mean, I mean, come on now. Was there a setback? I mean, what do you know?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is we don't know too much because we're not getting too much. That's the honest truth there. Obviously, Walter Nolan, still his practice window still not open. that's been the big thing. I think the report that came out when he first went down or when he first came out in training camp was that he could be back towards the beginning of the regular season. We're now into week 7. So that's a definite what's going on there. Joe Ojulari, I mean, something clearly must have happened, maybe more so than just the ACL tear. I'm not sure. That might be a little bit of speculating there, but clearly something else is going on there to where he either had a setback or maybe there was more work to be done. So it's very up in the air. I mean, we saw Walter Nolan out there watching the team the other day, so that was a good thing. I mean, Bilal Nichols did that a couple weeks prior and then was back sooner than later. So maybe that's a little bit of something, but overall, I mean, it's really an up in the air what's going on. I know they want to take their time. Calf injuries are something that are rough. And then you've got Darius Robinson with the pec, which just seems like he just can't get out of the way of an injury bug. So it's very interesting. It's going to be a very slow process. And I don't think we're going to get a ton of info. It's just going to be about when we see them on the practice field and what they are doing and what they look like.
Nothing could be more embarrassing for a football team than having to run silent counts at home in your own building because of the sound made by opposing fans. That might be an issue this weekend. How confident are you that the offensive line, now that they're healthy, can put together their best game? And how do you get a pathway to victory against the Packers?
Yeah, I think it starts there. If you can get the offensive line churning and you can really here's the problem, though. The Packers have been so good against the run, so we could very much be seeing a similar game plan of throwing the rock a lot, trying to pick up those dirty yards in the run game, but I really do think it's going to be won in the passing game because I think what I saw the other day is Packers are giving up like 78 yards a game to rushers, and it's just that is just a godly mark right there. So it's going to take a lot. But again, it starts up front. It starts with this offensive line. We saw what I would imagine that's what they wanted week 1, but Will Hernandez obviously wasn't healthy.
Right.
So now we'll see, can Will Hernandez knock off the rust enough to really be good? Is he not as sore because he played the most snaps he's played all year? So we'll just have to see. But it really does start up front. If they can keep Micah Parsons at bay, they can keep some of these other pass rushers at bay, they'll have a chance. And as I just said, like Green Bay, they're letting opponents back in the game. So even if they come out and really come out like with their hair on fire, there's still potential for this team to come back. It's just what's the game plan look like and who is operating the show? Because as we've seen through 6 weeks, it looked a lot different last week than it did the first 5. So
no doubt.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they can maybe marry everything together and maybe have that game plan that's not drastically different like Drew Petzing said.
All right, great stuff, Tyler. Keep up the great work. Look forward to your reporting today and the rest of the week.
Thanks, guys.
See you, buddy. Man. Tyler Drake covers the Cardinals for Arizona Sports, does a great job. Make sure you read all of his stuff. All right, we're halfway through the show. The Bickley Blast is next. Stick around. We are back right after this.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night with a 113-104 win over the Lakers. For the Suns, Jared Butler had 35 points to go along with 9 assists, and rookie Kamon Malawach flashed some serious potential last night with 17 in the win. And the Suns will open the 2025-26 season a week from today at home against the Kings, and it'll be without Jalen Green as he re-aggravated his hamstring and will miss the season opener. Sam Levitt did practice for the Sun Devils yesterday and took first-team reps as he continues to monitor a foot injury ahead of their Big 12 matchup with Texas Tech. And Arizona Cardinals, they continue prep for the Packers. And here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on what he saw on Sunday.
I think there was some confidence built. I think at the end of the day, we're an outcome-based offense, and we didn't score enough points, so that's what we're going to focus on and where we can improve to get over the hump. But was definitely pleased with some of the things that took place on the field and kind of the momentum we were able to build.
And question marks still remain on who will be under center on Sunday, but for now, we'll have to wait and see. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
At a time when billionaires run the world, sports should be the last bastion of meritocracy. It should be the only place where money cannot buy you what you want, but sadly, even that is changing. Look at the Dodgers and how their $415 million baseball team is tearing through the postseason, and look at what's in front of Arizona State's football team this weekend, a Texas Tech team that spent $28 million on their current roster. Clearly, it's becoming very expensive to win in college football. So the question is, can the Sun Devils keep up? Answer, they better on Saturday if they want to repeat as Big 12 champions, and they better in the long haul keep up with the big spenders if they want to keep Kenny Dillingham. Now, ASU's football team is basically facing the equivalent of the Dodgers, and Diamondback fans can surely relate to that. Now, fortunately, the rules were changed to govern how much money alumni and donors can contribute, so it's not going to be that big of an issue going forward, but this weekend there are going to be a lot of hired guns on the opposing sideline. The game kind of feels like the Sun Devils showdown with Ryan Leaf and favored Washington State in 1997, which is the last time the goalpost came down in that stadium, and this would be a great time to remind the college football world that nobody comes to Mountain America Stadium and pushes around the Sun Devils, that those days are gone forever. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com. All right, as we kick off the second half of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Tim Ring, do you still have a bad feeling this weekend?
Yeah, I do. The uncertainty of Sam Levitt's health, coupled with the way this team performed in Utah, coupled with Ben Coleman being out. They also have a significant injury on the other side of the football. And the fact that Texas Tech is really good on both sides of the ball. Texas Tech beat this ASU team last year in Lubbock. It was one of Sam Levitt's only 2 regular season losses in his career. I just think it's all adding up to what could be a very difficult and long Saturday for ASU. But at the same time, I'm very open to the idea that Levitt plays and they pull off what would be an upset.
Wouldn't that be absolutely fantastic? Now, I think ASU's football program is beyond the point of pulling down the goalposts over a victory, right? You're Big 12 champions now?
You would think.
Right? But this could be one of the all-timers because you're underdogs at home. You've dealt with this adversity with Sam Levitt. You're dealing with one of the best teams money can buy in college football, an absurd amount of money spent on a college football team. I think the new rules say that they're capped at $15 million.
Well, that's where it gets dicey now.
That's before NIL.
Yes.
So the $15 million is basically the revenue share cap number.
Yeah, I think it might even be a little bit more, but whatever. Every school now has a revenue share component,
right?
But NIL still exists.
It does.
But NIL supposedly has to be approved. Like every deal has to go through a committee to say, okay,
right?
Like, no, you're not going to get $14 million for endorsing T-shirts or sunglasses, right? Or sending out a tweet, you know. So, but
you're not going to get one of those Kawhi Leonard deals,
right? But it's still going to be there. Just the rising tide is going to lift all the boats of all the programs so they can pay their own players. But then on top of that, then the NIL starts again.
You're absolutely right earlier when you said that if ASU is going to win this game, probably is going to have to start defensively. Brian Ward, the defensive coordinator for the Sun Devils, talked about what challenges Texas Tech presents.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a break. You know what I mean, with any of these offenses that we're playing. I mean, Utah was obviously very unique and brought their own set of problems that we didn't handle very well. But Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and but I mean, we got the group that can play with anybody. You know what I mean? And we got to continue to give our guys and get our guys to understand that. And we're going to continue to, and we're going to put more of an emphasis on the things that have got us to this point to be successful and to win the games and feeling like we can win every game we go into.
So that defense, like you said, conspicuously absent at Rice-Eccles. Didn't
answer the bell
that
at
triple option, didn't answer the bell. That has got to change.
Now, Morton, the starting quarterback for Texas Tech, who's very, very good. Numbers are great. He's hurt. He's like Levitt. He may not play. But Will Hammond is their backup. And I mentioned this earlier. Hammond actually quarterbacked that team at Rice-Eccles when they took on Utah and they blew their doors off 34-10. Cameron Dickey is a running back. He's the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week. David Bailey is a defensive edge guy. He's the reigning Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. In fact, there have been 6 weeks of college football, and Texas Tech has 4 Big 12 Defensive Players of the Week already.
That's crazy.
So this is a loaded team. They got 4 guys in the receiving game who can all hurt you. They all have at least 23 catches.
Here's Brian Ward talking about playing which of those quarterbacks and how you handle that.
Yeah, I mean it's first it's first offensive style, and you got to defend that. And you're looking at what is the the offensive coordinator's philosophy with certain personnel on the field, and then it's about the personnel. You know what I mean, and how can you mold what you're doing system wise to what they're doing, and it's all about strengths and weaknesses. Trying to take away their strengths, make their weaknesses win their game for them. So. And that's with really any personnel group and any position that you're trying to play. So, both those quarterbacks are incredibly talented. They got a great future ahead of them with the younger kid. He's shown that he can play at a high level against good competition. And Barron is just he's a guy that's been there and done that, and he's an NFL guy, and you can see the progression that Mac has made with him, in the year that he's been with him. I mean, he's just playing a lot more confident, plays with a lot more moxie.
So obviously challenges all over the field. The one thing that I think is pretty obvious that the Sun Devils cannot do, they cannot get themselves in a hole early, which has happened to them a couple of times this year.
No, they can't. And the Red Raider, like I said, they're talented on both sides of the ball. If you're wondering, by the way, Bick, how they got so good so fast, they've got a really good GM. I think his name is James Pierce, but I know. Remember we were talking about what it's going to take to bring the NHL back to Phoenix? It's going to take a dude that wants it to happen. And I mean a dude with a couple of billion in the bank. Texas Tech football has a dude.
Yeah.
His name is Cody Campbell.
Okay.
He played there.
Former player.
Yeah, he played there, and he had a cup of coffee in the NFL. Offensive lineman that somehow got into the oil business.
And struck it rich.
Good decision by him, Jed Clampett.
Exactly.
And he's like, okay, and again, with guys that have this kind of money, not everybody just cares enough about a college team where they want to win, right? He's one of those guys that just wants to win and doesn't care what it costs.
Right.
And that's why they're very active in the portal, and now their success on the field is going to make them more attractive to incoming recruits, and everybody's going to be paid handsomely because Cody Campbell is a guy that's, he's like, I want this to happen.
Yeah. And again, so one of the things that's interesting to me, Tim, is that so everyone knew coming into this year that Texas Tech just redefined what all in means, right? For a football team. Mm-hmm. They've lived up to the hype so far. And that doesn't always happen.
Yes, because Texas A&M tried the same thing from a recruiting standpoint under Jimbo Fisher.
Exactly.
And they were throwing, I think they got like 5 of the top 7 defensive linemen one season. And now they're good this year. But those group of kids, though, weren't good the last couple of years.
Yeah. So
it doesn't always work. Again, you got to, much like we were talking about Steinbrenner and the Yankees in the 80s, you got to spend it on the right guys, right? And I'm surprised. Ishbia hasn't treated Michigan State football this way. They must have upset him because he's not right now. I know he threw a lot of money to keep Mel Tucker. Not Mel Tucker. No, is that right?
Yeah.
Mel Tucker.
That's right.
Yeah, Mel Tucker. When LSU was dancing around Mel, and then
that
Ishbia
didn't turn out well.
Yeah, so Ishbia and MSU gave Tucker like $100 million, and then they wiggled out of that. But yeah, I don't know if Michigan State.
That's interesting.
I think Ishbia cut the faucet off for Michigan State football. Yeah.
Tom Izzo's like, that's fine. Just don't turn off the faucet.
Don't turn off the basketball faucet.
Just don't do that. All right. Speaking of Matt Ishbia and the Suns, we'll tell you the highlights of last night's last preseason game. That's on the other side. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why let a traditional mortgage keep you in debt for 30 years? With a Life Changer loan, you use your income to crush principal first, paying off your home in just a fraction of the time. That means less interest, faster freedom, and more money to invest, save, and build real wealth. Plus, you keep 24/7 access to your equity for the next 30 years. It's not magic. It's just math. So take control today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
Oh! And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Sammy Cebulka. Malawach and Fleming show major potential in Suns' preseason finale. The wrinkle that led to a much-improved Cardinals offense versus the Colts, and Sam Levitt takes first-team reps in practice, monitoring a foot injury ahead of Texas Tech game. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizona Sports.
Talked about it, before the game, even in here. It's just, you never know how the season's going to go. I've had before games be canceled, rescheduled, go across the country on a back-to-back. You never know. So just our group is not going to make an excuse. Just go out and compete and see what happens.
That the voice of new Suns head coach Jordan Knott. Suns wrap up the preseason 3-1. Juggernaut, baby. Break up the Suns. I know Sammy's hype.
Ain't no stopping us now.
Ain't no stopping us now, baby.
If that winning percentage translate, it's pretty good this
season. By the way,
season.
Sammy, this is the real Suns purple, what I'm wearing today. Not that light
that
shade, girly Suns color you were wearing yesterday.
All I know is it was soft and it fit good.
It was pretty, yes.
All right, so the star of the night last night, Jared Butler, his line was crazy. 35 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds. For Jared Butler. Jordan Knott, what say you?
We've all seen JB from afar, see him do something like that. You don't win a national championship in college not to be an ultimate competitor. Again, I think as a competitor, he didn't feel he was great that first night in China. And, we saw a response that second game in China. And then today in the fourth quarter, we knew who was taking the shots. He had it going, really bailed us out at multiple points, especially there in the fourth quarter when you need a shot maker. He definitely helped us, and he had 9 assists and no turnovers. So overall, great game played by JB tonight.
As I said earlier, the Suns have the best Jay Butler in the league. It's not Jimmy Butler. All right, in all seriousness, the results of preseason basketball do not matter. Luka looked really good. When Luka and Austin Reeves came out of the game, the Lakers pretty much had control of the game.
They really did.
And they came out, they were on a minutes restriction. After they sat down, that's when the Suns took over the game. But also in fairness, the Suns weren't playing anybody. No Devin Booker, no Grayson Allen, no Ryan Dunn, no Dylan Brooks. They basically were giving a lot of guys the night off, given the fact that they had just gotten back from China. So what stood out to you? What did you like?
Well, Jordan Goodwin's ability to put the ball in the basket continues to stand out to me because that was the knock on him. And he was here before, as every Suns fan knows, and he's one of those guys that can kind of stuff a stat box in limited minutes. Like, Jordan Goodwin had 5 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. But yet the more he plays, the more he gets exposed as a guy who really can't put the ball in the basket. And that's the reason why he's kind of bounced around the league a little bit. But the way he's shooting the basketball, I don't know what he did in the offseason, but it looks different and it looks good. Now,
it looks good. He had that huge shot in that first win in China.
Right. Now, it's preseason, so let's throw the disclaimer out. I want to see him do it, when the real bullets are flying. But here's a guy that the Suns could potentially call upon as a rotational guy to help them win a basketball game here or there. Maybe Butler is that guy as well. Again, it's really tough. You run up the running back who gets finally 35 carries in the fourth and final preseason game and runs for 198 yards and you never hear from him again. I think of Archie Goodwin scoring 29 in game 82 about a decade ago, and you're like, oh, man, maybe there's something there. So who knows? But Butler looked like a legitimate NBA player during the course of that game last night, playing with a bunch of guys who probably weren't going to get a whole lot of run when the real season begins.
All right, I'm going to tell you what I like, but first I'm going to give a great shout-out to our great listeners in Whitman, Arizona. What up? All right, so here's what I like last night. Rasheer Fleming, for a young guy, I like the way he moves defensively. It looks like a translatable skill.
Okay.
That's going to be definitive. Kamen Malawach had a couple of moments last night. The rim running, I've been impressed with that. He's shown the ability and the fluidity to get to the rack and then convert on these alley-oops. And then how about the three-point shot that he made last night?
He drained it from the right wing.
Not to mention a block on DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah.
He had a couple blocks.
He had a really savvy defensive play where I think he stole the ball. I think it was a Luka pass. He had a really nice take to the basket in traffic, was able to lay it in the fourth quarter. The three that Bick mentioned, and he acted like he'd been there before when he knocked it down. He just needs to get a lot stronger. I mean, there's just not only grown man strength, but also just like this hand strength, hanging on to the basketball and the ability to power up inside. But I don't know how much he's going to play this year, and I don't know how much they're going to get out of him. But I do think there's some. I mean, he's 18 years old and he's out there playing against Luka Doncic. There is some serious upside,
no doubt,
for that young man.
Here's Jordan Ott on Malawach.
For him to bounce back and know that he can do it. And this is the game of basketball. It's not, your progress is not always linear. You're going to have some bumps along the way. He had a short dip. And then his next opportunity that he had, he did everything he could do to put himself in the position to succeed. And he's going to have another dip. And, we want to provide this environment, us as staff members and his teammates, that when that dip happens, to come back in and work. And yesterday he worked. This morning he worked. And tonight, he saw some success because of his work.
All right, so what did you think of the new look Luka, by the way? You know what blows me away about him? I mean, obviously, he has made strides in terms of conditioning. He looks much more in shape, much lighter.
You can see it in his shoulders. You always think of waist and whatnot, and thighs in terms of gaining weight, losing weight. You can see it all through his shoulders and his upper body. I mean, he clearly has done a really good job.
And he still scores the ball so effortlessly. It's amazing watching him play like that.
He had the step back three working last night. And he, at one point, and I know it's preseason, but he was feeling pretty confident. He took a running one-legged three off the leg, looking like LaMelo Ball on that particular play.
Yeah.
He actually missed it. But you could tell he was out there just kind of, I don't want to say clowning around, but he was
a little bit.
Yeah, he was having some fun.
Well, that is his home,
Yeah,
that arena is his home.
I know, and he scored 22 in the first half, ended up with 25 in the game. Had the Lakers played him, regular minutes, the Lakers probably would have won last night.
Yeah.
But in any event, no, he looks like he's going to be a force for the Lakers. Obviously from a talent standpoint, but now from a conditioning standpoint as well.
All right, the other bit of news that came out pregame is that Jalen Green re-aggravated his hamstring in China. They're going to update that in 10 days, which means, you do the math, he's going to miss the season opener. And this is a guy that hasn't missed a game in 2 seasons. So that's going to delay Jalen Green, put him back behind it all a little bit.
Yeah, and it's also going to delay us trying to figure out what we have this year.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of like we were so excited for the Big Three to debut, and Bradley Beal pops up with a bad back right before the regular season. It's like, oh, come on. Now, the difference is Beal had a history of injuries. Jalen Green did not. So you're hoping this is a fluky thing, and the Suns will be full go with Green in only a matter of a few games, if not just the missed game on opening night. So we'll see. I'm very anxious to see how this looks.
Yeah, so am I.
And now I got to wait to at least game 2.
I know.
That bothers me.
Right. No, I am too. But at the same time, that's the one area about this basketball team that I'm having a hard time vibing on. Like, look, Mark Williams, if he stays healthy, this is a really good basketball player. He can be an impact player. The Jalen Green thing and the no true point guard, this to me is really going to be how good is this season going to be? How rough is it going to be? Just for the facilitating of this offense.
And
where is it going to come from?
And Vic, we just went through this with the no point guard 2 years ago, the same season I was talking about.
I know.
And it didn't work. So what did they do? They went out and got Tyus Jones. Now,
and they didn't have him play point guard.
Right, but also he just wasn't good enough. I mean, let's just call it what it is. He did not have a great year. But they realized the errors of their way in the first year of the Big Three. Said this doesn't work. But Devin Booker's not Devin Booker when he plays the 1. Let's get Booker off to the 2. And in fact, we're going to keep Beal in the lineup. We'll play Tyus Jones. Obviously, that didn't work either. And now we're right back to those same concerns. And Bradley Beal was far more suited to play the point than Jalen Green.
There's no doubt about that.
In terms of the paths of their careers.
There's no doubt about that. Because, again, when you talk about basketball IQ being a question, that's not what you need in a facilitator. So
right, and those are the knocks on. But I'm telling you, and I'm not reporting this. This is my personal opinion. I think Devin Booker is like, let's fine, make the trade, bring him in here, but he's playing the 1. I need to get back to an all-star caliber level, an all-NBA caliber level, and an MVP caliber level, and I need to be at the 2 guard to do that.
And you want me to get back to being the defender I was 3 years ago, so yeah.
Right.
So that's too many plates to spin. I totally get that. I agree with that.
Let him bring the ball up.
Let him do it. All right, coming up on the other side, huge game for the Cardinals. Can the Packers be had? We'll tell you how next. Timbering in for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt for 1 week.
You're not going to do it for 1 game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know fall is a great time in the Valley, but did you know it's also the best time to replace your windows? And heads up, if you've been in your home at least 15 years, chances are you need new windows. So go do what I did. Take advantage of a great deal, a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products. You're going to get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows, and I'm telling you, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible. The installation process was fantastic. It was professional, right down down to the cleanup process that was unbelievable. Left my house immaculate. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, so there are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. And by the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable, serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. Great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. And 1 week from today, the Phoenix Suns will tip off their 2025-26 season at Matchup Mortgage Center against the Sacramento Kings. But last night, they finished up preseason play with a win against the Lakers, 113-104. And rookies Kamon Malawach and Rasheer Fleming showed some signs of potential. And here's Jordan Knott on Kamon Malawach.
The character and the spirit of him specifically, that I'm not sure he has a bad day. He may have a bad moment, but he's not going to have a bad day. And he came out and he showed some things today. So now he's set the new standard.
Good news for ASU fans. Sam Levitt took first-team reps in practice yesterday ahead of ASU's biggest game of the season. The quarterback is monitoring a foot injury, but he will be hopefully on the field and ready to go Saturday afternoon against Texas Tech. And the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday, and we're still awaiting an update on Kyler Murray and his status with his foot injury, as the Cards will look to avoid losing their 5th straight. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Midge with Arizona Sports at Night. QB Watch continues this week. What's the latest regarding Kyler Murray and Sam Levitt? We'll tell you tonight. Arizona Sports at Night, 7 to 8 p.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
The Green Bay Packers are the only team in the NFL that is led by double digits in every game they have played this season. They're also the only team that has lost to the Cleveland Browns, and they managed a tie against the Cowboys, who, by the way, have losses to the Bears and Panthers, which is to say, what kind of football team are the Cardinals encountering on Sunday?
One that takes 2 steps up, 2 steps forward, and 1 step back constantly. It's kind of defined the Jordan Love era, if you will. Now, Love is playing really well this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a fringe MVP candidate. I think the latest gambling sites have him around 6th in terms of odds. He's thrown for over 1,200 yards. He's got 9 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. But again, and I talked about this earlier, Bick, they're just one of these teams that every time you think they're poised to go on a roll and stack together a bunch of wins and look like a real bona fide Super Bowl contender, they just kind of have a hiccup or they have a clunker or they lose a game that you're like, how in the hell did they lose that game?
Yeah.
Case in point, Cleveland earlier this year.
And, for instance, going into that Cleveland game, you might remember, I forget who the defensive player was, but there was a player on the Packers who told the media, we might go unbeaten this season. They promptly lost the following week to the Browns, and Matt LaFleur lost his mind. Basically said, stop talking like that. All right, stay in the moment, stay in the process, stay in the one game. But you're right, they've been up and down. Now, here's what scares me a little bit about the Packers, because we just saw this with Jonathan Taylor and the Colts. Josh Jacobs has finally got his game going after a real slow start. He's got 2 straight games with at least 150 yards from scrimmage, a couple of touchdowns. First Packer to do that since Almon Green way back in 2001. Josh Jacobs can be a problem when rolling, and he's been rolling the last couple of weeks. And their first-round pick, the guy out of Texas, Matthew Golden.
Yeah, he's a guy to watch.
He's starting to pop a little bit for them.
Yeah, he's just dangerous, and Jordan Love is on pace to set the Packer franchise record for explosive plays in a season.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that, who he's replacing, in that long lineage of quarterback play. So that's how dangerous this offense can be with Golden obviously stretching the field. He can really fly.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan, they're a number 8 scoring offense in the league. But they're a top 10 offense. They're a top 5 defense, and they are the number 1 rushing defense in the National Football League right now. So this is a team that's kind of complete. I mean, they're good on both sides of the ball. Here's the issue with the Cardinals, Big, in terms of if you're hoping the Packers have an off game for your opportunity to win the football game, what does that say about you as a football team?
Yeah,
the Cardinals should be saying, we don't care if the Packers bring their A game. Our A game is going to be good enough to beat them. Now, I don't know if that's the case. The record says it isn't. But I hope if you're the Cardinals, you're just not hoping that the Packers come in here and lay an egg.
Listen, you bring up a good point because the games against the Bengals last week and the Browns, which they inexplicably lost, those were games like the Cardinals had in the first 2 weeks of the season where they let a team, an inferior team, hang around. And they got bit once. And last week's game against the Bengals wasn't over till less than 2 minutes remaining. So that's kind of defines the up and down nature of the Packers now. So how do the Cardinals spin a victory here if they can't get their running game going? Well, clearly they're going to have to get a passing game that looked like last week's game in Indianapolis, regardless of who's playing quarterback. And the defense has got to get better, particularly in the fourth quarter. DC Nick Rollis had this to say about his struggles in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think early on it's a completely different type of game that's being played in those situations. Not to say that we don't need to execute that better, but I want to say the first 2 games and then the Tennessee game, we probably played a combined, that's 3 games, and we probably played 7 2-minute drives. So it's a different brand of ball, and we got to do better in those situations. But if you're looking at it from a schematic or what could we do better from a technique or execution standpoint, you're looking at it at a little bit of a different lens. Whereas, I think this last week, obviously we didn't play how we wanted to in the fourth quarter. You're looking at it from a different lens of how could we execute it better, how could we set up the plan better and things of that nature. But from an overarching theme, how can we focus better throughout 4 quarters? How can we finish better? All those things definitely play a role.
I'll give him a break if it's okay. Statistically, we haven't been great, but hey, a lot of those fourth quarters we were in a prevent defense kind of thing, keeping everything in front of us, so those numbers are a little skewed. Unfortunately, Bick, I just don't think that's the case. They've had the opportunity 4 straight weeks to win a football game by making defensive stops, and they haven't done it. In fact, it's almost been historic. I think the Cardinals are the first team in 25 years to lose 4 straight games when they had the lead in the fourth quarter of all 4 games.
Wow.
And we saw what happened when they had an opportunity to make stops against the 49ers and the Seahawks, and they couldn't do it. Those teams were able to engineer field goal drives. And we saw the Carolina Panthers get on an absolute roll in the second half, virtually become unstoppable. Now, fortunately, when the defense ultimately needed a stop at the end, they rose to the occasion, and they got that stop. Yeah. But this is a defense that, well, we gave the stat yesterday. They haven't forced a punt in the fourth quarter since the 8-minute mark of week 1. Now, to be fair, Darren Urban sent me a text after we talked about that. Statistically, that is technically correct. They did get a couple picks and a stop on downs in the fourth quarter. So they haven't allowed a scoring drive every drive. But the fact remains they haven't forced a punt in the fourth quarter. And by the way, one of those fourth quarter picks turned into a touchdown for the Tennessee Titans.
For the other team, right, exactly. that was the ultimate indignity. So, yeah, I think to me, Tim, and you asked Tyler Drake the right question about how frustrating it is to have young defensive players who you slotted to make impact just not be available. And it's the story of Darius Robinson. It's the story of B.J. Ojulari. And it's the story of Walter Nolan so far.
It's 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick.
That's a lot of draft capital. That's a lot of pricey, high-end draft capital to not have on the football.
All 3 guys are supposed to be out there right now helping your team win football games, making big-time impact on the defensive side of the football. You draft guys in the first 2 rounds to be great players.
That's it.
Period. Full stop.
All right, so what do you need to do, Nick Rollis?
Yeah, we got to do a better job of all 11 executing within a given play, because there's a handful of really good rushes that I would say are winning fast. And in the NFL, you got to win fast. Quarterbacks know how to get it out, especially good quarterbacks like we just played and we're about to play. And you just got to be able to execute and play your fundamentals or your rules. So it just goes into all 11 guys. It takes all 11 on every play to do your job. Otherwise, good offenses are gonna take advantage of it.
So I think that pressuring Jordan Love is going to be paramount. I think that you might have to get a little creative, which is kind of Nick Rollis' first couple of years in dialing up pressures, leaving yourself a little thin on the back end, but taking shots at the quarterback. Other than that, because I agree with you, I don't see a world in which the Cardinals run the ball. Not against that Packers front, not with these running backs you have.
No, statistically speaking, well, like I mentioned, they're the number 1 rushing defense in the league. And now the Cardinals are out there, let's call it what it is. I mean, 3rd and 4th string running backs trying to run the football in a season where they haven't been able to run it even when Connor and Benson were here.
That's it. All right, good luck to the Cardinals. We'll keep you updated as to injuries. As Tyler Drake told you earlier this morning, there's going to be no definitive word on the quarterback situation today. There will be an injury report, but we won't know really anything substantial until mañana. All right, tune into Arizona Sports at Night right after Sparky's Den. Kellen Olson and Mitch will preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers, plus ASU as they take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. All right, Kevin Pelton, noted basketball analyst, ran a simulation of the upcoming NBA season. How did the Suns fare? We'll tell you on the other side. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show.
I thought Jacoby played well. I mean, there's no doubt. You guys know me. Like, I get the question, but when Kyler's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Will Kyler be healthy enough to play against the Packers?
We'll see how it goes this week. We let it go till Saturday. He wasn't healthy enough to play, so we'll take it day by day as we get moving forward this week here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorney of the Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know if that's actually his vertical leap or if that's digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. They are a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, who have extensive trial experience, and that means they have great leverage when dealing with those insurance companies who don't want to pay you a nickel. But knowing that these insurance companies know they can't nickel and dime, they can't deny, they can't play game with Sweet James. Not when Sweet James is willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is how they've recovered billions of dollars for their clients, why they recover more in 1 year than most firms do in a lifetime. You can expect maximum compensation with Sweet James. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. If you're ever injured in an accident, don't settle for less. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night. What have we learned so far about this year's team? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, welcome back live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Sammy Cebulka, Jarrett Carlin will be back tomorrow. Check us out on the YouTube channel. As always, you will not see Jarrett's funky kaleidoscope shirts or his hairy beastie face, but that's okay.
At least for one more day.
At least for one more day.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering if he came back with any crazy shirts from Mexico.
Yeah, I think the answer is probably yes.
Probably yes.
As I say, it may be a great opportunity for people to watch the YouTube show when he's not here, so you don't have to see the shirts.
That's a great
you
point.
don't have to see the
right?
hair.
Aha! Okay, so yesterday, Sammy would be my wife. Sammy is certainly not that. Sammy, I think, felt bad for me because I went on a little rant about how bad we have it as a sports town, given how big we are as a metropolis. It is just not normal for a city of 6 million people to have this dysfunctional of a sports scene, especially when a state like Indiana is just an embarrassment of riches right now. So Sammy's like, what can we do to get us out of the rut? What'd you come up with, Sammy? What can we do to get out of this rut?
Not a lot, guys. Not a lot.
Well, what you're hoping on is that the Suns are going to pull a magical season out of the ether, is what you're hoping for.
Sure, and listen, I don't think this team is like the Indiana Pacers from last year, or, I mean, there's countless teams where you don't expect much and they go on to kind of exceed expectations. Do I think the Suns can make a run at the finals? Absolutely not, but from what the Suns went through the last 2 to 3 years of the high expectation and just completely underachieving, it might be nice to have the lower expectations and maybe find something in this team that can exceed those.
Okay, Kevin Durant. It's nice to have no expectations.
But again, the state of the Western Conference in recent years is you could win 37 games and make the play-in as the final seed.
Yeah, I think
you could. Conceivably.
And that's what I asked Tom Leander yesterday. I said,
how do you get to 40 wins?
Yeah, how do you get to 40 wins? Because that'll put you in contention for the play-in, which is, as we sit here now in mid-October, would we sign up for that?
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, right?
You give me a play-in berth, I'm stamping success all over the season.
100%.
Gritty.
That's right.
Gritty little play-in team here in the desert.
That's right. We're going to rename the team the Otters in honor of the new head coach.
Gritty City.
Great. Oh, I like it. All right, so Kevin Pelton of ESPN put out a fascinating piece, basically ran a whole bunch of simulations on the upcoming NBA season. He chose the 620th simulation. I'm not sure why, but he did. And here are some of the early headlines. He's got the Oklahoma City Thunder dominating the Houston Rockets on opening night. And what an opening night that's going to be. I'm sure you're hyped about that, Sammy.
Very.
He's got the NBA Cup featuring unexpected matchups. Celtics, Pistons, Heat over the Cavaliers, Timberwolves over the Thunder, the Blazers over the Grizzlies, and he's got the Celtics beating the Trailblazers. The Celtics.
The Trailblazers.
The Trailblazers. Celtics.
I'd be more surprised at the Celtics, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, people need to realize who's actually on the Celtics right now.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't
Jason
great.
Tatum isn't.
Yeah, I know. Neither is Porzingis.
All right, so the NBA standings through December 25th. So on Christmas, according to ESPN simulation, the Phoenix Suns will be 10-16, which will be second to the worst in the Western Conference, only ahead of the Utah Jazz, whom the simulation has at 2-23 at Christmas. On February 15th, the simulation thinks that the Warriors are going to be on fire at the All-Star break, that they're going to be leading the Western Conference with 42-13 record, 4 games ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, I understand that there were moments of real optimism with Jimmy Butler and Golden State, but do you see them being that good?
I don't know. This thing also doesn't take into account potential injuries, obviously.
Yeah. Now,
that's an older team.
But this is where things get very, very interesting. So after being, what I say, the Suns were 16-26 at Christmas?
Yeah.
By the All-Star break, this simulation has the Suns completely turning their season around. They have the Suns 29-26, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about 8th or 9th in the Western Conference. I'd sign up for that. 29 wins by the All-Star break?
Absolutely. Wait a second. No. He had him at 16-20. No, 16-26 at Christmas?
Yeah. Hold on.
So they're going to win 13 games in a row?
Well,
that would be a turnaround.
No, I'm sorry. They're 10-16.
10-16 at Christmas.
10-16 on Christmas. Then they're going to be 29-26 at the All-Star break.
So they're going to roll a 19-10 record in their next 29.
19, so that's turning a hard corner, right?
Does Pelton get all the way into the postseason?
Yes, so now we get to
gets all
April.
the way.
So we get to April, and the Suns are 38-38. So they're 500, and they're almost at 40 victories at the end of April. Okay? On April 12th, the Suns, 2 games over 500, 42-40. So these simulations...
They like us.
They like the Phoenix Suns. Now, in the play-in, they would have the Suns. This simulation has the Phoenix Suns as the number 9 seed, but they lose to the Sacramento Kings in the play-in.
At home.
At home.
I mean, we're getting really detailed, but yes,
but again,
that game would be a home game.
42-40 from a computer simulation. That's got my attention a little bit.
I mean, again, but he has to be assuming that Mark Williams plays a certain amount of games, right? That Jalen Green plays a certain amount of games. But big picture.
Okay, check this out. Before we go back to that, conference finals. He's got the Orlando Magic beating the New York Knicks. So the Magic, who are a really good young team, Paolo Banchero, they're going to make that jump all the way to the NBA Finals, and they've got the Warriors beating the Oklahoma City Thunder. Wow, these computers love themselves some Golden State Warriors, don't they? And the NBA champion, folks, the Orlando Magic.
Unbelievable.
Man.
It's unbelievable. The simulation.
I love what heavy doses of hopium does to young buck Sammy. It like right into his veins.
I'm going to personally guarantee here on October 15th, the Orlando Magic will not be the 2026 NBA champion.
I was going to say, should I do like a Sabolka simulation?
And I like the Magic. I like Banchero. I like the Wagners.
Oh, yeah.
I like Jalen Suggs.
Yes.
But come on.
I think the Magic have a better chance of getting into the finals than the Warriors do. Both those teams.
I agree with that as well. I do. I'm not sure why they are so in love with the Warriors. Now, again, when Jimmy Butler was healthy, that thing seemed to be working.
Sure.
But that's an old team. Really old team.
Yeah. And that's why I brought up the injuries.
Grandpa Golden State. That's like what I like to call them. They're the oldest team in the NBA. And, that simulation got my blood boiling a little bit.
The Thunder are going to be very tough to beat. Like, why would they suddenly not be a juggernaut this season?
Yeah.
I mean, are the Minnesota Timberwolves ready to try to take them down? Like, I could see the Warriors staying healthy and being formidable. There's no question about that.
But better than Oklahoma City formidable?
No.
Like, the West should start and end with OKC, and then the Nuggets need to be the next team in conversation. Nikola Jokic is still the best player on the planet. They bring in Cam Johnson. They now have a formidable backup big. And then after that, you can talk to me about the Rockets.
And the Rockets, too. The Rockets and the T-Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big Anthony Edwards guy. I think sooner or later, that's going to be a factor come Western Conference Finals time. But again, at some point, it hasn't happened yet. So it has to actually happen.
And have you seen Victor Wembanyama, I guess, grew 2 to 3 inches this offseason? He's now listed at 7'5".
I did not see that. You're telling me that Wembanyama grew again?
Or they're just liars on the stat sheet throughout the
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the simulation, it's blowing my mind because they've got the Houston Rockets winning 44 games. Could you imagine, after all of that the Suns would only be 2 wins fewer than KD's new team?
I would love nothing.
Maybe the simulation really likes Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks.
Same.
Or they have like a KD downfall thing implemented in that simulation where the teams you go to can't win 50
locker room
games.
cancer element into the simulation.
Right. Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up on the other side, the 9 o'clock hour has arrived. Social Studies with Sammy Sabolka. Stick around. We're back right after this.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the Shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night with a 113-104 win over the Lakers. For the Suns, Jared Butler had 35 points to go along with 9 assists, and rookie Kamon Malawach flashed some serious signs of potential last night as well. The Suns will open the 2025-26 season a week from today at home against the Kings, and it'll be without Jalen Green as he re-aggravated his hamstring and will miss the season opener. Sam Levitt did practice for the ASU Sun Devils yesterday and took first-team reps as he continues to be monitored with a foot injury ahead of their Big 12 matchup with Texas Tech. And the Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for the Packers. And here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on what he saw from his offense last Sunday.
I think there was some confidence built. I think at the end of the day, we're an outcome-based offense, and we didn't score enough points. So that's what we're going to focus on and where we can improve to get over the hump. But was definitely pleased with some of the things that took place on the field and kind of the momentum we were able to build.
Question marks still remain on who will be under center on Sunday. For now, we'll have to wait and find out. And this report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Welcome back, everybody. 9 o'clock hour. We begin with social studies. We post interesting questions when Jared Carlin isn't writing them. We post interesting questions on social media. We cultivate answers from you, our listeners, and then we run through some of the better results. Sammy Sabolka, take it away.
Yes, and if you're wondering where can we find those questions, you can find them on our X at Bickley_Marotta. We post them every single day. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram, Blue Sky, and on Facebook, and we are on YouTube at Arizona Sports. You can watch us every single day. But we start with a little bit of a loaded question. Which game this weekend is more of a must-win? The ASU Sun Devils or the Arizona Cardinals?
Ooh. Nuanced question because they're two different results entirely. Mm-hmm. The must-win to keep the season from spiraling, that's the Cardinals. The must-win to keep your championship hopes intact, that's the Sun Devils.
Totally agree. There's nuance there, but that's exactly the way it should be phrased.
Yeah, because if you're the Cardinals, you can't lose your fifth straight going on a bye, and to your point, the season could begin to spiral. But if you're the Sun Devils, all the aspirations you had at the beginning of the season kind of derail if you lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, technically the Cardinals could lose Sunday and still win 10, 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
Technically.
Technically speaking.
I mean, if ASU loses, even if they run the table, it might not be good enough to get into the Big 12 championship game, which means your title hopes are done.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
And out of the 170 votes, 70% of the vote say that ASU is more in a must-win spot than the Arizona Cardinals, 30% to the Cardinals. And J-Rod Card says every game for ASU is a must-win if they still have hopes at a playoff berth. Can be true. And Nick says the Cardinals simply just can't lose 5 in a row. And then Daylight Film says the Packers aren't, quote, all that yet, but Texas Tech is the real deal. And if the Devils defense played like it did in Utah, Sam Levitt or no Sam Levitt, it's going to be a tough task. So that's why he voted for ASU. So yesterday we asked Tom Leander a very kind of interesting question of, how can the Suns get to 40 wins, right? So we kind of asked it today. Suns fans fill in the blank. The 2025-26 season, the Suns are going to exceed expectations because of blank.
I would say that that would happen if Mark Williams plays more than 60 games. Knocking on...
Yeah, and Leander said the same thing. I would say that is obviously accurate. The other thing is, Jalen Green and Devin Booker as a backcourt needs to work. Now, how you want to define work, I don't care. But it has to be good. Work. It has to work.
It does.
They have to be able to beat good teams.
Yeah, that's it. Because you think about it like this. The try hard, the defense, the spirit, the connectivity, that'll keep you in games. But the NBA, it's a closing time kind of league. Who's going to score at the end of games? How are you going to operate at the end of tight games?
Yeah, I think for me it's can and will Devin Booker get to an MVP level type of player. If he can do that, I have enough faith in Jalen Green to be as good maybe as he was in Houston.
Can we just get him back to the All-Star game before we put him at MVP?
Yes,
I mean, to me, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, MVP would be great, but geez, I mean, he's not even
back to the All-Star game.
He's not even a perennial All-Star anymore.
I know.
And
you're right.
To Tim's point, this is again, if they're going to be good and exceed expectations, if we're talking about Jalen Green potentially being an all-star, then this Suns team is a lot better than we thought it was going to be.
I would agree with that.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do agree with that.
And you're right about the fourth quarter. You know, when they had it rolling with Paul and Booker, they were dominant in the fourth quarter, right? Yeah. And believe me, the Durant-Booker era was defined by those guys not scoring in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's it. And
I mean, really.
And if you're going to be a good team in the NBA, you're going to face real teams with really good players, and those are the margins you have to win.
Yeah, a couple of their responses here. My favorite is from Buddy Thompson. He said, their effort and athleticism making up for their youth. This team's still really young. If their effort and athleticism can contribute to winning, again, this team's going to be better than a lot of people think. And then Sam Brennan says, their low expectations and Arizona teams always seem to do better when they are little to no expectations. So maybe flip the script. And then JJ said, the Who They Suns going to have to get to know a lot of these fellas. And he sent a picture of last night's starting five.
No.
But those guys aren't going to. You don't have to get to know those guys, JJ.
You don't have to get to know those guys. That's okay.
I found that pretty funny. All right, so we did talk at the beginning of the show, and we've mentioned his name a little bit today of Jared Butler. Okay, so who's an athlete in your lifetime that you've loved or love now that no one else seems to love or appreciate? And why?
Well, I know that in Arizona, my answer would be Luka Doncic. I love watching his game, but most Suns fans can't stand him. Hate him.
I respect
for good
that
reason.
Answer. Yeah?
I mean, over the course of my lifetime, I mean, there's a lot of people now, especially younger generations, because what he's become off the field, that do not like him, and I think it's tarnished his reputation even as a player. But with the Packers coming into town right now, let me tell you something. The most dominant athlete I've ever covered was Michael Jordan in the 90s. The second most dominant athlete I've ever personally covered was Brett Favre. Watching Brett Favre play quarterback,
it was fun.
Was absolutely an amazing experience when he was in his prime.
Yeah.
I mean, from 95 to 2001, this dude was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
He came through Sun Devil Stadium way when the Cardinals still played there way back in the day, and I remember sitting there watching him throw the football. I'm like, nobody throws the football.
Nobody.
And
I had a front row seat to it. I actually hosted the Brett Favre show. Hello.
Oh, did you really?
Pat myself on the back.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but I understand why his reputation has been destroyed, and it's his own doing.
Yeah.
But I can separate the person and the football player.
Yeah.
And the football player, to me, I outside of Walter Payton, as a fan, I was not old enough to cover Walter. Brett Favre, to me, was absolutely a joy and a privilege to watch when he was at the height of his powers.
That's interesting. Because you're right. Not a lot of people like him anymore.
Right. Not a lot of people do.
Where are you at on this, Sammy?
I'm on record being a huge LeBron James fan. Again, I mean, he was the guy that I grew up on watching dominate basketball games.
Yeah.
And I know it's kind of 50-50, 60-40 if you like LeBron James or not. So it's not a huge swing there, but he's the guy that I've loved watching, and I will be very devastated the day that he announces he's done with basketball, because I'll miss that. I'll miss watching him. And another guy that not a lot of people may think about is I love Klay Thompson. Growing up as a shooter, kind of off screens, pin downs, not a lot of dribbles, Klay Thompson, I would watch his YouTube over and over and over again. He is just, I think he's one of the best. I mean, he is one of the best shooters of all time.
I'm curious what kind of responses we got on this.
Yeah, we got some good ones. Kyle said, Jameis Winston. He'll throw 5 touchdowns in one game and 5 picks in the same game in another game. He's must-watch television. Let me know when he starts, and I'm definitely tuning into that game, regardless of what team he plays for. Interesting. And then Roger says, back in the day, before he became a Sun, Danny Ainge.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then Sandra Day O'Clobber said, before his time as a Laker, Ron Artest, because I'd be mad if someone threw a drink at me as well. And then Ross Vegas said, Lance Armstrong. Yeah, he was a jerk and should have just admitted, just like everyone else. However, everybody on the tour was doing the exact same thing, and he kicked everyone's behinds. And then this one's really interesting. Christian Laettner. That's very much in the minority.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. I love Laettner. I absolutely loved Laettner as a player. To me, he's the third best college basketball player of all time.
Yeah, to his.
I will die on that hill.
Bill Walton
and Alcindor.
And Lou Alcindor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he said top 5 college basketball player ever, underrated pro career, and someone that before he got hurt in the NBA, he was a fan of. So, I just watched the Duke thing. I don't have an opinion about Christian Laettner, but I like guys that make other fans hate them.
Forget NBA. First of all, I don't even think he was even underrated. He just wasn't very good in the NBA.
Yeah.
He had a couple good years. Christian Laettner. If I'm talking to my grandkids someday about Christian Laettner, just know this: the dude, at Duke, you could not beat him.
It's true.
You could not beat him.
Yeah, it's kind of accurate. All right, do not move. Stick around. Mark Schlereth joins us for his weekly visit next. Don't want to miss that, folks. It's always a riot. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is such a pivotal part of the season now, and it already was going to be. But now you're still talking about college student athletes. If you go out there and Levitt can't play and you lose to Texas Tech and you had your heart set on going back to the college football playoff and avenging that Texas loss last year and winning the whole thing, do you start to waver at all as a team, even if a couple guys start to waver at all?
If they lose to Texas Tech, are they done in terms of winning?
You would need, you mean in terms of winning the Big 12?
The conference, yes.
You would have to win out and get help.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations, you should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How is that fair to you? Fortunately, there is a better way. Switch over to a Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. Every deposit you make into that account, it pays off the principal of your home, which means you're going to wake up one day down the road and that house payment's going to be gone. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer Loan client needs to pay off that home, which does a lot of great stuff. But primarily, now you're debt-free, and now you've got decades to build personal wealth while everybody else is chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay down, pay off, borrow back from yourself whenever you like because you've earned it with that great credit score. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice practice, we have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on site every day. ProSmile is family owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Hey, Cardinals fans, if you're looking for low rates and great deals, get down to Earnhardt Ford. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with low rates and bonus cash offers of their own. All offers require approved credit in Chandler or online at EarnhardtFord.com.
After all applicable offers, APR terms limited for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dan Bickley here. Tim Ring filling in for Vinny. Good news from Vinny. Post-surgery, he says he's groggy and sore like a hangover without all the fun parts. There you go. Hang in there, Vinny. And a big shout out to all our great listeners in Sun City. As promised, the can't miss segment of the week, our great friend Mark Schlereth joins us.
Speaking of hungover.
Oh,
I'm just teasing him. I'm just teasing him.
What's happening, Mark?
How are we doing, guys?
What up?
Mark Schlereth, the great Mark Schlereth. So, now, Mark, we had a game in Indianapolis where Jacoby Brissett steps in for Kyler Murray, and the entire offense looked different because he stayed in the pocket. He didn't duck and run too early, spread the ball around. I'm not sure if you got to see any of it. What do the Cardinals do in a situation like this when everything Kyler Murray doesn't do in the pocket was kind of laid bare by his replacement?
Yeah, well, what have I told you for the last several years? How do you win consistently? And I know you didn't win the game, but Indianapolis is a really good team. But what have I said for the last couple of years? Yeah, boring is what wins in the National Football League. Being in the pocket, taking what a defense gives you, keeping you on schedule. And I understand that scrambling around and, throwing one deep or, getting a big gain and all that kind of stuff, that makes SportsCenter highlights. But ultimately, you lose football games. And so, at some point, you either have to impress upon Kyler Murray that this is the way we're going to play the game. This is how we're going to do it. And if that's not the style with which you want to play with, then we're going to have to move on. Yeah. And I'm not saying that Jacoby Brissett is the answer because he's not. If Jacoby Brissett's the answer, the question is, who's a decent backup quarterback?
Yes.
He's not because he's not a starter, but he's a really good backup. But you can learn the way the game needs to be played by watching him play. And it's something that Kyler, in my opinion, that needs to be the next step or the next progression in his career. If you want to have longevity and you want to lead a team to do the playoffs and all those things, you have to play with a different style than you currently play with.
Hey, Mark, let me tap into your former player perspective on this next question. I know what guys say publicly, but I'm really curious of what the conversations are like privately in the locker room when the guys are together. If there's even a whiff of a question of which quarterback currently on the roster gives us the best chance to win, what are those conversations like as a team kind of navigates through something like this?
Those things, like you have some, occasional private conversations, just you and a couple of the guys or whatever. One thing that drives you crazy as an offensive lineman is a guy that takes multiple sacks that you get blamed for, because nothing good happens to you as an offensive lineman, right? Like we can have the greatest game in the world. Your running back can rush for 200. Your quarterback cannot get touched and throw for 300, and you're nothing more than a tagline at the end of it. Like, hey, man, got to thank the big guys up front. Now let's talk about how great I was, right? But you give up one sack, in a pivotal situation, and you're garbage. And so there's a lot of things that go with playing and playing well as in a team sport. But man, ultimately you want to win. and you want to be productive. And the other thing is you want to be on schedule. Like, there is nothing worse than being second down and long and third down and long for an entire game, because it just takes everything off the plate. Like, playing the game is hard enough as it is, but when you're playing from third down and long all the time or second down and long all the time, it is such an arduous task, because you become very predictable as an offense. And when you're predictable as an offense, there's not a whole lot of things you can do other than just kind of sit there and take it. You don't get to dictate to the defense. You don't get to be the aggressor. You don't get to take the passive out of pass protection. You just have to sit there and get your brains beat in when you're predictable. And that's never a fun way to play this game.
All right, it's a wild year in the NFL. Up is down. You're looking at if most power rankings are out, it's probably the Colts and the Buccaneers. The MVP might be Baker Mayfield. It might be Daniel Jones. Whereas these other traditionally great teams are struggling. The Patriots might win that division over the Bills. What do you make of what we're seeing this year? Is this a year of a winds of change kind of year in the NFL?
I think, if you want parity, you're going to get it. And that's what the NFL, says they want. I think part of it also is the amount of injuries that we just seem to get more and more injuries throughout the league, pivotal injuries. So you lose players, and then the lack of development, like the young players that you have to put in their place are not ready to play. And so those guys aren't any good. And I think a lot of it can point to the last collective bargaining agreement where we actually bargained skill out of the game. And so, that's what you do. The owners are like, we'll give up practice time, but we want to keep our money. And the players are like, all right, well, we can't get the money. So we'll just take what we can, which is just scraps, which is lack of practice time. And I just think you've actually made the game less skilled than it's probably ever been. And then the other thing is you can't get good at anything without doing that thing. So you can practice, in shorts and T-shirts and run around and do all those things. And you can feel pretty good about the accomplishment that you make in practice when you're in shorts and T-shirt. But the game isn't played that way. It's played in full pads and people hit each other. And so it's just there's a real difference in, developing that skill, developing enough kinesthetic awareness to be good at what you do and to be able to push on another 300-pound guy. And when he changes direction, you change direction, and all those things. That's a skill that you have to work on and develop. And I think it's one of the reasons that every time you look up, another guy tears an ACL, another guy tears an Achilles tendon. I don't have any info on it, but I don't know. I've been watching this game for a long time. I've played it for a long time. I've never seen in the last couple of years more devastating season-ending injuries than I've seen in the last few years. And so there's got to be a correlation to the fact that we don't actually work at being good at the game.
It's a great point.
Yeah, Mark, and one more quick one for you. Just going back to the Cardinals real quick. They got the Packers coming in. Bick and I all morning have been kind of trying to kick around the Packers, just how good they are or why they're not perhaps the dominant team that maybe they could be. Where's your perspective at when it comes to Jordan Love and this Green Bay Packer team, a team that has a really good rushing defense coming into Sunday?
Yeah, you know what? I've watched them a couple times early in the season. I thought they were the best team in football. I had them. I had a team that played them a week before I called one of their games, and they were like fastest defense I've ever seen. Like the fastest defense. Their coordinator was like, that defense is so fast, unbelievable pass rush ability, and just tons of guys in their front seven. Is like I said, the fastest defensive team I've seen in person. So they are uber talented. I think they've got a bunch of young, really talented players. They run the ball. They usually run the ball pretty well. They're pretty physical. I think they have a chance, and they dropped a couple that you probably shouldn't drop, but I think they have a chance to be the best team in the league.
Great stuff as always, Mark. Really appreciate your time. Have yourself a great Wednesday.
You too, guys.
Thanks, everybody. The one, the only Mark Schlereth is joining us live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. On the other side, Sammy has prepared a version of Start, Sit, and Cut. Don't miss it. We're back right after this.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub 500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And 1 week from today, the Phoenix Suns will tip off their 2025-26 season at Mortgage Matchup Center against the Sacramento Kings. But last night, they finished up preseason play with a win against the Lakers, 113-104. And rookies Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming showed some signs of potential. And here was head coach Jordan Knott on Malawach.
The character and the spirit of him specifically, that I'm not sure he has a bad day. He may have a bad moment, but he's not going to have a bad day. And he came out and he showed some things today. So now he's set the new standard.
Some good news for ASU fans. Sam Levitt took first-team reps in practice yesterday ahead of ASU's biggest game of the season. The quarterback is monitoring a foot injury, but will hopefully be ready to go Saturday afternoon against Texas Tech. And the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday will welcome the Green Bay Packers. And we're still waiting for an injury update on Kyler Murray with his foot injury as well. And the Cards will look to avoid losing their fifth straight game. And this report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which combination of starting quarterbacks will Valley football teams roll out this weekend? Is it going to be Kyler Murray and Sam Levitt? Is it going to be Jacoby Brissett and Sam Levitt? Is it going to be Jacoby Brissett and Jeff Sims, or is it going to be Kyler Murray and Jeff Sims? So which quarterback combo?
I think it's going to be Sam Levitt and Jacoby Brissett.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Sam Levitt and Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray, even if he's not 100%, is going to say he's 100%.
Because he doesn't want
yes.
Wally pipped?
Oh, man. All right, so the response here, 62% of the vote actually says Sam Levitt and Jacoby Brissett. 19% say Sam Levitt and Kyler Murray, and the rest say some notion of Jeff Sims and a Cardinal quarterback. So we'll see come this weekend, but yeah, that's today's Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Bickley and Murata want to know, who would you start, sit, or cut?
All right, Sammy's prepared a game of start, sit, cut for us. Sammy, what do you got?
Prepared a lovely game.
Yes, all right, I've got 7 start, sit, cuts for you guys. The first one is things on the horizon, some things we're looking forward to. Start, sit, cut, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas.
Wow. I am going to start Christmas, favorite holiday. I'm going to sit Thanksgiving, even though I hate the food, and I'm going to cut Halloween.
How do you hate the food? You're not a turkey guy.
Not a fan of turkey, not a fan of cranberry sauce. Stuffing I like.
Okay.
It's just the Thanksgiving fare. I know this is the very unpopular take, but I love everything else about it. I love the fact that there are zero expectations on you on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You are not required to accomplish anything.
Nothing.
Other than sit on the couch and watch football.
Okay. Tim?
Preferably with sweatpants on after eating all the food that you don't like. I'm going to start Thanksgiving for that very reason.
Hey.
Food, football, comfy pants, and a couch. I'm going to sit Christmas, and I'm going to cut Halloween.
Yeah. Okay, so not big Halloween fans, but it is right around the corner, so that's where my next one is. So start, sit, cut of Halloween costumes, or what you guys are. So start, sit, cut an over-the-top, obnoxious Halloween costume, a very mild, fine Halloween costume, or no costume at all. On Halloween, what are you guys?
When I did kind of engage in that, I like the mild. Okay. I like maybe getting the face painted or made up, but I didn't like wearing clunky masks, right?
Right.
There's one time my youngest got so dressed up for Halloween, it was like the scene from Christmas Story where he couldn't stand up.
Oh no way.
He kept running into things he couldn't see because he was wearing this big elaborate mask.
I'm going to guess your wife goes all out on the Halloween costumes too, doesn't she? Yes.
So I'm going to start mild. I'm going to sit no costume at all.
Okay.
And I'm not the obnoxious all over the top costume.
All right. All right.
Oh, I am clearly starting no costume. I was always the guy without a costume. You know why, Tim? I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Mild will be my sit, and obviously elaborate would be my cut.
I feel like, Tim, you're throwing like a basketball jersey. Call it good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Or throw some random NFL jersey that's in the back of my closet.
Yeah. All right. There we go. So Tim's mentioned, and we talked about it yesterday, like an ideal football weekend. All right. So we're going to start, sit, cut our ideal football weekend, and a fully stocked fridge with whatever you guys want in there. Your fantasy football team gets a win, or an unreal slate of games.
Ooh. Okay, I will start the unreal slate of games.
Okay.
I will sit the fully stocked fridge.
So that means you're cutting the fantasy football win.
I'm cutting the fantasy football win.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Not that important to me.
Give me the great slate, and I'll order a pizza. Forget the fridge, right? Uber Eats, right?
Right.
And then fantasy football. I don't play fantasy football, so I'm not a costume guy, and I'm not a fantasy football guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can anybody out there relate, or am I in the minority?
Wow.
I feel like there are some people out there. All right. So we also talked about the 15-inning blockbuster of a game, the Tigers and the Mariners. So start, sit, cut of stressful situations when it's your team.
Got it.
An extra inning MLB playoff game, a late fourth quarter drive from your football team, or less than 3 minutes left in a fourth quarter of an NBA playoff game.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. This is a good question. I think that the most stressful for me would be the late in the fourth quarter of a football game.
Yeah.
Because they're singular games, right? They're not series. I'm going to sit the less than 3 minutes of an NBA playoff game because that can be very, very harrowing. And the extra innings in baseball, I'm going to cut because while they can be stressful, baseball has that weird dynamic where when your team is up to bat, you cannot fall further behind. So you have half the time where you get a reprieve.
But you also know it's hanging over your head if you don't score.
I do know that.
Right?
I do know that.
I know. Yeah. Yes.
I do know
Rhetorical
that.
question.
Right.
Yes.
But
there's still. I know where you're going with that.
Right.
There's still stress.
Right.
I'm thinking back to the Cubs-Indians World Series and what the state I was in.
Oh man.
After the rain delay. So that is definitely my start. I'll go with the NFL final 3 minutes in a close game. These are teams that you care about, obviously. And then the end of an NBA game. I mean, unless it's the finals. Yeah. Okay.
And had we have a hockey team, NHL overtime, I don't think that's one of one.
NHL overtime's insane.
Yeah, it's one of one.
Pure insanity.
All right, so we've talked a lot about how Baker Mayfield right now is potentially the MVP through however many games we've played this season. So, but on a flip side, start, sit, cut of quarterbacks you'd want to hang out with.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to give Baker Mayfield a nod here. Josh Allen is the other guy. And then kind of on the other end of the spectrum, Aaron Rodgers. Those three guys start, sit, cut of who you'd want to hang out with, grab a beer with.
Yeah, that to me, I'm starting Josh Allen.
Okay.
He looks like a super, super cool dude. I'm sitting Baker Mayfield, and I'm walking right by that bar stool that's next to Aaron Rodgers.
All right.
See ya.
I'll go just the opposite. You know what? I'm going to start Rodgers just because I think he'd be fascinating to pick his brain.
Really?
If he were honest, Baker Mayfield, I'll sit. I'd love to go to the tavern with Baker Mayfield and throw a few back and maybe even pick a fight with somebody because that seems like something Baker Mayfield would do. At least we, make obscene gestures to the table across the way. And then Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Somebody's got to get cut. I hate it,
Okay.
That's a tough one, though.
I mean, because I'd love to hang out with Josh Allen.
Because to pick Rodgers' brain.
That's what puts me over the top, Sammy.
But like if I'm going to like have a good time, it's like a Friday night. I think I'm going with Baker.
Yeah.
Baker would have to be the guy, and then Josh, and then Rodgers. All right, last one. As it's starting, hopefully, to get a little more chilly outside. The weather's starting to turn. Start, sit, cut, best cold weather clothes.
Okay.
An awesome hoodie.
Okay.
Some really good sweatpants.
Uh-huh.
or your accessories, the likes of a good beanie, some fuzzy socks type, or maybe even a good blanket at home. So your accessories. Start, sit, cut.
Yeah, I am going to start a really good hoodie, a nice, comfortable, large, kind of swim in the hoodie kind of thing. I'm going to sit the sweatpants, and I'm not a big accessory guy.
All
so
right.
I'm cutting the accessories.
Fair enough.
Jared would have the accessories number 1.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll switch that up a little bit. I'll go hoodie as well. I will bump accessories into my sit, and then we'll cut the sweatpants.
Okay.
But I'm a good beanie guy.
Okay.
See, I don't know if you got the hair for the beanie.
Yeah, I got too much hair for the
Too much hair for the beanie.
Yeah.
You know, the beanie be like this.
See, I'm a huge sweats guy. Like, I have 2 pairs of sweats, and they go through a cycle all winter, and they're so good. A hoodie would be my second, and then I'm not a beanie guy either. I don't really have the head and the fuzzy socks. I'm a flip-flop guy year-round, so.
Good stuff, Sammy.
There you go.
Good round of start, sit, cut. Like that a lot. Remember, Judas Priest and Alice Cooper are joining forces for an epic tour. They are coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd, and you can win tickets. All you have to do, text the word Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. That's Cooper to 620-620. We'll be back to wrap up today's show right after this.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What fuels the Arizona Cardinals? The roar of the crowd, the electricity in the air, and now the incredible taste of Spinato's Pizza. This season, game day just got a major flavor upgrade. That's right, Cardinals fans. Spinato's is officially serving fresh-made Chicago-style pizza inside State Farm Stadium. They're making game day tastier at not 1, but 4 concession stands. Find them in sections 113, 132, 416, and 440. The real MVP is the all-new Cardinals Collab Pizza. Spinato's has teamed up with the Arizona Cardinals to deliver a pie loaded with flavor, savory roasted red peppers, zesty pepperoncini, premium Canadian bacon, gooey mozzarella, and their signature spinach spice. It is a taste of victory in every bite. Watching from home, you can still get in on the action. The Cardinals Collab Pizza is available at all Spinato's locations. Plus, don't miss the Spinato's watch party on November 9th in Tempe as the Cardinals take on the Seahawks in Seattle. So whether you're in the stands or on your couch, fuel your Cardinals fandom with the best. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, bold, and made to win.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brother
First. Huh? 50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day.
All right, today's Song of the Day, in honor of those great tickets we're letting our listeners get a chance to win. This is a new offering from Judas Priest. It's a great song. It's called Trial by Fire. Rob Halford. It's funny because Alice Cooper puts on an event every year because he runs a school for young kids that learn to play music. So it's sort of like get them off the street, teach them the music.
Great.
So they had an event, and Rob Halford showed up and was part of that night's entertainment. And I'm thinking that night is where Rob Halford and Alice Cooper sort of hatched the plan for an epic world tour.
Which is coming to town.
Which is coming to town, baby. Trial by Fire, Judas Priest, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, here's a fantastic story that Tim and I have been vibing on all morning. We saved it for this particular moment. So apparently the Boston Celtics have a media game every year. This year, the media shows up for it, and Joe Mazzulla says, hey, by the way, you're not playing against each other today. You are playing against the Boston Celtic coaches. The Boston Celtics coaching staff includes Paul Presley, Deshaun Butler, and 5 former college basketball stars. God Shamgod, remember him? Emil Jefferson.
He's got a move named after him.
That's right. Tony Dobbins, DJ McClay, and of course Joe Mazzulla, who once led West Virginia to a Final Four berth and is an absolute maniac.
Yes.
Okay, so the Boston media consists of media. So you already know what happened in this game.
It was worse than you would even think.
I'm so glad you guys brought it up because I was gonna bring it up if you didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through the Athletic article and it's just the tweet of Celtics coaches lead media 36-2.
Yeah.
The final score. Go ahead, Vic.
Was 57-4. 57-4.
We could have gotten 4 points. Come on.
Which means they were trying on the defensive end and just humiliating the media.
Oh, don't you think they vibed on that?
100%.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
And it's such a Joe Mazzulla thing to do, to when I'm reading through this and one of the media people showed up just expecting to play the media, have some fun at whatever game. I think they do it every year. Yeah. And then all of a sudden Mazzulla goes, I hate to break it to you guys, but us coaches are lacing them up. What?
Listen, one of the things that I do not like is when athletes, rip the media for not having played the game themselves. Because a movie critic doesn't have to be an actor or have an experience acting. A political columnist doesn't have to be a politician
to know what's
critique,
good, yes.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People point out there's many bald barbers who do their jobs just fine. So, but that being said, the Celtics coaching staff totally rallied on putting the hammer down.
Everything I saw that tweet.
Yeah,
I saw that article.
Right.
So it got me thinking if that happened here in Phoenix, would it look similar?
Well,
and I think the answer is yes, it would.
Okay, so here's what I know about the Phoenix media. Dwayne Rankin from AZ Central. I know he's in really good shape. He runs all the time. Kellen Olson is 6 foot 100, so at least he can play on the low blocks, right? Dana Scott from AZ Central looks pretty athletic to me, right? Even actually looks like Giannis in some sort of way.
All right.
Who else?
A mini Giannis.
John Voita from Bright Side of the Sun. I don't know if he's got any game.
Oh, Vic, I am in my high school's Hall of Fame.
Tim, you got some game left in you?
That's the problem. Is 25 years ago.
Wow.
I could probably maybe handle Jordan Knott.
So you were literally once a ringer.
I would do anything to play
I did
that
not know
game.
you were in your high school Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, well, technically
man.
my whole team is, but I'm part of that team.
Oh, I got you.
And we're on the wall.
I got you.
And we're on the wall.
I got you.
My high school team, actually, I know he's not a coach, but I'd love to get a shot at Brian Gregory again, because in 1984, his team kicked the ever-living crap out of my team in a non-conference game.
Oh, yeah.
Hersey played
Hersey
Viator.
High School, yeah.
And he was awesome. Brian Gregory was phenomenal
listen,
as a high school basketball
I know.
player.
He was the Daily Herald Player of the Year in 1984, 85, I want
It
to
was
say.
85.
And I started working at that same newspaper in 1987.
But Sammy, to answer your question, if I were your age, I would take on any. They got Chase on Allen, they got DeMarie Carroll. I would relish the opportunity to get out there. At my age now, no, I'd blow a Achilles or a hamstring or an ACL in about 5.2 seconds.
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is roll an ankle or blow out your knee at our age, right?
Right. So
I know
Sammy
would love to play.
You do it.
I'd run the break. Jordan Knott huffing and puffing.
Everybody's picking on Jordan Knott because he might not look like a player.
No,
he's probably really good.
Yeah, probably really good.
So just coming through from our own Tyler Drake, Walter Nolan will be at practice out there today. So the practice window is now open for Walter Nolan.
Nice.
Yeah, that's some good news.
That's a bit of good news.
Yeah, we'll take it.
I'll take that. All right, other news in the NBA. Did you see Russell Westbrook has signed with Sacramento? For a minute, it sounded like KD was lobbying for Russell Westbrook to come to Houston.
Interesting reunion. That would have been.
That would have been.
Would have been an how many teams now and how many years for Westbrook? Like what? Was it be four or five teams in 5 years? 6 teams in 6 years?
I just think that had he gone to Houston, he wouldn't have gotten the run or the shots or the minutes that he's probably going to get in Sacramento.
And he'd be going back to Houston. You can't go home again. You can't go home again.
Yeah, that's right. All right, finally, we know this from the Generation Gap game that we play quite frequently. Did you see that teachers are beginning to ban the popular slang 6'7" and disciplining students who breach the rule? A 6th grade teacher in Michigan told USA Today, quote, "I've been teaching for 20 years and I've dealt with all sorts of slang. Nothing has driven me more crazy than this one."
And if they say it, they get 6 or 7 days as that detention.
And apparently, I didn't know this, but maybe you know this, Sammy. Apparently, when they say 6'7", they do a juggling gesture as well. Yeah, you just did it.
Yeah, like this.
It's a saying that means absolutely nothing.
Means zero. I don't like it. Well, let's be
I don't like it.
Let's be better. Let's come up with better slang.
I still like the idea. See, Sammy really wants a piece of who would Sammy be guarding on the Suns coaching staff?
Yep.
I think
Carroll.
Oh, Chip. No, we probably have to put Sammy on Chase on Allen.
Okay.
Right. Let those guys go at it. Vic, you could guard Mike Muscala.
I ain't guarding anybody. I'm going to be like KD and just stand on the perimeter and wait for the ball.
Muscala would be a tough guard. You're just.
That's what I'm going to do, man. Hey, I'm open.
Just stand in the corner with your hand up.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to throw a lazy cross-court pass. It's going to get intercepted, and I'm not going to run back on defense. You don't want me playing.
I'd be out there competing for a 10-day.
Okay, listen. You don't know this, Sammy, but once I challenged Diana Taurasi to games of horse. Yeah. Because back in the day, believe it or not, I could fill it up. Couldn't do much else, but I could fill it up. She annihilated me. I didn't get a single letter in 3 straight games of horse.
That's what you get.
I made the mistake. I made the mistake in that game of telling her, "Hey, why don't we use a regulation ball?"
No.
And she took that as an insult, and everything changed. She just turned into a ruthless killer on me, and I'm like,
oh, she went to the White Mamba?
Yes. And I'm like, okay, now I get while you're the GOAT. This is what it is. You say one thing wrong to the GOAT in basketball, and you're toast. And that's what I was.
And then you said to her, all right, Oklahoma drill next.
Right, exactly. All right, on behalf of Tyler Drake, who joined us, and thanks for the update on Walter Nolan, that is good news. Puts me in a good mood on our way out the door. On behalf of the great Mark Schlereth, who did wonderful as always. Thank you to Bailey, who did a great job filling
Thanks,
in
Bailey.
for Jared.
Good job,
Bailey. On behalf of Sammy Sabolka, Tim Ring, I'm Dan Bickley. Wolf and Luth next. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I say it all the time. You should have really high standards when buying a car. You should demand a great experience, a vehicle you cannot wait to drive, and a very reasonable price. That is what you're going to get and more from my friends at Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter whether you're looking for new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars. You're going to find what you're looking for at Chapman BMW, and as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, you got a friend in the business, go get your hookup. Take a test drive, find what you like, ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night with a 113-104 win over the Lakers. For the Suns, Jared Butler had 35 points to go along with 9 assists, and rookie Kaman Malawach flashed some serious potential last night with 17 points. But the Suns will open the 2025-26 season a week from today at home against the Kings, and it'll be without Jalen Green as he re-aggravated his hamstring and will miss the season opener. Sam Levitt did practice for the ASU Sun Devils yesterday and took first-team reps as he continues to be monitored with a foot injury ahead of their Big 12 matchup with Texas Tech on Saturday afternoon. And the Arizona Cardinals continue prep for the Packers. Here was offensive coordinator Drew Petzing on what he saw from his offense on Sunday.
I think there was some confidence built. I think at the end of the day, we're an outcome-based offense, and we didn't score enough points, so that's what we're going to focus on and where we can improve to get over the hump. But was definitely pleased with some of the things that took place on the field and kind of the momentum we were able to build.
Question marks still remain on who will be under center on Sunday. For now, we have to wait and see. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf.
What's going on, Luke?
How we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well, man. How you doing, Basinonians? You doing okay? You ready to go? Here it is Wednesday. Command and Control, are you ready to broadcast? There it is. Get a big thumbs up from Rick. What about you, Jamal? You ready to go? Nice. Sammy the Bull still spending a little bit of time with us here, hanging out in the voice booth, as we like to call it.
I've never heard it called that before.
Really?
Yeah,
interesting.
The voice booth, huh?
Yes, also a wedge. Some people called it the Calvisi wedge. I don't call it that.
If you want to talk to him, other than the way you're doing it right now on the air, you have to push a button that says wedge, not voice booth.
I see. Yeah, interesting. But I'm not trying to talk to him. I think he can actually hear us right now. Yeah, see there. It is.
I would hope so. Otherwise, we're not
on
the air.
Of course, right.
How you doing, Wolf?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, ready to broadcast. How about you, Luke?
I'm doing the show without my phone. It's somewhere in this building, and it's kind of liberating.
Wow.
Nobody can get in touch with me. It's
what
great.
you know where it is?
It's somewhere in here. The show was about to start, and I was like, who needs a phone?
You know what's it's kind of crazy, isn't it, Basinonians? You need a phone today. You kind of need your phone.
People freak out. They're like, I texted you, you didn't respond. Like,
yeah,
that's because I left my phone somewhere.
I know. Well, you're invading my privacy, are you not? When you actually text, no, you're not invading my privacy because it's only on the phone. It's not you personally. It's interesting, isn't it? So many different things. Let's take calls on that, as a matter of fact.
I can't.
Let's have a listeners-only meeting. Could you live without your phone? Your call's next.
Do that in July next year.
Okay, okay, July, Rick. You good with that?
Or in December if things don't turn around here soon with some of these teams. All right, how about this? This could be something turning around. This is Jonathan Gannon from earlier today. Wolf, I think this is going to make you almost as happy as balloons make you. All right, there you go. This is Jonathan Gannon was asked if Walter Nolan's practice window has opened up.
Yes. He'll be out there today.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, I'm going to take that right there. Walter Nolan, basically. Walter Nolan, he's practicing today. He's going to be out there today.
Yes.
He was practicing. I'm going to put that in the positive.
Practice,
That's right, man. We are talking about it. I'm going to put that into the positive category.
You know what I like about JG's answer? Okay, so this, I'm looking at, it's 5 seconds. All right, so I'm going to play it again. Because he gives you like a half a second answer, and then he gives you 4 seconds of, you can hear the practice window opening. That's what that 4 seconds is, I believe. Okay, here it is. So it's like, hey, JG, is Walter Nolan's practice window going to open?
Yes.
And now you can just hear it opening.
We'll be out there today.
That is like,
I
that was really good on your
just
part,
4
Luke.
seconds of just silence.
That's
to
one
let
of
that sink in.
one of the reasons why it's important to listen, my young crunks. Okay, you have to listen to what people are actually saying. You have to listen. Luke did a great job there, actually listening to sound and hearing the window open. Even though it wasn't a window, it kind of felt like it was a window.
And it's a 5 second cut, and it's a half second answer. Here's more from JG. He was asked what having Nolan back could look like for this defense.
Take it day by day, Bo. You know, hasn't played football in a while, but he's ready. He's fired up. And he's ready to get out there.
Well, they need some of these guys to start coming back.
You know, they need any help they can get, especially in this game on the defensive side of the ball. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could actually play this week? I just don't know if that is going to be the case.
That sounds like it would be pretty stunning.
It does sound like that, but, you know, once again, I would imagine the bye factors into this, and, you know, you'd like to bring him back, let him practice for a week, and then, boy, then all of a sudden the bye. And I think this is exciting to know that Walter Nolan is at least close. Maybe coming out of the bye, we'll see him.
Darius Robinson, I double-checked this because he had a very similar injury, it sounds like, last year. He had his a little bit later in camp because we actually got to see him in camp. We haven't got to see anything from Walter Nolan because he's been dealing with this. But Darius Robinson's first game action last year, although very limited, was not until December 1st. So it at least seems like Walter Nolan's on track to come back way earlier than that. I mean, these are 2 first-round picks. You were fortunate enough to have 3 first-round picks in the last 2 years, but as we sit here today, all 3 of them are hurt.
Yes.
Marv was at least taking a step forward, and you hope Marv's injury isn't a long-term thing. He might even be back this week. Who knows? But you know, his status is up in the air. I would be stunned if Nolan's back this week, but this is at least good news, and Darius Robinson's missed the last couple games.
And, you know, we were talking about this. Maybe this is one of the reasons why they actually are having a walkthrough Wednesday practice. Maybe that is one of the reasons why. They're all banged up, and instead of going out there and getting more banged up, possibly, why not just go out there and say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to walk through it because we got a lot of people. We got not a lot of people. We got some people, very important people to this game that we want to make sure they don't tweak anything or have any type of setback. Marvin Harrison Jr., a little bit different because of the concussion and being in concussion protocol.
Yeah, he's kind of just going through, you know, the standard protocol stuff. But Kyler Murray, I mean, what you're saying right there, just to kind of give people the full scope of what's going on, practice today is now a closed walkthrough. That was the update yesterday afternoon. So closed walkthrough on a Wednesday. You and I were talking about this. I mean, you would know better than anybody, but a walkthrough on a Wednesday is not common.
Yeah, you know, it is common if maybe you're playing a Saturday game or a Thursday night game. Certainly you're going to walk through on a Wednesday. That's what you're going to do. It's just a completely different thing to say we're going to walk through on a Wednesday when you're playing on Sunday, of course. Wednesday and Thursday, typically really heavy days, game plan days, heavy game plan days, heavy work going in. And, you know, at this point in time, I guess it's still a little bit early when you talk about week 7 in the NFL. Now, when you start getting into the double digits, week 10, 11, 12, you could almost see, okay, maybe that's what's going on here. You're a little banged up and you don't want to risk any other injury whatsoever, not even rolling an ankle in practice, whatever it may be. You're a little thin right now, so you're going to go ahead with a walkthrough on Wednesday. It seems odd to me that it's happening this early in the season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The logic side of me thinks does this have anything to do with Kyler Murray? Is it if you go through a walkthrough today, does that make it easier for him to be a part of the practice? I don't know.
I think that is a great point by you.
We'll see.
I mean, honestly, it makes logical sense.
It just, if you're going to do something out of the ordinary, there's got to be a reason for it. And the first place you would look is, hey, our starting quarterback wasn't able to play last week because of injury. You know my stance on this. I would sit him one more week because then you also have the bye week, and I don't think Jacoby Brissett is a huge step back for one more week. but they clearly want Kyler back as quickly as possible.
And once again, he's your starting quarterback, Basinonians, and because of that, you need him back as soon as he possibly can, if that is the conviction, of course. And I know that it is. With the coaching staff, I know that it is with the organization. It is the conviction of that. They are going to bring back Kyler Murray as soon as he can possibly play because they believe he gives them the best option to win. I know there's a lot of people that look at Jacoby Brissett and the one game that he played, and you're going to build a church on that. I understand. I understand why you might want to do that. But to me, I think it's way too early to make that move. Now, we'll see how this all plays out against the Green Bay Packers. You do have the bye week coming up, and then you got 10 games after that.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're not ever going to do anything. You still have plenty of time to make that kind of decision.
And that's the thing, too. Like, if you play Jacoby Brissett this week, I mean, I'm not going to read that as like, oh, we're making a change. I'm going to read that as what you just said. We have 10 games left after the bye week. If you feel Kyler Murray gives you the best chance to win, then don't you kind of not want him hobbling around while Micah Parsons is chasing him down this week?
And that might be one of the reasons why they walked it through, as you supposed.
I guess we'll find out when we come back. How about some basketball? The Phoenix Suns start their season a week from today. They finished the preseason last night. We already have injury news. What is it about this city in 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jacoby Brissett is. Like, it's not like you're looking at Jacoby Brissett because you want to see if he's the long-term answer. You're looking at Jacoby Brissett to see, how does this offense look with a capable quarterback running it? And that's what you're looking at. It's not like, I need another look at Jacoby. It's like, I need another look with somebody that's not Kyler
that's
Murray.
Exactly it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf leader for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company all the way back in 1991. And guess what? They were building little pools at the time, and they reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. That's right, Basinonians. That is what Presidential Pools and Spas has become. They've been improving their brand for decades, of course, and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, of course, and their people, Basinonians. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. For most sellers as well, they have been working with them for decades. Right now, Basinonians. James Frabasilio, good buddy of mine. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
they're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, is celebrating fall's return with their annual Turkey Gobbler two-person scramble, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses, on Saturday, November 15th at the Victory Course at the Verado Golf Club. Proceeds benefit the Society of St. Vincent de Paul of Arizona. Open to the public. It's good fun and a great value with breakfast, golf, competition holes, team prizes, a big raffle, and a bounce-back golf coupon. All for just $149. Space is limited, so sign up today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey everybody, it's Burns. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night. What have we learned so far about this year's team? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Thank you to our YouTube listeners and viewers everywhere. Thanks right now specifically to our listeners in Cave Creek.
What up, Cave Creek?
What up, Cave Creek, indeed.
Cave Creek, man. I love Cave Creek.
What you're not going to love is this injury update for the Phoenix Suns. The season starts a week from today. Getting some excitement now for this upcoming season, right?
Ready to go.
If you made a list of players you're most excited about, I think Jalen Green would be pretty high on the list. Well, here's Jordan Ott's pregame update yesterday on Jalen Green and that hamstring issue.
Correct. That's the way it is right now.
Well, that's him in response saying that Jalen Green is out for the season opener. He talked more about the hamstring.
Jalen, the update there, he did re-aggravate in China, just the same hamstring. We're going to continue to assess, and within 10 days, we can say that we'll give you another update. So,
great. Within 10 days. I mean, now we're getting into the season. One more on the Jalen Green injury from Jordan Ott.
We all know the soft tissue injuries are really hard to see exactly the progress, and obviously he's frustrated, but this is all part of it. We, thankfully we caught it early. It's not that serious, but he wants to be out there, especially new teammates, new system. There's just other ways that we're going to have to speed him up. That's the reality of it. And, he did a great job in the China trip, hanging in there with us. And now we'll just double down on all those things, film anything that he can do. And then he'll be right back at it, because he is a resilient athlete and he tends to bounce back. This is just another step and he'll bounce back.
Yeah, this really is a bummer. It is. It's not a good thing. I'm going to put that in the negative category. The guy's got a hammy, and you can tweak that hammy over and over and over again. It's not a good thing. You got to get it right. And I think this is what the Suns are going to do. They're going to move in a very cautious way with Jalen Green. And right now, the good news is this, Basinonians, this is a guy who hasn't missed a game in the last 2 years. Right?
Is that good news?
So I think that is, no, I just think honestly, you can look at that for a little context, a little reference here. He's Mikal Bridges, basically.
So, yeah, you bring up a good point. So let me just follow me on this, okay? Here's how many games Corbin Burns started the last few years before he got to Arizona, okay? Last year, 32. The year before, 32. The year before, 33. The year before, 28. The year before, 12, but that was 2020 when nobody played a lot.
You're not going to do this.
32. The year before, 30. In other words, Corbin Burns doesn't miss starts.
You're not going to do this, Luke.
Until he gets to Arizona and has Tommy John. Jalen Green, last year missed 0 games. The year before missed 0 games. Okay. The year before missed 6 games. This is not an injury-prone guy. And he's already missing games.
What's your point, Luke?
I don't know what we did in this city. I'm so far past the, hey, why can't the teams in this city win? I'm more along the lines of, hey, why can't any player we ever bring in stay healthy? What is going on, man?
Okay, it is maddening a little bit to some degree. Remember KD when he was in warm-up? Remember that? He rolled his ankles?
I do, actually.
That was now that you bring it up, unbelievable. Let's face that. Admit it was unbelievable. Never seen anything like it.
He actually played more than most of these guys. Or, I don't know, you draft Walter Nolan and he's coming out, he's opening his practice window in October.
Yeah.
Darius Robinson didn't get to play his first game till December. Like, what? Can we just have some players that, that they don't have bad luck when they start their careers?
He was making his debut. Remember that? So he was coming back, and all of a sudden it was like, that was brutal. So I get your point. I'm not worried about Jalen Green. I am not. Mark Williams, on the other hand, there's a lot of room to be concerned, I would say, based on needs.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I'm more frustrated with the Jalen Green thing just because of the bigger picture. I'm not worried about it because this is a guy that doesn't miss games. I mean, you can look at that both ways. The way I just looked at it, it's maddening. It feels like something's like there's some sort of I don't know, push out there that no team from Phoenix can have success in 2025. But the big picture is Jalen Green is typically healthy. Mark Williams, well, here's the Jordan Ott injury update there.
Mark's on pace. You saw him today. Now he's doing live. We said initially he was doing everything but live. Now he's doing live. So still the same goal. Be ready to go for opening night. He's trending in the right direction.
So that's good that he's trending in the right direction. But with Mark Williams, there is a long injury history. So
yes.
You knew you were running a risk when you traded 2 first-round picks for him.
So as you were watching the game, what were your thoughts in regard to what you were seeing in this preseason finale?
My thoughts were, is Jared Butler the greatest scorer of all time? That was certainly one of them. My other thoughts were, it's going to be a major storyline this season to see Kamon Malawach have a bad game and then bounce back with a good game and just his growing pains, but also successes he's going to have this year. And I'm just really happy they traded up and got Rasheer Fleming where they did. Those are my takeaways.
I know. You know what? Those two guys as well. I think this preseason has piqued my interest as to whether or not these guys are going to crack the rotation, if they can actually crack the rotation. I think Malawach has got to. I think because of Mark Williams and what is going on there. Now, I know you have some depth at the center position with Oso, of course, and, Nick Richards is a guy as well you have to think about. But, to me, I think Malawach is a guy that really has piqued my interest. He had a great game.
Shot
yesterday.
80% from the field, 17 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks.
Yeah. It's pretty good,
Just
right?
turned 19.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
He had an excellent game in terms of production once again. Rasheer Fleming is just a freak. He is really, really freaky when you think about it. This guy he hit, what, 3? I think, 3 threes in this game and had 5 boards as well. But just watching him, he looks like a praying mantis, man. He kind of has this mantis feel to him when he's out there on the perimeter in particular, and his raw athleticism is there for all to see. I'm very, very interested in seeing how Rasheer Fleming pans out.
You could see, a path, and I don't know when this is going to take shape, but you can at least see them going in this direction where if they're trying to be better defensively and trying to be a team that is difficult to play against, how having guys like Ryan Dunn and Rasheer Fleming and Dylan Brooks are going to really, and Kamon Malawach too. I mean, he's going to, once he figures this out at the NBA level, it's going to be really tough to go to the rim against the Phoenix Suns when Kamon Malawach is on the floor. But you can see some of these guys that you're like, okay, this is why they drafted him. And it's still preseason. I understand that, although Luka played. I want to see these guys now in real live action, but we will in a week. We don't have to ask any more questions. This was the last time we're going to see them on the court outside of practice until actual games start next Wednesday.
Yeah, did you take interest in the guys that did not play as well? Did that raise your eyebrows at all?
I mean, I didn't expect Booker to play. Did you?
No, I did not.
A couple days after being in China?
Even though Book has played an awful lot this preseason, of course, I think the China thing is what you're bringing up, and I would agree with that. For me, it was Colin Gillespie as well. This is the fact he did not play sat him down a little bit. That means, to me, they're looking at him as an option and think he's going to get minutes in the rotation. That's what I think.
That's what it looks like. I mean, if you want to go through the list of guys who didn't play, you're looking at Devin Booker, Royce O'Neal, Ryan Dunn, Dylan Brooks, Nick Richards, Oso, Grayson Allen, and then Colin Gillespie, and a couple guys who aren't going to play, but I mean, those are guys who played last year either here or somewhere else that didn't play last night. So, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to project forward into that first game or the first couple games, those guys who didn't play last night are probably going to play a lot in the opener.
And there's one thing that is clear based on what you've watched so far in preseason, and it has had different levels of success. Granted, I'll give you that. Yet at the same time, when you look at the effort on the defensive side of the floor, it's not even close. Yeah. It really isn't. This is going to be part of the culture of this team. The effort on the defensive end of the floor. You're either going to play defense or you're not going to play for the Phoenix Suns. Mm-hmm. I honestly think it's going to come down to that. As we see this team unfold, as we see this team develop through this season right now, I literally believe that if you can't play defense, I don't think you're going to be here.
That's certainly the way Matt Ishbia framed it up at the end of last season, and you can understand why. I mean, if you're operating without the lofty expectations of, well, you got a big three, you better be in the NBA Finals, you can make more definitive declarations on how you're going to play. You can make a statement like that, even if you're just making it with your decisions of, if you're not going to play defense, you're not going to be here. Well, who's going to look and be like, well, you didn't play this guy, now you're not going to win the title. Yeah. You're not going to win the title this year anyway, so you may as well lay that foundation of, if you're not going to play defense, you're not going to be here. And
there's going to be guys that are going to have different and varying degrees of success when it comes to the defensive end of the floor. Devin Booker, once again, I think he is a guy that can be a two-way guy. I think he is that guy.
I think Devin Booker is a two-way guy. I think the problem is sometimes they're asking him to be like a four-way guy. Like they're inventing new things for him.
And once again, I'm not saying he's a lockdown defender. I am not saying that. But he will try on the defensive end of the floor. And when you score the ball the way he does, that will make you a two-way guy.
All right, when we come back, Week 6 is done. Man, Week 6 already done. NFL season flies by too fast when it finally gets here. Either way, who are the top teams in the NFL heading into Week 7? We're going to tell you with our power poll next. Sounds like Wolf hasn't started his yet. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Yeah, the heat, it's kind of broken here, Basinonians. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, you still don't want to move yourself. You need Moving Team 6. Call the professionals. Get Moving Team 6 to come on over and help you out. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. Listen, this is a family-run business. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. They proudly support and hire veterans. The reason why? Moving Team 6, they have a military-like approach. That's right. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time and reliable. It's one of the reasons why, Basinonians, they go ahead and they hire veterans. You can check out all their 5-star reviews. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead over the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Hour.
All right, getting a little tougher here as we head into Week 7. There's going to be some good teams left out of this. You ready for this, Wolf?
No.
Okay,
but,
good.
Let's go.
Here we go. Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5 was the toughest spot. I'll be honest with you. I couldn't justify putting Kansas City in the top 5, but I was really close, even though they're only 3-3, because they're starting to do that thing where they just win games whenever they have to. But at number 5, I have the team the Cardinals are playing this weekend. Green Bay, as unconvincing as they've looked, they've only lost one game. They're 3-1-1, and you watch them and you feel like they're still going to get better as this season goes. They've been unconvincing, but I'll say Green Bay at number 5.
Okay, I'm not going to go with the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen. I think they're just outside the top 5 in the power poll. Give it to me. Number 5.
Number 5.
Ready for that. That's right. The Buffalo Bills at 4-2 right now. Number 5. This Bills offense has looked incomplete, has it not, Basinonians? Josh Allen looks a little out of sync. And their defense has been spotty, which typically means there might be a void in talent at some point in time. The Bills are a mess, but still capable of turning it around. The Buffalo Bills at 4-2, number 5.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of the Bills. I thought for sure you lose to the Patriots on Sunday night. Okay, you're not going to go undefeated. The Patriots are a good team. I think it's safe to say they're a good team, and their New England schedule's really easy. They may be on this list soon just because they don't play a whole lot of tough teams. But to go out and lose to Atlanta on Monday night, that was kind of an eye-opener. Here's number 4.
Number 4.
All right, whether you like Sean Payton or not, he's got Denver at 4-2, and they're 2 plays away from being 6-0. So I know that's a slippery slope to say, well, if this happened or that happened, well, okay, but I mean, if not for 2 last-second field goal losses, one of which probably shouldn't have happened against the Colts, they'd be 6-0. I've got Denver at number 4. They've won 3 in a row, too.
Wow, how about that? Yeah, I do not have Denver in the power poll, Days and Orleans.
Wow.
Yeah,
you have very different power polls.
Number 4, the Philadelphia Eagles at 4-2.
Take that, Philly.
The Eagles' offensive line is all banged up right now, and that is sending shockwaves through this offense. Saquon Barkley is not as effective, and that means they're leaning a lot on Jalen Hurts. And that's not the way this offense is built.
Especially when he doesn't like to throw.
Yeah, of course. And throwing to A.J. Brown, of course. And that dynamic comes into full play. The offensive line is what's messing up the Philadelphia Eagles momentarily. But they're still an excellent team, and that's why the Eagles at 4-2 are number 4.
Did you see they ran the tush push? I think it was 4 times in a row.
Yes, I did.
It's like they're just trolling everybody, trying to get that play banned.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
All right, on to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3, I have the Detroit Lions. I know they just lost to Kansas City. I still think this is one of the best teams in the NFL, and I think sometimes you play Kansas City, and Kansas City's desperate for a win, and it's prime time, and you lose to Patrick Mahomes, and that's the way it is. Detroit's going to get another shot in prime time on Monday night against Tampa, albeit without Brian Branch, because he put himself in front of the team for some reason, but I think Detroit could absolutely be the last team standing this year, so I have them at number 3.
Okay, give me number 3, Luke.
All right, here's number
Fire it off.
Number 3.
The Indianapolis Colts at 5-1 at number 3. Oh my goodness! Coming into this game against the Arizona Cardinals, I felt like the Indianapolis Colts were a very good team, and watching them come back and win that game, I know that people are going to say, "Well, they beat the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf." They had lost 3 games in a row, and now they've lost 4 games in a row. Yeah, that's right. But once again, when you look at Daniel Jones and Lou Anarumo and what they are doing right now, that is a excellent combination. Jones leads the NFL in QBR. He's 3rd in completion percentage, of course. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns on the season, and Lou Anarumo is a great defensive coordinator.
It is crazy how we're having another year of this, where last year Sam Darnold from out of nowhere is really good, and this year from basically out of nowhere, maybe just east of nowhere, Daniel Jones is even better than Sam Darnold was. And Baker Mayfield at some point in there jumped to like MVP status, but I feel like one of the things that you and I were right about on this show was even 3 years ago talking about how ridiculous it was that Cleveland gave up on Baker, so that one doesn't surprise me as much, but these other 2 shock me. All right, on to number 2.
Number 2.
Well, if this is the first team we've doubled up on our lists, number 2, I still have Philly. I still think this team is dangerous. I said this last week, though, they seem to have a self-destruct button. And so you always kind of wonder if they're going to hit that if things don't go well. They had only lost 1 game in a calendar year. Now they've lost 2 weeks in a row. And they ended up getting smoked by the Giants on Thursday Night Football. So something's up with Philly. I don't understand why Saquon is suddenly so ineffective. I know you talked about the offensive line.
Yeah.
That's a part of it. But, I mean, you don't even notice Saquon this year. He had a historically great season last year, and it's not like he's suddenly old. And the weirdness of them just freezing out A.J. Brown some weeks, and even Devontae Smith was upset too a couple weeks ago. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that team. They're still 4-2. They're still dangerous. They could easily win the Super Bowl, but 2 losses in a row drops you in my book.
The Eagles, once again, just a great example of your offensive line. When your offensive line is all messed up and your skill can't do what your skill does, you got issues. And that is an issue with the Eagles, except they're really, really still a good team. Okay, my number 2.
All 4 of their wins, too, by the way, were 1-score wins.
Okay,
for whatever that's worth.
Okay, good. Number 2 for me, the Detroit Lions at 4-2. They lost to the Packers, of course, in Week 1, and a desperate Chiefs team last week. This team still has everything they need to win the whole thing. Did they get off to a rocky start, Base Marines? Yes, they did, no doubt about it. But that's the NFL at this point, isn't it? The Detroit Lions at 4-2, still number 2.
All right, on to number 1. We may both have the same number 1, and it's a new number 1. Here we go.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
I don't know who you have, Wolf, but I'm guessing it's the same team because I don't know you can have a top 5 without this team on it. Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
Number 1? Yeah.
Tampa Bay.
I believe in Tampa Bay. Of all the teams that have one loss right now in the NFL, it's Tampa, it's Indianapolis, it's Pittsburgh, and it's Green Bay. Tampa's the one I definitely believe in the most. They're going to play Detroit on Monday Night Football this week. They just beat San Francisco. They just beat Seattle on the road. They are beat up, Tampa Bay. They nearly beat Philadelphia. They may be playing without Mike Evans, Emeka Egbuka, Chris Godwin, and Bucky Irving.
Doesn't matter.
They still find a way to move the ball.
Yeah, because of Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield right now, you talk about an MVP candidate, and I think an MVP candidate that everyone wants to actually root for because this is a guy that has bounced around. This is a guy that was a number 1 overall pick. This is a guy that has done an awful lot of things at the college level, and yet at the pro level has bounced all over the place. Yeah, you know what? Baker Mayfield is on fire right now, and the fact that he's playing with the kind of passion and fearlessness that he is inspires his teammates around him. So Baker Mayfield and Todd Bowles and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 1 in the power poll.
He's got to be the MVP right now, right? If you had to vote,
I think the lead.
He's got to be.
Yeah. If you're saying you had to vote,
if you had to vote right now,
yes.
I don't think. I'll pull it up during the break, but I'm pretty sure he's not the odds-on favorite, and I don't know what else you're looking for from an MVP candidate. He's up there, but I think the last time I checked, Josh Allen was still the favorite, and then Mahomes was second. Which, I'm not saying Baker Mayfield's better than those guys. I don't think he is. You're talking about 2 all-time greats. But I do think he's having a better season than them right now.
Tampa is fun to root for, too, because I feel like Scat kind of overshadowed what Rachaad White did at ASU. Rachaad White was a great player at ASU, and he plays a prominent role for the Bucs. So it's fun to see him have a lot of success and be a prominent player for the Bucs.
He has stepped in with Bucky Irving out, and they just don't miss a beat.
Yeah.
These guys, and they may miss a beat playing Detroit without Egbuka, but I don't know. They haven't yet. All right, we are giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15. It's an hour and a half away. For your shot to win 2 tickets, see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU taking on Texas Tech. Again, listen at the 12:15 area of the show for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and Sun Devils this weekend when we come back. All right, speaking of the Arizona Cardinals, as we get back into this, they did some things differently on Sunday. We've got some numbers to back them up, and we'll get into that and what Drew Petzing said about it next. That's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You need a burger today. It's one of the best things on the menu at Twin Peaks. In fact, they got a few great ones to choose from. I usually, personally, go with the Billionaire Bacon Burger, but you can get some chips and queso for the table with it as well. It doesn't really get much better. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, and you can't go wrong with any of the options. Wings, loaded fries, ribs, flatbreads, the Nashville hot chicken sandwich, quesadilla tacos. But make sure you save room to try some of the burgers like the avocado smash burger, the smokestack, the classic cheeseburger. And while you're there, watch all the sports going on right now on their wall-to-wall TVs. We've got football coming up again tomorrow night. You've got playoff baseball in full swing right now as we're down to 4 teams and getting actually pretty close to being down to 2 teams here. Hockey just started up last week. Basketball is starting up next week and much, much more. Got some great fights all month. Nobody's happier like Twin Peaks either. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Got a question? Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. The Cardinals opened the practice window for rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan III. Diamondbacks outfielder Corbin Carroll was named a Gold Glove finalist. And Malawach and Fleming show potential in the Suns' preseason finale. Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, we're back, Wolf and Luke, on a Wednesday. I got some numbers for you, Wolf.
Okay, cool.
Okay, here they are. I think a lot of people watched the Cardinals game on Sunday. They were like, "Man, this looks different. This offense looks different." However deep you wanted to go into it, I think it was pretty unanimous. Everybody watching, at least for that game. Not to say it would always look different with Jacoby Brissett playing quarterback. Or that Kyler Murray couldn't do it. None of that. If you just take any sort of opinion, emotion, whatever out of it, the offense looked different on Sunday against a pretty good defense. So they put up a season high in total yards. They put up a season high in passing yards. They tied their season high with most points scored. And really the offense set a season high in points scored because the game that they tied was the Carolina game, and the defense had a touchdown in that game for the Cardinals. They also operated under center more than any other game this year.
Yeah.
And out of play action more than any other game this year. So if you were thinking to yourself, man, that looked different. Well, that's because it was different.
Yeah, it was because I think Jacoby Brissett is a little bit more comfortable from under center. And it was interesting, Basinonians, because our Webflower team does an incredible job. You go to ArizonaSports.com. We call it digital, the digital here, ladies and gentlemen. The Webflower, of course. These guys are incredible. And I believe it was Tyler Drake who put together all of this information. I thought it was fascinating. 7 passing plays of at least 20 yards or more, of course. Heading into Week 6, the Arizona Cardinals had 7 such plays in the first 5 weeks combined.
Yeah.
That's why it looked different.
Yeah.
That's why it looked different, Luke.
Because the first 5 weeks, their offense looked like they played one game of offense spread out over 5 weeks. That's why it looked different.
Yes, exactly. And again, you talked about all the under center, and the under center is really, really a huge part of today's NFL, basically. It is. The pendulum has swung all the way back, and the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. If you make one running play look exactly like a pass play, you've got real issues if you're a guy that is a defender in the box. It's very tough for you to decipher whether it's the run and it's legitimate and it's 1st and 10 and why when they run the ball. And, of course, if it's a pass, you've got real issues, and it makes it easier to throw the ball. And some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you. First
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But I asked Zoe this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
I asked Zoe this last week when he was in here, why doesn't everybody whose offense is struggling copy Kyle Shanahan? And he was like, well, you can't just copy Kyle Shanahan. You have to be Kyle Shanahan. And he's right. But the play action stuff, I really don't understand why teams who are struggling on offense don't do it more because of what you just said.
Yeah.
If you're on defense, you're the ones reacting. You're already a little bit, a split second behind the offense. And if I'm looking at 4 or 5 plays that all look the same at the start, and then I have to make another split-second decision, now I'm falling a full second or a second and a half behind the offense.
Yeah.
And we saw it with the Cardinals against a good Colts defense on Sunday. And with all due respect to Jacoby Brissett, he's your backup, and he was able to pull it off excellently. Why not more play action going forward?
Yeah, no, you're right about the play action. Once again, though, there are quarterbacks who don't enjoy play action, and there are quarterbacks.
You enjoy winning?
There are quarterbacks that really love it, and this is going to be a big part, I think, of what the Arizona Cardinals do.
Yeah.
I think it is going to be a big part against the Packers. It's not the Packers' defense, though, Basinonians. I want to get into this a little bit since we're talking about the play action. It's not their defense that is going to decide this game. It's the Cardinals' defense that will decide this game coming up. And the reason why I say that, Basinonians, is because the Cardinals' defense can't control. If the Cardinals' defense can't control the Packers' offense, they're in all sorts of trouble. And the reason being is because now, if you can't at least stay close to the Packers, man, you're going to have to be one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And if you're one-dimensional, you're in all sorts of trouble against the Packers. You've got to stay balanced. And the Packers are excellent at stopping the run. They hammer you, and they're excellent at stopping the run. And because of that, sometimes you're going to have to run into the pile.
Yeah.
And the only way you can run into the pile is if you're close in the game.
Well, play action doesn't work nearly as well if the other team knows you're passing, because then they're just like, oh, that's cute. You're going to fake a handoff, and we're all just waiting here for you for the sack. Here's Drew Petzing on the increase in play action.
What led to a lot more of the play action looks this week compared to recent weeks?
Yeah, I mean, so much of that is based on what we're getting on the other side of the ball and kind of what we think we can take advantage of.
And then more from Drew Petzing on what tailoring the offense to a quarterback looks like.
The communication piece is huge. Just making sure that they're comfortable with what we're calling, why we have it in, why it matches up. Really with the defense we're playing, that's probably where we spend most of the time is who are we going against and how do we take advantage of what they do. And then we put a bunch of stuff on there and talk through it, and it's like, all right, hey, here, take this, leave this out. Here's where I really see this well. And then even repping things through the week of practice, you start to get a feel for, all right, we thought that was going to look really good. Okay, that's not maybe as clean. Let's take that out, tweak this. I think that's a constant process from really Monday afternoon when you put the previous game to bed all the way up until Sunday morning.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
I've got a lot more I was going to play before I give you my thoughts.
Okay.
You want me to just keep playing them?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd love to hear from Drew.
I think this all kind of goes together. Here's more from Drew Petzing.
Just to clarify, because people have been wondering about this, it's not like there's a separate playbook for a Jacoby Brissett.
No, not at all. Not at all. And honestly, I don't think that game looks drastically different if one or the other's in the game.
Okay, so now we're getting to what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Because I didn't hear a single person complaining about Drew Petzing during or after Sunday's game. And
correct,
we all did for the first 5 games. We heard people complaining about him, a lot of people. So somebody asked, and I don't know who it was that asked this, but it's a great question. Could Kyler Murray have similar success in these areas like Jacoby Brissett just did?
Absolutely. And then there's going to be tweaks and changes. It's not, that like, hey, Jacoby did this, Kyler might do that. But I think from a overall standpoint, I think their skill sets are similar.
So isn't this the question then? Why aren't we seeing that much play action with Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm dumbing it down a little bit, but isn't that the question?
Yeah, no, I think that is the question, and I think Kyler Murray is going to process what he sees or doesn't see differently than Jacoby Brissett is going to process what he sees or doesn't see. And I think, once again, that's why there is a difference into where the ball goes. This is what a quarterback does. It's the reason why, Luke, I say that decision-making from a quarterback is critical. It's one of the most critical things you could possibly have. Your eyes cannot lie. They cannot lie to you based on what you're seeing because your eyes send messages to your brain. It tells you what you're seeing, and then you've got to make a decision as to where you're going to go with the ball. Jacoby Brissett is very confident in terms of throwing the ball down the field. That's what he's done his whole career. Sometimes not so successfully. But he certainly was successful last week in how he played. Did an incredible job reading coverage and finding the open man and throwing the ball. Once again, 7 plays of 20 yards or more when the Cardinals had 6 going into that game all year.
For the whole season. All right, we come back over to college football. ASU is ramping up the physicality at practice this week. Is that going to pay off against the number 7 team in the nation? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you talk to Timmy. He's out there. He's a huge sports fan, of course. You're going to love having a conversation with him. And, of course, especially now in Bronktober, you're going to love buying a newer pre-owned Ford from Tim Hovig and Santan Ford, man. It is on right now, October sales event at Santan Ford. You get $299 per month on a Bronco Sport. How amazing is that? It's pretty good right there. $299 a month, or maybe this. Maybe you're into the big Bronco. How about $399 a month? That's right. And during the original Bronktober sales event, Basinonians, there's all kinds of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup. Not just Bronco and Bronco Sports. It's all on sale. Lease specials that will make your eyes bulge right now. Check them out. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All others expire 10/31/25.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone.
Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow for another episode as how the quarterback carousel turns. Will Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett be the guy against Green Bay? Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Pay it off, Oz.
I mean, I wasn't going to talk over Ozzy until he got to say bark at the moon and laugh.
Oh, my goodness. Yes. How you doing, Basinonians? You ready for some football? I am. It's a Wednesday, and Wednesday always makes me think of football. It does, because it is game plan day. It is a big game plan day.
This is how great football is. This is how you can tell just the sport itself is great. Both the teams here in the Valley lost. Obviously, I'm not breaking news, and I'm still ready for more football. Just give me more.
On, man.
Just give me more. I don't even care. We're
especially
live
after losing. Because maybe you could win.
Let's right some wrongs.
Bring
here.
it on.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, hour number 2 of the show. Let's talk ASU here, Wolf. And Kenny Dillingham yesterday talking about how practice went. Practice, man. I can't even say practice.
We're talking about practice, man.
Can anybody just say practice? How did
think about it.
go?
AI owns practice.
He should. I'm surprised he hasn't got a trademark. Maybe Phil Jackson trademarked everything, though. He and Pat Riley took every phrase. So
Charlie Sheen owns winning.
Winning.
Like you said it yesterday. Winning.
I was saying it with the desperation of it'd be nice to see somebody in town winning.
Right.
Our best team right now is Cam Scattaboo, and he's not on a team here. Anyway, here's
playoffs.
Here's how practice went.
That was a good day. We tackled live today. Thought the intensity of the day, I think I've gotten a little bit soft with a veteran group, and that's 100% on me. I think that it's showing up too much on tape, and so we kind of changed how we practiced with a lot more. We got guys with green jerseys that can't contact, took them out, and said the guys that can practice, we're tackling, we're playing physical, and we're going to play the guys who can practice and can get out there and play full speed.
Oh, I love that so much for so many different reasons right now. This is the head coach of a football team, Basinonians, making a point, and it's not going to be lost on his players by tackling live, tackling to the ground. Here we go. You know what? You're not going to play here if you're not physical. You're not going to do it. I'll tell you why. Because we're not going to go through what we did last week against Utah. We're not going to do it again. There might be players in here that are more talented than other guys that will not play because they're not as tough or physical as the guy behind them. And because of that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to see who wants to play and who's willing to go out and be physical and lay it on the line. I'm talking about in practice, man.
We're talking about practice, man.
This is exactly what Kenny Dillingham is trying to do. He is setting the table. When you hear me talk about a head coach that will set the table for his players. You got to eat. As a player, you got to sit down and you got to eat. But you know what? Your head coach is the guy that will set the table. This is what he's doing.
I was telling you during the break, we've got Sparky's Den tonight with Kenny Dillingham at Trophy Bar. And this is the first time in the 2 years I've done that show that we're doing it after a bad loss. They only lost 2 games last year during the regular season. They were both going into bye weeks. But they were both close games. They were both one-score games. And then even the loss earlier this season to Mississippi State, they came all the way back. They probably should have won that game. But this is the first time I've done a show with him where they got just beat up. They got run off the field. And so it is interesting to hear his response right there of like, you know what? What did he say? Maybe I've gotten too soft on the vets. Tell me that's not sending a message to your players through a quote to the media.
Yes.
And he's already sent the message with how they're practicing, clearly. He was also asked how to balance when you need to practice hard and also keep it light because you don't want to beat yourself up before you go play Texas Tech, who will happily beat you up, obviously, on Saturday.
I think there's a fine balance. Our team's playing. We're second in the league in rush defense going into last week. And I think we had the leading rusher in the league going into last week. So I don't know if it's a, season-long problem, but I think gradually throughout a season, it's not good when your physicality goes down throughout a season. So it's more throughout the season, there's that fine balance of do you manage and get guys to Saturday, and when you do get dinged up, it's a balance, or do you say, you know what, we're not sacrificing our culture and our toughness, and whoever can practice will practice at this level of intensity, and whoever can't, you got to sit out, and then we got to make a determining factor if those players are good enough to sit out of the intensity and play, which everybody's different. But I've called some other coaches on how they've navigated a team that's, fairly, dinged up, and how do you keep your toughness?
Oh, man. There it is. He's being as honest as he possibly can. It's one of the things we all appreciate about Kenny so much. And not only that, too, this is going to be awesome to see how they play on the line of scrimmage against Texas Tech, because he's making this known. Not like he's trying to hide this at all. He's making it known. Texas Tech, it also raises the bar for them, Basinonians. Make no mistake. You got a coach over there. That's all he's talking about. Do you think maybe Texas Tech and some of the players are actually hearing this through the media? Yes, I think they're hearing it through the media in regard to Kenny Dillingham and what he is saying. And because of that, every player is going to be on point for this game coming up.
This is going to be the ultimate Wolf
This
game.
is going to be awesome.
Well, because a lot of times you'll hear a coach call his teammate out or team out on something in a week where if they go out and improve, it's going to be obvious. You know what I mean? Like you could do this. You could call your team out and say, hey, we got to be more physical, knowing in the back of your mind that you're playing a team that isn't very physical. So it's going to look better. If your team goes from a 3 on the physicality scale to even a 5, it's going to be noticeable because you're playing this team that isn't as physical on the line of scrimmage. He is calling his team out publicly when they're about to play maybe the most physical team, one of the most physical teams in the country on the line of scrimmage. They are SEC physical, Texas Tech right now. They have spent all the money in the trenches, and Kenny's calling his team out in that area. He kind of has to because of what they did against Utah.
Yeah.
But he's calling them out as they're about to go play one of the most physical teams in the country.
Yes, and this is something that will get your ire up if you're a player right now. You think you're a football player, and maybe you appreciate the fact that you enjoy the brutality of the game and love playing it in a very physical kind of way. Show us. I don't want to hear about what you're going to show us what you're going to do. That basically is what Kenny and his coaching staff is doing right now. They are setting the table for it. You are not going to walk in between those white lines. You're not going to do it unless you're ready to give everything you've got and you're going to be a physical football player, because otherwise we're going to get blown off the field.
Well, talk is cheap at this point. I mean, it's not even cheap. It's worthless. If you go talk about how good you're going to play against Texas Tech but don't actually do it, you've fallen in the Big 12 race.
This is what I love, though, about what Kenny's doing. He's not talking about Texas Tech in that regard. He's talking about his team.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Team not being physical.
I'm saying that if you're a player, if you're saying, we're physical, but if you don't show it against Texas Tech, it doesn't matter how physical you think you are, and that's why he's basically putting them on notice and doing it publicly and at practice of you have to get more physical, or I said this yesterday, it'll be worse than 42-10 against Texas Tech. They just hammered Utah a couple weeks ago. Tune into Arizona Sports at night right after Sparky's Den. Kellen and Mitch are going to preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers, plus ASU as it gets ready to take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, how should the Cardinals offense attack the Packers defense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck. Yeah. This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and get another 100%. Week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first day of practice this week for the Cardinals has arrived. We'll react to the latest from the Cards headquarters starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and Napster.
What are you going to do about it? Well, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and put my mouth guard in. I'm going to run right over you, boy. That's what I'm going to do. And it's okay, because once you step inside those white lines, that's what you're trying to do. Run over the other guy with a mouth guard. It's so fun to play the game of football. Walk in between the white lines, Basinonians, and embrace it. Yes. Embrace the physicality and what it feels like to hit somebody so hard, you don't even feel it.
And listen to us on Napster now, according to Gambo. I want to thank our listeners in Fountain Hills and anybody that's tuning in on YouTube.
You don't feel
Fountain
it,
Hills
dudes.
right now. Might feel it in Fountain Hills. I don't know.
Whack! You don't feel it.
Wolf, do you remember Napster?
Napster?
Yeah.
No.
It was like a way to get free music. Like
Oh,
20 years
no,
ago.
yes. Yeah, okay, yeah. I just wasn't thinking.
And I think
Yes.
Lars from Metallica shut it
He
down.
fought it.
Okay.
It's probably something else now. I haven't looked. It's probably, I don't know. I don't know what to
Yes.
say. But I mean, all of those things always become something else. Like, oh, it's a
Napster.
clothing outlet.
Yes.
All right.
Clothing, it became a clothing out. I don't think so, Luke.
I don't know. None of those, like MySpace never went completely away. It turned into something else. All right, Wolf, let's get into this now. It's Wednesday. It's game plan day. Cardinals offense versus the Packers defense. How do you attack a defense that was already good and then added Micah Parsons. Thank you, Jerry Jones.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers, once again, you look at the numbers. You and I were talking about this in the not-so-beautiful part of the program. Do you care to go ahead and look at the hit chart and actually say some of the numbers that you would like to repeat, some of the numbers that you would like to point out to some of the Basinonians in regard to how good the Packers defense is?
There's not a whole lot of areas I'm looking at where the Packers defense isn't good, honestly. Okay, so first downs, what are they, 9th? Am I reading this right? 9th,
yes.
6th in the NFL defensively in third down percentage.
Yes.
6th in goal-to-go situations.
Number 11 in points allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, so, typically the top third, anything in the top third, you're doing something well. 20.4 points per game they're giving up, but think about the yardage as well. Number 5 in yards per game allowed, the Green Bay Packers. Number 2 in yards per play. I love that. I love putting those two things together because that's run and pass. And what that tells you, Basinonians, when the Packers defense is number 5 in yards per game allowed and number 2 in yards per play allowed, this is a team that isn't busting a lot of mental assignments. They're not giving up a bunch of chunk throws or runs. They're not giving it up. Number 2, as a matter of fact, in yards per play allowed. Number 2. That's how good. You put number 5 and number 2 together, you're an excellent defense. You're elite, as a matter of fact.
The eye test will tell you that the Packers are elite. It's impressive to me that their numbers still back it up this extremely, Wolf, because they gave up 40 points in a game to Dallas, and their numbers are still this good. They beat Detroit 27-13, so they shut down Detroit's offense, which might be the best.
That's saying
in the
something.
NFL.
Now, they play them a lot, a division game as well.
They beat Washington 27-18.
Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. Just figured I'd throw that out
I was
there.
in the last row of Lambeau Field, yelling
Rick
very
saw it
loud.
First hat.
Were you really in the last row?
Yeah, I didn't realize I bought.
So cool.
I didn't realize I bought last row
Think
seat.
about that, though. You had everybody in front of you at Lambeau.
Keep the game in front of you, Rick.
Yeah,
and
it was.
you did.
It was actually pretty cool. There's no bad seat in Lambeau Field.
No. Oh, that is awesome.
Just the fact that you got into Lambeau. They gave up 13 against Cleveland, which is not impressive as much as some of these other ones. But and they gave up 18 against Cincinnati, which is actually not impressive. But it's those metrics, and it's just watching them. And if you just look at Green Bay's roster on paper defensively, this is a tough defense that I figure is going to get better the more Micah Parsons plays, because there's been some of these games where it feels like every other play is on the sideline getting oxygen. Once he is really going, this defense is going to be even more dangerous.
Yeah, it is. Their rush defense, too, Basinonians, this is where they really stand out. Number 1 in rushing yards per game allowed, and number 4 in rushing yards per play allowed. I don't know, when you see that, a lot of times people are saying, number 1 in rushing yards per game allowed. Yeah, that's because teams are trying to throw the ball against the Packers because they're typically down against the Packers. No, that's not the case. Because, again, rushing yards per play, they're number 4, 3.58 yards per carry. That's what they give up. This is a very, very physical front 7.
That's true. I didn't even see that the 1 and the 4 because you had those bolded. And
Yes.
for some reason I thought, well, bold, that means just skip right over that. It's the exact opposite of what bold is supposed to mean. No, the defense. And here's Drew Petzing talking about a potential issue, too. He was asked, all right, Drew, how much does it impact your offense that you're down some of your top blocking tight ends? This does not seem like a good team to be going up against when you're down some of your top blocking tight ends.
I think, it depends a little bit on who we're playing and how we want to run the ball or do different things in pass protection and things like that. It's certainly going to be, we have to find it from someone else. Beach played, 18 plays against the Colts. There's other guys on the roster that certainly can fill that role, so we're going to be creative to try to do that, and we need some guys to step up.
Yeah, need some guys to step up. You got to have guys make plays. The Packers are a great run-stopping team. We were just talking about this. Something tells me, though, their defense is going to be ready for the Arizona Cardinals play action, especially if Jacoby Brissett plays. They're going to look at the tape. They got one tape, Basinonians. They have one. Now, listen, I'm sure they're going to go back and they're going to look at Jacoby Brissett and some recent starts, of course, last year, the year before that. They're going to go back. They're going to look at some of the games he played in and examine those as well. But, you go back to this offense in one game, And we were talking about this earlier. How many times did they throw play action? I believe it was 17.
Yeah.
17 play action throws that they actually had. I think play action has got to be a big part of what the Arizona Cardinals are going to do, as I said, especially if Jacoby Brissett plays, which means the Cardinals' running game has got to be emphasized as well. You can't just abandon the running game. This is something I was talking about earlier. You might have to run into the pile,
It's going to be tough to run on Sunday.
You might have to run into the pile just so your play action can be effective. Because something tells me right now, the Green Bay Packers, especially if Jacoby Brissett is going to play, they're going to be ready for the play action pass. I don't want to see the Arizona Cardinals abandon the run because the Packers defense is so good at stopping the run. They need the Packers guessing, Luke, as to what they're going to do in rundown situation, or they will have little chance to pull off an upset. They're going to have little chance to do it.
Just to follow up on the numbers you were talking about, Jacoby Brissett against the Colts was 13 of 20 passing out of play action. So 65% out of play action, had a touchdown and an interception, and 171 of his yards came out of play action.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
So
that is so good.
That's going to be I mean, if he's the quarterback, that's still going to be part of the game plan, obviously. But I hear what you're saying. Play action doesn't work if you don't at least try to run.
You have to try.
Otherwise, you're just running a really stretched out passing play that everybody knows is coming and gives them more time to get on you. I mean, the value of play action, obviously, here is if they have to at least acknowledge that you might be running. They have to respect the run.
They have to respect.
Otherwise, you're not faking anybody out. You're just wasting time before Jacoby Brissett can turn and throw before he gets hit. This is going to be tough. I would say Green Bay's defense is better than the Colts' defense. The Colts' defense, it's been good this season. For the most part,
yeah.
You know, the Cardinals were able to have success against them on Sunday. The Colts don't have a Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons isn't Green Bay's only piece on defense. They were already good defensively before they brought him in. So whoever the quarterback is going to have to really deliver on Sunday for the Cardinals to have a chance to win this game.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this quickly, Basin Arenes. Their defensive quarterback rating is not great. The Packers. Interesting. All these other numbers are really, really good, like passing yards per game, number 11. And number 1 in passing yards per play allowed. They're really good in regard to that. Yet, defensive quarterback rating, they're right in the middle of the pack. Interesting.
All right, we come back. The preseason's over for the Phoenix Suns, so where are your expectations heading into the regular season? We can finally talk about that now, and we're going to next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Bronktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc. The OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done struck, gotta tell the ground.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night. What have we learned so far about this year's team? The Burnsy and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, regular season starts for the Phoenix Suns a week from today, Wolf, against Sacramento. So let's just go game by game, all 82, and predict wins or losses, okay?
Just go ahead. All four of us will do it.
That'd probably be the rest of the week, actually, if we just did that.
Well, enough time.
Game by game.
Break it down.
They start with Sacramento, then 3 on the road against the Clippers, Nuggets, and Utah Jazz. That's their first 4 games of the season.
Yeah, you know what? I cannot wait to see it. Seriously, cannot wait. It's a week from tonight, correct?
Yeah. Where are your expectations for this season? I don't even necessarily need a specific win total, but just like, what do you go wherever you want with this? What do you expect from this team?
Yeah, I've talked about this many, many times, Basinonians, but for me right now, it's just the effort part of it that really matters. It's the culture building part of it that I really love to see. Devin Booker, I don't think, has ever been in this type of situation. As a matter of fact, I know that he hasn't been in this type of situation with the kind of clout that he has now, with the player that he has become now.
He was his first.
I'm not talking about when he first showed up. I'm not talking about the rebuilds when he was 21.
It seemed like the only people that recognized how good he was were people around here, and like Kobe Bryant and Kevin Durant recognized how good he was. But anybody who lived east of the Mississippi was like, well, he can't possibly be that good because his team's not winning. Well,
Devin Booker is an established player right now. They have put dudes around him that are going to be guys that are going to really try on the defensive end of the floor. And for me, again, I know you can say Jalen Green. Jalen Green is a guy that swears that he can play defense. I can't wait to see if that is, in fact, the case. But there are long guys, athletic guys on the edge, on the perimeter, that they have brought in here to help with the defense of this team. I want to see the culture of this team form on the defensive end of the floor first.
I think everybody's expectations start there. Just a different mentality, a different, certainly on defense.
But that fires me up.
I know it fires you up.
A different mentality.
I think it fires everybody up because last year was so just lame.
Lame.
It was just lame.
It was.
It wasn't even the. I mean,
It's
don't get me
the
wrong.
worst.
The missing the playoffs and missing the play-in when you have that much talent, at least at the top of your roster, was brutal. But that was brutal by December, by January. And then the second half of the season was just like, okay, I got another game tonight. You know, I mean, it felt oddly like back like in 2017 when it was just like, oh, they have a game. Hopefully they can show up for this one. I think the main expectation I have for this season is very similar to what you have and I think it's pretty similar to what Matt Ishbia has, honestly, of I want to see a team that other teams hate to play against.
Yes.
Because on paper, they're not. I mean, we're not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they're as good as Oklahoma City or Houston or Denver or a lot of these teams at the top of the Western Conference. They might steal a game from them here or there, but they're going to have to do it with Devin Booker being Devin Booker at his best and a lot of guys outworking everybody on the other team. So the fact that they have no choice but to do that, I'm hoping will spark that being their identity. They have to have an identity. I'll go back to something Kellen Olson said to us when we had him on a few weeks ago talking about this. One of the biggest things he's looking for this year is that they develop who they are and we actually know who it is. We were talking about this in March last year. We still didn't know who they were. How do you not know who a team is that has Devin Booker and Kevin Durant on it?
Yeah.
And now we don't know who they are right now because, you know, most fans are going to be learning who a lot of these players are when the season starts up, and that's fine. But I feel like by December, by Christmas, hopefully we know what this team wants to be.
Yeah, you know what's so cool about what you just said, though? Most fans, I think fans are very interested. We're all curious as to how this is going to come together. The one thing that, again, I am excited about is seeing some of these young guys developing. And I consider Ryan Dunn, of course, to still be that young guy. I'm throwing him in there. Oso Iguodaro as well. That young guy. I am really interested to see some of these young guys. Colin Gillespie, as a matter of fact, still to me, a young developing guy that you sat down in this last preseason game and didn't throw him out there. Very interesting to me. There's a guy who, what could this young guy possibly bring to the floor? Some minutes in a game. We'll have to wait and see. You've got a young team built around Devin Booker. And it's going to be a team trying to find that identity, as you are saying, trying to find their culture. It's an idea. Culture is an idea, Basinonians. That's all it is. If you don't have players that are going to go out and mirror that culture or model that culture, you've got nothing. I've talked about this over and over and over again. You got nothing unless you can do that. And that's the awesome part of it to me, because I love to see this, especially when you're talking about a young guy, Rasheer Fleming, a young guy. Come on, Malawach. Are you kidding me? Young? He's 19.
Just turned 19.
19 years old. Could have gone to the prom.
Since you just brought those guys up, here's Rasheer Fleming because he, in the final preseason game, was guarding, you know, Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. Nothing big, right? If you're a
There were 19-year-olds, Rick, that went to the prom in high school.
I was like right before turning 19. I turned 19 a month before I graduated high school.
Okay, there you go. So, once again, it's not like I'm talking out of the side of my neck.
I just thought it was funny.
Luke eyeballed me like, what?
I was
19,
I was trying
to
to
the
find
prom.
this Rasheer Fleming audio. I really wanted to get to this.
It's possible.
I don't know how old I was. I went to the prom. I know
I was held back a year, maybe. I mean,
I was 16 the first time I went because I went twice, but both times I didn't have a car. So the girl had to drive me there, which is never ideal.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to play this Rasheer Fleming audio. Wolf has this smug look on his face right now. Wolf's like, I had a car when I was 5. I built it out of cinder blocks.
No, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'll tell you in the not-so-beautiful part of the program.
Now I just want to go to break.
Yes.
Here's Rasheer Fleming.
Tease the break.
On guarding Luka and Austin Reeves last night.
It was fun adjusting to, each of their games because they both play, very different. So I kind of had to adjust how I played against them, defensively, pace-wise. Luka's a little slower pace and, getting to his shots, and Austin Reeves is faster pace, both highly skilled. So it was fun matching up against those two.
And come on, Malwatch talking about playing at home for the first time.
It feels great to be out there. It's like our first home game. We've been on neutral sites, and it feels great to come back from China and just really get the flight out of our bodies and play the last game of the preseason and get ready for the season.
And he talked about how he bounced back after that last game in China, because we talked about this earlier. There's going to be some growing pains with Come On Malwatch, but I would say last night was a success story with the way he played against the Lakers.
No, I just went next play mentality. I just forgot about the last game and just learn from it and then move on to the next one and get better each and every other game.
Man, it was just amazing. Tyler Drake, of course, he wrote from the Webflower, ArizonaSports.com. Ding! In regard to Malwatch here, 17 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks in 31 minutes. Would you say that is production from Come On Malwatch?
That's pretty good.
That is really, really good production right there. Maybe a little bit of confidence going into the regular season. I like that.
I don't want to take your ding back, but that was Kellen Olson who wrote that.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tyler Drake wrote your play action stuff. So you're going to credit him with every story from now till the end of time.
Did I say Tyler? Wow.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm looking at the Cardinals.
All right, we are giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. See the Cardinals take on the Green Bay Packers and ASU to take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 12:15 for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and Sun Devil games this weekend. And when we come back, we'll get back to the Cardinals. How much progress has Will Johnson made so far this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Killer!
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I thought Jacoby played well. There's no doubt. You guys know me. I get the question, but when Kyler's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Will Kyler be healthy enough to play against the Packers?
We'll see how it goes this week. We let it go till Saturday. He wasn't healthy enough to play, so we'll take it day by day as we get moving forward this week here.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included. And with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow for another episode as how the quarterback carousel turns. Will Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett be the guy against Green Bay? Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. No, Wolf, we were talking about this yesterday. The players that have made the jump from year one to year two. It was a lot more obvious last year for the Arizona Cardinals. The guys were making that jump. Paris Johnson and Garrett Williams very quickly out of the gate last year. This year it hasn't been as clear as quickly. I do think Marvin Harrison Jr. was starting to make it for whatever reason. Halftime of that Seahawks game, as Larry Fitzgerald pointed out, seemed to be the turning point for him, and now he's dealing with the concussion. So hopefully that's a quick recovery there, and he can get back to doing what he was doing. But Darius Robinson isn't currently playing. Max Melton, I think, is showing flashes, but he's dealing with injury issues, and he's playing through them for the most part. But it's clearly hampering him. Trey Benson's on IR. Isaiah Adams just lost his starting job temporarily, or who knows how long. Tip Ryman is hurt. We haven't really seen the clear jump from year one to year two yet. And on the one hand, it's early. They've played 6 games, not 17. But on the other hand, you want to see the impact this season, not next year. But as far as players that were just drafted, the news this morning that Walter Nolan, the practice window is opening for him today, is at least good news. He hasn't had a camp yet, so it's going to probably be a while before he plays. Will Johnson, though, their second-round pick, has been playing. And, he's at least getting a chance to make some progress out there and make some plays as a rookie.
Man, can I just say right now, Will Johnson is having a wonderful rookie season right now. This is a guy that you don't want to target because if you target him, he might get his hands on the football right now. Think about this. We're a third of the way. We're a third of the way through the season.
Yep.
This young guy's got 5 passes defensed. 5 as a rookie corner.
Yeah.
Do you know there are players that will go through an entire season with 5 passes defensed?
Yeah.
If he actually stays at this pace, 15 passes defensed as a corner that plays some man and a lot of man, that is really, really good. It's telling me that he is close. Once again, he's everything the Arizona Cardinals thought he was going to be. And again, yeah, did they luck out that he was there at number 47? Yes.
Yeah, but other teams could have lucked out, too, that he was there at 46 or 45. You know what I mean? Like, other teams could have gone ahead and taken him, and they didn't do it. Yeah, 5. I'm just looking where that ranks. 5 passes defensed is among defensive backs in the NFL right now, 12th, and he's a rookie.
There you go.
So that's a pretty good start for him. And, you know, that's one of the, I don't want to say few bright spots. I mean, everything is colored by the fact that you're 2-4 now, so bright spots are a little tougher to find that you can, like, truly feel good about. I think we can still feel truly good about the Will Johnson pick.
Yeah, you know, and once again, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe, though, that stat is for all defenders, passes defensed.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about defensive linemen batting down balls.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about linebackers. You're talking about safeties.
I'm looking, okay, so if I expand it to every defensive player in the NFL, he drops 1 spot because Mack Wilson jumps in front of him.
Oh, my. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow,
because Mack Wilson is 6.
You know, once again, Basinonians, that is really, really good. That is an indicator that this kid is near the ball. He's near the ball, and it's one of the reasons why you don't see lots of targets at Will Johnson already.
Yeah, because some of the names in front of him are like Quinion Mitchell of the Eagles, pretty good. Quentin Lake, who's a beast for the Rams in their secondary. Pat Surtain, pretty good for Denver. I mean, these are some of the guys in front of him in terms of passes defense this season. Here's Nick Rollis on how Will Johnson has progressed through the first 6 games this year.
Yeah, I mean, every game I feel like he's made improvements. He's doing a good job of obviously assignment sound stuff, but, you know, just his one-on-one battles, whether the ball goes to him or not, he's doing a good job of, you know, taking away access.
Taking away access.
Also missed a couple games.
Yes.
Those numbers are even better.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right on that. Taking away access. I love that. There's a new term. You don't have access to your wide receiver.
Sorry, we've taken that
You don't
away.
you don't have access to this specific wide receiver because Will Johnson is lined up over him. You don't have access to him because you're going to throw it to him and your ball's going to get batted down. Or you're not going to throw it to him because he's covered.
Because you know you have no access, so you're not even trying your access card. Like me every time I try to get back in the newsroom.
Okay, you ruined it for me. I was on the access thing, and all of a sudden you said the access.
Well, I
card.
was helping you out. You've seen the Hard Knocks cut where I forget who it is on the Jets that was trying to get into the
I have not seen the Hard Knocks.
You've seen the cut, though. Right? You guys know who it was? Do you guys know who I'm talking about, right? On the Jets, the dude is trying to get into the facility.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I don't know who it is, but I've seen it.
It's still
I think it was
on.
during
Even
like the
Rick
2011
has not
lockout,
seen the access
wasn't it?
card.
I don't know.
Was it during the 2011 lockout?
I could probably find it on Twitter within the next 5 seconds.
What
or
are you,
X or
are you telling me this poor kid was trying to get into the facility and they wouldn't let him in because he was cut?
Jamal Adams.
Was it Jamal Adams? Okay,
Jamal
it was
Adams.
Jamal Adams. Yeah, he couldn't get in. I was just like, but Jamal Adams is good, so I don't know why he was having a hard time getting in.
Okay.
Anyway, they took away
That'll
his access.
ruin you right there, by the way. That was the way you found out you got cut.
It's kind of
will ruin you.
A damper. More from Nick Rollis on the learning curve for Will Johnson.
Multiple spots as expected. Sometimes it's technique driven. Sometimes it's situational awareness. You know, sometimes it's, you know, technique in the pass game or the run game or tackling or ball disruption. You know, sometimes it's schematic, which he's extremely intelligent, so he's picked up things very, very fast. So pretty typical of what you'd expect. A lot of different areas.
A lot of different areas, and it's one of the things you really want to see the Arizona Cardinals increase and get better at. You do the takeaways right now. They have 7 takeaways on the season. That's not bad by any stretch. It's not great, but it's not bad. There's 0 overall in terms of their turnover margin. There's 0. They have 7 takeaways and 7 giveaways.
And that's pretty fitting with this team because really they should be 3-3 right now. If they just decided to finish the game against Tennessee, they'd be 3-3, as even as you get.
Oh, man.
Even with the turnover battle, just even across the board. Will Johnson, though, in particular, just to go back to him for a second, the other part about this, he's being asked to play a huge role because you don't have Sean Murphy-Bunting or Star Thomas or Garrett Williams. And I know he doesn't play necessarily, like maybe he wasn't going to play the exact role that Garrett Williams was playing, but it's more strain on your secondary when all these guys go down. Garrett Williams in particular. I know sometimes people roll their eyes when you say Sean Murphy-Bunting, but he was the vet of this group and he was supposed to be here, and he's obviously was out for the year for a while. Star Thomas too. It puts a lot of strain on guys like Will Johnson and Max Melton and now Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark. Yeah, so, you would think that, if Will Johnson was going to struggle, he'd be exposed right now.
Yeah, one of the other great things is the fact that Negrales, of course, and JG, they're big quarter coverage guys. They absolutely love cover 4. That's 4 deep, base underneath, 3 underneath, and rush 4. This is something that they did an awful lot. Well, they were in Philadelphia as well, but it's something that they do very well here for the Arizona Cardinals. Play a lot of cover 4. It's one of the reasons why that zone cover is one of the reasons why Will Johnson was such a great fit, because Michigan as well played a ton of quarter coverage. He was such a great fit for this defense, and it's one of the reasons why he's gotten his hands on 5 passes defense.
Should have had an interception in the opener, too. All right. We come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and just moving in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is all about. Let you buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. Don't overthink it. Just get moving. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. I've tried the double moves before. They're not enjoyable. Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, though, and that's huge. Then Orchard takes it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers, because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products that allow them to sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Let's go!
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Timbers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory of all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's noon. It's Wednesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
I am here. I'm very happy to be here today, especially. The Arizona Cardinals have opened the 21-day practice.
Wait, why today especially?
Because I got in a pretty bad wreck yesterday.
So, that's right.
It could have been. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm very thankful to be
okay,
here.
though.
So I'm okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, that's
I'm
what matters.
Very thankful to be here and doing Wolfing Down Your Lunch today. It could have gone a lot worse.
Us too, Rick.
Yeah. Thank you. The Arizona Cardinals have opened the 21-day practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan. Nolan has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. What do you guys make of this news?
Well, needed. I mean, it's hard for me to believe he's not way behind the curve because you're talking about a rookie who really didn't have a training camp. So it's not even like when he starts playing in games, he's going to be behind because he's jumping in the middle of the season. He's also a rookie, and unlike Darius Robinson last year, he really didn't have any camp. So it's good news. I feel like we are still a ways away from seeing him in a game.
I'm going to take this and put it into the positive category. As I said earlier, this is a good thing. The window has opened. When will he come back? I have no idea, Basinonians, but it sure beats the alternative right now. The fact that we've opened the window, let some fresh air in, and maybe that air will bring in Walter Nolan. Wouldn't that be great if that were the case? Because the Arizona Cardinals need somebody to emerge on that defensive line. Other than Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson has been fine as well.
He's doing what you're asking him to do.
They need a disruptor. They need a disruptor in the worst way. Walter Nolan could be that guy.
This is where you get frustrated as a GM, or at least where I would. And people are looking and saying, hey, why, pass rush isn't what you need it to be. Well, I drafted Darius Robinson last year in the first round and Walter Nolan this year in the first round. Like, what? I need the guys to play, and I'm sure they're frustrated too. I'm sure Walter Nolan is frustrated. He probably wants to start his NFL career. He probably thought it was going to start a few months ago, but still, overall good news, he's at least practicing now, or has the practice window open.
Yeah, I'll put it in the positive category, as Will said earlier.
I feel like when we put stuff in the positive category lately, it like echoes because you can hear it because there's nothing else in the positive category.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. It is still to be determined who will start at quarterback for both the Cardinals and ASU this weekend. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which combination of starting quarterbacks will Valley football teams roll out this weekend? Kyler Murray, Sam Levitt, Jacoby Brissett, Sam Levitt, Kyler Murray, Jeff Sims, Jacoby Brissett, Jeff Sims.
I'm going to go Jacoby Brissett, Sam Levitt. I think ASU, if there's any way Levitt can play, he's going to play. Kenny today sounded a little more optimistic. And I think with the Cardinals, because of the bye week, you're not going to rush Kyler back unless he's close to 100%. Just based on everything we heard going into the game last week, before Brissett ever even played the snap, it didn't sound like this was a quick injury for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I'm going to go wishful thinking here. Kyler Murray and Sam Levitt. That's what I'm going with.
I'm going to go with Luke's reasoning just because I think the smart thing is for the Cardinals to hold Kyler Murray out for another week. Give him 3 weeks off and then have him come back for that Monday night game, see how he does. And if he doesn't perform up to the standard, then you give Jacoby Brissett another start. That's just me.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. Yet at the same time, if Kyler Murray is ready to play him.
Okay. I'm going to go Jacoby Brissett, Sam Levitt, because that's what I'm agreeing with Luke. I think that'll happen. So Jacoby Brissett, Sam Levitt leads 63%. You're in second. Wolf, Kyler Murray, Sam Levitt, 18%. Jacoby Brissett, Jeff Sims, 15%. Kyler Murray, Jeff Sims, 4%.
This is where we are as a city. Can we have any of our starting quarterbacks play? That's basically
That'd be nice.
That's basically what the poll question
Does
was.
GCU have its starting quarterback?
That's next week's poll question.
The Phoenix Suns will not have key offseason acquisition Jalen Green for their season opener a week from today. Per head coach Jordan Ott, Green re-aggravated his hamstring injury while the team was in China. How concerning is this news?
It's concerning because you never want to mess with hamstrings. They're the kind of thing that can just sort of linger, and I don't love the word re-aggravate. It's concerning because this is a guy that you need to see what he is and what he can be with Jordan Ott as his head coach and what he can do with a fresh start in Phoenix. This is one of your pieces you're building around. I know when they got him, there was a thought that they would quickly flip him for a different piece they could build around. But they opted to keep him, and he's the guy on your team right now who probably has the most upside.
I'm wondering if Jalen Green is on the Cattell Marte stretch plan. Is that possible? I just don't know. He's 23 years old. Is he not? Correct? Am I right on that? 23?
I mean, you're never wrong on these things. I'll double check. I thought he was 22, but I'm never going to question your knowledge of this stuff.
I believe he's 23 years old, based on Ian's, and having a hamstring issue like this. It does happen, of course. Typically, you don't get it out of guys that are really, really young. Late 20s, maybe. But, for me, it's aggravating. It really is that Jalen Green, for the last 2 seasons, has not missed a game.
Yep.
I mean, literally has not missed a game. And all of a sudden, Luke was lamenting this earlier in the broadcast, and it got me all down in the mouth. Yet he's right. Comes here, and he's going to miss the debut. The first game of the season.
Probably.
He's going to miss it.
I'm guessing more than just one game, too.
He's going to make his debut mid-season.
He's out at least 10 days.
That much. Better not be mid-season.
Well, you know what? Hey, listen, if it's not number 1 or number 82, it's mid-season, Basinonians.
Well, then we went through and looked at how many games Corbin Burns had missed before he got here, and he never missed a start.
Never.
I mean, he's missed a couple, but basically never missed starts. And he gets here and has
that's
severe
why
injury.
You kicked me in the face when you brought that up, too. The Corbin Burns thing.
I've already been kicked in the face.
Is that necessary? Was that
Not
necessary to talk about that?
Well, how much stuff that has happened to Valley sports teams in the year of 2025 has
You don't
been necessary?
Stop with that. The Valley's cursed.
I didn't say cursed.
Stop it.
I just said some of this is starting to feel unnecessary.
You can even go back to 2024 when Eduardo Rodriguez missed like the first 4 months of the D-back season. And then they signed Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones. The Cardinals did, and they got hurt. Like it's really a kind of crazy trend that is going on here.
Well, at least the Coyotes haven't. Oh, they're just gone. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they actually left. So there's that. Yoshinobu Yamamoto tossed a complete game yesterday as the Los Angeles Dodgers beat the Milwaukee Brewers to take a 2-0 lead in the NLCS. The ALCS continues tonight with the Seattle Mariners looking to take a 3-0 lead over the Toronto Blue Jays. You can listen to that with coverage starting at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. Do you guys think the Brewers or Blue Jays could make either of these series competitive, or do you think it's over?
I think one of them will make it competitive. It would be cool, as I've been saying, to see Seattle in the World Series, just because they've never been there, and because half their team is former Diamondbacks, and half the Diamondbacks are former Mariners. So it's like your AL equivalent. But the Blue Jays, I mean, how many runs they put up against the Yankees in that series? Like 430? I mean, they're going to a lot. They're going to start hitting at some point. I wouldn't open the door for the Blue Jays offense. How's that?
Yeah, for me, I'm so concerned about this, Basinonians, because I love this. The League Championship Series, of course, it's so cool to watch this. Playoff baseball at its finest. The cream rises to the top. And I'm hoping these series get a lot more competitive than what we have seen thus far. I mean, think about the Dodgers. The Dodgers have had all kinds of issues with their bullpen. So how do you get around that? Well, you just have your starters go out there and pitch near complete games or complete games.
Just don't use your bullpen.
Just don't use it.
And in the first game, when they did have to use their bullpen after Blake Snell threw this masterpiece, the bullpen almost blew it.
That's right.
They had to use the bullpen for 1 inning.
1 inning. Almost blew it. Blake Snell and then Yamamoto. Man, what a masterpiece. When do we see complete games anymore in baseball?
I feel like it's only a shutout or like a no-hitter or perfect game.
Yeah.
But like the complete game where you still allow like a run or two is so dead, but this was great to see, honestly. I mean,
so cool, man.
Yeah. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, the Cardinals ran a season-high number of play actions against the Indianapolis Colts. Can they keep doing that whenever Kyler Murray gets back? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub-500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC Brothers. That's right. Listen, if you've got any back or spine issues, you need to go see DISC. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis. It's my low back, of course, and they've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you, Basinonians. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. What I love about this, DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known this all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. The founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and all over the world. And it's time for you maybe to get back to enjoying life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Everyday community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, one great experience.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, well, this is a pretty good giveaway. Wolf, I need a caller number from you right now.
How about caller number 3?
Caller number 3 at 602-260-9870 is going to score 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers Sunday and ASU playing Texas Tech Saturday. Again, caller number 3 at 602-260-9870.
This is an even better one than the last time. I mean, Packers and you get to see the number 7 team in the country.
Yeah,
wow.
That's pretty good. Pretty good weekend for you right there.
Yeah.
So maybe you should call Rick right now. Or actually, I think you're calling Jamal right now. I don't know who you're calling, but call 602-260-9870, caller number 3. gets stuff. And also, Wolf, want to thank our listeners in Mesa.
Mesa
right now, specifically Mesa.
Okay, beautiful.
Thanks. Thank you out there in Mesa. All right, let's. I'm distracted by the ASU news that Kyson Brown is out and Kanye Udo's sick. We'll get to all that in a little bit. But I mean, hey, let's just, let's just play Texas Tech. It'll just be Raleigh Brown, and he can throw to Jordan Tyson, and you'll have your kicker, and it's just like 3 players playing against Texas Tech. Awesome. All right, but we're going to go.
Well, the biggest thing, you brought it up, okay, but the biggest thing I worry about is sick. Okay, define that in the locker room. That's not really good.
Yeah.
Man, the flu will go through an NFL locker room or a college locker, especially football. Would you say there's bodily fluids flying around, basically, when you play the game of football?
I would try to never say that, but
say yes.
The exact quote about Levitt was, "I feel good. We still have 2 days to evaluate." That was Kenyon Levitt, but then he added that Kyson Brown is out for the foreseeable future, and Kanye Udo is sick. I mean, he could just have a cold for a day. I don't know, but you're gonna need some of your players to play for the number 7 team in the nation. All right, to the Arizona Cardinals. Something we touched on a little bit earlier in the show, Wolf, but I really think it's at the heart of a lot of people, a lot of their debate over who should be the quarterback for the Cardinals going forward, not only this week, but for the rest of the season or beyond this season, is the notion that the Cardinals offense looked significantly different on Sunday against the Colts. And when I say different, I'm not saying so much better. I mean, it did look better.
It did look better.
Did. But I'm just saying it looked different. And you had some of the numbers in your email that backed up the fact that it didn't just look different, it was different. They were under center more than they've been in any game this season. They ran play action more than they've done in any game this season, in addition to putting up their most total yards, their most passing yards, tying their season high for points. And as far as points from the offense, it was their season high. So it didn't just look different, it was different.
Yeah, and once again, when you think about different, it's about chunk throws and throwing the ball down the field. That's what looked different with this offense. And the fact that the Webflower reported that 5 of the 7 big plays, the Arizona Cardinals had 7 passing plays, big plays. 20 yards or more is considered a big play in the NFL. They had 7 of those big plays in the game, of course, against the Colts. 5 of them came off of play action. Think about that. This has got to be a part of this offense going forward. Play action and throwing the ball down the field.
Well, I mean, this wasn't a long down the field play, but the touchdown to Trey McBride was off play action too. And it was one of those plays that as you watch it, we all watch other football games, and you see other teams run that play. It's almost like this is the play that's going to work 9 out of 10 times. We can't move up the field with it, but when we need 2 yards, we just roll out and throw to Trey McBride. And you saw it there, and you're like, it doesn't have to be that hard. Like, you have Trey McBride. If you didn't have Trey McBride, it would, I understand it'd be a little more difficult, but you have him, and he actually had to make a really good catch on the play. But that's another play action situation in the game where it was like, oh, you know what? That's kind of tough to defend when you run it the right way.
Think about this. Trey McBride, base earnings, had 72 yards receiving. And once again, this is all courtesy of the Webflower on ArizonaSports.com. Trey McBride, 72 receiving yards, 64 of it came on play action, including his touchdown. 64 yards of his 72 on play action.
Yeah.
I mean, which makes so much sense. It does.
Tight end.
Because once tight end, especially a tight end like Trey, you can get open. And a guy that can work the middle of the field especially. Oh, man, it makes perfect sense. You gotta be able to incorporate these elements going forward.
And the question is, if you don't, then why aren't you? Because this is the sort of stuff you're choosing. We talked about this earlier in the show, too. Green Bay may make it tougher for you to run play action. I understand that. But if you just don't run play action, that's your choice as a team. That's you stopping this. So Drew Petzing talked about it yesterday.
What led to a lot more of the play action looks this week compared to recent weeks?
Yeah, I mean, so much of that is based on what we're getting on the other side of the ball and kind of what we think we can take advantage of.
And the natural question, this was a few questions later, but the question was, could Kyler Murray have similar success in the areas that Jacoby Brissett was having similar success? I mean, I don't want to dance around it. I think we're all watching it saying, if you can run play action with Jacoby Brissett, is there a reason you can't run it with Kyler Murray? What's going on?
Absolutely. And then there's going to be tweaks and changes. It's not, that like, hey, Jacoby did this, Kyler might do that. But I think from a overall standpoint, I think their skill sets are similar.
Yeah, once again, can I just say this quickly? Kyler Murray has completed passes off of play action as well.
I know.
He has completed it.
He can run it.
He can run it. There's no doubt about that. And the boot especially, he's completed passes as well. It's just, once again, you're talking about one game. And you're building a church, Basin Orleans, whether you want to believe it or not, on one game. Metaphorically speaking, you are. And saying, okay, I get it. It looked different. It did. Jacoby Brissett, are you kidding me? Off of play action, 5 big plays off of play action. Of the 7 big plays you had what, 7 big plays in the first 6 games?
That number feels high.
So I understand why everyone is like, wow, what? Are you kidding me? It's one game. It is. But it was so impressive how different the offense did look. Chunk throw after chunk throw by Jacoby Brissett. The problem is, once again, it was one game. He had a great game, and it was cool to see him do it. Hopefully, Kyler Murray's going to be able to do that as well. And you know what, Basinonians? This being the make-or-break season for Kyler Murray, and we've talked about it ad nauseum, this being the make-or-break season, we're all going to have a front-row seat to see if he can do it.
Well, yeah, because that is the question to me now. I hear what you're saying. It was one really good game by Jacoby Brissett. The offense looking really good is one level of this. But the other level of it, to me, just the most basic level, is why did you run more play action? And are you going to now continue to do that? That's like the question at the center of all of this. If Kyler Murray's back on Sunday, why not still run play action? And I don't mean why, like, oh, I know the answer and you don't. No, I mean, like, why? Like, do you not trust Kyler to run it? Does Kyler not want to run it? Like, I don't know. Like, what's – because you just saw that it works, and I think a lot of people – you included, Wolf, have been asking, like, earlier in the season, why aren't we seeing as much of it? You've been saying that for a couple years, and your point is very well taken. We've seen Kyler run it successfully, too.
Yes. Again, we just haven't seen it to the degree in which one game he went out there and had over, 171 passing yards of his 320 were off of play action?
Yeah, he was 13 of 20 in play action. 13 of 20 passing in play action.
Okay.
For 171 yards and a touchdown.
That's really, really good. And that was all by memory on me. Okay, Basinonians, what are you talking about? Wedge buster? I've got your wedge buster.
Maybe your wedge busting allowed it so you're always going to remember specific numbers.
Thank you, wedge busters.
I did double check. I don't know why I felt like I needed to.
Yes.
That Jalen Green is, in fact, exactly 23 years old. So you had that right, too.
Well, I had that right as well. Yeah. Jalen Green, 23 years old.
I really enjoyed the one time you were wrong about remembering a player's name because you had Kaman Malwatch at 18 and he had turned 19 2 days early. That's right. Why you were wrong.
I was wrong about that.
All right, when we come back, still nothing definitive on whether or not Sam Levitt's going to play Saturday against Texas Tech, but a little bit of an update. We'll get into that next, and we'll get you Jordan Tyson's thoughts on how he's preparing for a game where either Levitt or Sims is going to throw him the ball. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wrong!
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants, it's seriously one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, Basinonians. That's right, your mouth. So much of it is through your mouth at Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, Basinonians. That's right. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, a little bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll know exactly what you're getting. They never do that. What you need to do, Basinonians, is go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
America's greatest polo party, the Bentley Scottsdale Polo Championships, returns for 2 days this year on Saturday and Sunday, November 8th and 9th at Westworld of Scottsdale. 6 beautiful polo matches with the world's top players, plus hot fashions, cool cars, DJs, party and VIP tents, and cultural performances in a setting like no other. Tickets and tables on sale now at thepoloparty.com. That's thepoloparty.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear live from Talladega Motor Speedway Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow for another episode as how the quarterback carousel turns. Will Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett be the guy against Green Bay? Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, a little bit of an audible, Wolf, that you don't even know about.
Okay.
We're going to talk ASU here, and then Kurt Warner's going to join us.
Oh, Graybeard. Really?
Yes.
Oh, when is that?
12
Next segment.
Yeah.
Okay, 12:45. That is awesome. Right on.
Also should point out, too, Patrick Peterson, I know he wasn't on with us yesterday. He's going to join us still later this week.
Boy, a quarterback coming on to talk about quarterbacks. Man, it's my quarterback.
Yeah, a lot of the conversations right now are about quarterbacks because we don't know who's playing quarterback for either team in this city. ASU, the latest updates, and we're going to have audio on this in a little bit, but practice just kind of wrapping up. Kenny Dillingham said he feels good about Sam's health. Now, it's Wednesday. That's not him saying he's definitely going to play, but it's at least some progress. Although, as I mentioned last segment, he also had some other injuries to update here. I have the audio. Here's Kenny right now.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
So you're like, all right, that's great. That's great, right?
I'm definitely going to put that in the positive category.
Okay, but then there's also this.
Yeah, Sip's unfortunately going to be out for the foreseeable future. He did, some more testing and imaging, and he's going to be out for the foreseeable future, probably all the way through the bye to that length. And then, unfortunately, Udo was sick today. So, obviously, next man up, rock and roll.
Okay, next man up, rock and roll. There you go.
Sip being Kyson Brown. So, great.
Yes.
The team that you're going to need to at least be able to run against a little bit, and you're not going to have Kyson Brown. And he didn't, rule Kanye Udo out, but...
I think you're going to have Kanye Udo.
Okay.
I think you're going to have... I think that makes sense. Even if he's got a bug or something like that, I think, he should be okay, right? He should be okay.
I don't know what
right? It's pure speculation. That's why I said it, right? Jamal, right. Command and control. What do you guys, what's your gut feeling on somebody who's always got a bug? He should be okay to play.
He'll play unless
he's
got a 101 fever and is vomiting,
Yeah, right.
Dr. Rick. I don't know if I trust Dr. Rick or Dr. Wolf more. I don't know.
I just think for the most part, is it going to be a 4 or 5 day flu bug? Or is it going to be the flu where you get 24 hours?
I don't know. But I know we
Bang,
did that thing where
you barf, you get it out, you get it over with. Just get it out, barf.
Dr. Wolf is back. We did that thing where you asked Jamal a question.
I'm being serious.
And then we don't let him answer. So I only remember what the question was, Jamal. Do you have an answer to whatever? I think Wolf asked you to determine if Kanye Udo is going to play this week or not.
I think if he physically cannot get up and walk is the only way he doesn't play.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be kind of not really helping the cause at that point. Just a lot of Raleek Brown, I guess.
And that's not the worst thing you could get.
No.
Raleek Brown, we all know he's RB1 right now.
Also, Demarius Robinson practiced today. Kenny spoke about that.
Yeah, I have 100% trust in him, man. I mean, that dude he cares. Care level's high. You guys see it. Work level high. I can sleep at night knowing man's going to play.
Anything you want me to ask Demarius Robinson because he's on Sparky's Den tonight? He's going to be one of the guests.
Yeah, what are going to be the keys to beating Texas Tech?
You want me to ask Demarius that, or you want me to ask Kenny that?
No, I think I want the players' thoughts as well.
Keys.
You might want to ask Kenny that, of course, and I think you will. But also, too, you have to look at the player. And, from your perspective, what do you think the keys are? Because that changes, does it not, basically?
Do you want me to do your thing
Perspective changes everything, Luke.
Where I just say Kanye Udo's name and see how he reacts? Kanye Udo. And then just stare.
Serious. Kenny, Kanye Udo. Just look right at him and see if there's any twitch whatsoever on his face.
I guarantee you he would look at me and be like, yeah, he's a running back for our team, and he'd go off on some of the things he can do. So you may be seeing Demarius Robinson on Saturday against Texas Tech. The news, though, I don't want to bury the lead. I mean, you need some running backs, but him feeling really good about where Sam is at is the biggest story here. you have to have your quarterback against Texas Tech. Let's just call this like it is. Nobody's even kept a game close with Texas Tech this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you might have some players inside the locker room. Why do I know this, Basin Earnings? Because they're human beings, those players inside the locker room. And suddenly, if they don't have their starting quarterback against a team like Texas Tech, who's got all of this talent, it can be a downer. It can get you in a context mentally you don't want to be in as a player. It's one of the reasons why you've got to become impervious. My young Crunk brothers, if you want to play the game of football, you know what? Become impervious to the collective. And when I say that, you're always about the collective. You're always on a team. But when you go play a game, forget about the team. All you need to emphasize is you and what it is you are going to do. You can only control what you do as a player. You can't control what your teammate is going to do. You can't think team when you play in a game. When you're in a game, you have to only think of yourself and what you are doing and how you can get better and how you can control your thoughts and how you play. It's one of the reasons why you need your best players to get up and play like that, knowing I can only do what I can do, knowing it will impact everybody else. And you know who knows this is Sam Levitt. Does it so well.
And Jordan Tyson, I've got a couple cuts from here, too. I mean, he did, I would say, all he could do on Saturday. I mean, he can't stop Utah from putting up 42 points, but he spoke yesterday on how difficult it is from his position not knowing if Sam's even going to play or not.
It's pretty tough. I've just been talking to him, seeing how he feels, but it's up to him.
They also asked him how Sam looked in practice. Now, again, this was yesterday.
It looked pretty good. I was just slinging it. Has to use his arm a lot, but just so he can stay off it, just so he can get that extra healing that he needs.
And the difference between it being Jeff Sims compared to Levitt.
Yeah, it's different. We didn't. Me and Jeff didn't get no reps during the week in practice on Tuesday or Wednesday, so our timing was just off. And me and Sam, we've thrown so many times together. Our timing is just always together, so it's definitely a little weird. But I think if Jeff does have to play, I think we'll have that timing together.
Your thoughts on Jordan Tyson and how important he's going to be coming up?
I mean, Jordan Tyson is the thing you have that Texas Tech doesn't have. They weren't able to buy that with their NIL money.
You know what? I set you up right there, and you hit it out of the park when you just said that. It was earlier, as a matter of fact. You said that. I was hoping you were going to say that again. That is, it's the one thing Texas Tech doesn't have is Jordan Tyson. I love the way you framed that up and put it. Now, you just got to figure out a way to get him the ball.
Yeah.
And that's why Sam Levitt playing is going to be so critical, so important if he does.
Well, and because Tyson just said it right there in that cut, too. And this, in a weird way, goes back to the Cardinals and how impressive it was that Jacoby Brissett was able to do what he did. No matter how good you are as a backup quarterback, Jeff Sims could be amazing as a backup quarterback. It's tough to step in mid-season, and he didn't have any reps with Jordan Tyson. And the way it worked out last week, you just heard Tyson say he didn't really get many practice reps with him either. So you're trying to set up your timing while everybody on the other team is trying to disrupt your timing when you're talking quarterback and receiver. And look at the injuries ASU has and the fact that they have a first-round talent receiver on their team. They have to figure out a way to get him the ball this week because, Texas Tech is loaded on the offensive line and loaded on the defensive line, and they've got two really good running backs, and they've got two really good quarterbacks, too. I know their coach was like, well, we might not have our starter. I don't care. You've got two really good starters. Get over it.
We've got our own problems here.
Just go buy another one. It's only Tuesday or Wednesday. You still have time to buy a couple more. But ASU has to be able to get the ball to Jordan Tyson.
Yes.
Obviously.
You got any other cuts you want to play over there?
No, because we're going to talk to Kurt Warner.
Oh, great beard.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at night, right after Sparky's Den. Kellen and Mitch are going to preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers. Plus, the Sun Devils getting ready to take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, lots of quarterback questions, so why don't we ask a quarterback? We'll talk to Kurt Warner. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro first teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. You got to go check it out, Basinonians. And right now, when you buy any roll-down patio shade or awning, you'll get a free patio heater. That's a $500 value. Absolutely free, Basinonians. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag your $500 patio heater while this offer lasts. I can tell you, we of the Woo Fan Clan, we love what All Pro Shade Concepts has done for us. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
For this life I cannot change. In the hills, keep off in the main. Eminem, sweet like candy cane. Drop the top, pop it, let it bang. For this life I cannot change.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon, and we are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by legendary NFL quarterback Kurt Warner.
Graybeard.
Kurtz, are you there? That does not sound like Kurt Warner. That sounds like a song. Actually.
Yeah.
A song he didn't write.
Kurt, are you there?
No, I think I see Rick
just dropped off.
frantically trying to do something with his phone.
All right,
which is never a good sign.
That's good. You know, when it does come to a quarterback, Basin Reigns, I honestly mean this. There's nobody else I'd rather talk to. Kurt Warner.
I know it sounds like you're saying that because he's going to be our guest here in a second, but I kind of agree with you because you can tell he still studies the game, even with all he accomplished at the NFL level.
He's heavily involved in tape, of course, and watching the game, and I value his opinion for so many reasons, but not the least of which are throwing a hot when it's hot, reading it and throwing it hot. I love that.
See, now I have all these questions I want to ask him, too, because he has one of the most interesting careers in the sense that we all know he took a unique path to get there. Then he was amazing for the Rams. They made a movie about it.
Beyond amazing.
Then all of a sudden he's in New York and they are drafting Eli Manning and they're like, okay, Kurt, you're basically done now. You're the backup. And then he comes here and he's amazing again and takes the Cardinals to the Super Bowl. So he's been starter, backup, starter, Hall of Famer.
Yes.
So he's seen it from every side.
One of the things I love, too, about Kurt and how he used to play baseball is he would defeat you with his mind so much of the time. It's what a quarterback has got to be able to do. You have to be able to read coverage, and you've got to be able to make throws. And Kurt was an absolute slam dunk when it came to reading coverage and keeping his eyes down the field. I talk about this all the time. You would see Kurt, how many times the pocket would collapse around Kurt Warner, and all of a sudden you'd see this arm come out of the scrum, come out of the pocket, and he'd throw the ball 20 yards on a deep in route. It's what he would do. He'd read coverage, and nobody was better at it.
All right, I think we have Kurt right now joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Kurt, are you there? No, Kurt.
Wow.
I see.
Yeah.
Now he's gone.
Boy,
Now we're just talking about Kurt Warner, so it's a technical issue. Man. All right. Well, while we effort to figure that out, I'm going to throw out a story that we were looking at before the show, that we were going to talk about here. And I just want to get your thoughts on this in real time, Wolf, because I looked at it and I was like, Wolf, don't read this. Because the story was on Sports Illustrated. It was 5 positions the Cardinals need to target before the trade deadline. Now, set aside all the logistics of that. I'm not sure they're necessarily actively targeting anything before the trade deadline or even thinking that way right now. But I wanted to get your reaction to some of the positions that they threw out there, okay?
Okay.
The first was offensive line.
Offensive line. Immediately, I will tell you that it's still my biggest disappointment is the offensive line for the Cardinals.
Their opening sentence was atrocious is the best and nicest way to describe the Cardinals' offensive line. I don't know that I'd go that far. It hasn't been as good as it was last year. It's been disappointing. It hasn't been horrendous.
No, for me, not being able to run the ball, though, has been horrendous. And it really has unraveled the entire offense, if you ask me.
All right. I think Kurt Warner is there right now. Joining us on the Arizona Sports Line is NFL Hall of Famer Kurt Warner. Kurt, what's going on?
Not much. Can you hear me this time?
Absolutely can hear you.
How you doing, my brother?
What's going on, guys? How you doing, Wolf? Good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, doing okay. Really appreciate you joining us. Kurt, when you look at the Arizona Cardinals offense, I want you to juxtapose what you saw in the previous 5 games and then what you saw with Jacoby Brissett. What is the difference? Do you see any difference?
I think I see a difference. And, I just think, Kyler and Jacoby are different kinds of players. And, I think at this point, or really just the way that Jacoby has had to play the game since he's been in the league is, he's more of a guy that will process information and play, through progressions in the pocket, whereas Kyler is a guy that, is really good, early in the process, and then he's more creative and he's more, about getting out and making plays that way. And so, I think that to me is when I watch them, that's kind of the difference in the way that they play. I mean, Kyler, with his first reads and his ability to throw the football is so unique and special and different in those situations. But I think going through things and the patience to kind of stay in the pocket and let things play out is an area where he's got to still continue to grow.
We're talking to Kurt Warner. Kurt, you've played this position. You've seen everything in this position. You've experienced it a bunch of different ways, your path to get to the NFL, and then obviously winning Super Bowls and going to Super Bowls with the Cardinals. you always want your teammates to succeed, but when you're Kyler Murray and your backup steps in and the team has its best offensive game of the year, what does that spark potentially in Kyler Murray?
I mean, I think there's always, a human factor anytime that you go through this, is that, of course, you want your teammates and your friends and your team in general to have success. And then there's the human factor. Well, I don't want to have too much success, because then and you're always fighting that aspect of things as a competitor. But at the end of the day, it's like, I want us all to have success. I want us to win when I'm not in there. And then I want to, get back in there and play really good football. And so it doesn't become, Jacoby did this, or the team looked like that when they're just different players, at this stage in their career. And the bottom line is, when you're a quarterback, you got to figure out what kind of player you are and how to help your team have success when you're in there playing. And it may look a little bit different. And, that's the challenge with, offensive coordinator. Sometimes you're going to have maybe an offense, or the way that you call the offense or see the offense may play more to, maybe who Jacoby Brissett is. But, your job is to be able to create around Kyler Murray and to be able to fit all of that together. The quarterback having to fit with what they want to try to do offensively. And so I think you have to always fight that part of it, just as a fan, or big picture looking in, to just go, oh, well, Jacoby's better in his offense than Kyler is. And, because that's the natural thing for people to do, as opposed to going, all right, who's our guy? And this week it was Jacoby. So let's figure out the best plan within his skill set to allow him to be successful within the realm of our team. And then when Kyler gets back in there, let's continue to figure out the best way for him to help us to move to the next step. And I think that's the bottom line, is we know how gifted Kyler is. So it's about figuring out that mix of, playing within the structure of the offense and allowing Kyler to be that unique player and bring his unique skill set that very few can, and being able to maximize both of them is where this Cardinal team has a chance to be a really good football team.
So, Kurt, when you look at the Arizona Cardinals in their 2-4 season right now, what comes to mind? What are your thoughts in regard to what you're seeing?
Well, I mean, I think you mentioned a great point, Wolf, is that I really felt like their identity over the last, couple years had been built around James Conner and their run game. Mm-hmm. And although, it wasn't just, two tight ends and heavy sets, I did feel like they had a power run game. It was downhill. It was physical, mm-hmm. And it really started with James. And then everything else came off of that. Obviously James getting hurt, and the run game hasn't been that same nature, the same way that they came in. And so I think there's a structural change or a system change here where you got to go, okay, that's what we thought we were going to be. That's what we thought we were going to hang our hat on. And now we can't do that. We don't have that element. And so now we've got to restructure this thing and figure it out. Now, I mean, it said 2-4, but obviously they've been in games and had opportunities to win a few more of those games that they didn't finish. So I don't necessarily think they're a 2-4 football team, but I think that to me is what's really stood out based on where I thought they had shifted over the last, couple years, from maybe being a pass first team, early in Kyler's tenure, to becoming a run first team with, the pass game being a complementary piece. And now, we've got to change things up. We've got to figure out and readjust our identity a little bit. And I think that's been some of the issues with them being able to try to hit on all cylinders offensively.
Well, Kurt, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much. It's always good to talk to you.
Thank you, Kurt.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
Okay, man.
That's Kurt Warner joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, pretty good guy to talk to about the quarterback position.
Nobody else I'd rather talk to.
He just pretty well cleared that up. And actually, when we come back, we can talk some offensive line with Max Starks. Max Starks is going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Boy, that autumn wind is blowing. You can even smell that autumn wind, ladies and gentlemen. And that means football is here, of course. Break out the bag of chips. And the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Just don't spill any of the chips in the bed, ladies and gentlemen. Are you kidding me? Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. And I'm talking about adjustable frames, pillows, sheets, mattresses. Everything is 25% off. Man, the game plan to score on this great deal by Brooklyn Betting is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. And I'm talking about for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Thanks to Kurt Warner for joining us last segment. Now we're going to go offensive line, Wolf.
Man, how about that?
Let's talk to Max Starks.
Extremes.
Two-time Super Bowl champion. What's going on, Max?
I'm doing well, guys. Just can't complain. I'm in the Charlotte airport right now, headed to Cincinnati.
We need to start playing every time we have Max on.
This is
Where
great.
in the world is Max?
Yes.
You and I have to
Like
guess.
when I'm not in the studio. Just, yeah, just try and guess.
Because you could literally be anywhere. All right, Max.
Yeah.
Let's. We have you for one segment here, so we're gonna hammer you with some some Cardinals questions, maybe an ASU one there at the end. But I don't know how much of it you got to see, but the Cardinals' offense looked distinctly different on Sunday against a pretty good defense. In your experience as a player in this league, how much do you read into one game when you have a quarterback change for that game? How dangerous is it to overreact? Like, where are you on a performance like that from Jacoby Brissett?
I mean, he's a vet. He's a well-liked vet, well-loved vet. He's well-traveled. And, I mean, everybody's favorite teammate on a team is the backup quarterback, right? You know, and everybody loves that guy until he has to play, right? And then, but when you have that type of performance, you're happy because that's what you need. I mean, that was what Charlie Batch was to me during my career in Pittsburgh. Like, Charlie was a steadying force. If Charlie come out and he'd play a solid game, put you in position to be successful, wasn't going to be too risky. He was going to be conservative, but yet be judicious because he's been watching. He knows what this is. And he's also been in the league a lot longer. So, you know, when you take all of those elements together, I wasn't surprised that Jacoby was going to have the performance that he did, but I think it's more of an outlier than a regular thing. There's also a guy who started a lot of games in the NFL for a lot of different teams. So he understands what his role is in those moments, but I still think Kyler Murray's your best bet at the success of making that jump to the playoff battle race. I think, you know, Jacoby's a guy who can steady the ship and keep you going, and he's not going to do anything to harm you. He's not going to be Jake Browning for the Cincinnati Bengals, you know, exactly throwing 3-4 interceptions, you know, Nathan Peterman. He's not going to be that guy, but it's also there's something with Kyler that's a little bit different than what you have with Jacoby.
Yeah, you know, for me right now, I'm going forward with Kyler Murray as my starting quarterback. It sounds like you're doing the same thing, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because, listen, Kyler is he's a difference maker. When you get him comfortable and when he feels good and he has a good relationship with his receivers, you know, the Cardinals are a playoff team. But it's how do you unlock that? And then the injuries that have happened for the guys that you've been trying to get associated as well with the team. Yeah. You have that horrific injury to Vokalek into the first, and then, you know, Marvin Harrison's out the game. You're down to your fourth running back. If you're a third running back, you know, however you want to look at it, fourth running back, and Bam Knight, you don't get Emery DeMarcado. So, you know, you're already down Trey Benson and James Conner. So it's like considering all of that and still having that, being able to go above your average scoring. I mean, I say, listen, offense did their job. They answered the bell, but defense has to pick their game up.
Max, when you have a game like that where Jacoby Brissett steps in and, you know, they set a season high in yards and points and passing yards, season high in play action plays that they ran, And when you go back to Kyler, are there things you can take from that game and you're like, hey, we need to try this with Kyler? Because, the season high and play action plays, those are the plays the Cardinals called, and they worked pretty well. I mean, is that something you can do with Kyler Murray now?
You absolutely can. And I don't know why they did. I think because they tried to feature the run so much because you had James Conner, you had Trey, like you had this very, very robust running attack, and that was what your calling card was. But when you don't have those guys, that's where play action works because you're going off the nostalgia and the integrity and the history of this team and what you've seen on video to exploit that with the play action. They had to set that opportunity for them to be able to be in that position. So I think you absolutely can because you've laid the groundwork, but it's just going to come out to that execution and who your personnel is that you have in.
Go ahead and break down the Green Bay Packers for us a little bit. I don't know how much you've actually seen them play so far this season, but I really like their defense, especially their front seven in terms of playing on the line of scrimmage. If you don't mind, go ahead and break down the Packers for us and what you've seen so far.
Well, the one thing I've seen with the Packers, like you said, defensively, it all starts with their front seven. They're able to generate pass rush, and, of course, I'm not just saying just because Micah Parsons is on the roster that they can generate pass rush. But he aids greatly in that. He creates more one-on-one opportunities so those guys can be more aggressive. I think they blitz a good amount, so they want pressure in your face from a lot of different ways, whether it's 5- or 6-man pressures, and they can hold up on the backside. Their DBs are really good at playing bump and run coverage. They use a variation of cover 3 as well. And the reason why I know all this because we're going to be playing them, the next game next weekend. So I have Sunday Night Football with them. So it's like you start to kind of get a jump on your opponent. And then offensively, I mean, everything goes through kind of like what the Cardinals are. Tight ends galore, right? Tucker Kraft is their main guy. Obviously, you have Wicks and you have some other pieces. And Josh Jacobs is not a bad piece to have in the backfield, but as far as the receiving side, it's going to be Tucker Kraft, kind of like how we use Trey McBride.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a lot of semblance there with what the Cardinals do versus what the Green Bay Packers do. I just think the Packers just had a little bit more luck than the Cardinals have, and they haven't had to play all these kind of last-second, lose the game at the end when you've had a lead type of situations.
We're talking to Max Starks. Max, how difficult is it, or how challenging is it, I guess, to commit to the run when you don't have James Conner and you don't have Trey Benson and you're kind of moving guys around to figure out if it's Michael Carter or Bam Knight? Amari DiMercato got hurt too. You can't just abandon the run against a team like Green Bay, but you're probably not going to have any 100-yard rushers in this game either.
Yeah, no, it's the intent. You have to keep the balance, and I think that's the biggest thing. I don't need 100 yards, but every time I hand you the ball, I need you to get 4. That's the mindset you got to have.
Instead of me, they gave it to me, Max, and I got them 2.
Exactly. They say, hey, we need 4. I got 2.
Right.
I need 1. I got 2.
You can see the problem.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the conundrum they're going to have to break. It's like, hey, we need 4 yards. If we're going to run this ball and continue with the play action and continue to be this elite team, we've got to be able to put up 4 yards rush. I'm not asking for that 20-yard breakaway. I'm not asking for the 80-yard runaway. I'm not asking for Bijan Robinson-type numbers. I just need you to get me to 4 yards a carry. And when you're at 4 yards a carry, that's a win on first down. That's a win on second down. Push you in third and short if that's what you were going to do, or at least set it up, and then you can start dumping it off. You can run your checkdowns. You can run your screen game. You can run your other play actions. You can run some RPO stuff. Like, it just keeps everything in harmony. But when you're hitting 2.5 or 2.3 yards a carry, that's when teams are like, oh, they're one-dimensional. Now we can pin our ears back and go. And that's what this Green Bay defense wants. They want you to get in those long passing yards, right? They just paid Micah Parsons a buttload of money. They need him to get after that quarterback to justify that payment.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right on that, Max. For me right now, if the Cardinals are going to turn this season around, what is it they have to fix?
Got to fix some of the defensive aspects, and that's the run defense and some of the short to intermediate passing as well. You've got to play closer up to the line of scrimmage, and you have to defend that area. Yes, I know every once in a while you're going to get beat over the top, but own the box defensively. You've got to own the box because the offense is putting up points, but the defense is giving up more points than the offense is scoring, right? And that's the whole point of the game, is to score more than your defense is giving up. And that's where the conundrum is. When you think about where they're at and put up 27, I mean, putting up 27 points, that's top 5 in the NFL for a score, considering they only usually do 21 per game.
Yeah.
So you have to figure out a way of minimizing that. And I think that it's going to be through the defense. And you get Walter Nolan back, so that's a good sign. to see his 21-day window opens up. Let's see if he can come in and be a difference maker. I've seen other rookies come in and make a difference. I mean, Derek Harmon helped stabilize our run defense immediately when he came back when he was injured the first 2 games of the season. So I know Walter Nolan's in that same cutting and dye wool. I think he could do the same thing to help with the run defense.
Max, I have no idea why you're in Charlotte, but I assume you'll be in Cincinnati tomorrow. So thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thank you. Nope, tonight. Don't wish me on those delays.
Thank you, Max.
Thanks, Max. Take care.
All right, thanks, boys. Y'all take care.
All right. That's Max Starks joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. You know he loved getting that Jake Browning joke in there, too.
Oh, yeah. A little shot over the bow.
Yeah. All right. Tune into Arizona Sports at night after Sparky's Den. Tonight, Kellen and Mitch are going to preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers, plus ASU as they take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, the Phoenix Suns are starting their season a week from today, and we're already dealing with injury news. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You know what Jacoby Brissett is. Like, it's not like you're looking at Jacoby Brissett because you want to see if he's the long-term answer. You're looking at Jacoby Brissett to see, how does this offense look with a capable quarterback running it? And that's what you're looking at. It's not like, I need another look at Jacoby. It's like, I need another look with somebody that's not Kyler
That's
Murray.
Exactly it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, for over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. That's right, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service. They simply are the best. They did it at the Wolfley compound. They delivered that artificial grass, and I can tell you they'll do the same for you. Imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, no more money spent on reseeding your lawn, just clean green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass, your most trusted landscape company in the Basin. That's right. Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time right now. All you got to do is text GREEN to 620-620. They're offering 15% off. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
I had a dream last night. We drove out to see Las Vegas. We lost ourselves in the bright lights. I wish you could have seen.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up preseason play last night. What have we learned so far about this year's team? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Well, unfortunately, one of the things we've learned about this team already is that Jalen Green is going to be out for the opener. The opener for the Phoenix Suns is a week from today. Here's Jordan Ott before the game yesterday explaining that news.
Jalen, the update there, he did re-aggravate in China, just the same hamstring. You know, we're going to continue to assess, and within 10 days, we can say that we'll give you another update. So.
Oh,
10
man,
days.
honestly, it just, you know, the injury thing, once again, raise your hand if you'd like to hear any news on injuries.
No.
How about we just don't have injuries?
We're basically an injury show at this point.
It really is.
Station,
Who's
city.
injured? Who's not? Your calls. Next.
Well,
brutal, man, honestly, especially out of Jalen Green.
Jalen Green, now you might be asking yourself, well, the Suns must have gone out and got a guy who's kind of injury prone, right? Well, he played 82 games last year and 82 games the year before and 76 the year before that.
Think about that.
In the NBA, where everybody except Mikal Bridges misses at least a dozen games a year, right?
I know, it's just so weird. It's got to be so weird for Jalen Green. I always think about the player base, and I do. I mean, you just heard what Luke said. 3 years ago, he played 76 games.
Yeah.
The last 2 years, he has not missed a game. Has not. Comes over here to the Phoenix Suns, guess what? Season opener, he's going to miss.
At least, I mean, Jordan Ott said, within the next 10 days, we'll get you another update. Well, that was on the 14th. That was yesterday. So 10 days is the 24th, doing math on the air,
Yeah.
and that is the Clippers game. So now we're talking about maybe missing 2 games, maybe more. I don't know.
You know, are we making too big a deal of this, Basinonines? Are we? You know, I guess when it comes to the anticipation side of it, I mean, we all know a pulled hamstring, that's only a matter of days. Well, maybe weeks, but,
Been longer than days already.
Yeah, weeks, as in 2 at the most, for the most part. You know, I don't think Jalen Green is going to be injured all season long, but, man, the anticipation, once again, is there a guy that you would anticipate seeing more than Jalen Green when you think about how's that going to work with D-Book? Because so much of the time people are saying they're pretty much the same guy. How's that going to look with those two guys in your backcourt?
I think for this season, he's the most interesting player because Devin Booker's always interesting, but you know what Devin Booker is.
Yes.
That's not to say his game can't
Yes.
go, but the biggest unknown on this team that could really turn into something this season is Jalen Green. And you could say, come on, Malwatch, he's a rookie. He's interesting too, but I think that might be spread out over more than just 1 year.
You could say Dylan Brooks. You could say that.
You could.
I mean, an impact from a guy that's not only physically, of course, but mentally and emotionally in that locker room. What could he possibly bring? That intensity level, the expectation thereof. That could be a huge difference going forward. But
You could also
Devin
just say
Booker.
you're sick of guys that this city acquires being hurt. That's what you could say.
Okay.
I mean, we made the Corbin Burns connection earlier. I'm not saying Jalen Green is the NBA equivalent of Corbin Burns. I'm not saying he's going to miss a ton of time, but you get a player you're excited about that never misses games, and all of a sudden Corbin Burns is out for a calendar year. And Jalen Green may miss 1 game. I don't know. But he didn't get to play at all in the preseason, and this is not a great start, which, again, it's not like the Suns were reckless and went out and added a guy who's always hurt.
Yeah.
You know, now they added Mark Williams. Sounds like Mark Williams might actually be ready for the start of the season. Here's Jordan Ott on that.
Mark's on pace. You saw him today. Now he's doing live. You know, we said initially he was doing everything but live. Now he's doing live. So still the same goal. Be ready to go for opening night. He's trending in the right direction.
So what are you saying? Are you saying that Mark Williams has never played in more than 48 games? Is that what you're saying?
That might be what I'm saying. I don't know the exact number.
I
don't
thought
know
it was
what I'm trying to
48
say.
games. I thought that
think
was
you're right.
a career high was 48 games.
I believe you are correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Man, that's really a tough situation. He's going to be good to go, though. That'd be great.
Nothing makes
I
any
would
sense
love
anymore.
to see that.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I know. I want to see Mark Williams play.
Especially Mark Williams and Kaman Malawach.
Mark Williams' career high is actually 44.
Yeah, 44.
So.
Oh, was it? Wow. I was,
4 less.
How about that?
Yeah.
Mark Williams. Had to point that out, huh, Rick? I was 4 games off.
You know,
and
the
you had
best
to
too
point that
is
out.
Rick's tone.
I was on a roll.
Rick's tone, I know he said that's actually 4 games less, but it sounded more like, so you were wrong.
It was mostly like,
yeah,
man, he's played less than 48 as his career high. It had nothing to do with Wolf, actually.
Yeah.
It's just me being disappointed about the lack of health Mark Williams has had in his career.
Mark Williams has played 106 career NBA games. Jalen Green played 82 last season. So here we are.
But let me
Jalen
get this
Green's
right,
hurt.
though. Jalen Green is ruled out for the opener.
Yeah, actually, I have more. I have more
And
of an
Mark
update.
Williams is, you know what? He's on track.
Yeah.
Interesting.
More from Jordan Ott on Jalen Green.
We all know the soft tissue injuries are really hard to see exactly the progress, and obviously he's frustrated, you know, but this is all part of it. Thankfully we caught it early. It's not that serious, but he wants to be out there, especially new teammates, new system. There's just other ways that we're going to have to speed him up. That's the reality of it. And, you know, he did a great job in the China trip, hanging in there with us. And now we'll just double down on all those things, film anything that he can do. And then he'll be right back at it, you know, because he is a resilient athlete and he tends to bounce back. This is just another step, and he'll bounce back.
This is the one thing the Phoenix Suns cannot abide, Basinonians, are injuries. Seriously. When you're trying to build a culture, you can build that culture based off the backs of the players you have. Modeling culture. You hear me talk about it all the time. You have to model culture. This is what we believe. This is who we are. This is how we do it. And by the way, I need players to actually go do everything I just said. They have to model it for everybody else. The only thing that can really mess it up are injuries. Where you're not getting exposure to each other to go out and build anything. That will be the part where I'll lose it.
Yeah.
I'll lose it if that happens.
Because I feel like as a sports city, we have lowered our expectations over the last year to just, can we see our players play?
Right.
Even if they lose, can we just see them play? And, you know, you asked this question earlier, like, are we overreacting? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if everything else was normal and Jalen Green was going to miss the opener and maybe another game or two, you know, big deal, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. But you're talking about a fan base that just had to deal with a couple years of Bradley Beal being questionable all the time.
Yes.
And, you know, a lot of those Suns fans are D-backs fans who didn't have Corbin Burns or Justin Martinez or A.J. Puck. By the way, it's the offseason. Those guys are all still hurt. Those guys are hurt in the offseason. Or, you know, maybe you're a Cardinals fan and it's Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan and Marvin Harrison Jr. currently and all these other guys. ASU, how about Sam Levitt, Kyson Brown, and Ben Coleman's done for the year. How about we just get to see our players play?
Yeah. And you know what also? It's going to be kind of cool to see these young guys being mixed in as well. That's where the excitement is for me. This is why I'm so jacked up. A week from tonight, Basinonians, how many young guys might actually play against the Sacramento Kings?
I don't know, but I'm fired up for the city of surprise, and thanks to all them who are listening right now as we go through our misery with all these injuries.
That is a surprise.
Look at that.
You brought that out of nowhere.
Look at Wolf.
Surprise!
Wolf's basically been driving today. You set me up earlier.
I appreciate that.
All right, when we come back, ASU, kind of a big game on Saturday, facing the number 7 team in the nation, Texas Tech. So how can the Sun Devils pull off the win at home? We're going to ask the voice of the Sun Devils. Tim Healy joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryan units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media earlier today and said the practice window for first-round pick Walter Nolan has been opened. The defensive lineman has yet to play this season due to a calf injury. The Phoenix Suns wrapped up the preseason yesterday with a 113-104 victory over the Los Angeles Lakers. The Suns start regular season play a week from today against the Sacramento Kings. Guard Jalen Green will not play due to a re-aggravation of his hamstring injury. And the Seattle Mariners look to take a 3-0 lead on the Toronto Blue Jays tonight in Game 3 of the ALCS. Coverage begins at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
You know what this music means. It either means there's a football game coming up, or Tim Healy's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, or both.
Timmy!
What's going on, Tim?
What's up, fellas? I guess after last week's game, you should have probably played Melancholy Baby. That was great. But always love to hear that song. As Lawrence Welk used to say, it's a real a tapper. But always great to be on with you, fellas. And by the way, a belated happy birthday, Wolf.
Oh, hey. Thank you, Timmy. Appreciate that, man. 63 and savage.
And savage.
Yes.
Sure you stay savage.
60 is the new 30.
Well, Tim, you mentioned, you brought up how rough last week was, and we've been talking about it obviously all this week. It very uncharacteristic of a Kenny Dillingham team. And yes, they were missing Sam Levitt and they're missing some other pieces, but what in your mind was the biggest issue in that game, and can they fix it in time for Texas Tech on Saturday?
Well, I think the biggest issue was just they ceased to be the physical defense, particularly the run-stopping defense that we've come to see and come to enjoy over the last year and a half. And in terms of fixing it, Kenny has duly noted that he feels as though his practices have to be more physical, and they have ratcheted up the physical intensity of practice in these last 2 days, yesterday and today. And I think he is he's very satisfied with what he's seen in practice, almost as a recognition by his players that, hey, this is the way we've played for the better part of a year and a half, and it got away from us last week. And in Kenny's words, I wanted to nip that in the bud. So the practices have been a little more intense, a little more physical, a little bit of chippiness at practice today. But all things considered, that's a good thing. And of course, a coach always has to play that fine line between wanting your players to, be prepared for the physicality, because the tackling on Saturday was very, very poor. But on the other hand, you want to preserve your team's health, because now this game with Texas Tech Saturday starts the second half of their season. So you got to kind of walk that fine line. But I think he felt like the need existed to tune up the intensity, tune up the physicality, and that they have done.
So, Timmy, of course, everyone wants to know about Sam Levitt and whether or not Sam Levitt is going to play, of course, coming up, because it greatly impacts the chances of ASU winning this game. When you see Sam Levitt move in practice, how do you think he's doing?
Well, the good news, Wolf, I can tell you, is that after practice today, Kenny said he likes very much where Sam is right now. And based on what I heard from Kenny, my expectation is that Sam will play on Saturday. He's moving around okay. I mean, I don't think he's 100% in that component of play, but is moving around a little bit better in the pocket, I think, probably than he did last week. And Kenny seemed very encouraged. And again, based not only on his brief remarks to us after practice today, but also the excitement in his voice and the energy in his voice when he said those remarks, my gut hunch is that, especially given the fact that they still have a couple of days for him to hopefully get more healing, my gut hunch is that he will be under center on Saturday. And as you noted, that greatly enhances this team's chance to pull off what would be a major upset.
We're talking to Tim Healy. What you just said, ASU hasn't been in a lot of situations the last year and a half where if they win, it would be considered a major upset. But Texas Tech is number 7 in the nation. They really haven't even played any close games. The Utah one was kind of close for a while, but they ended up winning by, 24. They won 34-10. What does ASU have to do this week to be able to pull this off?
Well, to put things in perspective, Luke, think about this for a moment. Arizona State is the defending Big 12 champion. They are off, their record is solid. They're 4-2. They're 2-1 in the Big 12. and they have won 9 consecutive home games, and yet they are a double-digit underdog to Texas Tech this week. That's how good Texas Tech is and has been. Only team in the country that has won every one of its games this year by at least 24 points. And as to what the Sun Devils have to do, I mean, they almost have to play the perfect game, but certainly they have to ratchet up the physicality on defense, and they've got to be able to stop the run, as Texas Tech's top running back, Cameron Dickey, is coming off a game where he rushed for well over 200 yards against Kansas and was named the Doak Walker National Running Back of the Week. I think he's the leading rusher in the Big 12 Conference. They've got to be able to defend the run better than they did against Utah, although Utah's run game was different. That was a RPO quarterback-driven run game led by Saguaro High School grad Devin Dampier. This is, I think, a more traditional type running game that Texas Tech has, and the Sun Devils, by and large, have defended the run well this season, and they've got to do that on Saturday. They got to be able to figure out a way to establish their own run game against that tremendously stout, NIL-driven new front four that Texas Tech has, and they can't turn the ball over. These are the 2 top teams in the Big 12 in turnover margin. Texas Tech's +6, Arizona State's +5, and the Sun Devils have got to be on the plus side of that figure, I think, to have a chance to pull off the upset. And then, the last thing is they just got to capitalize on the home crowd. They've built a really nice home field advantage. Kenny's team has not lost at Mountain America Stadium in 2 years. And, hopefully the crowd, disappointed though they were by the outcome of last Saturday's game, will show up ready to rock and roll on Saturday, a nice afternoon game for a change at 1 o'clock, and help give them that home field advantage that they have enjoyed this last year and a half.
And to me, what do you think is going to be the tougher unit for ASU to handle, their offense or their defense? What do you think is going to be the tougher proposition?
My gut hunch, Wolf, is as good as Texas Tech has been offensively in recent years, and they're one of the top 5 offenses in the country this year. I think the bigger challenge is going to be their defense.
Yeah.
Because that defensive line, all of them are NIL transfer portal additions. And they, it's been well known and well documented all the money that Texas Tech used in the NIL process to bring in a whole bunch of new players. Their entire defensive line consists of portal additions, and they are just really, really good. They've got 2 tackles that are just big and stout and space eaters, and then 2 good rush ends, including David Bailey, a Stanford transfer, who is the national leader in sacks. He's been involved in 9 quarterback sacks by himself already this season. And I really think that defense, I kind of think the Sun Devil defense is going to get back to their physical way of play and use the home crowd and the home advantage to get fired up. And I would be disappointed if they did not step up and do a much better job than they did at Utah. But my bigger concern is the ability of the Sun Devils to move the football against a Texas Tech defense that has had a complete transformation because of NIL. Last year, they were one of the worst defenses in the country, and this year they're one of the best.
Tim, you mentioned Texas Tech and how, Baron Morton's been really good for them. He is day-to-day right now. The quarterback, Will Hammond, his backup, has also been really good. And Will Hammond's actually the more mobile one. Just given what you saw from ASU's defense against Utah and Devin Dampier, is there any concern on that side of the ball if it is Will Hammond and he's able to run?
Well, I think Kenny was asked today the challenge of preparing for an opponent where you're not quite sure who the quarterback is going to be. And he said you basically have to have one plan ready. Obviously, you might have some, tweaks or features for depending upon which kid plays. But as you noted, Will Hammond has been extremely effective for them. He came off the bench and played most of the game when they defeated Utah up in Salt Lake 34-10 a couple weeks ago. And then Hammond played a lot last week in their big home blowout win over Kansas. And Baron Morton is one of the all-time leading passers in Texas Tech history. Hammond is the more mobile of the 2 quarterbacks. But yeah, I think it does pose a challenge. Not quite sure who's going to be the guy, and either one of them. This is not a case where it's 1 and 2. It's more, to me, like as good as Baron Morton is, it's almost like 1 and 1A with Texas Tech because of what Will Hammond has been able to do off the bench for them this year. And I think he is their future star at quarterback. So doesn't matter who's in the game. The Sun Devil defense will be challenged on Saturday in that regard.
Tim, always great to catch up with you. We'll talk to you again soon, all right?
Timmy, thank you.
Great to see you, fellas. Take care.
All right, you too. That's Tim Healy, voice of the Sun Devils, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line, and you will hear him hopefully calling an ASU win on Saturday, and that would be one of those wins where the entire nation would have to take notice. Cause
beautiful, man.
Texas Tech,
please.
Texas Tech has looked like one of the very best teams in the country so far. If you really just lay out every team in the country, Texas Tech has looked that good. All right, when we come back, we'll wrap things up. We'll go back to the NFL with the Cardinals. If you could upgrade any position groups on this roster right now, what would they be and why? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like Vinny a lot.
I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Gambo! Burnsy, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine your retirement, you sit around, you imagine your retirement, what do you see, Basinonians? Well, I bet all of us, we have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play for you, Basinonians. You let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of diversified portfolios, focusing on capital preservation, of course, growth, and low-cost investment options. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft a plan to meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local local team with labor, glass, and parts included. And with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Ogden Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first day of practice this week for the Cardinals has arrived. We'll react to the latest from the Cards headquarters starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports on YouTube, and Napster.
All right, final segment of the show here, Wolf. I have the injury report in front of me. Would you like the injury report?
Oh, man, did this just come down?
Yes, within the last 10 minutes.
Okay, excellent. Give me the injury report.
Do you even want the Green Bay side of it, or you just want the Cardinals?
Just the Cardinals,
We're going
into
Week 7, so there's going to be a lot of reading either way.
Okay.
Here's who didn't practice today. Kelvin Beachum, but that was rest. Okay?
Okay, I love that.
Amari DiMercato with the ankle. Zay Jones with the knee.
Okay.
All right. I mean,
Don't love that so much.
Who needs to have any receivers?
I mean, once again, Zay Jones flashed. Did he not flash in the last game?
He did.
You would say he flashed.
Yeah.
It'd be very, very important to have Zay Jones.
I mean, at a certain point, you need to have a quarterback and a receiver for this to work. Okay, here's the limited guys at practice. Keaton Crawford, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Darren Hall, Marvin Harrison Jr., Bam Knight, Kyler Murray, Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, Rabbit, Michael Wilson.
Okay.
And I think that's the whole roster.
Okay. Pretty much right there. Of course, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray, those names jumped out at me. Mm-hmm. Those two right there. Marvin Harrison Jr. In particular is a guy that I'm very interested to see how he develops this week. Typically, when you suffer a concussion, you're going to miss about 3-4 days. That's what you're going to miss.
You're just
doesn't mean
in the
you
protocol
can't play in the next game, but you're going to miss about 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
Or days, I should say.
That's not something you can or can't practice your way out of. You're either going to clear the protocol or you're not. What are you reading to Kyler being limited, though? Because at this time last week, he wasn't practicing.
Yeah, I think that is a good thing going forward. And I think, honestly, once again, of the Wednesday walkthrough practice, if there's any validity to that whatsoever, I think your take on this and the logical way you're proceeding it makes a lot of sense. When you think of, hey, listen, you know what? Maybe they wanted Kyler to be able to go out and practice. And maybe if they went with a walkthrough on Wednesday, he'd be able to do that.
Yeah, so this is the update yesterday around 5 o'clock was that Cardinals practice today was going to be a closed walkthrough.
Yeah.
So you and I were talking earlier, like, okay, why? That's weird on a Wednesday in the middle
Especially
of the season.
This early in the season, I would say.
And it does. I mean, my thought, which is, who knows if this is right or not, but my thought was if you do that, maybe it's a lot easier to have Kyler involved in that if you have a walkthrough. And so I'm glad you brought that up because it does say that on the injury report that's now out too. It's the Cardinals held a walkthrough today, so the injury report is an estimation. They wrote that on the injury report.
Wow.
So
okay.
That's the sort of stuff you see, like you said earlier, when you're playing on Thursday. And, on Monday you kind of estimate what the injury report would be like, but
there's so much ambiguity already with the injury report. Well, and now it's an estimate, is what you're telling me?
It's a midweek estimation. Normally, Kyler's talking today. He's not, right, Rick? There's not, I mean, they don't have to make him available today, but typically he talks Wednesdays, and he is not.
Yeah.
So there's a lot up in the air with this team right now. You didn't need the injury report to know that, but that just kind of reinforces it. Going back to the story we were looking at before Kurt Warner joined us earlier, Wolf, a story on Sports Illustrated talking about the 5 positions the Cardinals must target before the trade deadline. Now, I don't know. I think, a lot of what they do or don't do at the trade deadline is going to depend on what the record is around the trade deadline. But I thought it was interesting just to run through these positions. You haven't seen this yet. I mentioned offensive line. That was one of them.
Yeah.
I mentioned wide receiver, and their opening line on that is the wide receiver room is frustrating. True.
Yeah.
It's been frustrating. But let me give you the other three positions, okay?
Okay.
Running back, which is not something you would have ever thought with this team, although, now even Bam Knight's on the injury report.
Yes.
So, and DeMercado. So you're down to one healthy running back, and that's Michael Carter.
Yeah. Once again, you already talked about the offensive line. It starts with the offensive line to me.
Yeah.
It does. That has been my biggest disappointment so far is the offensive line and how they have gone out and played or not played in particular. This is a team that is predicated on running the ball and doing it well. And if you're not able to do that, all bets are off. And I never in a million years suspected we were going to have an offensive line that was going to struggle. And they have struggled through the first 6 weeks of the season.
Well, it's funny you say that because the fourth position on this list on this story is quarterback, but it says right in there, it says we don't know how long Kyler Murray is going to be out. But then like halfway down it says, but it doesn't really matter who the quarterback is if they don't get better play from the offensive line.
Yes.
Which is
so
true.
Go down the four positions once again.
Offensive line.
Yeah.
Wide receiver.
Yeah.
Running back.
Interesting.
Quarterback.
Do you see a trend?
It's the entire offense.
the entire offense, right? And what I loved is they started with the offensive line. Because guess what, Basinonians, once again, if your butt guts aren't doing their job, your skill's not going to be able to do theirs.
Nobody else can really do their job. It's almost like if you have to go to work to do your job, but the power's out. Like, okay. Hey, why aren't you doing your job?
That's a good analogy.
Well, the power's out, so I can't do anything.
Just think about that. Here's the five position. What's the fifth position, by the way?
Cornerback. Corner. And it says this is far from a pressing need for the Cardinals as it stands, but the group has already been crushed by injuries. Also true.
Yeah. I love Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark, the fact they're getting reps right now, because when they do get healthy and right,
you can be really deep
provided they do, man, you're gonna be okay, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's not like, Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark are just busting assignments all over the place. I think they've actually held up pretty well considering.
Considering, where they were drafted, how young they are, and what they got thrown into.
Yeah.
It's not like, hey, we had to throw Keitrell Clark in alongside Garrett Williams and Will Johnson and Sean Murphy Bunting, and we can kind of protect him or whatever. No, Keitrell Clark's actually kind of one of the vets back there because he was thrown in alongside a rookie and Will Johnson, who's, Will Johnson's very gifted. And some of these, Denzel Burke was a fifth rounder 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And he's had to step in and play.
Man, I just love the first four positions: offensive line, wide receiver, quarterback, running back.
That sums it up, right?
Your offense.
What do the Cardinals need to address if they make moves at the trade deadline? Just the entire offense.
Yeah.
Except tight end.
Hey, don't worry about it, though. You're going to be fine. Hang in there.
You don't have any tough teams coming up on the schedule, do you?
Yeah.
Just
we
Green
don't want
Bay?
to hear about your quarterback controversy. There's no controversy. How about your offensive line? How about your offense? Period. There's the controversy.
The next team you're playing is, I believe, the current favorite to win the NFC in Vegas. All right, that's it. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is the place to go for fall deals on trucks. What kind of fall savings are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? October brings incredible truck savings. Right now, we're offering $13,000 off the all-new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $6,000 off the all-new 2025 Sierra HD. We've got plenty of inventory. Now's definitely the right time to buy.
For the best fall savings of the season, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. Liberty GMC AZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Voraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Good news on the Arizona Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window opened off of the physically unable to perform list. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the 21 days upcoming. Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before they head into their bye week. As far as quarterback Kyler Murray, what boxes does head coach Jonathan Gannon want his QB to check in practice?
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play.
we'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
Per the team's estimated injury report, Murray was limited due to his foot injury. Speaking of quarterbacks, ASU Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Kenny Dillingham didn't want to be quick to declare anything, but he said he likes where his QB is at. The injury report drops tonight at 7 p.m. local time. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage starts at 4:30 with first pitch at 5:08 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Did you just do like a strike 3 for the camera?
I think I did.
You just did it that? Like you were a home plate umpire? Like you were the home plate umpire last night for Yamamoto.
Man,
in that game. Yeah,
it's disgusting how good they are. It's disgusting how good they are.
I'm scared to death they're going to become the first repeat champions since your Yankees of the late 90s.
Well, you can't score off them.
It's
pitching's ridiculous.
It's crazy. Like 2010 was the last time in the playoffs a team went back-to-back 8 innings or more from their starters. I mean, it's from a bygone era, right? The Giants were the last one to do it 15 years ago.
Yeah, but if you spend $350 million on your,
yeah, I suppose.
Your team,
I suppose.
Yeah, no, that was an incredible performance. I thought when Chorio hit the home run early, maybe it would be the Brewers' day, and then he just shut him down. The Dodgers have had 8 postseason games. Their rotation has an ERA of 1.54.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You have to win a game. To beat the Dodgers, you have to win a baseball game 1-0 or 2-1.
It doesn't seem like you're going to get much more against them than that, does it? No.
They're not giving up runs.
Just I'm worried that's where we're trending, and if we are, I'm going to lose interest really, really fast in a Dodgers domination World Series.
Let's go Mariners.
Let's go Mariners. Let's go Mariners. Somebody please derail the juggernaut for the love, if you can. We would appreciate that. We welcome you into the Burns and Gambo Show. Hope everybody out there is having a good Wednesday. We got a good show for you today. We're looking forward to it, and that includes our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
We got the update today from Jonathan Gannon, in addition to some really interesting news from him as well about his time with the Atlanta Falcons back in the day. We'll get to that in a minute. That was
we
really
just got to. We got to play that. We have to play it. It's just so good.
I'll play it right now.
I don't know who asked the question, but it's good.
He was asked the question. This is part of our top story of the day, but this isn't. We'll get to the injuries and Walter Nolan. It's just fun. The first time Jonathan Gannon, as a coach, learned to take the emotion out of losing players, and just, okay, that guy's not available because of injury. That guy's not available. When did you learn to divorce yourself from your own emotions so you can just be cold and calculating and deal with the problem in front of you? His answer?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Okay.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for and seriously.
He was the defensive quality control coach.
Yes.
That was his first NFL job.
The Atlanta Falcons.
That was his first NFL job.
When Michael Vick got arrested.
That's
who he's referring to.
And then Kyler Murray was wearing a Michael Vick jersey not too long ago.
I was going to say, good thing the cameras weren't on Gannon at that point in time.
That got shut down real quick. That got shut down really, really fast.
There's people on our site theorizing he's like blocking people. It's like, no. His Instagram is just.
No. I just meant the Vic thing. But you're talking about like him shutting down Instagram and things like that because of the speculation and whatnot. But that was, and then the funniest part about it was he says it, and there's this pause of silence in which he's waiting for the next question, and then you hear Mark Dalton, the fine vice president of
Good night, everybody.
Okay, thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
In fact, this is exactly. I'll do it again. Here it goes.
Hit the thanks, Coach.
One more time. Well, I don't have that part of it, but
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Okay, thanks, Coach. That's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah.
There you go. The big news of the day. I mean, there's a whole bunch of it. Darius Robinson returned to practice today, but the big one is probably the window has opened for Walter Nolan to practice today. And he did practice today in limited fashion. It was a long, old injury report for the Arizona Cardinals in a practice that was closed to the media today. But Walter Nolan's window, as you predicted a couple of weeks ago, has opened up for the Cards.
Yeah, we thought it would be this week. We reported that last week. We expected it to be this week. It's still going to take some time to ramp up. You're not going to get him back for this game. It doesn't mean he's going to play against Green Bay, but then you've got the bye week. Maybe there's a chance against Dallas because he needs a few weeks. He needs a few weeks to get ready. But listen, there's no doubt about it that they thought there was a 1-2 punch there. If Nolan was able to put it all together, and Will Johnson, who was proven to be a sensational pick by Monty Ossenford and a great cornerback, these are the guys that can lift the defense to a new level. I was looking at something about the Rams combo, the two youngsters leading the Rams, and just like how great they are and what they've done for that organization. And the Cardinals need the same thing here. They need Walter Nolan to be great. Will Johnson looks like he really is going to be a stud, but a lot of this draft depends on Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle out of Mississippi. This is a guy they targeted. Remember when we did the Gambo 5? He was a guy that was on the Gambo 5 that they liked, and and he was the pick. He ended up being the pick, but he was injured and he wasn't able to play. He has not even had a full practice with pads on yet, so you're not going to rush this guy back. You're going to have to be a little patient with him.
No, and the two Rams guys you're talking about, obviously Braden Fisk and Jared Verse are the two that you're referring to, and that's why And I know it's better than nothing, and it's better than the window not opening up for Walter Nolan. But I'm really, if I'm just being honest about this, I'm only about 25% excited about today's news because it's
still a few weeks away.
He hasn't had training camp. I mean, Paul Calvisi tweeted out the last time we saw Walter Nolan in action, and it was June. Okay, at a mini camp. He hasn't done anything. And so I'm sure physically he's done some stuff. I'm not like he's been sitting in a chair for the last 3 months. I'm sure he's done something, but his ability to come back and impact things, I just worry what things are going to look like by the time he does come back. What is he going to be able to help? What impact is he going to be able to make in terms of this season? The here and the now and their ability to get back in this.
They learned a lot from Darius.
It's going to be too late.
They learned a lot from Darius Robinson last year, right? They learned a lot on how to handle that. They're not going to rush the kid back. Darius almost had a lost year last year. So now you're not going to. What you're going to try to do is you're going to try to split it into two. Look, you're not going to play 17 games, but can you play 9? Can you play 9 games? Can we get you ready to where you have an impact in a half of a season? And I think that's what it might be. But it's exciting news that he's returning.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, though? It's just he's not. Is he going to help this year? Is it by the time he's
back? If they do it right,
is it going to be too late for him to help this year?
Not if they do it right. Well, yeah, okay, that's a different question.
That's what
you're
I'm talking about.
record-wise.
Oh yeah, I'm talking record. I'm talking about the thing that matters the most.
Okay, so there's
I'm
two
not
ways.
talking about him. I'm talking about the thing that matters the most.
There's two ways to look at it. You don't want him to be Darius Robinson from last year where the whole year is lost. This is a kid you're hoping to have for many years.
Yes.
So if you take it on a personal standpoint and you're saying, okay, what can we do to make sure that he has an impact this year and he develops this year and we get him on the field and we do it right, and that's taking your time to come back from this injury, making sure he's ready when he finally gets out on the field, and then letting him play and gradually building him up. So that way it's not a lost season. As far as the record is concerned, okay, I get it. I mean, lose to Green Bay and you're 2-5, and it is time to start talking about the draft. That's a lot to come back from.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers at 2-5, how many teams have ever made the playoffs, but it's minuscule. It's a minuscule amount of teams that have been able to respond from a 2-5 record and come back and make the playoffs, and the Cardinals have one of the toughest schedules in the NFL going forward.
Okay, so the rule now, he can be put, and I'm reading this from Darren Urban's Twitter account, he can be put on the roster at any time now, and in theory could play on Sunday, but he's not going to, given that he hasn't.
21 days.
21 days. He has to be put on the roster no later than November 5th. If he's not, he has to stay on PUP the remainder of the season.
Right.
So he's got 3 weeks to make the roster, and if he doesn't,
he will.
They're going to PUP him the rest of the season.
No, he won't get PUP the rest of the season. They've had a plan from day one on how to get him right. The window will open now. You've got a week here. You've got next week, with the bye week. And then either the Cowboys game or the game after, you'll activate him. And I think the key is, okay, you're not going to start him out and say, okay, play 70% of the reps. You come in, you play 25 to 35% of the reps. You get him some action, and then you take it from there. there.
Darius Robinson returned to the field today from a chest injury. That's good, even though he wasn't playing great before he got hurt. He's back. Marvin Harrison Jr. is in the concussion protocol. It's a 5-step process to get him back. Jonathan Gannon didn't specify where he was in the process, so no idea about his availability for this week or not. As far as Kyler Murray, what boxes does Jonathan Gannon want Kyler to check this week?
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play, so we'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
He was officially limited today. There were a whole bunch of guys. Here's the limited guys. Keaton Crawford, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Marvin Harrison Jr., Bam Knight, Kyler Murray, Walter Nolan, Darius Robinson, Rabbit Taylor Demison, and Michael Wilson were all limited in today's practice. Kelvin Beachum, Amari DiMercato, and Zay Jones did not practice. For Beachum, it was a rest day. For DiMercato, it was that ankle, and Zay Jones, it was his knee. So that's kind of where things stand.
So Kyler's limited.
And Garrett Williams, not back this week.
Right.
Not back this week.
Did you mention DiMercato?
DiMercato's got the ankle injury.
Okay.
He did not practice.
Okay.
Yeah, he did not practice today in what was kind of their walkthrough.
It's a good day overall. Nolan and Darius Robinson, it's a good day. It's Walter Nolan's window opening up is a solid day for the Cardinals.
Injuries are a common thread for the Valley sports teams. When it comes to the Suns, talk about taking the wind out of the sails. Some of the wind was taken out last night. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's that smile. You don't like it. You cover it up as much as you can. You don't smile for family photos. You don't smile. Think about how many family photos. Think about how much social media is out there, from Instagram to Facebook to Twitter and so much more. And if you don't like your smile, you end up going through life just grinning, not showing your teeth. Well, that's what Pro Smile Dental Implant Center is all about, giving you back the confidence, giving you back that $1 million smile that you're going to absolutely love. They offer free consults. They got incredible financing offers. Now, I was talking with one of my buddies, Kurt Wallen, and he said, "Man, I heard your commercial on Pro Smile, and what you said about that." And he said he's a surgeon. He's an oral surgeon. He said the thing that separates them more than anything is just oral surgeons. He said, "Yep." He goes, "I hit Brandy." I said, "See, oral surgeon. They have oral surgeons that do the job. There's a lot of places that can help you with your teeth, but a lot of them are just dentists. They're not oral surgeons. Something goes wrong, you want an oral surgeon to handle that. Well, Pro Smile Dental is different from many of the places out there because it's not general dentists that do the surgery, but true oral surgeons. Not somebody that took a half-an-hour class to learn how to do something, but somebody that actually is an oral surgeon. They are the only implant center with the lab, the mills, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, the board-certified oral surgeons are all on site. Give them a call or go online at prosmileaz.com or text PRO to 620-620 for more info.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game. Presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of impact will Walter Nolan have when he's able to suit up in a game for the Cardinals? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
A warm welcome to everybody listening here on the Burns and Gambo Show, watching on the YouTube channel. A welcome to those checking us out in Chandler. Hello, Chandler. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Chandler High. That's where Chelsea graduated from.
Indeed it is. Jordan Ott yesterday dropped the news about Jalen Green re-injuring his hamstring in China.
Jalen, the update there, he did re-aggravate in China, just the same hamstring. You know, we're going to continue to assess, and within 10 days, we can say that we'll give you another update. So
10 days is not going to make it in time for the opener. He will not play against the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, the next 4 days will be really crucial. They got a great medical staff working on him. The next 4 days will be pivotal. He's not going to play in the first game and the second. Now, the belief is he's not going to miss 5 games. So let me just put that out there. The belief is that Jalen Green is not going to miss 5 games. It might be 1, it might be 2, who knows, it might be. But it's not going to be like he's going to be out for an extended period of time. If they do this right and they bring the hamstring along the right way, then the feeling is that he'll miss a couple of games and then he'll be back and ready to go. In the meantime, you know, you'll start Grayson Allen, and then Colin Gillespie will be the first guard off the bench. So Grayson will start with Book, and then Colin will be the first guard off the bench. I imagine Grayson then goes to the bench, and then Colin can play with Book. And I'm excited to see that because I really like Colin Gillespie. He shoots it well. He's a good player. They're very high on him. I am too. So, but that's how it'll work. It'll be Grayson Allen and Book to start in the backcourt with Colin coming off the bench first.
Here's more Jordan Ott from last night talking about Green.
We all know the soft tissue injuries are really hard to see exactly the progress, and obviously he's frustrated, you know, but this is all part of it. Thankfully we caught it early. It's not that serious, but he wants to be out there, especially new teammates, new system. There's just other ways that we're going to have to speed him up. That's the reality of it. And, you know, he did a great job in the China trip, hanging in there with us. And now we'll just double down on all those things, film anything that he can do. And then he'll be right back at it, you know, because he is a resilient athlete and he tends to bounce back. This is just another step, and he'll bounce back.
I'm glad to hear it's not a long-term thing. Getting him back is probably the most, well, I mean, we'll talk about Mark Williams here in a second because he's essential too. But it's one of the most essential things that needs to happen. You know, the fact that they've gone this long without him and Devin Booker in the backcourt at the same time is not great. It's not ideal. It's not going to be ideal for Devin Booker to kind of man it alone when it comes to point book and not have that other brother. Grayson Allen as a ball handler is okay. He's not Jalen Green, right? Like, it's just going to be different. It's going to put a lot on Devin Booker's shoulders. It's not ideal, so hopefully this isn't anything. You don't think it's going to be anything that lingers. He's got a great history, Jalen Green does, of not missing a lot of games. No. He played 82 last year. He played 82 the year before. He hasn't missed a game in like 3 years.
No.
So you need to get him back as soon as possible, because your whole outlook this season kind of depends on that backcourt functioning, and you need to figure out how that backcourt's going to function.
Listen, no Kevin Durant, no Bradley Beal. They're not going to be as offensively gifted as previous Suns teams. I mean, you don't have Kevin Durant, so you're not going to be as offensively gifted. This kid's 23 years old. There's a feeling in that organization that he can be elite, but they got to bring him along the right way, try to get him to be an all-star level. There's going to be times when they struggle to score, and then they'll rely on defensively. How good can they be defensively? How could they be, can they be on the offensive glass? Can they force turnovers? Can they get extra possessions if they're not scoring? Green's going to be a big part of all of that, because he is a guy that can go get you 20 a game on any night, but he's streaky, right? He's a streaky player, and if teams feel like, okay, Jalen Green's off today, they're going to blitz book, right? They're going to blitz book.
That's what I'm worried about, yeah.
And that's when you're going to be like, okay, that's when you're going to have problems with the Suns, right? When they blitz book and you're looking at Jalen and he's streaky and he's on one of those 2-for-10 streaks, well, how can you compete? You're going to have to compete with your defense. You're going to have to compete with rebounding, offensive rebounds, get those extra possessions, force some turnovers, things like that. But, Jalen, the feeling I get is that Jalen will definitely miss the first game. Second and third game might be in jeopardy too, but it's not going to be the feeling is it's not long term, and that within the first 5 games he will be back.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about. I'm worried about teams blitzing Devin Booker,
and they're going to.
I'm worried about it's and so then it becomes Grayson Allen becomes essential, Colin Gillespie becomes essential, other guys who can initiate offense and start offense become essential, because I just think teams are gonna, especially early on, they're just gonna work to take the ball out of Devin Booker's hands. But again, it's early. It's a long season. This is one of those, if it's only, 4 or 5 games, whatever it is that you're saying it's going to be, it's probably not that damaging, as long as this doesn't turn into a long-term thing. Now, speaking of long-term, Mark Williams is a guy who also didn't play last night. I mean, there were a whole bunch of guys who didn't play last night in the preseason finale. They're bringing him along very slowly. This is Jordan Ott pregame last night.
Yeah, I think, it's the strength piece that we tried to build up from day one. He's been unbelievable. So now he's right there, ready to go. He's playing against coaches. He's played against players in a, smaller version. Again, these next, how many ever days, 8 or 9 days, be a great test for him, more, player versus player.
Jordan Ott just keeps saying that he's going to be ready. He's going to be ready. He's going to be ready. Are they running out of time on Mark Williams, or is he going to be ready?
No, he's going to be ready. The feeling is that Mark Williams will be ready for game 1. For the last week, he's gone 5-on-5. So he's played 5-on-5, the last week. Got a couple scrimmages coming up in the next week. He's going to participate in those scrimmages, and then they're going to get him ready. Now, could there be a minutes restriction in that first game, the second game? Maybe. I mean, maybe they might, because you bring him along slow. Their goal with Mark Williams is not, let's get 82 games out of him. The goal is, can they get 60-plus out of him? Can you get 60, 65? Can you get 68? The feeling is he's not going to play 82 games, but when he plays, the feeling is the belief is he's a top 10 to 15 center in the league. He's a big part of what they want to do, because if he's healthy, they got to bring Maluach along slower. And I know we're going to talk about Maluach later, who had a great game last night. They need to bring him along slower because he's 19. If you could get Mark healthy and he could play 60-plus games, 60 to 65, 67, somewhere in that range, they're going to be very, very happy. But what the deal is with Mark is they do expect him to be ready for game 1. He has gone 5-on-5 for the last week now, and everything's gone well. They've got a few scrimmages set up before the first game against Sacramento. The way it's trending right now, Bernsey, I would expect he'll be ready for game 1.
What's interesting about this is, he's talking about Mark Williams. He's missed a lot of games over the course of the 3 years in the league. He hasn't even played half the available games, okay, so that you can understand their cautiousness here. Nick Richards has not been the starting center for the Suns. It's been Oso.
Right.
Oso's been the guy who's been starting now, he didn't start last night because, again, nobody started last night, neither did Nick Richards. But Oso Ighodaro, and we'll talk with Kellen about this when he comes in here, seems to be, and I'll be curious to see if when Mark doesn't play, if Oso is the starter, because stylistically it seems like he might be at least initially, a better fit for what they're trying to do offensively in terms of his ability to kind of move the ball and guard and things like that. So that's how they've played it the preseason.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how they're going to play it during the regular season. But the preseason also has been the starter at center with no Mark Williams, and that has been interesting to me that it's not Nick Richards.
Look, you know this, and a lot of people do. I mean, the preseason's worthless in a lot of ways, but, like there's a good competition between Butler and Goodwin. We're going to have a nice conversation about that later and give you the latest on where that competition is, and we'll talk about that because that's an interesting one.
I think it's worth it's got some worth though when you're looking at Grayson Allen was the one who was starting next to Devin Booker.
Right.
Oso Ighodaro was the one who was starting at center. Right. I mean, there's some value you can get out of preseason and getting a glimpse into what rotations might look like.
Sure. And then Oso gives you another guy to play a little bit of small. But now Oso's problem still shooting the ball is an issue. But if Mark's ready to go, then you've got Mark and you've got Richards, you've got Oso, and you got Malawach. So you got 4 guys. You got to figure out how to use them all. But the good news is, maybe early on they're not going to play Williams the amount of minutes, the heavy amount of minutes, because they might want to bring him along a little bit slowly. That could open up avenues for other guys to get more major minutes.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper are joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. Text the word Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. That's Cooper to 620-620. Good news is from Sun Devil practice, and could Gambo's favorite team be adding another Sun Devil in the draft? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pre-game at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off. Which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on a new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Good news on the Arizona Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window opened off of the physically unable to perform list. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the next 21 days. The Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before going to their bye week. However, in not-so-good news, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is currently in concussion protocol, putting his Week 7 status in question. He was estimated to be a limited participant today during the team's walkthrough. Speaking of quarterbacks, ASU Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Just ask head coach Kenny Dillingham.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
The injury report will drop tonight at 7 p.m. local time. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. The Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage starts at 4:30 with first pitch at 5:08 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Luke. Just how tough of a task is number 7 Texas Tech going to be for the Sun Devils on Saturday? We'll ask RedRaidersports.com publisher Chris Level tomorrow at 1 p.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We have an update from ASU practice. Those attending practice were allowed to take pictures and shoot video of Sam Levitt's feet. So
Yeah, in socks and cleats.
That's progress.
Right.
It's like take your shoe off.
Right.
Take your Hey, Sam, Scambo.
You need to see the foot.
Take your shoe off. I need to see the foot.
Yeah.
This doesn't do me any good. I need to see the foot. What's going on over there?
Got any bunions in there?
Rub the bunions. Rub the bunions. I don't know if Sam Levitt has bunions or not, but I got Kenny Dillingham, who says he feels really good about where Sam is at.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
Yeah, he went through more practice today, and I'm all kidding aside, there was a limitation yesterday on showing Sam's ankles and his feet yesterday at practice, and today I saw pictures of him with no restrictions, and he was out there doing a thing, which is good, because if you're going to have a chance to beat Texas Tech, it ain't going to be because you're starting Jeff Sims. Nothing against Jeff Sims. You're going to need Sam Levitt.
Nothing against you, Jeff.
But
you're a snowball chance of hell winning that football game if you play.
That is a really backhanded, no offense. offense, but I'm going to offend you here. We don't have a chance with you. They need Sam Levitt back, and so far, Kenny Dillingham feels very good about getting him back.
Feels good about him being ready for Saturday. You've got the rest of today. You've got the tomorrow. You've got Friday. So, he's progressing well, playing well. We know this. This is the biggest game of the year for Arizona State. They've got to win this one. You don't want to suffer a second loss and put yourself behind the 8 ball with the way the Big 12 is panning out right now. Texas Tech, they're the beast. They're the beast. They are clobbering everybody. They got so much talent. Their running back is fantastic. Their defense is sensational. Like we talked about how much money they put in NIL. Their offensive line just mauling people. So this is going to be a big test. But you know what? You're home. You've got your crowd. You've got a day game. You're coming off of a loss. Everybody's pissed off. They're all playing better. They're playing harder. Look at the Cardinals. They laid an egg against the Tennessee Titans. They came out the next week, and they gave themselves a great chance to win on the road against the Colts. Arizona State played so poorly against Utah and allowed Kenny to light a little bit of a fire under everybody's ass. Let's get some 11-on-11s. Let's hit some guys. There was a lot of rowdiness going on. Chris Cartman was talking about some of the plays that was happening with Miles Rouser and Jordan Tyson joying back and forth. And so that's good. That's good. Guys are angry. Guys are upset. You don't want to get beat physically by somebody. I mean, it's just challenging your manhood, when you get beat physically. So they're responding this week in what has been so far a good week of practice.
Unfortunately, it has not been a good week of practice for the running backs. Kenny Dillingham today on the injuries in the running back room.
Yeah, Sip's unfortunately going to be out for the foreseeable future. He did, some more testing and imaging, and he's going to be out for the foreseeable future.
Sip is Kyson Brown, by the way. For those who don't know, he's got a foot injury, and he's going to be out for the foreseeable future.
Probably all the way through the bye. To that length. And then, unfortunately, Udo was sick today. So, obviously, next man up, rock and roll.
So, no Kyson Brown, no Kanye Udo. He was sick today. I don't know if that means Udo's not going to be able to play. We'll get the first official injury report tonight and get an idea where things stand with that. We'll probably learn a little bit more about Sam from that one as well. Here's Marcus Arroyo, the offensive coordinator for ASU on Sam.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're excited to have him out here to practice and getting after it and in full rotation. We're going to see I think Coach is going to make that decision here as we move forward, but it's awesome to have him back. He's a catalyst to what we do, and anytime your quarterback is in the mix, your starter who's had the impact he's got on our program, I think we all understand how that goes.
I'm going to go back to the running backs for a second.
Yeah, sure.
They've got Demarius Robinson practicing. He's a freshman. His nickname is Man Man. That's his Man Man. Yeah, his nickname's Man Man. Demarius Robinson. He's a kid out of Oklahoma City. He's a talented recruit. He's a running back. He's getting reps now. So with the injuries to Kyson and then Kanye Udo illness, you got Raleek Brown, but they're starting to give a little bit of reps to Demarius Robinson.
Just call him Man Man.
You can call him Man Man. He's a 5'9" running back.
What if I don't want to?
Number 22 on Oklahoma's Super 30 recruiting rankings. He's a good player. So he's going to be somebody. Just keep your eye on him because he's going to get some reps and he's going to get some opportunities. To play in some of these games. He has played in 3 games. He's got 5 rushing attempts for 13 yards, I think. So we'll see how that plays out, but he may get some other opportunities.
One other side note about ASU, too, as they get ready for this huge game against Texas Tech. I saw a note today on Devil's Digest's Twitter account that there were NFL scouts in attendance today from the 49ers, the Giants, the Patriots, the Bears, and the Houston Texans, all had somebody out at ASU practice today. The Giants one is interesting because today, I don't know if anybody saw this on ESPN.com, there was a Jordan Reed mock draft on ESPN.com. We'll tell you what they had the Cardinals doing here in a minute. The way more interesting thing was they had Jordan Tyson not only as the first wide receiver taken, but going to the New York Giants at number 7 overall, and all I could think about was assembling ASU East in East Rutherford to join Cam Scadaboo. That's all I could think about when I saw that.
Yeah,
I'm sure you as a Giants fan, you're like, oh,
sure.
Hey, look at that. Right?
I mean, I would love to have Jordan Tyson, on that team. He's so done. Now you've got Neighbors, right? And he's expected to recover from that torn ACL. He's out for the year. But you've got Malik Neighbors. It'd be interesting if they went and got another wide receiver and tried to build this dynamic offense around Jackson Dart with Cam Scadaboo, who had the 3 touchdowns the other day. Their defense is going to be good. But I think if they can get another dynamic offensive player, that would be interesting. But yeah, that was fascinating with the number 7 pick. They got him taking Jordan Tyson.
And then on the flip side of that coin, and by the way, they had Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle that we just saw for Utah, going to the Cardinals at number 8. That kid's ridiculous. That kid's ridiculous. Yes, he's a man eater, is what he is.
Oh my God!
So just put him out there, one of the tackle positions, have him replace Jonah Williams.
I mean, we watched that game. That's a big human being.
Yes, that is a large human being.
Yeah.
Sam Levitt's quarterback stock slipping a little bit. Some of the very early, not the mocks, because
the big board, the big
board, if you will. I saw Kuiper had him ranked 8th on his. You sent one that had him 9th on theirs, saying he's like an early 3rd round pick, maybe at this point.
Yeah. It was fascinating because the guy that Lauren doesn't like, that I do, Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, I think he's really good. I don't know why you don't like him, but they have Dante Moore from Oregon ranked ahead of him. What? You didn't seem like you liked Mendoza.
Care to comment on that, Lauren? You got anything? You got anything
His
you want to say?
His press conferences are a little weird. He's not the best talker. His press conference is a little weird.
I originally went when we were talking
right.
about him on air, and that's how I feel. I'm like, yeah, he's good. He's not great, but okay.
Just give you
How about that win, though? How about that win against Maloney's Ducks?
Hey,
would your generation say mid? Is that what your generation would say about how you feel about Mendoza?
I feel a little bit better than mid.
A little better than.
Come on, that's sus.
This is just Gambo trying to jump into how.
There's just so much vernacular.
We used to say psych.
Yeah.
Dante Moore, Oregon, number 1. Then I got Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, number 2. Then my number 3, they got Ty Simpson from Alabama, Carson Beck from Miami. I like him. John Mateer from Oklahoma. Then Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, Drew Allar from Penn State, who's out for the season, and then they got Sam Levitt. They got Sam number 9 on the big board. So you're right, that's a projected range, early day 3.
And I got to correct myself. I said early 3rd round, early day 3.
Early day 3 is 5th round.
4th round.
4th and 5th round.
4th round, 5th
yeah,
round.
4th
Early
and
day
5th
3
round.
is the 4th round. So he slips a little bit in that regard to the point where, and this isn't a conversation for right here, right now, Texas Tech is of more importance. I do wonder if Sam would stay another year to try to rebuild value. I saw this, and that's the first place my brain went to. Would he stay to try to rebuild some value?
You know who's number 14 on that list? Projected as a late day 3 pick?
Fafita?
Archie Manning.
Oh.
From Texas.
Oops.
Archie Manning was number 14 on this list.
Staying around in college for a while. We're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder today at 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on Green Bay and ASU taking on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 4:15 for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and ASU this weekend. These close games the Cardinals are playing in, they're not the only one. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt for 1 week.
You're not going to do it for 1 game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Such a great time to buy a new AC unit right now. Your AC unit, congratulations. Yeah, give it a nice little pat on the back. Your AC unit has gotten you through another summer, but you're worried about future summers. Well, why not take $2,500 off a brand new AC unit with Christian Brothers? They'll throw in a free HVAC surge protector. This month and this month only, you could save big on a new AC unit. They carry Trane, Goodman, Bryant. They've got all the major brands, and they could save you $2,500 off because you've got an older unit. The older units are not very efficient. They may get you through the summer, but they are costing you a lot of money because they're not very efficient. You know, that original SEER rating you got, it's nowhere close to that now. Christian Brothers has great deals on repairs as well. So if your AC unit is in need of a repair, they'll take $60 off any repair right now at Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
She's not busy shrugging her shoulders about the quarterback for Indiana. She's also delivering our Twitter poll question of the day and the 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
That makes it sound like I've done it more than only the allotted 2 times I've done it on the show.
It makes me...
It was an impressive win over Oregon.
Very impressive.
It was a very impressive win, and to go on a road there and beat Oregon.
I like my job and my boss, therefore I have no further comment.
Oh, yes, our boss is an Oregon alum. Gambo doesn't care.
I don't care. No.
Down go the Ducks! Quack!
Way to double down,
Yeah.
Gambo.
Care less.
Blowtorch to it. I've always... Now that they're not in the Pac-12, I find that I do root for Oregon a little bit. I've always liked the University of Oregon. Yeah, it's funny. When my wife and I moved to Seattle back in the early 90s, the second night during our trip, because we had the moving van and everything, we stayed in Eugene, Oregon. And I remember waking up the next morning and thinking, man, if I had known how cool this place was, this is where I would have gone to school. And sorry, honey, we never would have met. Like, it was really, really cool up there. Really liked it at the University of Oregon.
At Oregon?
Yeah. So,
Wow.
I mean, now when they were in the Pac-12, okay, don't root for them very much. But now that they're not, I don't know. I've always liked that school. So
I felt that way about visiting UW.
Oh my
like,
God!
why didn't I go here?
And then when we went to Seattle, same thing. It was like I saw the UW campus, and I'm like, oh my God, this is where I should have gone to school. This place is unbelievable.
My daughter Kaylee was recruited by them, so we did a trip to UW and went through everything in the football stadium. Incredible,
phenomenal,
incredible
campus.
place,
phenomenal,
beautiful campus.
The cherry blossoms.
Oh yeah,
stunning. All right, that has nothing to do with today's poll question.
What is today's poll question?
Today's poll question is, which of these currently injured / recovering Cardinals players will provide the biggest impact to the defense when healthy?
Oh.
Is it Walter Nolan? Is it Garrett Williams? Is it Darius Robinson? Or is it B.J. Ojulari?
I'm going to say Walter Nolan.
Between him or Garrett Williams?
I'm going to go Walter Nolan.
Between him and Garrett Williams. And I'm going to say Garrett Williams. I think they miss him.
I mean, yesterday we talked a lot about how they're not getting outside of Calais Campbell.
We did say that.
They're not getting anything out of that interior.
We did say that, but I think on the back end, they start getting a little thin. I mean, Will Johnson's had a great year, but put me down for Garrett Williams, but I bet Walter Nolan's winning this one.
You're very close. It's a two-horse race here between Walter Nolan and Garrett Williams.
Okay.
But Garrett Williams has the lead with 43% of the vote, 39% going with Walter Nolan, 10% going with B.J. Ojulari, and 8% going with Darius Robinson.
Okay, that's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find it on the Burns & Gambo X page, at Burns & Gambo. One word is where it's at. We have marveled at the number of close games the Arizona Cardinals have played this year. Every single one has been a one-score game.
Yep.
And we've just talked about how in the NFL there's close games, and this is what's going to happen. I was reading a story today, Gambo, and I thought this was interesting enough to talk about for a few minutes here. About how the TV ratings for the NFL, I mean, they're always great, but they're like through the roof this year. They are exceptionally high.
Keeping everybody right till the end of the game.
And ding.
Nobody's leaving.
Ding.
Stay with it right to the end.
Nobody's leaving. There have been, now this was a story from last week.
Okay.
But I'm assuming it translates to this week too. As of last week, there had been 24 games this year with a game-winning score in the final 2 minutes of regulation or overtime. That was the most through week 5 in the history of the NFL.
Okay.
There had been 46 games decided by one score, third most ever. There had been 44 games decided by 7 points or fewer, third most ever. Those totals went up, by the way, from week 5 to week 6. 24 games turned into 27 that have been game-winning score in the final minutes. 46 games decided by one score went from 46 to 53. Games decided by 7 points or fewer went from 44 to 50. You talk about these, I mean, just look at primetime games that we've had the last couple of weeks. All the big giants going down, right? Like all the big titans that we figure of the NFL going down. These close games have defined not just the Cardinals, although the Cardinals have played a disproportionate number of them, defined the NFL so far this year.
The Cardinals had last year, not even going this, last year, Buffalo game, one-score game, they lost. Detroit game, one-score game, they lost. Minnesota, one-score game, they lost. Carolina, one-score game, they lost. Rams, one-score game, they lost. The season, and you know I'm big on this. You know I'm big on this. These games come down to it. And you can say, oh, the refs made it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that happens. But, like, these games, one drive could be the difference between winning and losing a football game. One mistake could be the difference between winning and losing a football game. These games there's not a lot of 41-10 blowouts in the NFL. There are some, but through the course of a season, you take what was Kansas City last year? Like, they were incredible in one-score games, right?
It's like 11-1, like 11-0, something like that. You have some ridiculous number.
You've got to, now, to be good in one-score games, you've got to figure out how to win. You got to figure out how to win those close games, the pressure, the situation, when everything gets tight and you can't make a mistake, or you've got to make a play. You've got to make a play on 3rd and 8. You have to make a play on 3rd and 8. You win the game, and then you run the ball, and you gain 2 yards, and then you lose the game. Like, these games come down to those plays. They do.
Yeah.
The games come down to, this is a 3rd and 8 at the end of the game. If you get a first down, you win. You win, the game's over. If you don't get a first down, you lose. You get nothing. That's what these games come down to. There's not a game out there with these close games where you can't go to the 4th quarter and say, if this team gets a first down here, they win. And if they don't, they're going to lose, because that's what we're seeing in a lot of these football games.
And it's amazing as a viewer, and I'll just go to Monday night's game. Like, nothing against Lauren's Chicago Bears or even my late father's Washington Commanders. Okay, he was a big Commanders fan, a big Redskins fan. I don't have much invested in either one of those teams. Had that game been a blowout, I'm probably not watching the end of it. I'm probably moving on. It's been a long week. I'm tired. Watched a lot of football. I'm ready for a little break. But because it's a close game, because it could go either way, oh, absolutely, right? Like, I'm not going anywhere. I got to sit here and watch the end of this to see what happens, how it happens, and how the game swings. And there is no doubt that when it comes to the increased ratings for the National Football League, always a juggernaut, always, there's no doubt these close games are the secret sauce to this next level that they've reached with their ratings.
It's what they want.
It just sucks you in. You can't
leave.
If you're a casual NFL fan.
Yeah.
You can't walk away when a game is one score in the second half of the fourth quarter. You can't.
No.
You won't, and they know that. And so I don't know if it's being called like that. This is where you get like conspiracy theory on it. Like, what are they doing to make sure these games are close? Or is that just the parity of the league? I don't know. But, man, every game, it feels like every other game is a one-score game or every other game is a close one like this. It's been remarkable.
Cardinals are up 27-24. They get the field goal. They've got the lead against the Colts. Colts are facing a 3rd and 8. They're facing a 3rd and 8. And they get the first down, the pass to Downs, get the first down for 9 yards. Like, that could be the game right there.
Yeah.
Like that, you weren't able to convert a 3rd and 8 2 weeks ago. They converted a 3rd and 8. A couple plays later, they score a touchdown. They go up 31-27.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, NFL quarterbacks who need a change of scenery next season. Is Kyler Murray one of them? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Dr. Jay Schwartz, about 15 years ago, did LASIK surgery on my eyes. And I think a lot of people ask me, you're going to have to redo it? You're going to have to do it again? What's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years? I don't know. I'm 15 years later. I don't wear glasses, contacts, readers. I see great. I read great. Okay, maybe not read great. But I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. It doesn't matter. My eyesight is fantastic thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. See, I could read right there on the screen. Happy 72nd birthday to Joe Klecko. Joe Klecko, the former Jet great from the Sack Exchange. Because I can read stuff that's far away. It doesn't matter. My eyesight's that good. Contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Get a free thorough eye exam. Find out if you're a candidate for a vision correction procedure. They offer 2 years of interest-free financing, and it'll change your life for the better. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
You know, all the rain we've been having, a lot of phone calls coming into America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer. Listen, with this rain, couple things. You got to keep an eye on your roof, because if you get a leak, you absolutely need to call the best, and that's America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing knows that a damaged roof can't wait. So today, last few days, we've been dealing with the rain. And now you've got this brown spot on the ceiling, right? And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, timely service is what America Roofing is all about. They know a damaged roof can't wait. And that's why they prioritize timely service to ensure your roof gets the attention it needs promptly. 602-960-ROOF. With the rain, Make sure you're getting your roof checked. Make sure everything in your house is dry, and it all starts with your roof. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Good news on the Arizona Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window open today. He is not quite off the physically unable to perform list, but he has now in the next 21 days to be activated back to the 53-man roster. As things stand, the Packers are coming to town this weekend, and then the Cardinals will go into their bye. As far as quarterback Kyler Murray, what boxes does head coach Jonathan Gannon want his QB to check in practice this week?
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play. We'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
Per the team's estimated injury report, they had a closed walkthrough today. Murray was labeled as a limited participant due to his foot injury. Speaking of quarterbacks with foot injuries, ASU Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Kenny Dillingham did not want to be quick to declare anything, but he said where he likes his QB is trending. The injury report will drop tonight at 7 p.m. local time. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. The Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage will start at 4:30. First pitch is at 5:08, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. The Cardinals list Kyler Murray as limited on their injury report, while Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. Sam Levitt is trending in the right direction for ASU's matchup against Texas Tech, and the Diamondbacks hire J.R. House from the Reds to be the new third base coach. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
3 o'clock hour. Thank you, Alex. 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo shows. We welcome you back, whether you're listening on 98.7, you're checking us out on ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, on our YouTube channel, Arizona Sports. You can subscribe to us on YouTube.
I'm going to go say hello to all the YouTube people right now.
As you should do that.
YouTube.
Yes. Hi, YouTubers. Good to see you. Thank you for watching us. We appreciate it. Kyler Murray, you just heard in Trending Now what is going on with Kyler Murray. He was limited in practice today. It was a walkthrough. It was a closed walkthrough. So it's kind of more of an estimation of what he could have done. I don't know when we're going to know Kyler, whether he is or isn't going to play this week. After this week against Green Bay, it's a bye, and then they play the Dallas Cowboys in a building that Kyler Murray has never lost in. I'll tell you this, though. This was one of those links, and we joke about this all the time on the Burns and Gambo show. You see a story headlined a certain way, and you click on the link, and you know exactly what it is that you're going to find when you get it. And when the topic is 4 quarterbacks for whom a change of scenery might do them good, you know 100% Kyler Murray is going to be in that story.
Yeah.
I don't know, like 100%. you know he's going to be there.
The 4 guys are Bryce Young, Tua, Anthony Richardson, Kyler Murray. Kyler is, it makes a lot of sense that he needs a change of scenery. Now, there's still a lot of season left to be played. If you win this game against Green Bay and then come back off the bye and beat Dallas, you're a 500 team. You're right in this thing. So you don't want to give up on this season right now. No. But you're somewhat concerned about this game against Green Bay because you can't suffer a loss here. You just cannot suffer a loss. But we're still going to get to a point at the end of the season, no matter what happens, make the playoffs and lose in the first game, miss the playoffs by a game, miss the playoffs by 4 games, whatever it's going to be, you're going to have to make a decision on Kyler Murray. And I don't know that you can kick the can down the curb any further. I think you've got to decide now what you want to do and what direction you want to go in. It's been 7 years of a lot of just average football. Like, he's good. I've never said he sucks. I've never said it. I don't think he sucks. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that are worse than him, but I think there's a good many quarterbacks that are better than him. And you have to strive to be better. You have to strive to find that guy that can take you to the next level.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I think we all look, Kyler knows this himself. Okay, remember a couple of weeks ago when they were asking Kyler Murray about the new practice facility that's going up in North Phoenix?
I don't know if I'll be here.
And he's like, yeah, it looks great. I don't know if I'll be around to see it or not. And it was, Lauren's pulling it up right now, but it was an amazing little dose of self-awareness from Kyler Murray. He knows his situation. He understands. He gets it. Like, he knows what's on the line for him this season. And I guess if you want to add one more season on top of that, Lauren, you got it for me?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful, yeah. Hope, well, I don't know what's coming out, but hope I'm here to see it.
Love the honesty.
It's fair.
Love it.
Fair.
I mean, it's funny because it's true. It's not funny because it's funny. It's funny because, I don't know if you are going to be around to see it. I think
you did a thing the other day. Remember you did a thing on Gannon. There's no coach in the league that has been with his team for 4 years that hasn't gone to the playoffs, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I wonder if we did, how many quarterbacks have gone into an 8th year without winning a playoff game as the starter for all those years?
Okay.
I know you don't have it. I'm not asking you to have it.
No. But I had something similar to it.
Okay.
I need to go in my notes and find it.
Okay. That's my okay, and you could look for it if you want. I'll talk for a second here. But that would be my point, too, on Murray. And I don't, listen, we all want Kyler to do well. It's better for everybody if the Cardinals are successful and do well. I didn't want Kyler to fail. I wanted him to do well. They moved on from Josh. They drafted a quarterback in the first round that they moved up for and got rid of that guy quickly because they liked Murray. But it's been a long time since Kyler Murray was the first pick here. There are no playoff wins. There's only one playoff appearance, and everybody forgets it because it was so bad. In the end, you've got to strive for greatness. And if you feel like you can't keep going back to the well with the same quarterback, eventually you move on from Jay Cutler. You move on from Ryan Tannehill. You move on from these type of quarterbacks that have been there for a long time and you're not having success with. It's what happens. You just decide, okay, it's not working. The Giants moved on from Daniel Jones.
Right.
So they moved on from Baker Mayfield, even though he's been able to resurrect his career.
Okay.
So that's what happens.
Quick answers for you, Gambo, on this one.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford with the Lions.
Yes.
Was their starter, never won a playoff game.
Right.
Andy Dalton with the Bengals.
Andy Dalton is a perfect example. How many years was he with the Bengals? And he's moved on and been a backup for a number of years with other teams, but
8
years. You just, at some point, you cut the cord. Hey, this ain't working. We're not winning. The Cincinnati Bengals had been to Super Bowls with Broomer Esiason. They had success with Kenny Anderson. Carson Palmer. You've got to have more success than just winning 7 to 9 games every year.
Somewhere in my massively overstuffed Evernote account where I keep all of my notes and everything.
There's 4,000 notes in there.
You know what? That's actually a very, very close guesstimate to how many notes I have in my
Evernote
right now.
handy-dandy notebook.
It's a little full. So I need to, somewhere in there, I had a stat at the beginning of the season of the number of quarterbacks who had made this many starts without winning a playoff game. And there was something crazy there were 40 quarterbacks who had made more starts than Kyler Murray without winning a playoff game. I
remember that.
Remember that? And it was an insane stat. There have been that many quarterbacks who have made more starts than Kyler who haven't won a playoff game. And I looked at it and I double-checked it and I triple-checked it. It's in my notes somewhere. I'll find it. But I promise you, it's kind of a shocking number when you look at it and go, wow, really? That seems kind of crazy. I think
Derek Carr's another great example.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Derek Carr.
Just
Got to
around-
move on.
Just around forever.
Just got to move on.
And you do. And I tell you what I'm not afraid of. If you do decide to move on, if Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him.
Okay.
You know, it's not because I think that's the fear for some, is that he's going to go somewhere and he's going to be the next Baker Mayfield. He's going to be Daniel Jones. He's going to go to another organization and have success, and you'll look at yourself and say, well, we did it wrong. Clearly, we did it wrong with him, and we made a mistake with him. I guess maybe I'll have a little bit of, man, should they have done anything different with Kyler to get those results? Or maybe he goes somewhere and he's not good and he becomes a career backup. I don't know. But I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit, is when he does get another gig, does he succeed there? Or is it more of the same?
Lauren brought up Andy Dalton. This is a great example because I don't think this is the norm. When they decided to get rid of Andy Dalton, the very next quarterback they had was Joe Burrow. They hit the jackpot. They hit but it doesn't usually happen like that. The chances are your quarterback, the next quarterback that replaces Kyler Murray is not going to be as good.
But you're talking about something different. You're talking about the Cardinals being able to replace Kyler. I'm talking about Kyler going somewhere and being great and doing things like what Matthew Stafford did with the Rams, basically.
Yeah.
You know, like I couldn't do anything with the Lions, but I go to the Rams and now I'm winning Super Bowls.
Change of scenery.
Yeah,
I'm coaching staff.
Looking at it from the Kyler perspective than the Cardinals perspective. Yeah, from the Cardinals perspective. When they move on from Kyler, I don't think anybody should expect them to hit it out of the park in their first swing. You know, like it might take a couple of tries. I don't know if they're going to draft somebody, if they're going to go the veteran route, if they're going to go the retread route and hope they catch lightning in a bottle like they did with Kurt, like they did with Carson. I mean, there's lots of different ways they could approach the problem if they wanted to move on from Kyler. I just don't know which one they would feel the best about.
Yeah.
No idea.
But to your point, Kyler Murray will be a starting quarterback next year somewhere.
Oh, of course.
Somewhere. Somebody will say, this kid was the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Absolutely.
He was a rookie of the year. Like, he was just in a bad situation. We're going to make it work with him.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at night, right after Sparky's Den tonight. It's going to be Kellen and Mitch, and they'll be previewing the Cardinals as they take on the Packers, plus ASU as they take on 7th-ranked Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of ASU and 7th-ranked Texas Tech, is anybody going to challenge them for the best in the Big 12? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
You're not so bad.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The footprint is constantly expanding for V's Barbershop. They took that one barbershop that was such a hit in Arcadia 25 years ago, the one that started it all. And they've grown and they've grown and they've grown and they've expanded throughout the entire valley now. They're out in Buckeye. Great shop out in Buckeye. They're out in East Mesa. V's Barbershop, Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth, expanding with a valley that continues to get bigger to make sure that everybody around the valley has an opportunity to experience the best barbers in town, the best barbers at times in the country, and that everybody gets to experience that awesome V's throwback vibe that is totally unique. Everybody's tried to duplicate it. Nobody can get it. You walk in and it's old-fashioned barbershops and it's like you stepped into a time machine. It's different. It's timeless. You're going to be coming back for more and you're going to love it and you're never going to get a bad haircut. Next time you need a haircut, go to vbarbershop.com. Book your appointment today at V's.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
ASU football talk live from Tempe tonight inside Sparky's Den. Interviews with ASU football players, coaches, and more at 6 p.m. on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I think I would take money out of the tip jar and put it in my pocket for this song. There's some Bon Jovi I like. This is not.
Would you like it deleted from the rotator?
Okay.
Is that where we're at?
No, you can leave it in there. It's fine. It's just this. There's a lot of Bon Jovi I do like. This is not.
Bon Jovi's "Runaway" is my favorite song. One of my favorite Bon Jovi song by far. I don't like any of the other ones that much. The only Bon Jovi song I will actually listen to if it comes on is "Runaway."
I've never heard a song that we've played coming in from a break where I'm like, I really don't like that song very much. And this song I don't like that much.
It was decent.
It was decent.
You've heard a song that you didn't like?
She's a little runaway.
Yeah.
Blaze of Glory. Maybe it's just because I didn't like the movie very much, but
I couldn't say there was one thing that I was like blown away with.
Kenny and I would agree on that one. Hi, everybody.
Concert once.
Bon Jovi? Yeah, I did too. Yeah, they were fine. It was a long time ago. Hi, everybody out there listening here on the Burns and Gambo Show. A hello to our audience in Litchfield Park. Hello, Litchfield Park.
Hello,
Thank
Litchfield
you for listening.
Park.
We appreciate it. Kenny Dillingham today was asked if Texas Tech is one of the most talented teams ASU will play this year.
Probably the most talented.
Okay, well, there you go.
Probably.
2-second sound bites.
Yeah.
Probably the most talented.
Yeah. That's all you need to know. They're good. They're really good. And you talk about a runaway. Everyone's expecting them to be a little runaway when it comes to the Big 12 and run away with this conference.
Run away with that, and then you look at their running back. This kid Cameron Dickey, ever since the the USC transfer, Joyner, right? The Joyner kid, Quinton. Yeah, ever since he went down, this kid, Cameron Dickey's been just unbelievable. He's been almost unstoppable. He had a huge game last week, a huge game. So this is the type of kid you've got to stop. You've got to figure out a way to kind of limit him. I mean, he had 263 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, in that game. The 5th best single-game rushing performance in program history. The kid is a highlight reel. They are the best team. They're physical. They're big. They're 6-0 for the first time since 2013. Everybody's projecting them with a chance to not only win the Big 12, but to be a successful playoff team too. They could match up with just about anybody because of how big they are. Now the question really comes with, is it going to be Will Hammond as the quarterback instead of the Morton kid? That we don't know for sure. But even if it's Hammond's good. And they're loaded everywhere else on the field, so I don't think they'll skip a beat.
Kenny Dillingham was asked today about the challenges of preparing for 2 quarterbacks from Texas Tech. Here's what he said.
I think you got to have one plan, and you got to have guys just aware to strengths and weaknesses of the guy playing the quarterback position, and then maybe a couple things different. But I don't think you can overcomplicate it for your guys.
And I don't know if you've heard anything out of Texas Tech. I haven't seen anything coming out of Texas Tech, anything definitive other than that Baron Morton is day-to-day and kind of we'll see. Look, just like the Sun Devils' own injury report tonight, we'll get Texas Tech's injury report tonight, and we'll see what they say about their quarterback situation. I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it feels like the strength of their team is their ability to run the football and their ability to defend like few others can in the nation. I don't know if it matters that much who their quarterback is in this game.
No, probably not. Look, they're beating nobody in college football has a higher point differential than the Red Raiders. They've won their games by an average of 35 points. They are Mike Tyson in his prime, knocking out Michael Spinks in the first round. That's what they do. They haven't trailed in a single game this season. Their point differential is ridiculous. They're winning games by an average of 35 points. Bernsey, their defense and their offense are both ranked in the top 10. Scoring defense number 4, total defense number 9. Scoring offense number 2, total offense number 1. I mean, it is tied with Indiana for number 1 with that last one. They are as balanced offensively. And where's the weakness? You try to find a weakness in their game, and I just don't know that there is one.
It might be a quarterback, to be honest with you. And I don't think it matters. I mean, you look at the quarterback's numbers, and I don't think they're gonna blow you away. They've managed to survive. He's left 3 different football games this year? I think?
Yes, 3
over the course of the season.
3.
So it's probably him, and it's irrelevant. And then you look at schedule, and their non-conference wasn't anything to write home about. But they did thump Utah on the road in Utah, which I think we have a brand new appreciation for the level of difficulty of that.
Right.
Having seen what ASU just did when they went up to Salt Lake City this past week. The Kansas game, they thumped them. I mean, it's the question now is almost turned into, and you sent a power ranking today for the Big 12. Are they unstoppable? Can anybody in this conference threaten them? Last year, the Big 12 was defined by 4 teams at the top and kind of basically needing a coin flip to figure out which 2 were going to play in the Big 12 championship game. This year's got a very different tone in the Big 12. This year's got a tone of, hey, Texas Tech is the bully. They're the ones who are beating everybody up, and everybody else is just fighting for number 2 because no one's getting to number 1. That's kind of a departure from where we were with this conference a year ago, where it was like 4 or 5 different teams.
I think the biggest difference is that Texas Tech could probably get one of those top 4 seeds, in the playoffs. And because if they go undefeated in this conference, and the way that they're beating everybody, I don't think anybody looks at Texas Tech and, the way they looked at Arizona State against Texas last year.
Because, they took away
They took it away last year,
Yeah, they took away the automatic, hey, you win your conference and you automatically get one of those top spots. They don't have that. You get in. You get into the top 12 and you get into the playoffs, but you don't necessarily get one of those top 4 spots like ASU did last year. If Texas Tech does run the table, and they run the table and they do it in dominating fashion like they've done so far this year, they're going to get one of those top 4 spots.
They're going to get a top 4 spot.
They'll get a top 4 spot.
That's the difference, right? That's the difference is, You know, Arizona State last year, I think in some ways you kind of looked at them in a similar ways like Boise State. Yeah. Like, okay, they're good, but come on. Like, they're not going to play with Ohio State or they're not going to play with Texas.
Until they did.
So I think it's that's an interesting point. I think Arizona State's ability to take Texas to overtime actually helps Texas Tech this year.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, like, let's not
You
overlook
can't
the Big
disrespect
12.
the Big 12. You've got to respect
like
them a
Arizona
little bit.
State shouldn't beat Texas last year. Let's not overstate. Yeah. So I think that actually helps a little bit. And then it also helps that they're bludgeoning everybody they play. They're bludgeoning them.
Yeah.
Like, it's so like this is a really, really great. And I sit there and I say, they're not so bad. They're not so bad. And that's got to be the outlook for Kenny and their team. They're coming to your place. They're coming to you. They think they're all high and mighty. Let's shut them up. You know what? Here's the thing you got to do if you're Kenny Dillingham. They haven't been in a close game. Make them have to earn it. Go into the final 10 minutes of that game with it being a close game, and let's see how they react. Because they're so used to the game being over at halftime.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens if they're finally in a close football game.
Well, they were okay, but they were against Utah. I watched a lot of that game.
They blew that
against
open
you.
in the second half,
I
though, right?
I thought it was like the fourth.
Was it late?
Quarter. I think it was early. Go back and check my math. I believe
Utah scored 28 in the middle two quarters.
Utah against Texas Tech.
Oh, against Texas Tech.
No, I'm talking about the
close to
Texas
first
Tech Utah game. I think that was like a 13-10 game going into the fourth quarter.
Okay.
If I were or the middle of the third, because I watched a lot of that game, and it was a low-scoring affair until like that. It wasn't. I think
Tech scored 24 of their 34 in the fourth quarter against Utah.
There you go.
It was 34-10.
Gambo, but that's my. All
right, so it was.
They scored 24 of their 34 in the
24,
fourth
34
quarter.
in the fourth. Okay.
It was a game for 3 quarters, and then it wasn't. Just like that.
Yeah.
You don't remember it that way? Because I watched that game, a lot of that game, and I remember this is a close game. Boy, Texas Tech and Utah, they're hanging with each other. And then Texas Tech just turned on the afterburners in the fourth quarter.
Right. Because
24 to 34 in the fourth. Wow.
Yeah. So 20-10, then 27-10, then 34-10, 3 touchdowns, bang, 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 and they blew them out.
Yeah.
But again, I think the importance is to play them close, to play them as close as you can, and make them have to work to earn it.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, nobody played last night for the Phoenix Suns in their preseason finale, but the number 10 overall pick in the NBA draft did, and albeit it was the preseason, he looked good. What does it mean moving forward? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And Stuart Willis, a fiduciary who has helped me with my financial plan, my retirement plan. Sat down with him last week, went over everything. Okay, when do we want to take out our money? When do we want to take out Social Security? What do we want to do with the pension? Just going over all of the things on my finances to make sure that we're all on the same page. Because look, you want to make your money last through retirement. You've worked hard, you've invested, and now it's making sure that you've got the right plan to make that money last. Not only the right plan there, but also the right tax plan, because there are certain times you want to pay taxes, and pay more because you're in a good tax year. That's why it's important to work with a fiduciary like Stuart Willis. I'm telling you, make that phone call. You will not regret it. You will not regret meeting with him, sitting down. He's got 5 locations in the Valley. Be happy to meet with you. Go over your financial plan and go over your portfolio and see what he could do for you. You may work with him, you may not, but either way, you walk out of there with a lot of information that is going to be very helpful. Give him a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Good news on the Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window opened off of the physically unable to perform list. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the 21 days upcoming. The Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before going into their bye week. However, in not-so-good injury news, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol, putting his Week 7 status in question. He was estimated to be a limited participant today. The team had a closed walkthrough. Speaking of quarterbacks, or rather, this is the first time I'm bringing up a quarterback. Silly Mitch. ASU Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Don't believe me? Just ask head coach Kenny Dillingham.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
The ASU injury report will drop tonight at 7 p.m. local time. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage will start at 4:30. First pitch is at 5:08 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow for another episode as how the quarterback carousel turns. Will Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett be the guy against Green Bay? Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No Devin Booker, no Dylan Brooks, no Ryan Dunn, no Oso Ighodaro, no Nick Richards, no Royce O'Neal.
No problem.
Colin Gillespie. No Jalen Green, no Mark Williams.
No problem.
Well,
Take down the Lakers.
It's the preseason.
I know.
I mean, look, chill out.
I don't know why I think I want to win.
Lakers.
I don't know why I think I want to win this bet more than any other bet we've made.
Okay, well, you don't get. We don't. It doesn't count for the preseason.
No, I know. Okay. I can't count those. I'm not 3-0. 4-0.
Why? No, you're not. No, you're 3-4. 3-1.
3-1. I'm not 3-1.
You're not 3-1. Right. No. Why? Why do you want to win this bet?
I don't know. I think everybody's down on the Suns and don't think they're going to be any good. And I think they're going to be good.
Okay.
I don't think great. Like, I'm not expecting playoffs or anything, but I after 2 years of really, again, hating and disliking the team, I'm excited to have a team that they built that I can get behind. I'm happy to be able to get behind them.
I wish you the best of luck in this bet. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
I'm rooting for you
I know
against
you are.
myself in this bet. I really, really am. But you are obsessed about this bet. You're obsessed about it. You bring it up every time we talk about the Suns. We haven't had one Suns conversation in the last 3 weeks where you haven't brought it up.
I'll try not to bring it up in the next.
I missed the ultimate chill zone.
I know, right? Like, we need to get Gambo in some magenta.
Purple is really chill zone.
Yeah, we need it.
And magenta's get ready to roll.
All right,
I'm gonna jack you up.
I got mixed up there. Magenta gets you jacked up.
Listen, I've been here for a long time. I don't think that I've ever had a team that I hated as much as I hated the last Suns team. So to get that, to get rid of that, and to be able to move on from that, it's a relief. It's like this burden off your back. Like, it was just so unenjoyable, the team that they put together, and just so miserable. And so I'm very excited and happy and can't wait to see them get going. And I like what they've done, and I just want to see if it can work.
Well, most of their top guys were missing last night, so it was guys who are not their top guys or guys who are some of their younger draft player project type players. Kaman Malawach played very well last night. It was
so good.
It was nice seeing him block DA at the rim. I'm not gonna put any stock into a preseason game at all in terms of results or anything. It was kind of nice seeing him block DA. That's good. I like that.
There was a block shot. And my old partner Ash always used to call him Sean Marion, the best re-jumper in the NBA. Jump it and come back down and jump. It was like a pogo stick.
He re-jumped
on
the
on that one.
On the 8 block.
I'm like, oh my God. Because he went into, he went to go guard somebody on the baseline, jumped, then that guy passed it to DeAndre, and then he jumped again. I'm like, there it is. There's the Sean Marion re-jump.
When your arms are that long, you can do the re-jump.
Right.
When you have arms that long, he had 17 points, 8 rebounds. A couple of assists.
It's a very, very good performance.
Short nod after the game.
The character and the spirit of him specifically, that I'm not sure he has a bad day. He may have a bad moment, but he's not going to have a bad day. And he came out and he showed some things today. So now he's set the new standard.
But and we're going to have Kellen on in an hour from now. It's going to require patience, given that the kid is 19 years old, and that and not that he's blocked necessarily, but certainly there's a lot of centers in front of him when it comes to playing time. So how they develop him is going to be of the utmost. He's one of the most important parts of their future.
And he's 19 years old, and I don't want to put unrealistic expectations on him. So that we talked about Mark Williams. If they can get him 60 to 70 games, if he can play 60 plus, that's something. I've said you want to bring the kid along slowly. Some people have disagreed and want to throw him right out there in the fire, but I don't think that's what you do. There's something to be said your first year. You sit, you learn, you practice. You sit, you learn, you practice, and then you figure out your spots. And so I think that they'll bring him along slowly. Now that doesn't mean at some point after the new year that he could start getting more minutes. I just think it's early. I don't think you want to force him into a lot of action. You want to develop him, and I think part of the problem that the old Phoenix Suns had was throwing those guys out there right away. The Josh Jackson, the Dragan Bender, the Alex Len, the Marquise Chris. Here you go, your first-round pick, throwing you right out there. Go ahead. And it backfired. It totally backfired. They weren't ready. They needed to learn. They needed to develop. They needed to be humbled a little bit. And they needed to earn it. One of the things about Devin Booker is he didn't come in and start right away. He had to, he came in because of an injury, but it's almost like you've got to earn it. So I think with Malawach, and I'm going to give a lot of credit to Mike Muscala. Mike Muscala, the former player, has been the main assistant coach really working with him. Mike Muscala was one of those hard blue-collar type guys, brought his lunch pail to work. So he's been instrumental in helping Malawach develop. So I think you bring him along slowly. You don't throw him into the fire right away. And I think at some point in this season, he'll start getting more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of things, it's a case-by-case basis. And I don't disagree with you about Kaman Malawach, given his age and kind of what's in front of him. He's probably the second most important player on the roster. If we're just talking about their long-term vision and their long-term success, I do. I'll tell you, though, a guy like Mikal Bridges, and I just looked him up because I'm hearing you talk about all the rookies. He played 82 games his rookie year. He started 56 of them, and he played 30 minutes a game.
Mikal Bridges?
They threw him right into the fire.
Right. How old was he when they drafted him?
Well, he was 22, but he was
how many years did he play in college?
Well, I know, but he's still a rookie. He's still a rookie.
But he's not a 19-year-old rookie.
No, I know. But
he's a college champion.
I get it. But some guys are different than others, you know. So
yeah, Mikal was mature from all the years he played in college. And Malawach just didn't really have that. But again, I'm really excited. You watch a game like last night, and you're like, oh my God, he hit a three-pointer. His ability, lob threat, his ability to be a lob threat around the basket's going to be great.
He talked afterwards about going up against DeAndre Ayton.
I mean, it's good always to compete against other experienced bigs, and it helps me. It helps my process. It helps my development, and I'm just learning from them. I get to watch them and see how they position themselves and see what they're good at.
All right, one other thing from last night's game, and it doesn't, really super impact their ability to win the bet, as you like to talk about. But two players...
I'm not going to talk about it for a couple weeks now.
Oh, you want to bet? you want to bet? Double or nothing?
No.
Double or nothing. You can go 2 weeks without talking about it. Yeah, I didn't think so. Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin.
Oh man, this is a good one.
Because
this is so good.
They're two guys that if they add either one of them to the roster, it has like tax implications, and they got to be a little cautious about what they're going to do with this.
Yeah, it's been a good battle. I mean, it's been a really, really good battle. They're two different type of players. You're talking about the third point guard, and that guy's probably not going to play in a lot of games. And then someday you may ask him to come in and play a bunch of minutes because somebody else is down. They've got a couple of practices left. I think it's really going to come right down to the wire. I'm going to give a nod. I'm going to say the edge goes to Jordan Goodwin. I think Goodwin gets the edge over Butler. People are going to look at the game Butler had, but I think Goodwin. I think he kind of fits the mold of a Suns player. He's very well liked and respected by the team. So I think that they're both real. Like, you can't go wrong with either one as your third point guard. Both of those guys have done really well. But right now, if you're asking me, like, who do I think will get I'd give a nod to Goodwin over Butler right now for that spot.
Coming up on the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, when the trade went down, we all declared the Green Bay Packers the winner of the Micah Parsons trade when it happened. Is there an argument to be made for old Jerry Jones on this one? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com. BrooklynBetting.com.
The autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of impact will Walter Nolan have when he's able to suit up in a game for the Cardinals? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Lines up everywhere. He can win everywhere, and he takes the ball away.
That was Jonathan Gannon on Micah Parsons, according to those who were there for his press conference today. You can add Micah Parsons to the list of players that Jonathan Gannon describes as a war daddy. He's a war daddy. Darius Robinson.
Wins a blood replacement.
No, that doesn't have it. It's not. No, it's not. Just
he's got a good wins above replacement.
It's that phrase that Jonathan Gannon uses to describe like a badass. He's a war daddy. I would use badass. He used war daddy. T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett, Fred Warner, Aaron Donald, Nick Bosa, Darius Robinson, Kaiser White, and Josh Sweat are, and this is according to Donnie Druin, are known people who have been described as war daddies.
Oh, we're keeping a list on JG's war daddies?
I mean, Donnie is. I bet Tyler is, too. I bet Tyler has a running list somewhere of the war daddies for Jonathan Gannon, and certainly Micah Parsons is on that list. But this headline story that you sent today.
Oof.
I mean, really?
Why the Micah Parsons trade suddenly looks like a Cowboys win after 6 weeks? Now,
convince me.
I'm not going to convince you because I believe, isn't Micah Parsons one of the, you guys are the gambling, isn't he one of the favorites for Defensive Rookie of the Year? I'll let Mitch look it up while we talk.
Defensive Player of the Year.
Defensive Player of the Year.
You said Rookie of the Year.
I'm sorry. Defensive Player of the Year. Who's stalling there.
You were stalling because Mitch, if you missed it, was shoving a giant donut into his mouth when Gambo made said request. I mean, it looked chocolate.
I bought Mitch a brownie today.
Guys, what are we doing? Why are we just announcing to the world when I'm not allowed to show them the food anymore? Why are we pulling the curtain?
You gonna save that brownie for tomorrow?
Yeah, for tomorroar.
Okay,
Don't worry. I got you.
Wait, hold on. Time out for just a sec. Are we not allowed to show food anymore? Has that been discouraged? I didn't.
Did you go to the video training, Bernsey?
Oh, that class
Careful.
we took. Yeah, you're right. You're right. We were told to avoid eating on
the
camera.
mic's on.
We were told to avoid eating on camera. Anyway,
Defensive
player of the year,
Greek yogurt. The last segment.
Nice
Hope you
job,
guys a chance
Campbell.
to say it. Micah Parsons has 2.5 sacks, 11 total tackles in 5 games so far this year. What they're saying is that if you look at what Dallas was able to get in this trade, Dallas has 2 first-round picks. It can use because of this trade. It just feel like they felt like if you look at this trade right now, that Parsons hasn't been that dominant. They've been having to line him up. We talked about this yesterday. Line him up at a bunch of different spots. He had no impact on the game last week, right? He had no sacks. He had no tackles for loss. So if you look at it, it's just after 6 games, he hasn't had a huge impact on them. So they got 2 first-round picks, and they got Kenny Clark in the deal. And Kenny Clark's not doing so well. But if you look at Parsons' numbers, they're not great, right? What did I say? He has 2.5 sacks, 11 tackles in 5 games so far this year. So he's gone. If you look at sacks, he's got 2.5 this year. He had 13 his first year, 13.5 his second year, 14, and then 12. He's not on pace for a double-digit sack year.
He's currently tied for the second best odds for Defensive Player of the Year right now. Is this from FanDuel? It looks like FanDuel's font. Nick Bonito is number 1. Aiden Hutchinson. And isn't it sad that I can tell which sports book it is based off of the font and the graphic that Mitch has sent me? That's pathetic.
Who's the degen now, Bernsey?
How about that? I'm the degen. Nick Bonito is 1. Aiden Hutchinson and Micah Parsons are 2. Miles Garrett is 3. TJ Watt is 4. Will Anderson is 5. So, yeah, I think, and I read the story you sent, and it's like, I don't know, there's a lot of team success that is being attached to who won or who lost that trade, and I don't know if Micah Parsons or the absence of Micah Parsons can be assigned to that. For example, Dallas has one of the worst defenses in the NFL.
Yeah.
They're horrible.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're wasting a career Dak Prescott year. He's been really good for them. That offense, outside of what they did against Carolina, has been really, really good for them.
Yeah, with CeeDee Lamb out.
And with CeeDee Lamb out, they're still doing, for the most part this season, what they've been able to do. It's hard to make an argument that defense has been better without Micah Parsons.
They're not making that argument. They're making the argument that Parsons hasn't been great.
Okay, and but in that article, they also mentioned Dallas's record, and I don't really think that's a fair function.
That's true.
Of Micah Parsons' presence on the Dallas roster or not. Like, hey, they're only 2-3-1 without him. Clearly, he didn't mean that much. Yeah, their defense has been trash all year long. He meant something.
Parsons had 1 sack against Detroit and 1 sack against Dallas. He had a half a sack against Washington. Last week against the Bengals, he didn't have a sack. 2 weeks ago against Cleveland, he didn't have a sack. So here's a guy that's normally 13, 14 sacks a year. He's got 2.5 sacks this year through 5 games. So you figure that out. He's going to end up with, like 8 sacks this year? Yeah. So he hasn't had the huge impact
There's no doubt.
that they probably expected. And that's why the article was like, look who won the trade. Now, again, maybe the writer is a Cowboys fan, but they've got 2 first-round draft picks coming up. And granted, the Dallas defense is terrible, and it'd be better with Micah Parsons. But I think the point on this is that the Packers, Micah Parsons has not had that immediate impact on the Green Bay defense that you expected he was going to.
And that point is well taken. And I think, again, this is one guy attributing to team success. But I think when the Green Bay Packers acquired Micah Parsons, everybody just assumed they would dominate. And they, in a way, they have. This is the stat we had earlier in the week. They're the only team in the NFL to have a double-digit lead in every single game they've played so far this year.
Just having a hard time closing
but
teams out.
It's been very blah since they get these double-digit leads, but they can't finish, and they struggle at the end, and they let teams back in and all that stuff. Micah Parsons has not. He's only on this FanDuel list because of name and reputation, not because of how he's playing so far this year. It's because he's Micah Parsons. Now, you watch. He'll come in here, and Paris Johnson Jr. today in the Cardinals locker room said he's looking forward to the matchup.
Oh, I do. I mean, that's the beauty of the NFL. You have amazing rushers each and every week, and he's a highly respected guy. So the chance to go against him here is one I look forward to.
They'll have to account for him, but I'll tell you something else, too. when all those years that Micah Parsons was with Dallas, great player with Dallas, the Cardinals had tremendous success against the Dallas Cowboys. Have all, like recently, especially in the Kyler Murray era, have had tremendous success against the Dallas Cowboys. So again, one guy and the team success that follows. I don't remember Micah Parsons. I could go up and look up his stats against the Cardinals. Yeah. I'm sure they're good, but I don't think it's led to a lot of Dallas Cowboys wins over the Cardinals the last few
Cowboys
years.
have only beaten the Cardinals once in their last 8 meetings.
There you go.
And, since a win in 2006, they've played 8 times. The Cardinals have 7 wins and then the 1 loss against them.
I didn't know the numbers, but it's always been a good matchup for the Cardinals. Yes. At least recently. It just feels like it's been – and some of those wins, if I remember, have been dominant wins. Like they've just punked the Cowboys a couple of times in there, I think. So
yeah, I think there was I don't know.
There was that one on Monday night where they obliterated them. That was like a few years ago.
Right.
But they played the Dallas Cowboys on Monday night, and they just destroyed. Now, again, that's, is that just Micah Parsons or is that everybody on Dallas? And I think it's helped, too, that Green Bay's defense in general hasn't been super elite and hasn't been great in protecting these leads. They weren't great. I mean, they got up to a huge lead early against the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys got right back in that game against them.
Tied it over to overtime tie, 40-40. He was terrible.
Same thing with the Bengals getting back in that game. Same thing with the Browns getting back in that game. The Green Bay Packers defense hasn't been it's like I said yesterday, man. Nobody in this league is all that so far. Nobody.
No.
Not one team in this NFL do you look at and go, oh, yeah, man, they've been all that. So nobody.
I mean,
they've all got flaws.
How many times after 5 weeks in the season could you pick, okay, this is who I think the Super Bowl is going to, you'll probably get it wrong. This would be the year. I'm giving you a 5-game head start. Who do you think is going to go to the Super Bowl? You're probably not going to get it right.
No.
Usually before the season starts, you make these predictions. You're like, I did it before. But, okay, I've had 5 games to look at everybody. Who do I think is going to go to the Super Bowl? I had no freaking idea.
No idea.
I've got no idea.
And I don't mind that. I really don't. I don't mind that. I think it's kind of what makes the NFL cool, especially this year. But it does make it really hard when you're looking at these games and you're thinking to yourself, okay, the Packers are good. The Packers have every ability to come in here and mop the floor with the Cardinals this weekend. It's just they haven't done it to hardly anybody all year long.
Right.
It's been a weird year in the NFL. We'll see. We'll see if Dallas ends up regretting that trade or not. You know what they should regret, though?
Okay.
When they traded him, they could have gotten so much more value for him if they had traded him before the draft in March.
That's what a lot of people knock them for.
Waiting a month before the season.
Because of the whole contract situation.
You're going to trade Micah Parsons. That's not I still think Dallas lost that deal because they just traded him at the most awkward time.
Right.
You couldn't extract the most value for him,
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I don't think Dallas, I don't think Dallas is a contender for a Super Bowl. They're not very good. Their defense is atrocious. Parsons would have helped them. But again, I think this is more about he's not going to get 15 sacks right now, the way he's trending. So they think Dallas did well.
Reset time is next. We caught up on what's going on in sports here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all the reasons why you should do your banking with Global Credit Union, because there are a bunch of different benefits that come with doing your checking accounts and your savings accounts and your loans with Global Credit Union. Look, I've talked with the executives over there. I'm a member myself of Global Credit Union. There is a real commitment to reducing the fees that you have to pay for doing your banking. I mean, to making it as simple as possible, as fee-free as possible. And it makes a difference. It makes a huge difference. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And because of that, global members saved $195 million collectively last year by doing their banking and their financial services with Global Credit Union. It makes a difference. It'll make a difference for you. It's made a difference for me. And that's why I think you should check them out and become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window opened by the Cardinals today. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the next 21 days. Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before going into their bye week. As far as quarterback Kyler Murray is concerned, what boxes does head coach Jonathan Gannon want his QB to check in practice?
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play. We'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
Per the team's estimated injury report, which was a closed walkthrough today, Murray was limited due to his foot injury. The quarterback also typically speaks with the media on Wednesday. There was not a Murray made available today. Speaking of quarterbacks, ASU's Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Kenny Dillingham didn't want to be quick to declare anything, but the head coach says he likes where his quarterback is at. Injury report for that team will drop tonight at 7 p.m. local time. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays Game 3 of the ALCS. The Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage will start at 4:30. First pitch is at 5:08 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset time. Bless you.
Thank you.
Lauren is here with the top stories of the day on the Burns and Gambo show.
That did not go over the air. And I wasn't, the sneeze. It didn't go over the air, so I was looking up at Gambo, and I was like, he just sneezed. Bless you. What did he do?
He's just saying bless me because,
He's
my road to heaven's going to be a little bumpier than most. It's going to be a little bumpier. I've got to have I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do when I mute Jesus. And
honestly, we're 123 minutes into the show.
Yeah.
That is the truest thing he has said. And he's had good stuff today.
My elevator's
good information today. But
my elevator's going to get stopped about halfway, and he's going to come meet me, and he's going to let's talk about this because I'm on the fence about whether I'm going to put this one in or not.
Truly, bless you.
Yes, thank you.
Bless you.
I'm going to say, but what
Good
about
luck
all
to
the
you.
things I did to save all the dogs and the whales and the?
I'm glad that you're preparing your literal elevator pitch right
yeah,
now.
I'm ready. When God comes down halfway and says, "Look, we got to talk about this one because I'm not sold on whether I'm going to let you up or not."
Elevator pitch. That's fantastic. Good luck.
I'm ready.
Good luck to your entrance exam to get into heaven. I wish you the
I'm
very
prepared
best.
for this. Hold on. Can I get my notes?
It will be the first job interview Gambo's ever had,
That's
and
true.
it will be to get
That's
to heaven.
true.
Oh my God.
That'll be my first job interview.
Brilliant.
Yes.
And he'll be like, I don't know what to do. I've never had to do this before.
Jesus, I've never had a job interview, but let's go. Fire away. What do you got?
Wow, that's fantastic. I don't think this rest of the show is going to
You're
get
like,
any better than that. That's it. Good night, everybody.
Forget about what I could do for you. What could you do for me up there? I'd like to know, what do I get up there?
Your selling points.
I want your selling points. Like, why should I want to come work for you? I'd like to know. That's probably like, what's the benefits? What benefits do I get?
What's the benefit of me? What's in it for me to come to heaven? I mean, tell me, what's in it for me?
Yes.
Jesus, what's in it for me, God?
I can tell you
What's
everything
in it for me.
my background, I can give you all of that, but I want to know, what
are the benefits like up there? How much paid time off do I get up there?
What's the atmosphere like?
Lauren, can you recover from this?
I don't think we
4
can.
o'clock reset?
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
No, I'm pretty good at my job. I'm not that good.
Gambo to heaven. You need me more than I need you.
I've got other options on the table.
Perfectly clear here. You need me more than I need you.
Oh my goodness, that's so not true. But that was very, very funny. That was very funny.
All right, Lauren, do the best you can.
All right. Well, let's just start off with JG talking about what it's like to have Walter Nolan's practice window open up.
Take it day by day, Bo. Hasn't played football in a while, but he's ready. He's fired up and he's ready to get out there.
And because that was only 6 seconds, let's hear another 6 seconds from Jonathan Gannon on what boxes he wants Kyler Murray to check before he gets back out there.
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play, so we'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
He just, I know we play these comments every week. They're all the same. You don't get anything out of them. We're progressing. We'll see how it goes. They don't want to give away any information. Take their time and make Green Bay prepare for both quarterbacks. Make them prepare for both. Make them prepare for Murray and Brissett. If Murray's healthy, he's going to play. If he's not, you look at the difference with Kenny Dillingham. Sam Levitt, really good. It sounds like Levitt's going to play because that's what Kenny gave you. With Gannon, it's just a little bit different. Maybe it's a little more gamesmanship. I don't know, but you just they played a lot closer to the vest.
I think it's less gamesmanship and more the fan base kind of clamoring for Jacoby and what Jacoby did. And I mean, we haven't gone. Today's the first day we really didn't have anything specific on the show sheet to things Jacoby did that Kyler didn't in that one game. It's Wednesday. We've talked about it a lot the first couple of days. I think it's just as much that as it is the gamesmanship thing because he knows that this is. I'll use an uncomfortable time right now for the Cardinals quarterback room. I'm sure it's a very not super comfortable placed right now, given everything that's gone down and given how much talk is going on about the Cardinals. And Gannon's being sensitive to that, I think, in part.
And to that point, the Cardinals today only held a walkthrough of practice, not a formal practice today. That's unusual for them on a Wednesday, but we did get an injury report out of it. It's a laundry list again, so I'll just highlight a few people. Kyler Murray was limited with that foot injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. was limited with a concussion. He's currently in concussion protocol. And Zay Jones showed up with a knee injury, which is different than what he'd had before.
Oh,
And
boy.
Darius Robinson limited with a pec injury.
Oh, I really liked Zay Jones last week.
Yeah.
I liked Zay.
Encouraging to see Darius back out there. And, of course, we're all excited about the Walter Nolan open window, but it's going to, everybody be cautious on that. It's going to take him a while to get back and be able to play.
Zay took advantage. Marvin went out, and he took advantage of that opportunity, and he shined, and he played well. So him not participating in the walkthrough today it's a little concern for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, Gambo, Kenny Dillingham said that Sam Levitt will play if he's ready to go. It looks like he's trending in that direction. Today, you could take photographs below the knee of Sam Levitt out at practice.
Progress.
He didn't have that ankle, that foot taped up, and he looks ready to go. And as ASU prepares to take on Texas Tech, the Big 12 has fined Kansas and Texas Tech $25,000 each for the fallout of a fan dispute and improper behavior in the stands.
Is that the pocket knife?
Well, the tortillas in the pocket.
Oh, the tortillas
knife. They were
yeah.
throwing the tortillas on the field. There's a Big 12 rule that you're not allowed to throw anything on the field, and Texas Tech fans don't seem to care very much.
No.
But then the head coach of Kansas claimed that one of his coaches was also hit by a pocket knife.
A pocket knife.
That was thrown by
somebody.
somebody.
Yeah, they have video of it. They actually have video of the pocket knife.
What did Kansas get fined for?
I'm assuming their head coach's behavior post-game.
Oh, okay. Oh, because he kind of went after the Tech head coach. I got you.
I don't know, man. I've been hit by a lot of things. I've never been hit by a tortilla.
I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I think I would just pick it up and eat it probably if somebody threw a tortilla at me.
I don't know when that's
You don't know where that tortilla's been. Yeah,
don't know about that.
Where has that tortilla been?
No, and we'll move on to the MLB playoffs because this happened last night.
Here he comes, the 0-2. And a swing and a miss. And Yoshi Yamamoto with his crown jewel as a Dodger. It is a complete game. He goes the distance. And the Dodgers win game 2 by a score of 5-1. And Yamamoto stands tall on this night in Milwaukee.
Blake Snell dazzled 8 innings game 1. Yamamoto does him up, throws the first playoff complete game in 8 years.
Yeah, Verlander was the last one to do it, yeah.
I don't know how you're going to score any runs off of this team. This team's pitching is just so good right now.
On some level, it was nice to see like some old school baseball postseason, a guy going 9. But because,
I love it.
You know what I mean? But because it was the Dodgers, I can only take that so far.
Right.
Like the baseball fan of me is like, oh man, that's playoff baseball from how, not to sound like an old man, but that's kind of how it used to be done, right? Like you went 9 if you could, and those are long gone days. But because it was a Dodger who did it,
I saw the craziest stat. I'm just going to mention this. Do you know how many teams in postseason history have ever had their starting pitchers give up that few hits in that many innings over the first 2 games? So they asked the question. The old record was 5 hits over the first 2 games. And they go back 119 years to 3-finger Mordecai Brown's 1906 Cubs, who was able to do that.
It's been a minute.
Mordecai 3 Fingers Brown.
I remember that just like it was yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah, no, I do not.
I hate him, but it's very impressive.
It is. They now have the 2-0 series lead over the Brewers there. The Mariners and Blue Jays are back in action in just about an hour from now. The Mariners have the 2-0 series lead in that one. And the D-backs, they've hired a new third base coach. They've hired J.R. House as their new
interesting, because Lovello with us said he doesn't anticipate any changes to the coaching staff.
Well, and technically he's correct. No one got fired. Like the third base coach.
They didn't dismiss anybody.
They didn't dismiss anybody. They're just kind of rearranging chairs a little bit here. So technically Lovello was correct, but there was, and he did suggest to us that there might be changes within his staff, but there'd be no changes to his staff.
Which is true, because House is taking over the catching coach role as well, which was something that Jeff Bannister had done for the team last season.
Yeah, so like Larkin, who was the third base coach before, he's staying on as the team's infield coach. Bogar's going to return to the same minor league coaching role he held before. So they're all still there. They're just doing different things.
The Jeff Bannister commercial's an odd one. The bunk beds, like, hey, you're going to college and rooming with this 70-year-old guy. Sorry, Jeff, I don't know how old you are. That's an odd one.
Finally, we'll wrap this up with a little bit of NBA news. And I only mention this because it does have an impact on the Suns. Because the Kings have agreed to a one-year, $3.6 million contract with Russell Westbrook.
He's
I
back.
say that because the Suns open up their season next Wednesday against the Kings.
Yeah, 1 year, $3.6 million deal. He's like, what, 37 or 38 years old now?
I believe so, yeah. Still hanging around this
Still hanging around.
Still doing
By the way, Kevin Pelton's, when he ran the simulations, he has the Suns and the Kings in a playoff game, 9 versus 10 play-in game.
Yes, he did. That was one of his simulations. Yes, it was.
Russell Westbrook's been on a lot of teams.
Sure has.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I'm not even know. I'm going to guess like
he's done the rainbow.
7 or 8.
Has he done the rainbow, like the Chris Paul rainbow?
I think he has the rainbow.
Yeah.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, does draft regrets increase considering who some of the best NFL rookies have been so far this year? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters builds great pickleball courts, and you've got a great incentive going on now, Mike.
We are offering 15% off through Thanksgiving on all full court pickleball installations, and we customize to your space. You heard that right, 15% off, but you must act now. We want your business. Customer service is our #1 priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day, you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Gambo, I need a caller number, please.
Based on Malawach being the 10th.
Turn on your microphone there.
Based on Malawach being the 10th pick in the draft, I'm going to go 10.
Caller number 10.
Caller 10.
Gonna make Mitch work today.
Mitchy Mitch.
Caller number 10, 602-260-9870. Caller number 10. We'll score 2 tickets to go see the Cardinals take on the Packers this Sunday.
Oh, man.
ASU taking on Texas Tech this Saturday. You will get both if you're caller number 10.
Did you read the fine line? No Packers fans allowed to inquire about winning this contest. You will be kicked out of the stadium if you show up with a Packers jersey on.
I did not see the fine
It's in the
print,
fine print.
but I support that fine print.
It's just,
Caller
it's
number
in the
10,
fine
you
print.
better not be a Packers fan. You better not be a Texas Tech Red Raider.
They have the right to kick you out of the stadium if you wear a Packers jersey.
No, we're not going to let you in. Caller number 10.
Sorry.
602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. If you're caller number 10, you will win those tickets. Thanks to everybody out there listening. Thank you to those listening in Levine on this Wednesday afternoon. Hello, Levine. We appreciate you listening. Today on ESPN.com, there was an interesting story that you and I both saw today, which is why I'm looking forward to talking about it, because we both thought it was worth talking about.
Yeah.
Ranking the top 10 rookies in 2025.
Right.
Okay. Now,
no Cardinal in there.
No Cardinal in there, as you would expect. The first thing you notice is Cam Scatterbu at number 5.
First thing you notice.
First thing you notice.
The
that's
fifth
cool.
most impactful rookie.
Cam Scatterbu is the 5th most impactful rookie.
You knew who number 4 was?
Yeah, that's the second thing you
Okay.
notice. Teteroa McMillan,
Yes.
the wide receiver out of U of A.
U
is
of A
the
and ASU.
4th most impactful rookie. And then you look at it, and at that point, you could have dismissed it and gone, okay, there's no Cardinals on here. There are no Cardinals who also received votes. There are no Cardinals who just missed. But then I started looking through the list, and I don't know what it was. Maybe it was Igbuka, the wide receiver out of Tampa Bay.
He's number 1 right now.
And he's number 1, yeah, as you say.
Ohio State receiver, number 1.
And then I started noticing all the names of guys.
Or you started thinking about Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State receiver.
No.
Okay.
No.
Where'd you go?
I went to all the guys the Cardinals could have had, but took Walter Nolan instead.
Okay.
That's where my twisted brain went. Because I looked at the draft, and I highlighted. Now, Cam Scatterbu, okay, yes, they could have had him. Everybody could have had him. I'm not putting that one on the Cardinals necessarily. Igbuka, well, they could have had him. He went like a couple slots after they took Walter Nolan.
We're not going to take a wide receiver. We ruled that out before the draft.
I know.
Okay, I'm just saying.
It's Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker out of Cleveland, was number 6. Could have had him. Jahad Campbell, the linebacker out of the Eagles, could have had him. Gray Zabel, the guard for the Seahawks, could have had him.
Okay.
Josh Simmons, the tackle from the Kansas City Chiefs, who something happened with some personal issue, and he's not with the team right now, some personal issue. He's out indefinitely for Kansas City. He made the just miss list. Now, I understand positions that we ruled out, but Gambo, this is
okay.
This falls into my category of you lost to the Tennessee Titans a week and a half ago, question everything. And I'm kind of putting this in the question everything category of looking back on the draft. Some of the most impactful players were guys you could have had if you were the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm going to give you names. I don't know that any of these guys are on the list. But the guys that the Cardinals were considering at that position, when I did my Gambo 5, remember I had it at 7, I had to knock it down to 6 and then 5, and we came up with 5. Walter Nolan was in the 5. Calvin Banks, the offensive tackle out of Texas.
He was already gone.
Josh Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State.
He was available.
Tyler Booker, the offensive guard out of Alabama.
He was gone.
I'm just seeing if they're in the list, if they're in the top rookies.
I'm sorry.
Not whether they were gone or not.
Okay, start
My
again,
point
please.
is that I don't know if any of the guys
None of those guys are on the list.
Okay, I'll go through them again. Calvin Banks, Josh Simmons, Tyler Booker, James Pierce, the edge out of Tennessee, Mikael Williams, the edge out of Georgia, and Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M.
The only one who made the list was Josh Simmons as a just missed.
Okay.
Kelvin Banks also got votes, so he was in the 3rd category, but the only one was Josh Simmons as a just missed guy. Yeah.
Okay. Because that's in a nutshell, those were guys that were being considered. And now this isn't just first rounders. This is taking every rookie.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why Cam Scatterbu's on the list.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is let's take a look at every single rookie and show you the impactful rookies, and that's where they came up with that list.
Jackson Dart was a first rounder, but he made the list. Quinshawn Judkins, the running back out of Cleveland, he was a second rounder.
Dart was taken at what number?
He was taken number 25 overall.
Boy, that gives you gives you a little bit of hope, doesn't it? When you see these quarterbacks that it's not Brock Purdy in the 7th round, but I always like when you get a late first-round quarterback that pops. I always like that because I think it gives you some hope that you could get a guy if you're not picking. Because we always say, like, you got to move up, you got to move up, you got to move up. Can you go get a guy if you move up? Well, if there's some good, if you could find first-round talent like Jackson Dart at the end of the first round, I think that bodes well for some teams, especially in a good draft year.
Yeah, it does. We're looking at the quarterback rankings for this upcoming year if the Cardinals need to go that direction. And there's, 4 quarterbacks that I think were kind of considered first-rounders. Look, my frustration with this, it doesn't stem necessarily from the decisions that Monty Ossenfort did or didn't make. I mean, I guess they kind of do. I shouldn't say that. They kind of do. The Cardinals haven't gotten a lot of value out of their draft class from a year and a half ago. The 2024 class, they haven't gotten the impact they were hoping for from hardly any of those guys going into year 2, right?
Right.
And then this year's rookie class, Walter,
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson's in a different level, okay? And he's the one you go, okay, automatically slide him over into a win. But first-round draft picks, it's been tough sledding for the Cardinals these last couple of years. Injuries, poor performance when they are available, mediocre performance when they're there. Marvin Harrison Jr., the 3 guys, Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, and Walter Nolan.
Because Paris Johnson's a hit.
He's a hit, but I'm just talking about from the last 2. Yeah, I mean, the
last 2, okay.
We've talked about this a few times the last couple of days. The only 3 draft picks so far that are bona fide hits for Monty Ossenfort.
Paris,
Will, and Garrett Williams. That's it.
Oh, guaranteed hits.
Guaranteed hits.
Right.
Guys that you would say right now today, oh, yeah, you're getting second contracts and you're going to get paid. They're the only ones.
I would. This is tough because you're right, but there's so many inconclusives.
Of course.
So many incompletes because Walter Nolan may end up being a stud. I don't know. Darius Robinson, I don't know. I'm not ready to rule him out as being a good football player, but I know you're saying this few chances you got in. It just hasn't been able to get into a rhythm.
I'm just jealous of teams that are getting impacts from their rookies.
The Giants have 2 guys on that list.
And I'm kind of surprised, honestly. Did Will Johnson even get a mention in this? Kind of surprised he didn't get.
No. That's a great point. How does he not get mentioned?
Did he not get a single?
He's the isn't he the highest rated cornerback? So something.
Okay,
today.
that surprises me. That surprises me.
Okay, well then they missed. Let's rip this guy. Who is he?
It's so funny. That's the first place Gambo's brain
That's what I want to do. I want to rip this guy.
Let's rip this guy. Who did it?
Really? Will Johnson's not on that list?
Let's see who did it. Multiple contributors. I'm
going to rip the multiple contributors.
The multiple contributors who were part of this. Yeah, Will Johnson should be on this list.
I had a number on Will Johnson. Let me see if I have it in my email here.
He should be on this list.
He should be on that list.
Somewhere on this list. He should be in just missed, or he should be. I know he's missed a couple of games, but when he's been out there, he's been really, really good.
Really good. Like the best.
Well, that surprises me.
I'm trying to.
What are you trying to look for your stat?
I had some notes on Will Johnson, but I just can't remember where I saw it. But I think he's rated as one of the top cornerbacks. So for him to not be on that list, not even as a mention.
Okay, I got one. Maybe this was it. Okay. And you don't even know. You don't sound like you believe in me.
Okay,
here.
I have it here. I have it here. But okay,
despite this is from Teo Mackey. Despite missing 2 games, Will Johnson has the 5th most passes broken up in the NFL. No cornerback in the league is allowing fewer yards per target on as many snaps. He also has not committed a single penalty.
Yeah.
Was that what you had?
I have 78 total yards allowed, 5th in pass breakups despite missing 2 games, league low in allowed yards per target at 3.4, no penalties at all. How does he not on that list?
He should be on the list.
Yeah, let's reach out to multiple sources or whatever this is. No, that's I'm surprised we didn't think about that right away. Will Johnson's been great.
I'll take the L on that one because instead of focusing on the names the Cardinals could have had, which I did, that's the first place my brain went to, I should have been focusing on the guy who should have been on this list, and Will Johnson should be on this list, without a question.
Right.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after Sparky's Den. Kellen and Mitch preview the Cardinals as they take on the Packers. They'll preview ASU as they take on Texas Tech. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. Preseason is now over. What did we learn about this year's Phoenix Suns? Our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, he stops in for his weekly segment next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt
You're
for
not
1
going
week.
to do it for one game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Said it before, I will say it again. When my wife and I got T-boned by another driver very close to our home several years ago, we did not hire an attorney to help us out, and we made a huge mistake in not contacting the attorneys at Berg Simpson. We'll never do it again. I hope we're never in that situation again, but if we are, we'll never do it again. And if you're in that situation, don't make the same mistake we made. Call Berg Simpson, have somebody on your side. The accident wasn't our fault, didn't matter. Everything we needed was a fight. Everything we thought we deserved was a fight. And you need somebody who's the best on your side, and Berg Simpson is the best, especially if you've been involved in an accident involving a truck. These can be very serious. And when you choose Berg Simpson to help you after a trucking crash, you're getting over 45 years of results and experience and a reputation on your side. They've recovered over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone. They have real experience against some of the biggest trucking insurance companies out there. Call Berg Simpson, 602-777-7000, or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Lots of injury updates regarding the Arizona Cardinals. At the top of the list is first-round pick Walter Nolan getting his practice window opened up today. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the next 21 days. Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before they go into their bye week shortly after. You can check all of the latest from Cardinals practice and the injury updates right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Switching to college football, ASU Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. Don't believe me? Ask his head coach.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
We'll get an official injury update tonight at around 7 p.m. And in the MLB playoffs, Seattle Mariners hosting the Toronto Blue Jays, Game 3 of the ALCS. The Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. Coverage is starting right now. First pitch is at 5:08. You can listen to said coverage right over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Kellen with Arizona Sports at Night. The Phoenix Suns preseason is over, and we've got less than a week until regular season basketball is underway. So what did we learn, and what do we know ahead of that? We'll cover it at 7 o'clock tonight here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
Do we plan that? Do we plan that? Okay, good. Because we don't have Kellen's weekly open ready for us yet. That's not in the.
Because it can't be last year's, right? Wasn't Durant involved in it?
I think so. She just knows I need an advance warning to hear my own voice, or it'll freak me out, and I immediately jolted in my seat.
Yeah,
she got the physical response that she wanted. Yeah, Lauren Cole, the master of her job.
Last year's Open, was it? No, it was 2 years ago. It was the Durant thing, wasn't it? I thought it was 2 years ago. Kellen Olson's Open for his weekly visit with us was the Kevin Durant press conference.
Remember JV added the layer where it would like quietly play like the extra layer like 30 seconds later.
And
it took us a couple of weeks to like freak out. We were like, is something broken or whatever?
Co-host of Arizona Sports at Night along with Mitch Varell. This is
ready?
Kellen Olson, our Suns guru. Are you ready to go?
Ready for the season?
Ready. You've got a smile on your face talking about Phoenix Suns basketball, buddy.
It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. It really has. I mean, I can't say it enough. Like I'm not. My expectations aren't high, but they're not low. They're not low, and I'm just excited about just moving on from what was just a miserable. I've covered this team for 30 years, 29 years. That was really miserable those last couple of years. Like I agree with Booker, worse than the years when they were winning 19 basketball games because at least you didn't have any expectations and the payroll wasn't that high. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited about what they're building, the young guys, and trying to see what they can do. I wish they had their own draft picks because if they do poorly, then they would have them. They don't. Nothing you can do about it. But I am excited about what they're trying to build here.
Yeah, me too. You can just sense the relief everywhere. I don't know if you guys ever had shows or like days of doing the show talking about a specific team that dragged you down enough to the point where you brought your sour mood about the team like home with you, but I went to hang out with some friends after one game last year, and I was just in a pissy mood still because of what I just watched. And they're like, "What's wrong with you, man?" And I was like, "Well, the team and all this stuff." And they're like, "You're not there anymore. Relax, buddy." And I was like, "It drained me. It drained everyone that was around." And like being to these preseason games, Gambo, like going to some Mercury games, just seeing the ushers, security, everyone is just so much more relaxed now. It's not even the team and the coaches and the players. It's like the arena staff members. Everyone just seems to be much more at ease after how it was just it was taxing. The last 2 years were so taxing on everyone.
It was such a drag on us to come in here and have to talk about them every day. It was just such a drag to sit there and talk about a team that was getting blown out, a team that had no fight in them, a team that would get down by 10, then be down by 20, then be down by 30. It was no fight, and it was just miserable. It was just it was really tough. So, yeah, I'm happy. I feel like starting anew. I feel like I'm starting anew with the Phoenix Suns.
What has impressed you the most so far in preseason? Like what's popped so far beyond the mood and everybody just in a better overall frame of mind? What stood out to you about
because the default stock answer is just seeing people care on defense in a Suns jersey for the first time in a year and a half, maybe even 2 years, right? Like the level to which they were performing defensively, the things that Dylan Brooks was doing as a defender were things I just wasn't used to seeing a Suns player do last year at all, and that is going to go a long way. But just beyond that, I think the athleticism that they have, like seeing Rasheer Fleming last night and the plays that he was making, like they just don't have anyone like that, didn't have anyone like that. They had Bol and Kevin Durant, who were two extremely physically gifted guys and athletic freaks in their own mind, but the way that Fleming can impact a game and the way that we haven't seen Mark Williams or Jalen Green yet, but those are two incredibly athletic guys. We saw Malawach last night as well. They're going to have a lot more athleticism. So you remember, Gambo, when you guys would come in here and you guys would be previewing a show or previewing a game and you'd be talking about Oklahoma City or Houston or Indiana and just athletic. And you knew the Suns had no shot.
No chance.
They were playing at such a severe handicap. That handicap is going to be made up a lot.
We knew it. Like you would know, okay, you're playing a young athletic team, there's no chance they're going to win. Like we knew it.
They're going to take 16 less shots because they're going to have this many less offensive rebounds, all the turnovers from the defense. And so that kind of gap in like the possession game, if you will, Jordan Ott's going to be really focused on that. It's going to be easier for him to do with the personnel he has.
I'm excited about Fleming too. In some ways, I think I'm even more excited about him than I am Malawach because I think he's got a chance.
I am
to
too this year.
More this year. Yeah. Can he do the things well enough that he's not great at to stay on the floor enough to do the things that he is good at?
Right. I don't know if you guys have played the cut yet on today's show, but Jordan Ott did talk about him in basically in the same ways that I've been talking about Malawach, where sometimes we've seen him and he hasn't known exactly where to go on the floor or what to do.
Right.
And that's not what Jordan Ott wants to see. He just wants him moving around all the time, like no hesitation. He said it's like instincts. Like he just wants to see his instincts kind of come over him in those moments. And that's the same thing with Malawach, right? Because he's one of those guys right now that you can watch where it is very evident that he's thinking every time he does pretty much anything on the floor. He's green as grass. So it's going to take a little bit of time for him to get on the floor, especially with the centers that they have right now. And for Suns fans listening who want to see him right away and are going to be upset when Cedric Coward or any of these guys that were drafted a little bit after him are going to be performing while Malawach is taking the long approach. We knew this when they drafted him, Gambo. He's been playing basketball for 5 years. Like this is going to take some time. But what last night showed is when everything is in place and everything is running smoothly for him and he's in the right spots, he can make immediate impact on both sides of the floor right now against like Luka Doncic, DeAndre Ayton, Marcus Smart, like qualified NBA players.
Yeah, I had Jeff Hornacek called me during the draft while the draft was going on. Suns got to take this kid. He had worked him out for the Jazz. And he raved about him. He goes, Gambo, he is not a big stiff. Like, he's got moves. You saw it last night, the block shots, the re-jumping, the three-point shooting, the hands around the basket, the lob pass. But you don't want to put unrealistic expectations on him. One of the things that they're doing is Mike Muscala, who's come in as one of the coaches, is kind of take him under his wings. Mike was a blue-collar guy as a player, lunch pail to work. Muscala's done a really good job of just working with them, and that's what he needs. He needs somebody that's going to really work with them every day for the ins and outs of the NBA. Is he going to play a little bit? Sure, he's going to play a little bit. And I think gradually the minutes will go up, but I don't think that they should force-feed him early.
And that was the main bullet point on Jordan Ott's resume when he got hired was player development. So that is what is going to be the key for them this season. Like, look, I know they want to hustle. They want to play gritty, they want to play hard, they want to be fun for their fans. What matters the most is how they develop their young guys this whole season, because if you go into the start of next season and you have a productive Ryan Dunn, you have a productive Oso Iguodala, you have Kaman Malawach ready for consistent minutes, you have Rasheer Fleming making an impact, all of a sudden, like, you have this core around Devin Booker that can be something in a year or two, that can actually find its way into a winning environment again. Like, that's not going to happen this year, and that's totally fine, but they need to develop these guys. But again, that doesn't mean that developing them means that Malawach has to play right away. There's different steps. Like, I think Fleming needs to play right away because they just don't have anyone like him. They need a guy with a nose for a ball. They need someone who looks like the athletic outlier on their team. Like, do you remember seeing either Thompson twin play against them last year, and you were like, players move like that in the NBA? I didn't know that watching the Suns all year. Like, that's the type of athlete that they have with him. So if he can just figure out where to be, he's going to be impactful defensively right away. He's going to get loose balls. He's going to hit open threes. They need to find a way to play him because that type of wing is the guy that they've been missing, really.
All right, Kel, good stuff. We are looking forward to our weekly.
I got one more.
Oh, okay, good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fine. Go for it.
Goodwin or Butler?
Why not both? Do you think that they'll only take one? So they have 13 roster spots. They can get to 15, but you know the tax juggling that they kind of have to do. Now, this is not something where if they sign Jared Butler and Jordan Goodwin right now, they'd go over the tax, but then you can clean that up at the trade deadline. You don't need to have that solved right now.
It's only where you are at the end of the year.
Exactly.
I'm assuming they keep one,
Goodwin,
unless I hear something different.
Goodwin is more of like a fit for what they need, but look, they need every ball handler that they can get, and Jared Butler's had a very good preseason, and he's a ball handler that can score a bit. I would keep both if they can figure out a way to like make the contract non-guaranteed like Goodwin's and figure out the cut date and all that kind of stuff, because they do need to stay under the tax. They need to start to get those repeaters out of the way right now.
I got to lean towards Goodwin right now. I just think the DNA of him fits the team a little bit better. Offensive rebounding, team guy, everybody likes him. So I have a lean there. It's a good competition. I like it. I'm going to give a lean to Goodwin.
This is the most energy Gambo had for a Sun segment that I participated in with him for
I'm so
at least a
relieved.
year.
It's been
hard.
It's been
happy.
hard to contain him, Kellen.
How many times did I tell you I hated that team last year?
Oh, I thought he was going to say how many times have I brought up the bet.
No, I haven't brought up the bet.
Well, you've already done it today. You said you're not going to do it for the next 2 weeks, which I want to bet you on that, too.
Who do you got, me or Bernsey?
Bernsey.
All right. Okay, fair. It's fair. I respect it.
I think they're going to be fun, but I don't think they're going to win a lot of basketball games.
And I think they're going to be fun, too. I just don't think they're going to. I look at the West, and I don't think they're going to win a lot of basketball games.
I would be with you. I'd be like, maybe they can win 40
But I think they're going to be fun. I agree. I agree with everybody about the fun part. It's the wins where you lose me. You just lose me.
I'll be there I'll be there Wednesday with bells on.
Need Devin Booker and bubble wrap if he misses any portion of time this season.
Kellen, our weeklies they've begun, so it's good to have you back, man. And we'll be listening to you tonight after Sparky's Den at 7 o'clock.
Thanks,
and Mitch,
guys.
With an hour-long edition of Arizona Sports at Night. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we have an update on ASU quarterback Sam Levitt.
Who?
And it's Sam Levitt. You've heard of him.
Yeah, I know him.
And it's a good one. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Mornings, it's Bickley and Marotta, 6 to 10 a.m.
I like video live.
I like you too, Bick.
Middays, it's Wolf and Luke, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Wolf, what is up? What's going on, Luke?
Afternoons, it's Burns and Gambo, 2 to 6 p.m.
Gambo! Bernsey, what's going on?
Arizona's biggest sports personalities are on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue in West Bell Road in Peoria. You can shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Trucks. It is the place to go for fall deals on trucks. Liberty GMC. $13,000 off a Sierra 1500. $6,000 off the Sierra Heavy Duty. Plenty of inventory right now. Tons to choose from. This Sierra is the truck you're going to want for hauling people around, hauling stuff around. It's got all the tech. It looks great out on the road. It's GMC. They make the best trucks and the best SUVs out there. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. And, of course, you also have that tremendous service department at Liberty GMC. They're open late at night, Monday through Friday. You drop your vehicle off by 8 o'clock. You'll have it ready the next morning. All sorts of reasons for you to get to Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with an update on our social media poll question of the day. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys. We're asking about the Arizona Cardinals and their plethora of injured players this week. But specifically, which of these currently injured/recovering from injury Cardinals players will provide the biggest impact to the defense when they return? Is it Walter Nolan, Garrett Williams, Darius Robinson, or B.J. Ojulari?
I'm going Walter Nolan. With what Bernsey said yesterday, like the outside of Calais, you're not getting a lot on that interior of the defensive line. Give me Walter Nolan.
I'm going with Garrett Williams just because I think he is by far the most proven commodity of those four players. We've seen what he can do. He's already kind of established himself We'll talk more about this in the next segment about Walter Nolan. I hope there's a season waiting for him when he gets back. I hope there's games worth winning when Walter Nolan comes back. So put me down for Garrett Williams, even though he didn't practice today. I'd
like Walter Nolan to not be the question mark that Darius Robinson was when he starts next year.
And this is right now a two-horse race between Garrett Williams and Walter Nolan. But Garrett Williams has the edge, 42%. Walter Nolan, 35% going with him, 14% with B.J. Ojulari, and 8% with Darius Robinson.
Wow, B.J. Ojulari is beating Darius Robinson?
Yeah.
B.J. Ojulari is a forgotten man.
He's the same as that.
What?
Who was the Cardinal player that we expected to come back for 100 years? Back in the 2000s.
Darryl Washington?
Darryl Washington. Oh. Sorry. Darryl Washington. I think people still ask me about Darryl Washington. Can he come back and play? But at least out of sight, out of mind.
At least he was good for the first couple of years before he left. But
yeah.
B.J. Ojulari, it's like I have forgotten all about him.
And he's getting 14% of the vote.
And he's getting more of the vote than Darius Robinson, which surprises me. We'll talk more about this coming up in the next segment because we've got news about the Cardinals and Walter Nolan and things like that. In the meantime, we've also got news about ASU. This is Kenny Dillingham from earlier today, in which he said he feels good about where Sam Levitt is at.
No, I feel good about Sam. I feel good about him right now. I mean, like I said, there's still 2 more days, but I feel really good about Sam and where he's at.
Well, apparently he should, because Pete Thamel and others are reporting that Sam Levitt is expected to be probable for the Sun Devils and is in line to play Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech. He looked improved in practice this week as he battles through a lower body injury.
Yeah, your only chance to win this football game is if you're able to get Sam Levitt on the field. Your only chance to win against this team. This team's a juggernaut. They're killing everybody. Their average margin of victory. They have the biggest point differential in all of college football. They're winning games by 35 points. They've got a top 10 defense, a top 10 offense in all the major categories. They're coming in here in your place, and you've got to sell it on. If you're Kenny, you got to sell it. They're not that. They're not the be all end all. They're beatable. They are. It's like Rocky and Drago. He's human. You can beat them. You could beat this team. They're very, very good, but they need to be punched in the mouth. And with Sam Levitt, if he plays, you've got a chance to do that.
He's just a man. Be more man than him.
Right.
That was Mr. T. That was Rocky 3.
Oh, Rocky T. Okay.
Well, no.
T.
I mean, Drago, you could say it for any of the Rockies. I mean, Rocky 2, Adrian's in her hospital bed. Win. Well, what are we waiting for? Says Mickey. And then Rocky 3, it was he's just a man, be more man than him, and then Drago.
Yeah,
Rocky
you remember
4.
more than I do.
Well, I love the Rocky movies, so at least up until Rocky 4. You don't have a chance of winning this game without him. And quite frankly, I mean, look, you're gonna, like you've said before, up 75% Sam Levitt. Hell, a 60% Sam Levitt is giving you a better chance than 100% Jeff Sims. But they do need to be a little careful here, too, in that Texas Tech's defense is awesome at getting to the quarterback. So, he's got to be able to protect himself, too. You know what I mean? He's 100%. It can't just be one of those, hey, we have no shot of winning this game unless Sam plays, so let's just throw him out there and hope for the best. You've got to be responsible to the player, too, and make sure he's in a position to protect himself against one of the nastiest pass rushes in all of college football. So I'm assuming that he's well enough to be able to do that, not just because he gives you the best chance.
Yeah. Well, I
hope.
I mean, listen, your goal is to protect your quarterback on all things, but you may have to keep an extra tight end in or go with the bigger lineup or keep your running back in just to give him that extra protection to make sure it works. But, you're not afraid of Texas Tech. You know that this is an important game to win. I don't think Sam Levitt's worried about, their pass rush and how good they are. It's just this is a game that you're playing a superior team that many people think is the best team, going to go undefeated. And as we said earlier, there's a good chance they could have a top 4 seed in the playoffs. That's how good Texas Tech has been.
Yeah.
Because they're just bludgeoning everybody. So I don't know. I think that if Sam plays, I I think they have a chance. I don't know if they're going to win the football game, but I think if Jeff plays, they have no chance. So, yeah, 75% of Sam Levitt is better than 100% of anybody else.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Walter Nolan's window to practice is open. So what does that mean for the Cardinals' first-round draft pick in 2025? We'll talk about it and all the other injuries surrounding the Arizona Cardinals next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Arizona has the hardest water in the nation, and your home feels it every day. A new water softener makes the water so soft you can actually feel the difference on your skin, your hair, and your laundry. And right now, when you purchase a water softener, we'll give you a free reverse osmosis system, an $1,800 value. Pure, clean drinking water straight from the tap. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see LED dash lights, or just need a tune-up. Now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Good news on the Arizona Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window open today. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the next 21 days. The Cardinals host the Packers this weekend before going into their bye week. As far as quarterback Kyler Murray's concerned, what boxes does head coach Jonathan Gannon want his QB to check in practice this week?
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play. We'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
The team had a closed walkthrough today, but per the estimated injury report, Murray was labeled as a limited participant due to his foot injury. Speaking of quarterbacks, ASU's Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday and may do just that. Per ESPN's Pete Thamel and others, Levitt is expected to be listed as probable for this week and is trending towards returning when the number 7 Texas Tech Raiders come to Tempe on Saturday. The official injury report will drop tonight at 7 p.m. And in the MLB playoffs, the Seattle Mariners hosting the Toronto Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. Mariners look to take a commanding 3-0 series lead. We've got the entire game that you can listen to starting at 5:08. That's when first pitch officially is. But the coverage is happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of impact will Walter Nolan have when he's able to suit up in a game for the Cardinals? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there listening. It was a busy news day from the Cardinals when it came to the injury front. They only had a walkthrough today. The injury report is only an estimation. It was closed to the media, so there was no direct reporting of anybody who was even on the field doing what. And we'll go through all the names, not every name that's on the injury list, but the ones that kind of pop the most. But there's no doubt, Gambo, the biggest story of the day was something that you had kind of foretold in the last week or so. And that was the practice window opening up for first-round pick Walter Nolan. The number 16th pick overall was on the practice field today, practicing in a limited fashion.
Yeah, we hinted last week that it would be this week. They got 21 days now, Burns. That window opens up for 21 days. I expect he'll, be added to the roster and play within that time, rather than going back on the PUP list. They're slow playing this because they, you learned the Darius Robinson thing last year. Look, and I said this, Walter Nolan has not had a padded practice yet with the Arizona Cardinals. This is not something where, okay, the window's open, get him 3 practices, put him out there against the Green Bay Packers. Nope. That's not going to happen. They've got to do this right. They've got to take care of the kid. They've got to just – and you want to salvage this. There's 2 ways to look at it. I like the way you looked at it earlier. There's a way to look at it where the season's on the line in this game. Like, you've got to win this game or you're done. 2-5 and you're done.
Yeah.
I really think so. Other people might think there's still a chance, but I wouldn't think there's a chance if they lose this game. The other way to look at it is, okay, is there a way to get 8 or 9 games out of Walter Nolan where he's ready to go? That means giving him 2 to 3 weeks of just practice, and he hasn't even practiced with pads on, not once. Give him 3 weeks. Let him have like almost a mini training camp to get ready. So when you do put him out there, you're confident that he's ready to contribute.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I'm clear to you and everybody who's listening out there. I'm not suggesting they should rush Walter Nolan so they can have him available for this week against the Green Bay Packers. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that because he's missed so much time and because you absolutely have to slow play this with him. I mean, you do. My worry is that by the time he's ready to contribute from a team standpoint, it's not going to matter anymore. You're going to be so far behind the 8-ball record-wise.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not. Maybe I left you with the wrong impression.
No, you didn't.
I'm not saying, hey, you know what, man, this is a must-win game. Get his butt out there. I don't care how much training camp he's missed. No.
Not ready.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's like 25% news. I'm glad he's out there. I'm glad he's practicing. I'm glad the window is open. But we are at the crossroads point of the season here. You know, I mean, this thing, I'll try to, I said this yesterday, I'll try to look it up again tonight, find out how many teams that have started 2-5 have actually made the playoffs. It's not going to be a very big number. I mean, there aren't many teams who have done it, and certainly not with one of the toughest schedules remaining as the Cardinals have the rest of the year, even after the Packers game. I guess the simplest way of saying it is I hope it's not too little too late when it comes to this season and what Walter Nolan can contribute to it.
Right. And they have to look at it like, let's just take each player as their own player. What do we got to do to get the most out of Walter Nolan? What do we have to do to develop him as a football player, to make sure that he does not go through the bumps in the road that I would say Darius Robinson went through?
There's no question. That's got to be the ultimate goal for him individually, is you can't have a Darius Robinson repeat on you. You can't have 1 year completely eliminated as part of your development, because, look, we're in a year 2 of Darius Robinson, and that was one of the other pieces of news that came from the Cardinals today. Darius Robinson was back on the practice field. He's got that pec injury, that chest injury. He was limited today. It'd be great to have him back, and I don't want to minimize his return either, but he's also a player that when he was healthy, he wasn't giving you a ton, at least not statistically out there. There weren't a lot of impactful plays that he was making. Feels like he's way, way, way behind, and you don't want to do that with Nolan.
He had the sack against Seattle, and then he got hurt. Remember, he got hurt, left the field, like, okay. And then, obviously he didn't play after that game, so he didn't play, in the Colts game. He didn't play in the Tennessee game. It was like, okay, like, oh, he got that sack against Seattle. Like, okay, maybe this is the turning point for him. Maybe this is, because I think he only played in 6 games last year and then 4 games so far this year. So they played 17 games last year and 6 this year.
6 this year.
23. Yeah. So he's played in 10 out of 23 games. Like, that's not good. That you don't last much in the NFL if you're playing in less than 50% of the games. So, they got to get this guy right, too. I mean, he was a first-round pick, number 27 overall out of Missouri. They were very hopeful for him. But again, like, when you have those type of setbacks, it just derails everything. So I think with Walter Nolan is whatever you got to do, get him right, give him a mini training camp, and when you feel he's ready, then play him.
Kyler Murray, on the other hand, was officially listed as limited in practice today. Again, it's a walkthrough. The injury report is an estimation. Jonathan Gannon was asked today what boxes he wants Kyler to check this week.
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play. So we'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
No indication, no lean, no hint. Not that I would expect one from Jonathan Gannon at this stage. This wouldn't surprise me if this one goes down to Saturday like last week did with Kyler. Maybe they rule him out sooner. Maybe they're definitive about it on Friday morning when they announce players who are going to be out, or maybe and I don't. You suggested gamesmanship earlier, and I certainly think that's always part of it when you're talking about an NFL team. I think part of it too is it's a very complicated situation right now with Jacoby Brissett. And I don't know what it's like in-house, but I know out of the house, in the media and the fan base, it's a very complicated situation when talking about Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray and who gives them the best chance to win a football game and maximize the offense.
Yeah, Gannon tried to shut the front door on that one, right? Gannon came out right away and said Murray's QB1. He's our guy. Whether we wanted to have a quarterback controversy or not, he kind of squashed that. But here's the reality: they've lost 4 straight games. Mm-hmm. I mean, look this up. How many teams out of a 5-game losing streak made the playoffs? So that's another one. Like you were 2-0, and now all of a sudden, like the whole season's. You're looking at this Green Bay game and everything that you want to accomplish. A loss to Green Bay kind of derails it. Nobody expected a 5-game losing streak in the beginning of the season. We were picking 5-1 starts for them, and so the Tennessee loss, the Colts loss. We can make the argument all these games have been close and they could have a better record, but they don't. So this game is so important. So I think while many of us would like to see Brissett get another start, I think the key thing for them is you have to win this game. who gives you a better chance to win the game.
Yeah, and that's something internally that they and if Kyler is, is 90% of Kyler better than 100% of Jacoby Brissett, this is a very different conversation than ASU, right? And I know it's just one game that we're using to judge Jacoby Brissett on, but as has been documented again and again and again on this radio station and other media outlets, man, it was just such a different experience watching that offense with Jacoby Brissett running it than it was with Kyler Murray. I still can't quite get over statistically how different it was, to the eye test how different it was, my brain processing it how different it was. It was not the same at all. The other thing from the injury report today, Marvin Harrison Jr. was limited in practice. Now, he's in the concussion protocol. Jonathan Gannon confirmed as much. Where he is in that protocol, we don't know. It's a 5-step process for him to get back. Whether he can check all 5 boxes in time to be able to play on Sunday, no idea. But it's 5 things you have to do as a player returning from concussion.
By what day? Did they say what day? It's got to be by Saturday.
I think it's symptom limited activity, aerobic exercise, football specific exercise, club-based non-contact training drills,
and then cleared.
Full football activity, and you're cleared. Those are the 5 things you've got to do to get there. Right. I don't know where he is. Step 1, step 3,
2, right? Probably aerobic exercise. If he's just out there doing a few things.
He was limited in practice today. Again, nobody was out there to see what he did, so there was no reporting on what he was able to do. But he's obviously, especially with Zay Jones showing up.
Okay, now let's talk about that, because Zay took advantage of Marvin being out of the lineup, and when he came out of the game and played extremely well, and so now we're seeing some questionable things on Zay, which I don't like, because I thought, listen, I've always said Zay Jones was a really good football player, and it's like he can help this football team if you use him. Kyler didn't really use him, but Brissett did, so I'm kind of excited about that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, this big ASU Texas Tech game on Saturday, is it for the future of the Big 12? We'll explain next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age.
making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, in 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
ASU Football Talk live from Tempe tonight inside Sparky's Den. Interviews with ASU football players, coaches, and more at 6 p.m. on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello to everybody listening to us from Goodyear today.
Goodyear.
Hi, Goodyear. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Wednesday afternoon. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series is underway. Going into the bottom of the first, it's scoreless between Seattle and Toronto.
Josh Naylor showed up in a Kevin Durant Seattle jersey.
Yeah, Seattle Sonics shirt, to which Kevin Durant, not that you could see
I
this,
can't see it. He recently blocked me.
Yes,
Just recently blocked me.
Blocked from seeing Kevin Durant.
After sending me 5,000 messages, he blocked me.
You probably had it coming. Yeah, let's be honest. You probably had it coming from him. No?
I don't. I'm impartial like you. I'm not rooting against Kevin Durant.
See, does he?
I've told him that I thought Houston was a great fit for him, but
I'm not.
Yeah, just
by
recently,
him,
just within the last 5 days, I just like, wow, okay, Kevin Durant blocked you.
I'm not the kind of guy who gets blocked on Twitter, so it's
Right,
fine that he doesn't. I mean, like I don't. I've never interacted with Kevin Durant once on Twitter, and I wear that like a badge of pride.
You know what I'm going to do? Watch it. I'm going to block him.
Wow,
because I know he's going to be looking at my feed for like Suns info.
That'll get him back.
I'm going to get him back right now. Kevin Durant. God, hold on. Watch this, sucker.
I'll show
Block
you.
KD Trey.
I didn't know we had beef.
Oh, I knew they had
now
beef.
You're blocked, Kevin Durant. You're blocked because I know you would always stalk my account. Always.
Mitch, you can play that soundbite all you want.
You're blocked.
I knew Kevin Durant and Gambo
Expired. Expired.
Yeah. How about that? Now you block too.
You feel better? You probably actually do. Probably makes you feel a little bit better.
I love blocking people.
I know you do. Yeah, you do.
Tell Kevin Durant, anybody knows him, if he makes a donation to a dog rescue, I'll unblock him.
So we can get all that Suns info that you're going to put out there into the marketplace.
Yep.
Okay, good. So it's ASU and Texas Tech this weekend, obviously. 7th-ranked Texas Tech coming in here. Sam Levitt sounds like he's going to play. We'll get the official injury report earlier today. And I don't know what made me think about this today. And maybe this conversation goes somewhere. Maybe this conversation goes nowhere.
Okay.
We're trying this one out for the first time here.
Oh, wow.
Last year, Texas Tech was the only Big 12 school to beat ASU when Sam Levitt was their quarterback. Cincinnati beat him too, but that was when Jeff Sims was playing. Texas Tech beat him last year, and it was their first conference loss. And then ASU obviously won the Big 12, went to the playoffs, won all the things.
Good game. It was a good game.
It was a really good game. It was a very competitive game, if memory serves, in Lubbock between those two, and it was very, very good. I wonder if, based off of the success ASU had last year and the success Texas Tech is having this year, and I know there are teams that are probably better in the Big 12 right now than ASU. Do you think there's a chance that these two teams are the two teams when it comes to the Big 12 for years to come?
I don't know.
Like, is it possible this rivalry? Like, it's nothing against Cincinnati. It's nothing against BYU. I certainly think they have a shot at being in this conversation. Utah has, but I mean,
what I think these two could be. I don't think that this will ever resemble the Pac-12 or Pac-10. I don't think it ever will.
Ever.
I don't think it will ever resemble the Pac-10 or Pac-12. I don't think it'll ever be top-heavy and then bottom-heavy. I think there will always be 6 contenders all battling to try to get there, and tiebreakers at the end of the season. It's not the Big Ten, and it's not the SEC. And Texas Tech just spent a lot of money and $28 million, and they're the cream of the crop right now. But look, last year, I mean, we went into the last game of the season with so many freaking scenarios as to who was going to get in and who wasn't going to get in. And right now we're looking at 3 teams are undefeated and a bunch of teams have 1 loss. And we're only ruling out the 2-loss teams, and one of them's Iowa State. So, I don't think so. I don't think that this is a powerhouse football conference. I don't think they're ever going to get multiple teams in the playoffs, at least, maybe once in a while in a blue moon. But they're not going to be a multiple teams going. I think it's going to go down to 1 team. But I think a lot of it is going to be that there are 5 or 6 teams every year. In the Pac-12, it was, there was the USC run, there was the Oregon run, and then there was then it was USC and Oregon, and Washington got in a little bit. And I don't think it'll ever be like that. I think there will always be 6 teams battling for a spot.
I think it could be like that. I don't know if I would say there's a 5% chance, a 10% chance, or a 70% chance it could get there. But I wouldn't be surprised if eventually there is some separation within the conference where there are teams that are just better equipped to be successful long-term than others because of the money, because of the NIL, because of coaching. And I guess that's why I'm looking at this. I think Texas Tech has the advantage from an NIL standpoint. Obviously, they spent $28 million. I think ASU has an advantage because they're in Phoenix, Arizona, and because Kenny Dillingham is a very committed coach to the program. I saw a story today on AZ Central, several websites out there listing Kenny, as a candidate for the Penn State job. He's not leaving ASU for Penn State. Not now.
I've seen Urban Meyer. I've seen Signetti.
I mean, eventually, maybe he leaves ASU, but I think Kenny is as committed as they come to ASU as long as they're committed
there's no way
to
Kenny's
him.
leaving.
Not anytime soon. I don't think so either. So I think knowing you've got one of the most innovative coaches in America heading your program, I don't know, man. I think if there's 2 programs that at least stand a better chance than others to be able to consistently do this every single year, I think these are the 2. I think maybe I throw BYU and Utah in there as well as if we're going to see separation in the tiers in this conference, those would be the 4 that I think would probably have a chance to consistently be better than others.
So then you rule out TCU, Iowa State, Colorado, Cincinnati, Kansas. You kind of rule those out.
West Virginia. I just kind of slot them down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of slot them down. Cincinnati, I'm not sure about. I guess in a way the wild card is Dion in Colorado. I mean, they lost everybody. They haven't really replaced everybody that they've lost, and because of that, the program's been a struggle. I have no idea what to expect from U of A.
It's an interesting conversation. I like where you're going with it.
I think there's some programs that are better suited for long-term success than others, and I think now that ASU has kind of found their footing in this conference, found their footing with their new AD, found their footing with a program that's clearly willing to spend, right? New indoor practice facility, boom, here we come. Right? I just think there might be a separation over the next couple of years in terms of slotting it into tiers like we used to do like they do in the Big Ten now, where you kind of know who the best teams are and you kind of know who the best teams aren't. And it's pretty consistent on a year in, year out basis with a little bit of variation.
Yeah, Big Ten and SEC. Big Ten and SEC are pretty consistent.
Every now and then you'll get a flash. You'll get a Missouri that flashes in the SEC.
Yeah.
You'll get a Vanderbilt that flashes in the SEC. For the last couple of years, you've had an Indiana flash in the Big Ten. We'll see with Kurt Signetti if that lasts. And I get it. We look at the Big 12 and we think they're very immune to that. I don't know if any conference is always truly going to be immune to that. If there are programs that just spend more and are committed more and have better coaching than others do, I think ultimately they'll separate from the rest of the pack.
You know, ASU was picked last year in the media poll, and they ended up going to the college football playoffs. When they first got to this conference, I think on the outside looking in, I looked at Mike Gandy, and I'm like, Oklahoma State's probably, with Oklahoma and Texas gone, Oklahoma State could be that team. They clearly weren't. They're not a good program. Texas Tech, it might come down to who makes the commitment. Like, who's going to make the commitment financially to win? Texas Tech did that. Who else is going to do it?
Solo home run from Julio Rodriguez
Oh,
again.
Julio down by the school
two-run shot. Well, Mitch freaking
Let's
out
go.
there because I forgot that there was a runner on base. You keep your
Don't
bucket
sell
hat
them short.
Keep your
Don't
bucket hat
sell
on
them
your
short.
head. Keep your bucket hat on your head. 2-0 Seattle. A 2-run shot from Julio Rodriguez. And the Mariners have had.
Is that Mitch's team? No, he's the Giants.
No. Mitch is he's a stickler for the facts, and he just wanted to make sure I knew there was a runner on base. That's all.
And Josh Naylor.
And Josh, you're a big fan of Josh.
Just who could beat the Dodgers? Just give me that. That's Seattle, I think.
They
got a little mojo going right now.
They do. I love it. I'm here for it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, quarterbacks who need a change of scenery. Will Kyler thrive if he gets one? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. How would you like to get into a new Bronco right now and not spend a lot of money? You're like, that sounds good to me. Well, you could do it because right now at Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, we could get you into a brand new Bronco for not a lot of money. You're going to love this. How about leasing a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for just $399 a month for 36 months? You're like, wait a second, that's ridiculous. Yes, it is. $399 a month for 36 months on the 2025 Bronco Big Ben. How about leasing a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for just $299 a month for 36 months? You're like, wait a second, that's even better. $299 a month for 36 months. You could purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for just $44,899. Plus, you can get 3.9% financing for 72 months during the Bronctober savings sale at Sanderson Ford. The Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. The Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down with tax, title, license, and a doc fee. Just give them a call or go online at sandersonford.com for more information.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Good news on the Arizona Cardinals injury front. First-round pick Walter Nolan had his practice window opened off of the physically unable to perform list. Not yet, but close. The defensive tackle can be activated to the 53-man roster anytime in the next 21 days. Cardinals host the Packers this weekend, then go on their bye. In not-so-good injury news, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. That puts his Week 7 status in question. The team did a closed walkthrough today, and based on the estimated injury report, he was a limited participant today. Switching to college football, ASU's Sam Levitt continues trending towards a return this Saturday. In fact, it's looking like he will make that return. Per ESPN's Pete Thamel and others, Thamel is reporting, that Levitt is expected to be listed as probable and that he's trending in the right direction to start against number 7 Texas Tech. That injury report will drop at 7 p.m. local time. And we are through the first inning of play in Seattle, and the Mariners jumped out to a quick 2-0 lead thanks to a Julio Rodriguez 2-run home run. It's okay, Burnsy. Blue Jays are coming to bat in the top of the second against George Kirby. We'll keep you updated on that. You can also listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us tomorrow for another episode as how the quarterback carousel turns. Will Kyler Murray or Jacoby Brissett be the guy against Green Bay? Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It really has dominated the conversation around here for the beginning part of this week, the whole Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett thing, obviously. And we know Buddy tipped their hand in terms of this week's game against the Packers. We don't know. Kyler was limited in practice today. We'll get a better read on it later on in the week. Maybe we'll know Friday. Maybe we'll have to wait until the weekend. One thing's clear, though. No matter what decision they make this week, no matter what Kyler Murray's health status is this week or what Jacoby Brissett does this week if he plays, Gambo, nothing fundamentally changes about Kyler for the rest of the season. It's still very much a make it or break it year for him, no matter what happens.
Nope. Like nothing's changed.
Like Jacoby, okay, let's say he's hurt again. Jacoby plays. There's no doubt Kyler is going to be the quarterback when he comes back off the bye. If he's healthy, right? He'll play.
Yep.
And so really the judgment of Kyler Murray, the make it or break it status of Kyler Murray, in some ways, it's going to be, it is there regardless of Jacoby Brissett or not. And there's a possibility, maybe even a probability, depending on how you look at it, that we're going to get to the end of this year and Kyler Murray might have played his last snap with the Arizona Cardinals. Regardless
a lot of times you make a quarterback change because the guy just plays really poorly. Russell Wilson played poorly. Okay, we can go to Jackson Dart, right? Guy plays poorly. The problem that you're going to have with Kyler and like trying to find, okay, is there a way during the season if things aren't going well and if they'll lose, is Kyler never plays that poorly. Right, Kyler's just consistently average. Like that's Kyler. 200 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, or like he doesn't have the game where you're like, oh my God, this guy's can't play. Go look at the game. I'll look it up right now. The game Russell Wilson got benched with the Giants. It was like, okay,
it was awful.
Got to make a change here. Got to make a change.
Avert your eyes, yeah.
Kyler doesn't have those games, right? Kyler doesn't have that type of game. It was a loss to Kansas City. He threw for 160 yards with 2 interceptions.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was bad, right? It was like, okay, we can't move the ball. Let's get rid of Russ. Kyler hasn't given you that game. Kyler's not 15 for 30 with 2 interceptions and he had a fumble. But it would take that in order to say, okay, let's go. So I think that he's your quarterback for the rest of the year once he's healthy, because I just don't think he ever gives you the miserable, awful, oh my God, this guy sucks game.
No, and honestly, for as great as Jacoby Brissett was in 1 week, that is kind of the fear of, at least in my mind, of rolling him back out there. He's an experienced professional backup, but at the end of the day, he's still just a backup quarterback.
Yeah, he's had plenty of chances to be a starter in this league.
And is more than capable of having one of those games where you go, oh yeah, you're a backup quarterback. And that's the roulette that you play with backup quarterbacks in this league, where they're very capable of having those games that remind you of the fact that they're a backup. And that's when you go into this must-win game, that's probably just as much the argument for Kyler as anything else. Yeah, Jacoby was great for 1 week, but it might be one of those weeks for Jacoby where he looks like a backup quarterback, and then you're kind of screwed. And you might have wished you would start Kyler Murray in that game. Either way, Kyler could very well be on somebody's roster next year, given how important this year is for the Cardinals to kind of decide, look, dude, we've given you 7 years. We've done all we can do. There was an article today.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
How excited would you be as a fan base if you got if Kyler Murray becomes your quarterback? Like, I'll give you an example. We couldn't find this stat earlier, but I found it. Kyler Murray, this is before this year started, so we've got to add 5 games.
Okay.
Kyler Murray has 82 career starts. Add 5. That's 87 career starts without a playoff win, which going into this season was tied for 29th out of all quarterbacks since 1950. Justin Herbert is just behind him. Tied for 29th out of all the quarterbacks since 1950. Maybe that number's up a little bit because we can add 5 more starts that he's had. So he's had 87 career starts without a playoff win. How excited, I mean, honestly, like if you're a fan of another team, hey, we just traded for Kyler Murray. We gave up a 5th-round pick and a future 6th, and we traded for Kyler.
Honestly, not very. Not very.
You're like, okay,
Hardly
this guy's been in the league for 8 years. He doesn't have a playoff win.
And I, as excited as the Giants were when they got Russell Wilson in the offseason, but also as excited probably as the Colts fans were when they got Daniel Jones. This thing cuts both ways. We can come up with a half dozen examples of quarterbacks like Kyler who have relocated to other situations and found success. We can come up with a half dozen examples of quarterbacks who have relocated to other situations, and we're like, on second thought, you're just not a very good quarterback. And I don't know which one Kyler's going to be. I have no idea. If he's playing somewhere else next year, I don't know. Is he going to be more Russell Wilson? Is there going to be more Daniel Jones? I don't know. But I wouldn't, as a fan, no. It wouldn't be. It's sort of. Remember when you and I had just started doing the show together when the Cardinals went out and got Carson Palmer? You weren't very excited about Carson Palmer's addition to the Cardinals.
No.
I was excited about it because I knew he was better than the junk they were putting out there for the previous few years. He's
you didn't like Kevin Kopp?
Hey, no, I didn't.
You like John Skelton?
As a person, yes. As a quarterback, not so much. Ryan Lindley, same thing. As a person, sure. As a quarterback, not so much. I knew that he was an upgrade. I didn't realize he was going to be that much of an upgrade, but I knew he was an upgrade, right? Yeah. And that's where Kyler, he goes into a situation, I don't know if he's an upgrade, and I don't know if the guy the Cardinals would be getting to replace Kyler would be an upgrade. I don't know.
It's hard. It's
hard to kind of, this quarterback, it's this year especially, man, it's been hard to figure out the quarterbacks that are having success are guys that were scrap heap dudes a long time ago.
Especially Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones. Baker Mayfield might be the MVP of the NFL.
But Baker's been good for a number of years in Tampa now.
For a couple of years, but
like 3 years now.
Think about all the years that the teams have cast him aside. And if you're a Bucs fan, you couldn't have been very excited about Baker Mayfield being your quarterback when he first got there. You're like,
but isn't he the outlier? Like, he's that good.
He's the consistent outlier. I don't know. Will Daniel Jones get there? We'll see. Sam Darnold was there last year with Minnesota until he wasn't. And at the end, he started seeing ghosts like Sam Darnold usually does, and Minnesota was a quick out.
There was a story today on quarterbacks that need a change of scenery, right? It was Kyler. It was
the inspiration
Tua,
for this conversation.
It was Bryce Young, and it was Anthony Richardson. Like, out of that group, I'd probably take Kyler. Tua, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, or Kyler Murray. I'll take Kyler over all of those guys.
Yeah.
I would.
But I still wouldn't be that excited about it. You know, I still wouldn't be in a fan base to go, hey, you know, I feel really good about the team because we just went out and got Kyler Murray. You know, it wouldn't, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't work. That doesn't mean it would fail. And that's where the Daniel Jones and the Sam Darnolds and the Baker Mayfields of the world kind of come into play.
Because something has to be said about Daniel Jones going to a situation that kind of fitted him, right?
Yeah.
The right offense, the right people around him.
Carson
got a good
Palmer,
running game
when
with
he came
Jonathan
here,
Taylor.
That was a great situation for Carson when he came here.
Yeah.
Same thing. And you talk about a scrap heap quarterback the minute he walked in the door. And Carson Palmer retired from the NFL to get out of the situation he was in
Cincinnati.
He was just like, I hate it here. I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. And then he went to the Raiders.
Cardinals didn't give up much to get him either, if I remember. The draft picks were late draft picks. Yeah.
So if Kyler goes somewhere else,
right now, Kyler Murray or Mac Jones? Kyler Murray or Daniel Jones? Kyler Murray or, like, if I say Kyler Murray or Anthony Richardson, okay, Kyler. Kyler or Bryce Young, I'd probably have the Kyler.
But I never would have said that about Daniel Jones until the last 5 weeks of the season.
Okay.
I never, if you had offered me that choice in the offseason, I'd have laughed at you. Like, yeah, right, come on, Kyler. You know, but now it's like, okay, Daniel's giving me something to think about.
Kyler or Geno Smith? Kyler. Like, there's still, like, there's quarterbacks that are playing in this league that are he's better than. Better than those guys. That's the dilemma with Kyler. He's not garbage.
No.
He's not. And not everybody runs into a Bengals situation like we talked about that earlier. Hey, we got Andy Dalton. He's not good enough. We get rid of him. We got Joe Burrow. Like, you don't usually, hit the jackpot like that. Usually you go through more struggles. It'd be more likely, in my opinion, that the Cardinals would end up with a worse quarterback than Kyler if they decide to move on. But I don't think that doesn't mean you don't try. I still think you have to try.
When we come back, Jalen Green close to making his son's debut with the team in China? How much point book should we expect this season? The latest on the Phoenix Suns next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
I was kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team, what a great local company right here in Arizona, helping you with your refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. And, man, you see the success stories that are out there with the Lund Mortgage Team. You're like, wow, I want to work with a company like that. There are so many great stories of people that went with the Lund Mortgage Team. And I was just reading a review the other day, a Google review from Shannon, who went with the Lund Mortgage Team, had an incredible experience. Somebody else was trying to charge him $20,000 for a refinance. Another company, they went with the Lund Mortgage Team, pennies on the dollar. They spent a couple $1,000s and they got a better rate and a better mortgage by going with the Lund Mortgage Team. For them, it's all about getting you the best rate, the lowest fees, and most importantly, the right mortgage. These people that wrote the review were in a really tough situation. They had one of those adjustable rate mortgages, and the interest rate kept going up and up and up and up, and they were in a boatload of trouble because they just couldn't keep up with the payments because of that adjustable rate mortgage. They called Matt Oliver at the Lund Mortgage Team, and within months, he had them in a great rate, a steady rate, and it didn't cost them a lot to do it. Call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck?
Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you, respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. It's Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. Top of the third on the strength of a 2-run home run by Julio Rodriguez, although perhaps we are now tied. We are indeed.
Oh, 2-run homer?
Jimenez just hit a 2-run shot. Andres Jimenez for Toronto. 2-run shot off of George Kirby, and we're tied. 2-2.
Blue Jays not going away that quickly.
Third. No, they're not. No, they're not.
All right.
So Seattle leads the series 2-0. This is the first time they'd ever appeared in the World Series, which is crazy to me. Randy Johnson threw out the first pitch in this one.
Did he?
Yeah, I saw the footage of him throwing out the
RJ's
first pitch.
out there?
He's there. I'm sure he got a standing ovation. But yeah, 2-2. So, winner of this game. And then that's an off night in the NLCS. Tomorrow it's a doubleheader. I don't know which one is the first one, which one is the second one, but tomorrow both of the League Championship Series games will be played. Other than that, that's it. That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Now, 1 week.
I got that new Netflix show that I'm watching. Lauren's watching it too.
Black
Rabbit.
Okay, yeah. Are you getting?
You would have loved the scene that I watched last night in season 2. The second episode. You watched the second episode? So it's like a card. They're playing cards. I don't know, like this game. And so, like, he's got the winning hand, but the guy next to him is supposed to, like, not take the next card, and he does, and then the dealer won. I don't know what they call that.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, I don't know if there's a word for it, but it's like in blackjack when hey, dude, you weren't supposed to take that.
You're not supposed to take that.
You weren't supposed to take a hit, and you took a hit. Like, you just took my card.
You've got 17. Like you can't take a hit.
Okay, so so like
you're
it's
gonna
like
take
blackjack.
don't take the dealer's bust card. He said
one of the worst things in the world when you're sitting at a blackjack table and somebody who doesn't know what they're doing takes a card they're not supposed to.
So this guy's about to win 150 grand. And then the guy next to him said, "Oh, why not? Let's just play for fun." And then he took the dealer's bust card, and then the dealer ended up with 21.
It happens, unfortunately, all the time. I don't know if there's breaking house rule. I don't know if that's how you would describe that. But yes, I've been
there. Or just being bad at counting cards.
Or just being bad at knowing math. I mean, like, dude, 17. Don't hit that. There's like 3 cards that can help you. There's none of them out there. I get it.
Right.
A week from tonight will be the opener for the Phoenix Suns against Russell Westbrook and the Sacramento.
He signed with Sacramento.
Kings. Plus Keegan Murray. Dude got paid. $140 million rookie contract extension with the Sacramento Kings. The NBA season begins a week from tonight for the Phoenix Suns against the Sacramento Kings at Mortgage Matchup Center. Unfortunately, Jalen Green
He's not going to play in that
there.
game.
He's not going to play in that game. But you said earlier you don't think it's going to be long before he's
No,
back.
he's going to miss 1 or 2. Could be a third game. But like I expect within, like I'll just give you an example. Like I think within the first 5 games of the season, he will be playing. Next 4 days are real important for him to get him right. So you'll have Grayson starting with Book, and then Colin Gillespie will be the first guard off the bench. So Gillespie will be the first guard off the bench, probably replaces Grayson Allen to play with Book. But Jalen will miss the first game, maybe even the second game. But I don't expect him to miss. I can't tell you exactly the day he's going to be back because they don't know.
Yeah.
But probably the third game or the fourth game, I would expect he'll be back.
As long as he doesn't miss a lot at the beginning of the season, it's
not
fine.
expected.
I mean, really, the damage has kind of already been done, honestly, with Jalen Green being out. They've had no work together.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like the damage is already. You really wanted the preseason for those two to be able to. It's going to be such a new backcourt and how it's going to work and point Book and all that. The damage of him not being available has already been done. So what's another week? What's another 10 days? You know what I mean? Like it's a long NBA season. You're not going to make or break it because of the first 5 games that you play this season. It just means their acclimation period to each other just gets delayed even longer, which is unfortunate because they need to get acclimated with each other. As far as Mark Williams goes, he also did not play in the preseason. He's got no injury that we know of, but he's got an injury history that we do very much know of. And going into his 4th year, they're being very, very, very careful with how they use him and when they use him.
Yeah, he should be ready for the opener. All indications that I'm getting are that he should be ready for the first game. He's done a lot of 5-on-5 the last 7 days. Now he's going to scrimmage. He'll be in some scrimmages here. Now, look, for them, they would love to get 60-plus games out of Mark Williams. Nobody's saying play 75 or 80, but they feel like if they could get 60-plus out of him, it'll be a big difference because he's a top 10 to 15 center in this league, so that would be crucial. So they're doing everything they can, get him healthy, get him right. The practices have gone good. The 5-on-5, the last week's played 5-on-5. Some more scrimmages coming up here, and then they feel like he should be good to go for the opener.
Big referendum on his future if he can get to 60.
Yeah,
he's
it's a good number.
In 103 games in his career.
Right. So 60 would be a big win. That'd be a big win if he could play 60 games.
Out of a possible 240 games, he's only played in just a little north of 100. I mean, this is going to be a big deal for him and them if it's another year like that where he only plays half the time, less than half the time. That's going to be a real problem for them. The roster decision, and this is the last thing we'll talk about here on today's Burns and Gambo show, between Goodwin and Butler, both of them can make the roster. They have 2 roster spots if they want to.
It affects the tax and everything. So I don't think that would be the case. I think it'll be one of them. But we'll see. Maybe they change their mind because they like both guys. Both guys have had. They're both different, right? They're both different type players. I give Goodwin the nod. He's a good offensive rebounder. The players all like him. He kind of fits in the mode. Butler's done a good job. He can get into the lane a little bit more. They're kind of different players, but I would give a little bit of a nod to Goodwin. I think Butler's more of a ball handler than Goodwin is, but I think Goodwin could do some things that they would want. Third point guard's not going to play a whole lot, but this is the one big battle through camp that has been very interesting to watch.
And if they can have both as long as they're under the tax threshold by the end of the season. That's all that matters. So if they want to have both on now, it
Right.
only matters where you are at the end, not in the middle. So they could make some moves at the trade deadline to get back under if they wanted. I don't know if they feel the need to add both guys or if that's kind of redundant. Kellen was in here earlier. He said they need all the ball handlers they can get, so maybe they would want to keep both. I don't know. I mean, Goodwin is the more... he's been a Sun. He played well after he left the Suns. We'll see. A week from tonight,